Slap. A crisp sound rang out as Tang Xun's head was sent reeling. Half his face went numb first, then a searing pain followed. A metallic taste of blood instantly welled up in his mouth. Useless trash, I'm talking to you. Plain dead. A sharp, venomous voice exploded beside his ear, dripping with impatience. Tang Xun shook his head groggily. His vision shifted from blurry to sharp. Wang Hao's twisted face came into view. An outer disciple of Qing Yun's sect, Qi Refining Stage 3. A bully who routinely lorded over the servant disciples. Senior Brother Wang. This month's fasting pills, they're all right here. Tang Xun swallowed the coppery taste in his throat, drew a small, withered cloth pouch from his robes, and held it out. Inside were only 3 gray pills, each the size of a pigeon egg. Pills he had scraped together all month. Wang Hao snatched the pouch and weighed it in his hand. His expression immediately soured. Without thinking, he slapped him again. Slap. 3. You trying to beggar me off with this? Wang Hao grabbed Tang Xun by the collar, lifting the frail boy's thin frame like a small chick. Spit sprayed across Tang Xun's face. I heard you've been feeding that fire feather chicken for the alchemy hall steward for a month. Reward should be plenty, right? Huh. Where'd you hide it trying to pocket it alone? Believe me, I'll break every bone in your body today. Tang Xun's face instantly flushed crimson red. He stared at Wang Hao's greedy face. The thread called endurance inside him after his transmigration 18 years ago finally neared its snapping point. 18 years. He was still immortal with no spiritual root, unable to cultivate. In this dog-eat-dog world of cultivation, mortals had to watch people's faces just to survive. When he transmigrated, he brought a golden finger with him, though it might as well not exist. Tang Xun's mind stirred. A panel only he could perceive materialized before his eyes. Name Tang Xun, spiritual root, none realm, none technique, none equipped traits, 33, full of energy, white, slick shoes, white, good sleep, white, unequipped traits, 14, big appetite, white, love, spinach, white, empty head, white. Trait draw probability, white, common, 99, green, rare, 0. 9, purple, epic, 0. 0, 89, gold, legendary, 0. 0, 1, color, mythic, 0. 0, 0, 1, this was his trait extraction system. A golden finger comparable to the most garbage web game level cheat imaginable. Only 1 draw per year. And all it gave were thanks for playing level white traits. In the past 17 years he had drawn 17 times. All white without exception. Full of energy, white work doesn't tire him as easily. Slick shoes, white, runs a tiny bit faster when fleeing. Good sleep, white, falls asleep the moment his head hits the pillow. These traits apart from making him a super servant, who ran faster, endured more work, ate more, and slept better. Absolutely useless. He wanted cultivation traits, not these life skill abilities. Senior Brother Wang. Really? There's nothing left. Tang Xun felt the air in his lungs growing thinner. Seeking death. A vicious glint flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. His clenched fist glowed faintly with spiritual light, aimed straight at Tang Xun's dantian. Just then a commotion rippled through the surrounding crowd. Wang Hao's fist froze midair. He turned his head irritably to look. A young girl in a moon-white dress was approaching from not far away. The moment she appeared, the surroundings fell instantly silent. Those servant disciples watching the show all lowered their heads, even their breathing grew lighter. Su Qinghan, Qi Refining Stage 9. The undisputed first genius of the outer sect. The goddess in countless outer disciples' hearts. Wang Hao's arrogant flames instantly extinguished. He plastered an obsequious smile on his face, quickly released Tang Xun, and bowed slightly. Senior Sister Su. Tang Xun fell to the ground, coughing so hard it felt like his lungs were tearing. He raised his head just in time to meet Su Qinghan's passing gaze. That gaze lingered on him for less than a second, like how one might glance at a roadside stone while walking. Then her gaze shifted away without a ripple, and she walked straight past. No pity, no curiosity, not even disgust, just pure total disregard. As if he wasn't a living person at all, just a meaningless puff of air. Consider yourself lucky today. Seeing Su Qinghan walk far away, Wang Hao didn't dare cause more trouble. But the fire in his heart had nowhere to go. He kicked Tang Xun. He hurled the cloth pouch containing the 3 pills straight at Tang Xun's face. Jinx. Figure out this month's tribute yourself. Next time you don't bring me something satisfactory, I'll make you bedridden for a month. Having said that, he spat, cursed, and left. The watching crowd dispersed quickly. No one came to help him up. Everyone was long used to such things. Tang Xun lay on the cold ground motionless. After a long while he slowly got up, picked up the pouch from the ground, brushed the dust off his clothes, limped back to his broken tiny firewood room. Bang! The door shut, cutting off everything outside. Tang Xun leaned against the door panel, his body sliding down it to the floor. The pain on his face, the pain on his body, none compared to the suffocating frustration in his heart. Why? Just because others had spiritual roots, and he didn't? What kind of bullshit logic was this? Tang Xun's chest heaved violently, his eyes reddened. Today was his 18th birthday. Also the day of his 18th trait extraction system. That illusory blue roulette wheel appeared once again, staring at those despair-inducing rainbow probability odds. Tang Xun let out a self-mocking laugh. 18 years. This broken game should give this life-paying player some newbie protection right. Come on. Either give me a miracle or let me give up completely. Begin extraction. The wheel began spinning frantically. His breath stopped. Eyes locked dead on the needle spinning at high speed. Go. Go forward. The needle swept past vast swathes of white. Occasional flashes of green made Tang Xun's heart leap to his throat. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, under Tang Xun's gaze that nearly cracked his molars, the needle carrying a momentum of no return. Trembling resolute, it surged past that white region. It didn't stop on green, nor did it stop on purple, even less on gold. It defiantly precisely landed on that rainbow-colored region that had only a 0.001 probability, as brilliant as the stars. Buzz. The entire wheel emitted a violent hum. A 7-colored divine light exploded outward. Tang Xun's mind went completely blank. A line of rainbow-colored characters radiating an aura of immortality slowly formed before his eyes. Congratulations, host obtained mythic grade trait, Life Simulator. Trait Life Simulator color mythic function, initiate a simulated life. During simulation, each year lived grants 1 free trait draw. Inheritance after simulation ends can inherit rewards obtained during the simulated life, including, but not limited to traits, cultivation techniques, memory skills. Cooldown after each simulation ends. There is a certain cooldown period. First simulation requires no cooldown. Divine. Mythic trait. 0.001 probability. Tang Xun stared blankly at the panel. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Simulated life. 1 draw per year. An inheritance too. Isn't this just a super cheat? As long as he lives long enough in the simulation, he can draw infinitely. The end of being unlucky is guaranteed pity. Heh. Hee hee. Tang Xun first laughed softly. Then his laughter grew louder and louder, finally becoming hysterical, unrestrained laughter. Laughing and laughing, tears fell. 18 years. Do you know how I've lived these 18 years? He didn't hesitate for even 1 more second. Wang Hao? Just you wait. Tang Xun wiped his face. The forbearance and numbness in his eyes was gone, replaced by a near-mad excitement. System unequipped. Good sleep. Equip Life Simulator. Trait replacement successful. Currently equipped traits. 33 Life Simulator color full of energy white, slick shoes white, detected hosts first acquisition of Life Simulator trait, newbie benefits activated. This simulation costs no uses. Begin life simulation immediately. Yes, immediately. Right now. Tang Xun shouted without hesitation. He couldn't wait even 1 more second. Simulation initiated. Life Simulator activated. Generating initial template based on the host's current status. Template generation complete. Name Tang Xun. Background Qingyun sect. Servant, disciple, orphan, spiritual root. None cultivation, none technique, none equipped traits. 33 Life Simulator rainbow. Full of energy white, slippery feet. White unequipped traits. 14 big appetite. White love, spinach white, empty head white. Life script. You are a transmigrator who has served as a menial laborer at Qingyun sect for 18 years. Without a spiritual root, you cannot cultivate and have endured endless bullying. Your life is utterly bleak. Simulation begins. Cold characters flowed before Tang Xun's eyes like a waterfall. He felt his consciousness seemingly pulled away, entering a peculiar god's eye perspective. Age 18, you were beaten half to death and hid in the firewood shed to activate the life simulator. You looked at the utterly bleak life script on the panel, so furious you almost laughed out loud. Bleak. I'll tear open a patch of light for you right now. You understand deeply that without power, any flashy behavior is simply seeking death. Wang Hao's threat was right before his eyes. He had to first solve this month's tribute. You were hungry, your face burning with pain. But you didn't wallow in self-pity. You calmly analyzed your situation. Your currently equipped traits are Life Simulator rainbow, full of energy white, slippery feet white. The Life Simulator occupies 1 slot, immovable. The remaining 2, 1 lets you endure more, 1 lets you run faster. You pondered for a moment. Isn't this the heaven-chosen worker template? You decided to carry the art of lying low through to the end. Tang Xun's consciousness floated in midair, watching this simulated self climb up from the ground and stretch his aching body. Hiss. The pain on his face, the footprints on his body, all reminded him of what he had just endured. Wang Hao. Qi refining level 3. The simulated Tang Xun muttered in a low voice. The anger and unwillingness from reality were gone from his eyes, replaced by an absolute calm. Is this what a god's eye perspective feels like? It felt quite wondrous, like watching a movie about himself. Tang Xun watched with great interest as himself paced around the broken firewood shed. Fighting head-on definitely won't work. He could crush me with a single finger. Running away. I can run, but I can't hide the temple. Where could a mere servant like me even go? The only way is to satisfy his demands. But how? Fasting pills were the only stable food ration for servant disciples, only a few issued each month. Even by skimping and saving, he could only spare 3 pills a month. This was already the absolute limit of what he could do. Wang Hao was clearly not satisfied with this number. He said, I fed Elder Lu of the Alchemy Hall a fire feather chicken for a month. The rewards were considerable. News travels fast indeed. The simulated Tang Xun stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was true. Elder Lu of the Alchemy Hall raised a fire feather chicken as a pet. It was extremely picky, only loving to eat a type of red thread worm that grew on the cliffs of the back mountain. That place was hard to climb with possible snakes and insects lurking. The servant disciples all refused to go, but Tang Xun went. With the blessing of full of energy, he rose before dawn every day, spending an hour running to the back mountain. Then relying on slippery feet's slight speed boost, he nimbly climbed among the cliff walls, catching some red thread worms, and returning before morning practice to feed the chicken. After a full month, Elder Lu was immensely pleased and indeed rewarded him with some things. Not fasting pills, but 10 low-grade spirit stones. These things were hard currency for cultivators, but for a mortal like Tang Xun, aside from being hard on the hands, they were utterly useless. He had originally planned to save them just in case an opportunity arose in the future. Now it seemed they couldn't be saved. 10 low-grade spirit stones for a month of peace. Worth it. The simulated Tang Xun quickly made his decision. You decide to spend money to avert disaster using the 10 low-grade spirit stones rewarded by Elder Lu to pay tribute to Wang Hao. The next day you blocked Wang Hao's dormitory door early in the morning with a perfectly symmetrical pig's head face. Wang Hao came out yawning, saw you, frowned, and impatiently cursed. Why is it you again, you jinx? I don't want to see you. Scram. You said nothing, just silently took out a smaller cloth pouch from your chest and respectfully handed it over. Wang Hao took it suspiciously, opened it, and his eyes instantly went wide. SP Spirit Stones. Wang Hao's voice almost cracked. He never dreamed that this pauper Tang Xun could actually produce spirit stones. His monthly allowance as an outer disciple was only 5 low-grade spirit stones. Senior brother Wang, this is all this little brother's savings. The simulated Tang Xun put on a terrified and respectful act, speaking with flawless words. It wasn't that I was deliberately hiding anything before. It's just that these things are useless to a mortal like me. I didn't know how to offer them to senior brother. Wang Hao's expression instantly changed from dark to bright, and the way he looked at Tang Xun was completely different. Greed. Naked, undisguised greed. He stuffed the spirit stone pouch into his robe, then heavily patted Tang Xun's shoulder. The force was so great it nearly broke apart Tang Xun's frail body. Ha ha, junior brother Tang, what are you saying? Among us senior and junior brothers, helping each other out isn't that only natural? Look at you, your face is swollen like this. Which blind bastard did this? Tell senior brother will stand up for you. Watching Wang Hao's hypocritical face, the god's eye view, Tang Xun nearly threw up. Good Lord, Sichuan opera face changing isn't even that quick. However, his own response was quite decent. The simulated Tang Xun wore a flattered expression and waved his hands. It's nothing. This little brother was just careless. Woke up in the middle of the night and walked into the door. Bumped each side once, that's how it became symmetrical. Wang Hao laughed loudly. You little punk, you're quite something. Alright, from now on in the outer sect, just use my name if you have any trouble. No one will dare bully you. His words sounded nice, but the meaning in his eyes was very clear. Kid, you got any more? You wisely indicated that in the future, any unusable good things you came across, you would definitely bring them to senior brother Wang Hao first. Wang Hao left satisfied, and before departing rewarded you with a fasting pill, grandly calling it, can't let junior brother go hungry. You held that fasting pill still warm from Wang Hao's body temperature, nearly vomiting, but still accepted it with 1,000 thanks and gratitude. You successfully resolved the immediate crisis. The cost is that in the future Wang Hao may exploit you even more aggressively. But you don't care. What you need is time. As long as you can survive, everything has hope. Time flowed slowly. Soon a year had passed. In this year you carried the art of lying low to its absolute extreme. You rose before dawn every day, feeding chickens, chopping wood, carrying water, sweeping. Every exhausting and dirty job you fought to take it first. Relying on full of energy, you alone could do the work of 3 people. Relying on slippery feet, you always finished tasks faster than others, then slipped away to rest in unnoticed corners. You became taciturn. You lowered your head whenever you saw someone. A humble, even slightly fawning smile was always on your face. You became the most inconspicuous and most reassuring servant among the outer disciples. Wang Hao came to find you several times. You played poor each time, saying Elder Lu hadn't given any more rewards, and you could barely scrape by on hard labor. After several attempts, Wang Hao saw there was no more juice to squeeze and gradually lost interest in you. Your 19th birthday arrived. You finally welcomed your first trait draw opportunity in the simulated life. You hid in the firewood shed, excitedly rubbing your hands together, silently praying, give me a gold one. No, purple is fine. Please. The roulette wheel began to spin. In reality, Tang Xun also grew nervous. It's coming. The first gotcha pull in the simulation. Although it's only a simulation, this is still the path I'll walk in the future. The first trait in the simulation, please don't be too trash. He stared fixedly at the text before him. The needle spun, rapidly sweeping across large areas of white until it slowly, firmly stopped on the white area. Tang Xun's heart sank halfway. Damn, still white. Congratulations, you have obtained the common grade trait, still spry in old age. Trait still spry in old age. White effect: when you enter your elderly stage after age 60, your body functions will be slightly better than your peers, just a tiny bit. Puffed. In reality, Tang Xun nearly spat out blood. Still spry in old age. I'm only 19 in the simulation, damn it. You give me a trait that only takes effect at 60. Does this system understand life? Is this mockery from the system itself? Is it hinting that I have to work like a beast of burden until 60 in the simulation before anything happens? You stared at this trait, falling into long silence. After the silence, instead of discouragement, an even stronger fighting spirit ignited. It's fine, white is white. Still spry in old age means I can at least live to 60. That's an auspicious sign. You comforted yourself thus and decided not to equip this trait for now. After all, you're only 19. Equipping it would be a waste. Your life continues. Age 19, you continue being your golden badge servant, spending your days feeding chickens and chopping wood. Life is boring but stable. Age 20, you welcomed your second gacha pull. You prayed to all the gods in the sky, then obtained a new white trait. Take a walk after meals. Trait: take a walk after meals. White effect: when you take a walk after eating, your digestive ability will receive a slight boost. Tang Xun: alright, I'll bear with it. Better digestion, healthier body, no problem. Age 21, you drew the white trait, little farming expert. Trait: little farming expert. White effect: you have just a tiny bit of talent in growing ordinary crops. Tang Xun was numb. I'm in an immortal cultivation sect, bro. Farming. Am I growing spirit rice or immortal herbs? Oh, ordinary crops. Then never mind. You looked at this new trait, and a flash of inspiration struck. You proactively applied to the steward, requesting a transfer to the herb garden responsible for tending the unranked medicinal herbs and the vegetable garden that supplied the elders. You replaced slippery feet with little farming expert. Currently equipped traits: life simulator rainbow, full of energy, white, little farming expert. White: you discovered that after equipping this trait, the vegetables you grew seemed genuinely greener, larger, and more delicious than others. Age 25, you became the top hand of Qing Yun Sect's outer sect vegetable garden. Your Tang family spinach, tender and juicy, once became the most popular dish in the outer sect cafeteria. Outer sect disciples were even willing to pay privately to buy from you. You relied on selling vegetables to save up a small fortune. You drew the white trait, love sleeping in. Tang Xun: thank you very much. How thoughtful. Age 30, you are already a 30-year-old old man. Among servant disciples whose average age doesn't exceed 20, you are an oddity. You relied on the money saved from selling vegetables to occasionally exchange for some healing ointments and meat jerky to improve your meals. Days passed comfortably. This year you drew the white trait, the angler never comes home empty. Trait: the angler never comes home empty. White effect: as long as you go fishing, you will absolutely never fail to catch at least one thing. As for what you catch, that's not guaranteed. Tang Xun had become completely zen. Alright, fishing, cultivating the mind and body, not bad. You replaced little farming expert with the angler never comes home empty and became obsessed with fishing in the stream behind the mountain. You discovered this trait was truly awesome. First day you pulled up a palm-sized crab. Second day you pulled up someone else's straw sandal. Third day you dragged a waterlogged white human thigh bone from the water. You were so frightened you replaced the angler never comes home empty that very night and swore never to touch a fishing rod again. You felt this cultivation world was far too dangerous. Farming still suits me best. Watching the simulated self and that string of absurd operations, the real Tang Xun laughed until his stomach hurt. This simulator, how does it feel? A bit improper. However, as he laughed, a touch of emotion welled up. Over a decade gone in the blink of an eye. The simulated self from a passionate youth became a middle-aged uncle who only wanted to peacefully farm vegetables. Over these years he drew over a dozen white traits, each one a masterpiece of absurdity. Square dance master, always takes back chess moves, loves bragging, while drinking, snores like thunder. Tang Xun looked at that long list of unequipped traits and felt he wasn't cultivating immortality, but playing some bizarre life game. Age 35, you saw an unexpected person in the vegetable garden, Su Qing'an. She seemed to have come to the herb garden to retrieve a spiritual herb passing by your vegetable plot. At that time you were wearing clothes covered in patches, covered in mud, humming a tuneless tune, while watering a row of Chinese cabbages. Just like 17 years ago, you raised your head, and your gaze met hers directly. This time her gaze lingered on you for more than 1 second. Her gaze carried a hint of confusion. You looked at Su Qing'an, grinned broadly, revealing a set of teeth that were remarkably white due to a lifetime of vegetable consumption. Enthusiastically you raised the freshly picked cabbage in your hand and called out to her, "Senior sister, would you like a cabbage?" Freshly picked, still crisp. In reality, Tang Xun saw this scene and immediately slapped his thigh. What a guy. I have to say, what a guy. This is what a true jester should be like. Thinking back at 18, he had been ignored by Su Qing'an. And now, The 35-year-old himself, having been an old farmer for over a decade in the simulated life, had undergone a tremendous transformation in mindset. What goddess? What genius? In the eyes of this vegetable farmer, she was merely a potential customer who might need to buy a cabbage. Su Qinghan was stunned. She clearly had not expected that this ordinary, even somewhat disheveled middle-aged handyman would greet her in such a manner. The several attendant disciples beside her instantly bristled. How dare you? What do you think you are to show such disrespect to senior sister Su? A young man who appeared to be an inner sect disciple barked sternly, his sword half drawn from its sheath, spiritual energy roiling, clearly enraged. In his eyes, Tang Xun's behavior was nothing short of profanation towards Su Qinghan. A lowly handyman dared to use a soil-stained cabbage to hit on the unattainable fairy in their hearts. You, however, seemed oblivious to the killing intent, still holding up the cabbage, your smile simple and genuine. Don't be angry, senior brother. I see this senior sister exudes an ethereal aura as if she doesn't partake in worldly fare. But cultivation also requires a balance of work and rest. My cabbage is crisp and refreshing, hydrating, and excellent for the skin. As you spoke, you wiped a smudge of dirt off the cabbage with your sleeve, striking a pose as if it were a treasure. The air around seemed to freeze. Those attendant disciples were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a reckless handyman. Su Qinghan's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. She had already reached foundation establishment and was an inner sect disciple. Returning to the outer sect only to settle old matters, she had not interacted with the lowest rung like handymen for many years. In her memory, every handyman who saw her would tremble with fear, bow their heads, and not even dare to breathe loudly. Someone like the one before her, grinning cheekily, daring to speak to her first, and even peddling cabbages. He was absolutely the first. She looked at your weather-beaten, yet oddly serene face, at the enormous verdant cabbage in your hand, and for a moment, she did not know how to respond. Should she rebuke him, or simply ignore him and walk away? Given her usual temperament, she would choose the latter. But today, by some inexplicable impulse, she spoke. No need. Her voice was still so cold, like the snow atop a mountain peak, devoid of any emotion. After saying that, she no longer looked at you and turned to leave. Those attendant disciples glared at you fiercely before quickly following. You got lucky this time. Next time we'll make you pay. You watched their retreating figures, shrugged, and placed the cabbage back into the basket, muttering under your breath, "Tisk, no taste. This cabbage of mine is enhanced by the farming expert trait. Ordinary people can't have it even if they want to." You completely disregarded the brief encounter and continued humming a tune as you watered your precious vegetable patch. But what you did not know was that Su Qinghan, who had walked far away, paused for a moment. She turned back to glance at the silhouette that seemed so insignificant yet self-content in the sunset. Why is this person different from others? The 5 years from 35 to 40 passed uneventfully for you. Your vegetables grew better and better, to the point that even some outer sect stewards would send people to buy your produce. You became a minor celebrity in the handyman's quarters, cabbage lunatic Tang Xun. With the money from selling vegetables, you renovated your hut and bought yourself a comfortable bed. Your little life was becoming increasingly promising. Each year's trait draw remained a sea of white. At 36, loves to hum while walking. At 37, can climb 5 floors without effort. At 38, storyteller beginner. At 39, affable and approachable. On your 40th birthday, you fried a couple of dishes for yourself, warmed a jug of cheap rice wine, and prepared to welcome the 22nd trait of your simulated life. Come on, system, let the storm rage harder, you shouted at the void, emboldened by a sip of wine. The roulette wheel appeared before you, spinning wildly. You had long given up hope. Yet just as the pointer was about to cross the white area, it jerked violently. A flash of green light shot across the wheel. Your wine cup clattered to the floor. Your eyes bulged like copper bells fixed on the slowing pointer. Charge. Go for it, damn it. In reality, Tang Xun also held his breath. Was it coming? Was it finally coming? 22 years. 22 years in the simulated life, 22 draws all white. Had his luck finally turned? Under your gaze, the pointer, carrying all your hopes, wobbled and landed precisely on the green area, representing rare. Buzz. A jade green light burst from the wheel. Congratulations. You have obtained a rare trait. Swift as the wind. Trait swift as the wind green. Affect your legs become far stronger than an ordinary person's, greatly increasing your running and walking speed. 3,000 li a day is no longer a dream. You stared at this green trait silent. After a long while, you suddenly slapped your thigh and howled at the sky. Ha! Green. It's green. You laughed until tears streamed down your face. 22 years. Do you know what I've been through in these 22 years? You unhesitatingly opened the trait panel. Your currently equipped traits were Life Simulator Rainbow, Energetic White, Farming Expert White. You decided to replace Farming Expert with Swift as the wind. Vegetables can wait. I'm going to start training my body. Trait replacement successful. Currently equipped traits: 33 Life Simulator Rainbow, Energetic White, Swift as the wind green. The moment the traits were equipped, you felt a surge of heat flow from your dantian to your legs. Your knees stiff from years of labor emitted cracking sounds, and an unprecedented lightness spread through your entire body. You tentatively took 2 steps, then started jogging. Holy crap. You discovered that with just a light push you shot out several meters, nearly crashing into the wall. This was no mere swift as the wind. It was a budget version of the light-footed step. Ecstatic, you ran out of the hut that very night and sprinted along the empty paths of the outer sect. The wind whistled past your ears, the scenery blurred backward, and you felt like a gust of wind. You ran up the back mountain. A path that used to take an hour now took less than a quarter of an hour. You stood atop the peak facing the howling mountain wind, overlooking the scattered lights below, and a surge of heroic pride welled up in your chest. Soon, very soon, as long as I live long enough and draw enough, one day, I'll poke a hole through this sky. From that day on, your life plan changed. By day, you were still the diligent vegetable farmer Tang Xun. At night, you transformed into a night runner who tirelessly circled the outer sect of Qingyun sect. You began to consciously train your physique, laying a solid foundation for the eventual path of cultivation. The decade from 40 to 50 was the second peak of your physical fitness. Your annual draws were still white, but you no longer cared. A single green trait had given you boundless confidence and hope. At 45, during a night run, you encountered Su Qinghan once again. She seemed to be practicing with her sword on the moon-watching platform at the summit. Under the moonlight, her white robes and the snow-like sword light made her look like a celestial maiden who might ascend with the wind at any moment. You were running too fast and couldn't stop in time, so you whooshed right past her. The gust of wind you stirred up tousled her hair. You only stopped after running a great distance, turned back, and waved at her awkwardly, seeing your sister. What a refined mood. Then, fearing she might cause trouble, you vanished into the distance in a flash. Under the moonlight, Su Qinghan sheathed her sword and stood still, staring at the direction you had disappeared, once again falling into silence. This handyman runs awfully fast. You ran like the wind, but your mind was a storm of frantic complaints. Holy crap, that scared me. Who the hell does cosplay on a mountaintop in the dead of night, playing the aloof fairy? It nearly threw my old back out. Is there something wrong with this woman? Why do I keep running into her? Could it be that my damn irrepressible charm is so potent, even a foundation establishment expert can't resist it? From his omniscient perspective, Tang Xun watched the simulations himself, a face twisted with lingering fear mixed with smug satisfaction, and couldn't help but chuckle. This was the simulated life he wanted to see. Tense and thrilling with a dash of mischievous lowbrow humor. Su Qinghan stood still, staring at your vanishing silhouette, the confusion in her eyes deepening. A menial servant, immortal in his 40s, whose chi and blood should theoretically be starting to decline. How could he possess such speed? She was certain that in that instant she had sensed no spiritual energy fluctuation from you. Pure physical strength. This was not normal. In all her years she had seen countless mortals, but never one like you. The first time you met, you tried to sell her cabbages. The second time you swept past her like a gust of wind. You, this menial servant named Tang Xun, had successfully piqued her interest. But it was only curiosity. She was the exalted prodigy of the inner sect, a future Golden Core elder, while you were merely a mortal with a lifespan of barely 100 years. Your life trajectories were destined never to cross again. She quickly dismissed this trivial episode and continued her cultivation. And you, after confirming that Su Qinghan hadn't followed, slowed your pace and resumed your nightly jogging routine. Your life entered a new phase, tending vegetables by day, running laps by night, drawing cards every year, and loving every moment of it. At 50, you were undeniably an old man. In the servants' quarters, not a single person older than you remained. The new young servants respectfully addressed you as Old Man Tang. With the blessings of energetic and swift as the wind, your body was still robust. You could run with a vigor that left a group of 20-year-olds panting in your dust. That year you drew a white card that made you laugh and cry in equal measure. Jinx tongue. Card, jinx tongue white. Affect the unfortunate things you occasionally say have a certain probability of coming true. The greater the disparity in strength, the lower the probability. You stared at this card, lost in thought. This thing might be kind of interesting. You decided to test it on someone. The first person who came to mind was Wang Hao. Yes, the same Wang Hao who had once bullied you like a dog. He still hadn't died. Over 30 years had passed, and he was still stuck at Qi refining layer 3, without even touching the threshold of the mid-stage. With his poor talent and no backing, he had become a lackey for an outer sect steward, his status even lower than before. He could only throw his weight around in front of the menial servants. You found an opportunity to casually greet him as he passed your vegetable patch. Hey, senior brother Wang, beautiful weather today. Where are you headed? Best be careful. Don't trip on nothing and knock out your front teeth. You said with a chuckle, your face brimming with benevolent concern. Wang Hao, now too lazy to bother with a cabbage lunatic, like you, shot you a disdainful glare, spat, and cursed, mind your own damn business, you old fossil. With that he swaggered off. You watched his back, silently praying, work, just once, just once. Then right before everyone's eyes, the perfectly walking Wang Hao somehow tripped over his own feet, and with a loud thud he fell flat on his face. When he scrambled up, grimacing in pain, his mouth was full of blood, and his two front teeth were gone. The surrounding silence was shattered by a roar of laughter. Wang Hao covered his mouth, his face a mask of shame and fury. He turned back and glared at you with murderous intent. But you merely spread your hands with an innocent expression, feigning surprise, as if to say, "See, I warned you, didn't I?" In reality, Tang Xun was rolling on the bed with laughter. Ha ha ha. Nice one. This jinxed tongue card was practically tailor-made for a joker like him. Even though it was only white and had a tiny probability when used at the right moment, its nuisance value was absolutely top tier. Wang Hao stormed over to pick a fight, but you were ready. With swift as the wind, equipped a mere chi refining layer 3 cultivator like him couldn't catch you in a chase. As you ran, you even turned back to care about him. "Senior brother, take it easy. You just took a fall. Don't break your leg next." The moment the words left your mouth, the enraged Wang Hao slipped again, stumbled, and though he didn't fall, he twisted his ankle badly, howling in pain. This time he dared not give chase. He watched your dust-fading silhouette, and for the first time fear crept into his eyes. This old bastard. He's cursed. He knows black magic. From that day on, Wang Hao would take a detour whenever he saw you, never daring to act arrogant again. You had successfully resolved a historical grievance that had lasted over 30 years, and your spirits soared. You decided to temporarily keep the jinxed tongue card for future needs. But you didn't dare equip it lightly, afraid you might accidentally curse yourself. The decade from 50 to 60 was the most peaceful you had ever known. You became the true, uncrowned emperor of the servants' quarters. No one dared to provoke you, everyone treated you with respect. Your vegetable patch grew larger, and your nightly jogging never ceased. Thanks to the 2 cards, your body remained as tough as a man in his prime. The annual card draw still yielded nothing but white. At 51, insomnia. You silently grumbled that this was the opposite of the good sleep quality you had drawn in reality. At 52, poor sense of direction. At 53, unbridled boasting. At 59, age spots. Tang Xun stared at this string of cards, utterly defeated. Was this system out to get him? Why did everything he drew turn out to be a senior citizen's exclusive package? You looked at your reflection in the mirror, a face crisscrossed with wrinkles and dotted with spots, a head of graying hair, and couldn't help but sigh with 1,000 emotions. In the simulated life, you were nearly 60. You had witnessed the growth of several generations of Qingyun sect disciples, seen once promising geniuses sink into mediocrity, and watched obscure disciples soar to the sky. Wang Hao, after a mission failure, had his legs broken, becoming a complete cripple, and was driven down the mountain. The followers who once trailed behind Su Qinghan. Some had succeeded in foundation establishment and become inner sect disciples, while others like you had let the years pass by, eventually fading into obscurity. As for Su Qinghan, she was already a legend. It was said she had formed her golden core and become one of the youngest elders in Qingyun sect, spending most of her time in seclusion, rarely appearing in public. In the entire Qingyun sect, it seemed only you remained as the servant toiling in the vegetable patch. You were like a living fossil, bearing witness to the passage of time. But your heart had never grown old, because you knew that everything you were doing was amassing strength for a great goal. You had already accumulated over 40 white cards and 1 green card. Your body had been honed to the peak of mortal limits. You were waiting for an opportunity that would truly allow you to step onto the path of immortality. On your 60th birthday, you neither drank alcohol nor cooked any dishes. You bathed, changed clothes, and sat cross-legged on your bed, your mind as calm as still water. You sensed it. Today would be different. You summoned the wheel and began your 42nd card draw. In reality, Tang Xun also sat up straight, his expression more serious than ever. Here it comes. The wheel spun, wildly flashing with all colors of light. Your heartbeat quickened with every tick of the pointer. White, still a vast expanse of white. The pointer gradually slowed down. Just as it was about to stop in the white zone, it trembled violently, once more, just like last time, and stubbornly, tenaciously surged into the green zone. Another green card. Your breath caught in your throat. You stared fixedly at the words about to appear, your heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of your throat. Could it be? It must be. In the emerald green radiance, a line of large characters slowly took shape. Congratulations, you have obtained the rare card, 5 Elements Spiritual Root. Term: 5 Elements Spiritual Root Green. Effect: you have acquired the spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Though hailed as the #1 waste spiritual root throughout the ages, the speed of sensing spiritual energy is as slow as a turtle crawling. But congratulations, you can now cultivate immortality. You stared at this line on the panel, frozen for 3 seconds. Then an indescribable ecstasy like a volcanic eruption burst forth from the depths of your heart. Ha ha ha. You could no longer suppress your emotions and burst into loud laughter. The laughter echoed in the small woodshed, filled with the bitterness, anticipation, and the relief of finally having a wish fulfilled after more than 40 years of repression. As you laughed, 2 streams of murky tears trickled down the corners of your eyes. 60 years. Do you know what I have been through these 60 years? From 18 to 60, from a passionate youth to a white-haired old man, you have been waiting for this day. So what if it's a waste spiritual root? So what if it's as slow as a turtle? I can cultivate immortality now. In reality, Tang Xun was deeply moved by this emotion, and his eyes reddened slightly. Though it was only a simulation, he could fully empathize with his feelings at that moment. It was the excitement of seeing a glimmer of dawn after trudging through endless darkness for half a century. This was not just a term, it was a ticket to a brand new world. You laughed for a long time before slowly calming down. You could not wait to open the term panel ready to make a replacement. Currently equipped terms: 33 Life Simulator, colorful, energetic, white, swift as the wind, green. Life Simulator is fundamental and cannot be touched. Energetic and swift as the wind were your guarantees for survival and exercise in the mortal stage. But now you had a more important goal. You were already 60 years old and your bodily functions were irreversibly declining. The effect of energetic had greatly diminished. Without hesitation, you replaced energetic white with 5 elements spiritual root, green. Term replacement successful. Currently equipped terms: 33 Life Simulator, colorful, swift as the wind, green, 5 elements spiritual root, green. The moment the term was equipped, you felt a mysterious change taking place in your body. It was as if a long sealed door was slowly being pushed open within you. You closed your eyes, concentrated your mind, and followed the most rudimentary sensing method you had heard from an old handyman years ago, trying to perceive the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In the past, your world was a dead silence. But now you saw it. You saw countless colorful specks floating in the air like fireflies. Golden sharp, cyan gentle, blue lively, red scorching, yellow heavy. They were everywhere, yet separated from you by a thick pane of glass. You could see them, but could not touch them. Is this spiritual energy? You reached out your hand as if to grasp those specks, but they slipped lightly through your fingers. You tried to attract them, to mobilize them. You felt like a mortal holding a darning needle trying to stir the ocean. Extremely strenuous, extremely difficult. You struggled for a full 2 hours, sweating profusely, dizzy and exhausted, only managing to make the nearest blue speck tremble slightly. Damn, this is too pathetic, right? You plopped down on the bed, panting heavily. The #1 waste spiritual root of all ages truly lived up to its reputation. This sensing speed, let alone a turtle's crawl. Even a turtle would have to offer you a cigarette and say, "Bro, take a break, let me crawl first." If it were anyone else waiting bitterly for over 40 years only to get such a result, they would have long lost their mind. But not you. Instead of collapsing, you rubbed your hands excitedly. As long as it moves, there's hope. To you, going from 0 to 1 was a qualitative leap. As for the speed from 1 to 100, fast or slow, that was secondary. If I live long enough, if 10,000 years won't work, then 100,000 years. Dripping water wears through stone, and iron pestle can be ground into a needle. I'll grind it into the chi refining stage. A blazing fire ignited in your heart. But having a spiritual root alone was not enough. You also needed a cultivation method. As a menial disciple, the only method you could access was the most common one in Qingyun sect, known as the Cultivator's Beginner's Quick Guide, the Qi Guidance Art. This method was public. Any menial could copy it for free from the sect's library. Its only advantage: it was gentle and would not cause chi deviation. Its disadvantages were too numerous to list: low efficiency, complicated circulation routes, and high requirements for spiritual root aptitude. It was said that even a genius with a heavenly spiritual root would take at least a month to draw chi into the body using this method. As for ordinary 3-root or 4-root disciples, forget about it without a year or two. And you, a waste spiritual root with all 5 elements. The Qi Guidance Art plus a waste spiritual root. This combination was stacked with debuffs. The next day, this 60-year-old old man cheerfully trotted to the menial compound's library. The librarian was an even older cultivator than you at the second layer of Qi refining. He was a contemporary of yours, having barely managed to draw Qi through a stroke of luck, but that was it. He was stuck at the second layer for life, only good for guarding the door and waiting for death. Seeing you come, he didn't even lift an eyelid. Tang Xun, you old fossil, why aren't you in your vegetable patch? What are you doing here? There's no vegetables for you to plant here. Senior brother Zhang, I've come to copy the Qi Guidance Art, you said with a smile. The old librarian Zhang suddenly raised his head, his murky eyes wide with shock. What did you say? The Qi Guidance Art? Have you lost your mind? He looked you up and down as if you were a monster. At your age, what pipe dream are you chasing? Why not just tend your vegetables and enjoy your old age? Immortal cultivation. Don't be ridiculous. His words were filled with the advice of someone who had been through it, and a hint of barely concealed jealousy. He himself was a failure on the path of cultivation, and he couldn't stand seeing others, especially a mortal, even worse off than him, still harboring hope. Let me try. A person has to have a dream, right? You still wore that cheerful expression as if you hadn't noticed the mockery in his words. Dream. If your dream is to die faster. Zhang snapped, pulling a dusty booklet from the shelf and throwing it in front of you. Copy it, and get this idea out of your head. You weren't angry, you picked up the booklet, found a corner, and began copying diligently. You copied with extreme care, comparing every character, afraid of making any mistake. It took you an entire day to finish copying that thin chi guidance art. When you left with the copy, Zhang washed your back, shook his head, and sighed. Another madman. From that day on, your life became even more regular. During the day, you still worked in the vegetable patch. Growing vegetables was your source of income and your camouflage in this cruel world. At night, you no longer went out to run. Instead, you devoted all your time and energy to cultivation. You sat cross-legged on the bed, following the method recorded in the chi guidance art, trying again and again to draw those visible but untouchable specks of light into your body. Day 1 failure. Day 2 failure. First month failure. First year failure. It was as if you were back to that first night of sensing spiritual energy. No matter how hard you tried, those spiritual light specks just wouldn't respond, at most giving you a slight tremor when your mental energy was nearly exhausted. This feeling was enough to break anyone with a strong will. But you didn't break, because you could still draw a card once a year. At 61, you drew a white term, optimism. You looked at the term and smiled. System, you really understand me. At 62, you drew a white term, perseverance. You nodded, feeling that this term came just in time. At 70, you had been cultivating for a full 10 years. In 10 years, you had not guided a single strand of spiritual energy into your body. Your body had aged terribly. Your face was covered in wrinkles like carved lines, and several teeth had fallen out. If it weren't for swift as the wind still supporting you, you might have trouble even getting out of bed. In the menial compound, everyone knew that the vegetable madman named Tang Xun had truly gone mad in his old age. He locked himself in his room every night, doing who knows what, making himself look like a ghost. You became the laughingstock and the cautionary tale for everyone. See, that's what happens when you refuse to accept your fate. Facing all this, you turned a deaf ear. Your eyes remained bright. Because you knew you were accumulating and waiting. You were waiting for the next term that could change your fate. You firmly believed it would come. At 79, you drew a white term, good memory. On your 80th birthday, you felt that your end might really be near. Your body was completely drained. Even breathing became difficult. You lay in bed without the strength to sit up. You performed the 60-second card draw in your simulated life. You no longer had the strength to hope. You just numbly watched the wheel spin. Yet just as you were about to close your eyes, a dazzling green light suddenly illuminated your eyes. Green light again. Your clouded eyes, dulled by age, suddenly blazed with astonishing brilliance. You struggled, summoning the last shred of your strength to prop yourself up from the bed, staring fixedly at that emerald green radiance. 20 years. A full 20 years have passed since the last green attribute appeared. During these 2 decades, you withered from a vigorous elder into a man on his deathbed. Every day you battled against despair. Every day you raced against time. Your only hope was this annual draw. Now hope has finally descended again. Watching those green characters slowly materialize, you forgot to breathe. What could it be? Would it be longevity, granting you additional years? Or rejuvenation, restoring your youth? As long as it lets me live a few more years, as long as it allows me to continue cultivating, anything will do. Finally, the text fully appeared. Congratulations. You have obtained a rare attribute. Effort always yields results. Attribute: effort always yields results. Green. Effect: every effort you make, no matter how minuscule, will inevitably produce cumulative results and never be in vain. Heaven rewards the diligent. This describes you perfectly. You stared at the attribute description, initially stunned. Then a wave of ecstasy 100 times stronger than when you received your spiritual root at 60 surged through you in an instant. Your withered chest heaved violently, producing wheezing laughter like a decrepit bellows being pumped. Ha! Ha ha ha! Heaven does not forsake me. Heaven does not forsake me. You laughed until tears and snot streamed down your face, appearing utterly mad. If the 5 elements spiritual root was the key that took you from 0 to 1, then effort always yields results is the perpetual motion machine that takes you from 1 to infinity. Poor spiritual root, slow cultivation. It doesn't matter. As long as you put in the effort, there will be results. Even if those results are infinitesimal, they won't disappear. They accumulate bit by bit. This is simply a divine grade attribute custom-made for a despised protagonist story. Your hands trembling, you opened the attribute panel. Currently equipped attributes: 33 life, simulator rainbow, 5 elements, spiritual root green, swift steps green. What you lacked most wasn't speed, but the efficiency that would allow you to continue cultivating. Without hesitation, you replaced swift steps with effort always yields results. Attribute swap successful. Currently equipped attributes: 33 life, simulator rainbow, 5 elements, spiritual root green, effort always yields results green. The moment the attribute was equipped, you felt your very soul seemingly transcend. A wondrous sense of certainty flooded your heart. You could clearly sense that every bit of effort you made from this point forward would bear fruit at some moment in the future. You didn't waste a single moment. Sitting cross-legged once more, enduring the severe pain and weakness coursing through your body, you once again began circulating the Qi attraction manual, a technique you had practiced for 20 years with zero progress. You calmed your mind and began sensing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. It was still just as difficult. Those spiritual energy particles remained as aloof as ever. Exerting yourself to the absolute limit, after half a hushur you finally managed to draw a strand of blue water attribute spiritual energy, thinner than a single hair, tremblingly toward you from the outside world. In the past, when your spiritual consciousness exhausted, this strand of spiritual energy would instantly dissipate and return to heaven and earth. All your 20 years of effort had been completely futile. But this time it was different. You clearly saw that in the moment you were about to collapse from exhaustion, that faint strand of water attribute spiritual energy did not dissipate. It seemed held fast by an invisible force stubbornly remaining on the surface of your body. Though it hadn't entered your meridians, it stayed. It works. It really works. Overcome with wild joy, you disregarded rest and immediately circulated the cultivation method again. The second time you drew in another strand of equally fine spiritual energy. Those two strands of spiritual energy seemed to find each other like companions, converging together to form a single hair strand that was just slightly thicker. Third time, fourth time, fifth time. You tirelessly repeated this tedious process over and over again. With every effort, you could clearly feel the accumulation of results. Those spiritual energies you had attracted grew from a single strand to a wisp, then to a small cluster. Like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, they gathered more and more around your body. You felt like a foolish bird building its nest, one that can only carry a tiny twig each time. But as long as you persist, one day you will build a home that shelters against wind and rain. Time flew by rapidly in these endless repetitions. Age 81, you could now gather a fist-sized sphere of 5-colored spiritual energy around your body. They still couldn't enter your body, but you had already established a faint connection with them. Age 82, you finally succeeded in drawing the first wisp of spiritual energy into your internal meridians. When that wisp entered your parched and withered meridians, the pain was so intense you nearly fainted. It felt like forcing a heavy truck onto a narrow mountain path. But you endured it. When that wisp completed a small cycle within your body and finally dissipated, you felt your physique seemed to improve by an imperceptible margin. This was a milestone-level breakthrough. From that day onward, your cultivation entered the internal circulation stage. Age 83, the spiritual energy you could guide into your body daily increased from 1 wisp to 3. Age 85, you could simultaneously guide 10 wisps of spiritual energy into your body. Your withered meridians, nourished by the spiritual energy, began to revive. Your physical condition stopped deteriorating. You hadn't gone to the vegetable garden in a long time. You spent all your savings entrusting a familiar young handyman to deliver fasting pills and clean water at regular intervals. You completely locked yourself in this small woodshed, engaging in a race against the Grim Reaper. Age 88, the spiritual energy in your body had accumulated from scattered streams into a slender river. They surged endlessly within your meridians. Every breath you took stirring tidal waves of spiritual energy. Your appearance also underwent astonishing changes. Though your hair remained white as snow, many wrinkles on your face had smoothed out, your skin regained its luster, and even lost teeth had regrown. You transformed from a dying octogenarian into a vigorous old man who appeared to be only in his 60s. You had reversed the aging process. The young handyman who delivered your meals reacted as though he had seen a ghost every time he saw you. Rumors about old man Tang cultivating to immortality in the woodshed spread like wildfire among the servants. But no one dared to disturb you anymore. Everyone believed that this old monster who had lived a full lifespan must harbor some great secret, and no one wanted to court bad luck. On the day of your 90th birthday, you had been cultivating for a full 30 years, 10 of them highly efficient. The spiritual energy in your body had accumulated to a critical threshold. You felt your dantian like a warehouse packed with gunpowder, needing only a tiny spark to trigger an earth-shattering explosion. You knew the breakthrough was imminent. Taking a deep breath, you mobilized all the spiritual energy in your body, and following the method recorded in the Qi Attraction Manual, launched a final assault against that invisible barrier. Break through for me. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted outward from your body in all directions. Your already dilapidated woodshed instantly shattered under this shockwave. The thatched roof was blown away, and the wooden walls splintered and cracked. You sat cross-legged amidst the ruins, your body radiating spiritual light as an aura far surpassing that of ordinary humans shot skyward. On your cultivation panel, the character representing none finally changed. Cultivation level Qi condensation, first layer. At 90 years old, you had finally stepped into the Qi condensation stage. In reality, Tang Xun, witnessing this scene, jumped up from his bed in excitement. It worked. I finally made it. How incredibly difficult this had been. The simulated Tang Xun had been laying plans since he was 18, enduring humiliation and carrying heavy burdens, merely surviving in this world. Receiving his spiritual root at 60, obtaining the cultivation method at 80, and finally entering the Tao at 90. Every step along the way was filled with hardship and heartbreak. This was true cultivation. This was far more realistic and far more satisfying than those novels where the protagonist starts with divine artifacts and meets noble patrons right after stepping outside. Because every single achievement was exchanged through 72 years of endurance and hard work. You felt the surging divine power within your body, an unprecedented sense of strength flooding through every limb and organ. You slowly opened your eyes, a sharp gleam flashing across your gaze. You stood up, feeling your body lighter and more powerful than ever before. Though your appearance remained that of an old man, your level of existence had undergone an essential leap. And more importantly, you opened the attribute panel. You gazed at the 6 trait slots on the panel, feeling immensely pleased. It was like playing a game. Before, you were a pauper with only 3 pieces of novice cloth armor on your body. Now that you've leveled up, you've instantly swapped your bird gun for a cannon, unlocking a full set of divine equipment slots. Although you don't have any divine gear yet, the future is promising. You began to take stock of the assets you had accumulated over these 70+ years. The list of unequipped traits stretched endlessly. Hefty appetite, white love for spinach, white empty head, white old but strong, white walk after meals, white farming expert, white love sleeping in, white fisherman, never goes empty-handed, white square dancing proficiency, white must regret moves in chess, white boastful drinker, white snoring like thunder, white jinx, white insomnia, white poor sense of direction, white bragging tax-free, white age spots, white optimism, white perseverance, white good memory, white. In total 64 traits. 2 green, 62 white. It could be called a museum of white trash traits. You looked at these old friends that had accompanied you for most of your life and couldn't help but feel a myriad of emotions. Although most of them were useless and some were even bizarre, it was precisely these small, thank you for your patronage moments that gave you a glimmer of hope during the long and desperate wait. Now it's time to let some of them play a role. Your 3 currently equipped traits are life simulator, colorful, the core of cores, absolutely cannot be moved. 5 elements, complete waste, green, the foundation of your cultivation, also cannot be moved. Effort will be rewarded, green, the guarantee of your future rapid progress, even less can be moved. These 3 traits occupied 3 slots. You still had 3 empty trait slots. You began to carefully search for useful things in your garbage pile. Soon you found your first target. Photographic memory, green. Oh no, you hadn't drawn this one. You looked more carefully and saw that what you had drawn was a white low-end version. Good memory, white, your memory is somewhat better than the average person. Better than nothing. With the thought, you equipped good memory, white, into the 4th trait slot. Instantly you felt your mind become much clearer. The memories of the past 70+ years, which had become blurry, all became sharp again. Although it didn't reach the insane level of photographic memory, it was definitely sufficient for memorizing cultivation techniques, pill formulas, array diagrams, and the like. Next you looked for a second target. Your gaze fell on that trait that made you both love and hate it. Jinx, white, the bad things you occasionally say have a very small chance of coming true. This thing cannot be equipped, normally too dangerous. But as a hidden card to secretly harm someone at a critical moment, it has a miraculous effect. You decided not to equip it for now, and instead looked for something more practical. Slick feet, white, run a little faster when fleeing. You shook your head. You were now a chi refining cultivator, even if only at the first layer. Your physical fitness had already far surpassed that of mortals. Casually casting a lowest level light body technique would be much faster than slick feet. This trait was already outdated. You continued scrolling down. Energetic, white. This is good. Although you were now a cultivator and your mana could nourish your body, cultivation itself was an extremely mentally draining task. With energetic, you could cultivate for longer periods and be more efficient. Decided the 5th trait is it. You equipped energetic, white. A familiar sense of comfort spread through your body and you felt as if your 90-year-old body had become 10 years younger, full of energy. There was one last trait slot left. You looked at the remaining pile of life-oriented traits and fell into a difficult choice. Should you choose farming expert and switch to being a spiritual farmer in the future? Or choose fisherman, never goes empty-handed, and go to the back mountain to catch some spiritual fish to improve your meals? Or storyteller, beginner, to retire later and make a living by telling stories at the market down the mountain? You pondered for a long time and finally your gaze fell on a trait that seemed the most useless. Amiable, white, your facial features make people think you are kind, not easily arousing others' vigilance and hostility. You touched your weather-beaten old face and grinned. This is it. You are now a 90-year-old first-layer chi refining little cultivator with no talent and no background. In this survival of the fittest cultivation world, you were like a lamb that had just left the beginner village and plunged straight into a max-level map. What you needed most now was not combat power, but the ability to disguise and protect yourself. Amiable, this trait was simply a protective coloring tailor-made for you. You equipped amiable white into the 6th trait slot. You felt your facial muscles relax, and the expression that had become somewhat stern due to years of cultivation instantly softened. The sharp light in your eyes also completely faded, replaced by a kind of gentle and benevolent look that had seen through the world. You walked to the water vat and glanced at your reflection by the moonlight. The old man in the water with white hair and a youthful face had an immortal air and a spring-like smile. Anyone who saw him would only think of an ordinary old man aloof from the world and enjoying his old age, and would never associate him with a cultivator who had just stepped onto the path of immortality. Perfect. You nodded with satisfaction. At this point, your first set of combat trait configuration was officially formed. Life Simulator Colorful Core 5 Elements Spiritual Root Green Foundation Effort will be rewarded Green Engine Good Memory White Auxiliary Learning Energetic White Auxiliary Endurance Amiable White Auxiliary Disguise. This configuration emphasized one word: lay low. Not a single combat trait, all used for development and survival. You were very clear about your current position. Before you truly had the power to protect yourself, you had to be more low-key and inconspicuous than before. The commotion caused by your breakthrough to chi refining was not small. The entire servant yard was alarmed. You heard the sound of hurried footsteps and exclamations outside. Oh my God! Why has Uncle Tang's house collapsed? That spiritual energy fluctuation just now. Was it Uncle Tang? He has drawn chi into his body. Soon a middle-aged cultivator dressed in steward's clothes leading several outer disciples parted the crowd and came to the ruins in front of you. The visitor was the current head steward of the servant yard, surnamed Li, with cultivation at the 3rd layer of chi refining. Seeing you sitting cross-legged in the ruins, safe and sound, and even appearing somewhat immortal, his pupils sharply contracted. He could clearly sense the faint yet extremely pure mana fluctuation on your body. It really was the 1st layer of chi refining, and the foundation seemed unusually solid. Manager Li's heart was in turmoil. A 90-year-old mortal could actually draw chi into his body. This was an unheard of miracle. He suppressed his shock, forced a formulaic smile on his face, and slightly cupped his hands towards you. Tang, Senior, may I ask what happened here? He had originally intended to call you Uncle Tang, but when the words reached his lips, he changed them to Senior. In the cultivation world, mastery is the standard. Although you were old, your cultivation had just begun. But your feat of entering the Tao at 90 was too shocking, making him not dare to underestimate you at all. The term Senior was a basic expression of respect. You slowly opened your eyes, and under the enhancement of the amiable trait, a kind, yet slightly embarrassed smile appeared on your face. Oh, it's Manager Li. I'm so sorry. I'm old and useless. I just had a dream while sleeping, dreaming that I was young and accidentally stretched my body, and that's how this shabby house collapsed. I'm sorry for the laughter, sorry. You spoke lightly, as if destroying a house was as ordinary as breaking a bowl. The people around were dumbfounded. Stretching and collapsing a house. Were you stretching or unleashing a big move in the room? Manager Li's mouth twitched. Of course he didn't believe your nonsense. But looking at your harmless smile, he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He felt that this old man before him exuded an indescribable strangeness. Although he was only at the 1st layer of chi refining, he, a 3rd layer cultivator, felt a hint of pressure. Senior must be joking. Manager Li gave a dry laugh. Have you successfully drawn chi into your body? Hey, what's all this about entering the body or not? You waved your hand wearing an I don't care expression. It's just that I've lived so long and some chi inexplicably appeared in my body, running around on its own, uncontrollable. And that's how this disaster happened. I'm ashamed. Your words, full of humble brag, made Manager Li's eyelids twitch. What do you mean by some chi? What do you mean by running around? That's called mana. It's the thing countless cultivators dream of. How could it sound like appendicitis when you say it? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. In any case, Senior, being able to enter the immortal path at the age of 90 is praiseworthy. In perseverance, truly a model for us. According to the sect rules, any servant disciple who successfully draws chi into the body can automatically be promoted to an outer disciple. I will go and handle the procedures for you. Tomorrow morning you can go to the outer disciple area to receive your new identity token robes and cave dwelling. After saying that he didn't want to stay any longer with this monster, he cupped his hands and hurriedly left with his people. You watched their departing backs, your smile slowly fading, your gaze becoming deep. Outer disciple, huh? A new life was about to begin. And you should also start your true cultivation. You found a secluded corner, sat cross-legged, and began your first cultivation as a cultivator. When the yin shi ju started to circulate, you immediately felt the difference. Under the enhancement of effort will be rewarded, every time you guided spiritual energy you received the most direct feedback. And after you stepped into the 1st layer of chi refining, your affinity with spiritual energy was not just one level higher than when you were immortal. What surprised you even more was that you discovered your 5 element spiritual root was not as waste, as legend said. Because you have all 5 elements, you can simultaneously absorb all attributes of spiritual energy in heaven and earth without needing to bother with discernment and purification like single element or dual element cultivators. Although the speed of absorbing each type of spiritual energy was very slow with 5 pipes, drawing water together, the total amount added up to quite a considerable figure. Most importantly, the 5 elements' spiritual energy formed a perfect cycle within your body, mutually generating and restraining, endless and unceasing. Every bit of mana you refined was unusually solid and pure, far beyond what ordinary cultivators could match. How is this a waste spiritual root? This is simply a divine-level spiritual root tailor-made for effort will be rewarded. You were overjoyed. The drawback of the waste spiritual root is slowness, and effort will be rewarded exactly compensates for this, turning every instance of your slowness into solid accumulation. And the advantage of the waste spiritual root, the 5-element cycle and solid foundation, was infinitely amplified by effort will be rewarded. You felt as if you were driving a tractor, slow to start, but with plenty of horsepower, a stable chassis, and you could even refuel yourself. As long as the road was long enough, reaching the end was only a matter of time. You immersed yourself in the pleasure of this rapid self-perceived growth, and before you knew it, a night had passed. When the first ray of morning light fell on your face, you slowly opened your eyes. A night of cultivation had thickened the spiritual power in your dantian by a trace. You stood up, stretched your body, and a series of crisp, crackling sounds came from your bones, filled with a sense of power. Chi refining first layer. Feels nothing special. You sensed the total amount of your spiritual power and pursed your lips. Although your spiritual power was more condensed and pure than that of cultivators at the same level, the total amount was still too small, probably enough to cast only 3 or 5 of the most basic spells like Fireball or Lightness Art. The revolution is not yet successful. Comrades still need to work hard. You sighed with emotion and began to look around. Your home had turned into a pile of rubble. The only property you had, a few baskets of unsold cabbages, had also been ruined, scattered everywhere by the shockwave. You walked over, picked up a relatively intact cabbage, patted off the dirt, and took a crisp bite. It was refreshing, tasty with a hint of sweetness. The vegetables I grow myself are still the best. Munching on the cabbage, you strolled towards the outer sectafair's office. Along the way, all the menial disciples you encountered stopped far away, bowed to you, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Good morning, Grandpa Tang. Congratulations, Senior Tang, on entering the immortal path. You responded cheerfully, all the way maximizing the effect of the affable trait. Morning, young man. Nice weather today. Congratulations to you too. Everyone must work hard. By the time you reached the affairs office, Steward Lee had already been waiting for a long time. He looked at the half-eaten cabbage in your hand, and the corner of his eye twitched again. This senior truly had a unique style. Senior Tang, your identity procedures have been completed. Steward Lee handed you a set of brand new blue robes and a wooden token carved with your name. This is the attire and identity token of an outer disciple. Your grotto is arranged at Dingxi, district number 9527. The spiritual energy there is relatively sparse, but it is quiet and fits your preferences. His words were polite, but the meaning was clear. A newcomer who had only reached the first layer of chi refining at the age of 90 shouldn't expect a good location. Thank you for your trouble, Steward Lee. You didn't mind. You took the items, thanked him, and turned to leave. Wait, Senior Tang. Steward Lee called you back. He hesitated for a moment, then took out a small booklet from his storage pouch and handed it to you. This is the Qingyun Sect Outer Disciple Handbook, issued to new outer disciples, containing some sect rules and precautions. Additionally, there is a basic spell explanation for you as well. He normally wouldn't have been so proactive, but for some reason, looking at your amiable face, he felt that forming a good connection with you wouldn't be a bad thing. Oh, there's such a good thing. Your eyes lit up, and you took them without hesitation. The Qi Guidance Art only taught you how to absorb spiritual energy, not how to use it. Now you had a body full of spiritual power, but couldn't even produce a fireball. You were just worrying about where to learn. Thank you, Steward Lee. You are a good person. You patted his shoulder and sincerely praised him. Steward Lee was taken aback by your sudden familiarity, then chuckled dryly. Senior is too kind. It's my duty, my duty. You took the items and left the menial quarters with satisfaction, the place where you had lived for 72 years. You did not look back, because you knew your journey was the sea of stars. Following the map on the token, you quickly found your grotto. It was a cave at the foot of a mountain in the most remote corner, looking like a hastily dug hole. The entrance was overgrown with weeds, not even a proper stone door, only a dilapidated wooden fence. Dingxi, district number 9527. Truly VIP treatment. You grumbled, pushed open the fence, and walked in. The cave was empty, with only a stone bed and a stone table, damp and cold, filled with a musty smell. The so-called spiritual energy was so thin it was negligible, no different from the woodshed you had lived in before. Alright, I don't rely on the environment to cultivate anyway. You were satisfied with this. The more run down the place, the fewer people would come, and the better it was for you to make a fortune quietly. You cleaned up a bit, then eagerly sat cross-legged on the stone bed and opened the basic spell explanation. The book recorded the 5 elemental basic spells: metal edge art for gold, hasten growth art for wood, water condensation art for water, fireball art for fire, and earth wall art for earth. These were all common spells, not very powerful, but practical. With the good memory trait equipped, you remembered most of the energy circulation paths and incantations after just one reading. You decided to start with the coolest one, fireball art. You stretched out your withered fingers, imitated the book's hand seals, muttered incantations, and mobilized the meager spiritual power in your dantian. Lin Bing Doja. No, that's not right. Heaven and earth borrow my power. Doesn't seem right either. You fumbled for a long time, your fingers nearly tying in knots, but not even a spark appeared, let alone a fireball. Strange, where's the problem? You were puzzled. At that moment, the effect of the effort yields results trait began to manifest. Each failed attempt, though not successfully casting the spell, gradually made your control over spiritual power flow more adept at an imperceptible rate. Every wrong hand seal deepened your understanding of the correct gestures. You immersed yourself in the joy of trial and error, trying again and again. Finally, after hundreds of failures, a small orange-red flame burst from your fingertip with a puff. The flame was only the size of a bean, flickering and seemingly about to go out at any moment. But you were overjoyed. Success! You were like a child with a new toy, eagerly continuing to practice. With the first success, the rest came much more smoothly. The flame on your fingertip grew from a bean to a soybean, then to a peanut. Half a day later, you could finally form a fireball the size of a fist. The fireball floated in your palm, radiating scorching heat, illuminating the entire dark cave. You looked at this fireball as if it were your own child, with a face full of affection. Go! With a thought, you hurled the fireball at the stone wall. Boom! The fireball hit the stone wall with a dull thud, exploding into a brilliant shower of sparks, and then nothing. Only a shallow fist-sized black mark remained on the stone wall. Wasn't the power a bit underwhelming? You estimated that if it hit a person, it would probably be like being scalded by boiling water, at most causing a few blisters. It seems the power of a spell is related to both the quality and quantity of spiritual power. Your spiritual power was pure, but the quantity was too small, and you were still unfamiliar with spellcasting. No rush, take it slow. You also practiced the other 4 spells one by one. Water condensation art allowed you to condense a handful of clear water, conveniently solving your drinking water problem. Earth wall art could raise a half-person high wall in front of you which could be kicked down easily, but it should be enough to block a hidden arrow. Metal edge art made your nails as sharp as blades. You tried it and could easily carve words on the stone table, useful for self-defense or trimming nails. The most surprising was hasten growth art. You cast it on a weed at the cave entrance, and it visibly grew taller. Your eyes lit up, and a bold idea surged into your mind. What if I use this spell to accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs? The more you thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. You already had the farming expert trait, though not equipped now in knowledge of planting. If you combined it with hasten growth art, you could become a professional spiritual herb cultivator. This was a golden path to wealth. Just as you were immersed in your future business empire, an untimely voice came from outside your grotto. Hey, newcomer, you there? Come out and pay this month's protection fee. The voice was arrogant and impatient. You raised an eyebrow and walked out. 3 young men wearing outer disciple robes stood outside your grotto. The leader, a shifty-eyed fellow at the second layer of chi refining, looked at you with a hostile expression. Protection fee? What protection fee? You asked amiably, hands in your sleeves. Newcomer, don't know the rules. The shifty-eyed man looked you up and down with contempt. I'm Xiaohu, the boss of Dingxi District. All new disciples must hand over half of their monthly allowance for the first month as protection money to us seniors. Got it, old man? His 2 followers, both at the first layer of chi refining, stood with their arms crossed, smirking at you. On your first day as an outer disciple, trouble had already come knocking. You looked at these 3 young men, none older than 20, swaggering before you, a old monster who had lived over 100 years, and couldn't help but find it amusing. You even felt a hint of nostalgia. This scene was so similar to when Wang Hao had caused trouble for you over 70 years ago. Only back then you were a mortal without any strength. But now, the smile on your face grew even more amiable. Oh, I see. And what if I don't pay? Not paying? Xiaohu, the ringleader, acted as if he had heard the most hilarious joke. He exchanged glances with his 2 lackeys, and they all burst into exaggerated laughter. Ha! Old man, are you still dreaming? Do you even know who you're talking to? Xiaohu stopped laughing, stepped forward, pointed a finger at your nose, and wore a ferocious expression. I'll give you one more chance. Either you obediently hand over 5 low-grade spirit stones, or today, I'll teach you what the rules of the outer sect really mean. He released his chi refining second layer aura, without reservation, bearing down on you. If an ordinary chi refining first layer cultivator were subjected to this pressure, they would likely have their legs turned to jelly and be unable to stand. But you simply stood there, your smile unchanged. Your spiritual power was more than 5 times denser than that of a typical qi refining first-layer cultivator. In terms of foundational solidity, this qi refining second-layer cultivator before you was nothing but a child in comparison. His aura pressure felt like a gentle breeze against your face, completely imperceptible. Huh. Zhao Hu was stunned to find his aura had no effect on you. His shock quickly turned into rage and humiliation. Fine, you old bastard, still pretending to be tough. Looks like I'll have to show you some color before you shed tears of regret. With that, he clenched his fist, and a faint earthy yellow spiritual light flickered across it, clearly channeling his qi. He threw a punch straight at your chest. This punch wasn't meant to kill, but it carried no mercy. He intended to put the newcomer in his place to make him understand who was the boss around here. His 2 lackeys behind him wore smug grins, anticipating the sight of you spitting blood and writhing on the ground. However, what happened next left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Facing this ferocious blow, you neither dodged nor even blinked. Just as Zhao Hu's fist was about to land, you made a move no one expected. You stepped forward and deliberately met his fist with your own chest. Then, as if struck by a speeding truck, you let out a pitiful cry and flew backward in a perfect arc, crashing heavily onto the ground 7 or 8 meters away with a resounding thud. You lay motionless, emitting weak moans, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of your mouth at just the right moment. The entire scene fell into an instant silence. Zhao Hu and his 2 henchmen were completely dumbstruck. Zhao Hu stared blankly at his own fist, then at you lying on the ground, seemingly on the verge of death, his mind a blank. I didn't hit that hard. He knew the force of his own punch. Against the qi refining first-layer cultivator, it would at most knock them back a few steps and leave them with a tight chest. How could it send someone flying so far and make them spit blood? Was this old man made of paper? Hug. What do we do? One of the lackeys asked, his voice trembling. He's not dead, is he? In Qingyun sect, sparring among disciples was common, but if someone died, it was a serious crime. The punishment ranged from cultivation abolished to direct execution. Zhao Hu's face turned pale as death. He had only wanted to collect some protection money, not to bear the guilt of murder. No. Impossible. I didn't strike hard. He hurriedly strode over to you, crouched down, and tried to check your condition. Old senior. Are you all right? You lay on the ground, eyes half closed, breathing faintly, looking as if you could expire at any moment. Mustering all your strength, you raised a trembling hand, pointed at Zhao Hu, and spoke in broken, quivering words. You have such a ruthless heart. I, a 90-year-old man who just stepped onto the path of immortality with a fragile body. You struck me with such venom. I don't want to live anymore. As you spoke, you spat out another mouthful of blood, splattering Zhao Hu's face. Zhao Hu, startled by the warm blood, was terrified out of his wits and fell to the ground with a thud. It's over. This is really bad. Staring at your pitiful state, his mind began to conjure images of being dragged away by the enforcement hall, having his cultivation crippled, and being expelled from the sect. Huji, quickly. Think of something. The other 2 lackeys also grew anxious. Right, pills. Healing pills. Zhao Hu, as if waking from a dream, fumbled in his storage pouch and pulled out a small porcelain bottle. He shook out a pill that exuded a medicinal fragrance and tried to shove it into your mouth. Senior, this is an excellent healing pill, the returning spring pill. Take it. You'll be fine. You weakly shook your head and pushed his hand away. No, I won't take it. This old bones of mine. Your punch has shattered my internal organs, severed my meridians. My immortal path is broken. No pill can save me. I hate it so much. I've struggled for 72 years, finally reaching qi refining at 90. Do you know how hard that was? Whoa. The more you spoke, the more agitated you became, and you actually lay on the ground and wailed like a child. This completely panicked Zhao Hu and his men. Severed meridians. A broken immortal path. That was a crime even worse than murder. Destroying someone's Tao path in the cultivation world was an irreconcilable enmity. Senior, please don't cry. Let's talk it out. Zhao Hu was almost on his knees begging you. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I really didn't mean to hurt you. Yes, Senior Tang. Huji was just joking with you. Please be magnanimous and spare us this time. The 2 lackeys also gathered around, their faces grim, almost hugging your legs and begging for mercy. You stopped crying abruptly, looked at them sideways, and said weakly, spare you. What about my injuries? What about my ruined immortal path? Who will compensate me? Hearing this, Zhao Hu knew there was a chance. He wasn't afraid of you making demands, he was afraid you wanted nothing and would go straight to the enforcement hall. Compensate. We'll compensate. For sure, Zhao Hu said hastily. Gritting his teeth, he took off his own shabby storage pouch and shoved it into your hand. Senior, this is all I have. Inside there are 30 low-grade spirit stones and a few bottles of healing and cultivation pills. Take them all. Just let your anger subside. Seeing this, the other 2 lackeys quickly followed suit, offering their own storage pouches. Senior, mine too. And mine. You held 3 storage pouches in your hand, weighed them, and the grief on your face eased slightly. You coughed twice, slowly got up from the ground, and brushed the dust off your clothes. Your movements showed no sign of being gravely injured with a broken immortal path. You were perfectly fine. Zhao Hu and his men stared at you eyes wide. You're okay? Zhao Hu asked tentatively. Who said I'm okay? You glared, then clutched your chest again, looking as if you might collapse at any moment. I'm seriously hurt. Internal injuries. You mortals can't see it. I feel like all my organs have shifted. Without 100. No 200 spirit stones, I can't be cured. Zhao Hu. If he still didn't realize he was being scammed, then he had wasted his 20+ years of life. This old man was no pushover. He was a cunning con artist. A veteran actor. Most of his injuries were probably faked. Zhao Hu trembled with rage, his face turning pale, and then flushed. He wanted to flare up, snatch back his storage pouch, and give this old fraud a thorough beating. But he dared not. First, he was in the wrong. He had provoked you and struck first. Second, he couldn't fathom your true capabilities. An old man who could withstand his punch and instantly put on such a convincing act of extortion was hardly a simple character. What if this old man really had connections or knew some sinister tricks? If he made an enemy of him today, his days would be miserable from then on. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Hu finally squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Senior. You are masterful. He had conceded defeat. Well said, well said. You cheerfully tucked the 3 storage pouches into your robe, then patted Zhao Hu on the shoulder and said earnestly, Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. From now on, learn to respect the elderly and cherish the young. Understand? Consider today's incident as if it never happened. You may go now. Zhao Hu and his men felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They scrambled away without daring to look back. You watched their retreating pathetic figures, and your smile grew even brighter. You began to tally today's spoils of war. 3 storage pouches containing over 70 low-grade spirit stones in total, along with a messy assortment of pills and talismans. For a newly initiated poor soul like you, this was a veritable fortune. Not bad, not bad. These outer sect senior brothers are truly generous. In high spirits, you hummed a little tune and walked back to your cave dwelling. You decided to make good use of this seed capital to begin your grand plan of cultivating spirit herbs. Your life after stepping into the qi refining stage had finally taken the right path. Little did you know, on a nearby mountain peak, a figure in a moon-white long dress had witnessed the entire scene. Su Qinghan stood beneath a tree, her stunning face showing an expression that was both amused and exasperated. This menial laborer, named Tang Xun, no outer disciple, never failed to bring her unexpected surprises. Su Qinghan had successfully formed her golden core, becoming one of the youngest elders in Xinyan sect. Upon emerging from seclusion, she felt a sudden impulse to revisit the outer sect where she once cultivated. Never did she expect that upon her return she would witness such a magnificent spectacle. A newly admitted disciple, 90 years old and barely at the first layer of qi refining, effortlessly extorted 3 senior disciples of higher cultivation with a textbook demonstration of staged accidents. The entire process was fluid and seamless. His acting, his lines, his expressions, all were refined to perfection, the pinnacle of artifice. Had it not been for her formidable divine sense, which clearly perceived Tang Xun's internal energy as steady and unmarred, she too might have been deceived. This Tang Xun. A faint, uncontrollable smile tugged at the corner of Su Qinghan's lips. She recalled the middle-aged man who had once peddled Chinese cabbages to her in a vegetable patch decades ago. She remembered the night runner who had darted past her like the wind under the moonlight. She had always thought him merely an unusual mortal. Yet she never imagined he would actually embark on the path of immortality at the age of 90. That alone was a miracle. And his very first action upon entering the immortal path, not consolidating his cultivation, not learning spells, but staging an accident to extort others. Su Qinghan, the iceberg elder, felt a crack in her century-old serene state of mind. Shaking her head in disbelief, she turned into a streak of light and vanished from the spot. She decided it would be wiser to keep her distance from this interesting fellow. Meanwhile, you were gleefully counting your spoils in your cave dwelling. 73 low-grade spirit stones, 3 bottles of returned spring pills, 2 bottles of qi condensation powder, and a stack of miscellaneous low-grade talismans. You sorted and stored the items, feeling as if you had struck it rich overnight. With this starting capital, your spirit herb cultivation plan could finally commence. You spent several days using the earth wall technique and metal sharpening technique to thoroughly renovate your cave abode. You erected a high earthen wall around the cave and engraved crude warning runes upon it. Beside the cave, you opened up a small spirit field and used the water condensation technique to channel mountain spring water for irrigation. After completing all this, you pocketed the spirit stones and headed to the outer sect's market, intending to purchase some spirit herb seeds. The outer sect market was small, but had everything one might need. Various wares were on offer. Equipped with the amiable trait, you wandered through the market with the harmless appearance of an old man. Soon you found a stall specializing in seeds and seedlings. The vendor was a sharp-looking young man at the 4th layer of qi refining. Senior, what would you like to buy? My seeds are the most comprehensive in the entire outer sect. The vendor greeted you warmly. Just browsing, you replied with a smile, crouching down to carefully examine the goods. Your goal was clear. With your low cultivation and limited funds, you could neither afford nor nurture high-grade delicate spirit herbs. You sought first-grade spirit herbs that were hardy, had a short growth cycle, and enjoyed market demand. Soon your eyes settled on a type of seed called heart-cleansing grass. Heart-cleansing grass, a first-grade spirit herb, was the main ingredient for refining heart-cleansing pills. These pills helped chi-refining cultivators calm their minds, focus their thoughts, and dispel distractions. One of the most commonly used auxiliary pills for low-level cultivators. This grass had undemanding environmental requirements and could mature in a month, making it perfect for a novice like you. Young man, how much for these heart-cleansing grass seeds? You asked, pointing to a dusty packet of seeds. Excellent, I senior. The vendor gave a thumbs up. Heart-cleansing grass is a staple commodity for chi-refining cultivators. One packet of 10 seeds costs only 1 low-grade spirit stone. You did some mental calculations. 1 spirit stone for 10 seeds. If all germinated in a month, you'd harvest 10 mature heart-cleansing grass plants. A mature plant sold for about 2 spirit stones on the market. Subtracting costs, you'd net 19 spirit stones. The profit was quite considerable. All right, give me 10 packets, you said magnanimously. Coming right up. The vendor beamed and swiftly packed 10 packets for you. You paid 10 spirit stones, took the seeds, and prepared to leave satisfied. Just then a corner of the stall caught your eye, an inconspicuous wooden box. Inside the box lay some black stone-like seeds covered in dust. Young man, what seeds are these? You asked curiously. The vendor glanced over and shrugged. Oh, those. I don't know what they are. I found them in a cave while gathering herbs in the back mountain last time. They look like seeds, but I planted them months ago with no response. They're probably dead. If you like, senior, I'll give you a few for fun. Your hand reached out, picking up a black seed. It was cold to the touch, hard in texture, with strange patterns on its surface. The moment you touched it, the panel of the life simulator in your mind flickered faintly. Your heart stirred. All right, I won't be polite then. You grabbed a handful, about a dozen, and stuffed them into your pocket. Back at your cave, you first carefully planted the heart-cleansing grass seeds in the spirit field you had opened. You equipped the long-dormant farming expert trait and cast the hastening growth spell on the field. Under the dual enhancement of the trait and the spell, you felt the seeds brimming with vitality in the soil. After that, you took out the mysterious black seeds. You planted them in the most inconspicuous corner of the field and cast the hastening growth spell on them as well. But unlike the heart-cleansing grass, these black seeds showed no response. Strange things. You didn't dwell on it. After all, they were freebies. Success or failure was up to fate. The following days were immensely fulfilling. By day, you toiled in the spirit field, weeding, watering, casting the hastening growth spell. By night, you returned to the cave to meditate and consolidate your cultivation. Under the effort pays off trait, your cultivation advanced steadily, albeit at an extremely slow yet unyielding pace. Your spiritual power grew increasingly condensed. Before you knew it, 10 years had passed. In the simulation, you were now 100 years old. At 100 years of age, your cultivation had reached the peak of the first layer of chi refining. Your foundation was laid with unparalleled solidity. The spiritual power in your dantian, after countless refinements, had achieved a purity and density 5 times that of an ordinary first-layer chi refining cultivator. Over these 10 years, you had earned a substantial amount of spirit stones through cultivating heart-cleansing grass. With those stones, you purchased more spirit herb seeds, low-grade formations, and an alchemy furnace, beginning to attempt refining pills yourself. You had become a veritable spirit farmer and alchemy apprentice. You remained low-key, rarely leaving your cave except to go to the market. Many in the outer sect had long forgotten the existence of such an old senior, and the black seeds you had planted in the corner remained utterly still after 10 years. You had almost given up on them. At 110 years old, you felt that your end was truly approaching. Although you had entered the chi refining stage and extended your lifespan, you had started on the immortal path at the advanced age of 90 with a foundation already aged. The additional years granted by chi refining were negligible for you. You felt your life force ebbing away drop by drop. One day, as usual, you toiled in the spirit field. When you performed the hastening growth spell on that corner for the last time out of habit, something extraordinary happened. A black seed suddenly cracked open. A faint, nearly invisible golden light flashed from the crevice. You froze. You walked over, crouched down, and stared at the cracked seed. Had it sprouted? Just as you were in doubt, your life came to an end. Your vision darkened and consciousness began to fade. Before losing awareness completely, you heard the simulator's cold chime. You died. This simulation ends. Simulation duration 92 years. Final evaluation: a mortal who defied fate, entered the Tao at 90, endured a century of solitude, and finally achieved chi refining. Your perseverance is worthy of respect. Commencing reward calculation. Simulation ended. Starting inheritance. Inheriting cultivation, chi refining layer 1 peak. Spiritual power condensation 5-fold. Inheriting techniques, Qi guidance art, basic spell compendium. Inheriting memories, 92 years of life experience and cultivation insights. Inheriting all acquired traits. Inheritance complete. In the real world, within the dilapidated woodshed of Qingyun's sect, Tang Xun's eyes snapped open. Boom. A massive surge of pure and powerful spiritual energy exploded inside his body, instantly washing through his limbs and bones. His weakened body, battered by hunger and beatings, recovered at a visible rate under the nourishment of this power. The swelling on his face faded rapidly, and the pain vanished without a trace. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his heart and mind. He slowly raised his hand and opened his palm. With a thought puff, a fist-sized, dense orange-red fireball materialized in his palm, radiating scorching light that illuminated the entire dark woodshed like daylight. Feeling this undeniably real power, a wild and exhilarated grin spread across Tang Xun's face. Wang Hao, I'm back. Tang Xun stared at the fireball pulsating in his palm, feeling the surging power within his body. The entire experience felt surreal. 92 years. In the simulation, he had lived for 92 years. Those memories, those insights, those lonely and prolonged years of cultivation, all now flooded into his mind. He remembered cultivating vegetables in the field for 70 years. He remembered running countless nights under the moonlight. He remembered repeatedly casting the acceleration art on the spiritual field. He remembered sitting in meditation day after day in the cave. Those memories were too vivid, so vivid that he could barely distinguish which version of himself was real. Huff. Tang Xun took a deep breath and dispersed the fireball in his palm. He closed his eyes and began to assess his current state. Name Tang Xun. Spiritual root, 5 elements, spiritual root green. Cultivation, Qi refining layer 1 peak. Technique, Qi guidance, art perfected. Spells, fireball art proficient, earth wall art proficient, metal sharpness art proficient, water condensation art proficient, acceleration art proficient, light body art beginner. Equipped traits, 66 life, simulator rainbow, 5 elements, spiritual root, green, effort pays off, green, good memory, white, energetic, white, affable, white. Unequipped traits, big appetite, white, love, spinach, white, empty head, white, still vigorous, in old age, white, walk after meals, white, farming prodigy, white, love, sleeping, and white, angler, never returns, empty-handed, white, square, dance mastery, white, always retract a move in chess, white, drinks, and brags, white, snores like thunder, white, jinx, white, insomnia, white, poor sense of direction, white, no taxes on bragging, white, age spots, white, optimistic, whi. This luck was really something. But now he didn't care anymore. Because he already possessed the most important thing, cultivation. Qi refining layer 1 peak with mana density, 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator. What did this mean? It meant that his combat power now was at least equivalent to a cultivator at Qi refining layer 3. Moreover, he had mastered 5 basic spells, each at the proficient level. In a place like the outer sect, the combat power of Qi refining layer 3 was enough to let him walk tall. Tang Xun stood up and stretched his muscles. His joints cracked crisply, and his whole body brimmed with strength. He walked to the broken bronze mirror and looked at himself. It was still the same 18-year-old face, but his eyes were completely different. They held a depth and composure that came from a long, long period of time. The me now and the me an hour ago are 2 different people. Tang Xun muttered to himself. He opened the simulator panel to check the cooldown time for the next simulation. Next simulation cooldown 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Or complete a guidance mission to immediately gain 1 simulation opportunity. Current guidance mission, become an outer sect disciple of Qingyun sect. Tang Xun saw this mission, paused for a moment, and then smiled. Become an outer sect disciple. He recalled that experience from the simulation. Breaking through to Qi refining at 90 years old, and the next day being arranged by Manager Li to become an outer sect disciple. So I just need to induce Qi into my body to complete this mission. Tang Xun rubbed his chin. This mission for him now was practically handed to him on a silver platter. Because he was already at Qi refining layer 1. As long as he revealed his cultivation, he could immediately become an outer sect disciple. But Tang Xun's eyes turned cold. Before becoming an outer sect disciple, he had one more important thing to do. Revenge. That bastard Wang Hao had bullied him for 3 whole years. He remembered the 2 slaps today and the word waste clearly. But before that, Tang Xun looked at his trait list. He could now equip 6 traits. And the development build he had equipped now was clearly not suitable for what he was about to do. He needed to switch to a more aggressive build. Tang Xun began searching through the trait list. Life Simulator Rainbow. Core cannot be replaced. 5 elements, spiritual root green. Foundation cannot be replaced. Effort pays off green. This can be temporarily switched out. Good memory white. No use now switch. Energetic white. Don't need this for fighting switch. Affable white. Even less needed switch. Tang Xun removed all 4 traits except the 2 core ones. Then he began looking for combat-suited traits. Soon his eyes locked onto a few traits. Jinx white. The bad things you occasionally say have a very small chance of coming true. Slick feet, white move a little faster when fleeing. Perseverance, white easier to persist in doing things. Optimistic, white better state of mind, less affected by negative emotions. Tang Xun thought for a moment and made his choices. Third trait slot equipped jinx, white. Although the trigger probability of this trait was very low, it might just catch someone off guard at a critical moment. Fourth trait slot equipped swift steps, green. Even though he now had the light body art, an extra layer of insurance was always good. If he couldn't win, he could still run. Fifth trait slot equipped perseverance, white. This trait seemed useless, but Tang Xun felt that in battle persistence often mattered more than explosive power. Sixth trait slot, he hesitated for a moment, but finally chose energetic, white. Battles consumed a lot of physical energy and mental strength, and this trait would allow him to maintain a longer combat effectiveness. Traits configuration complete. Currently equipped traits: 66 life, simulator rainbow, 5 elements, spiritual root, green jinx, white swift steps, green perseverance, white energetic, white. Tang Xun felt the changes brought by the new traits. His body felt lighter and his mind more refreshed. As for jinx, he decided to test its effect later. Preparations are done. Tang Xun flexed his wrists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Time to settle accounts with that bastard Wang Hao. He pushed open the door of the woodshed and walked out. By now the sky was completely dark and the servant quarters were silent. Most of the servant disciples had already gone to sleep, with only a few rooms still lit. Tang Xun did not hide his footsteps. He walked boldly along the path of the servant quarters. He knew where Wang Hao lived. It was the best room in the servant quarters, near the well and with good lighting. Back then, Wang Hao, relying on his qi refining layer 3 cultivation, had forcibly driven out the original occupant and taken over the room. Tang Xun stopped at the door of that room. From inside came Wang Hao's thunderous snoring. A cold smile curled at the corner of Tang Xun's mouth. He raised his hand and struck the door with a palm. Boom! A solid palm print of mana slammed into the door, and the entire wooden door shattered into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. The snoring abruptly stopped. Who the hell dares? Wang Hao jumped up from the bed, roaring as he rushed to the door. Then he saw Tang Xun standing outside, radiating mana fluctuations. Wang Hao's voice caught in his throat, his eyes bulging like brass bells. Tang Xun, you. He stammered, unable to speak. Tang Xun said nothing, just stared at him quietly. Moonlight bathed Tang Xun, coating him in a silvery glow, and his eyes in the darkness gleamed with a cold light. Wang Hao shivered. He could feel it. The mana fluctuation emanating from this waste who had been bullied by him for 3 years. Qi refining period. And stronger than him. Impossible. How could you? Wang Hao's voice was filled with fear and disbelief. Tang Xun finally spoke, his voice terrifyingly calm. Good evening, Senior Brother Wang. I came to have a chat with you about this month's tribute. Wang Hao's face instantly turned deathly pale. He could clearly sense that the magical power fluctuations emanating from Tang Xun were even more solid than his own at the 3rd layer of qi refining. How could this be? Wasn't this waste without a spiritual root? How did he suddenly become a cultivator? And from the looks of it, his cultivation was even higher. Tang. Junior Brother Tang, let's talk things out. Wang Hao swallowed his saliva, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. He wanted to step back, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move at all. Tang Xun tilted his head, revealing a harmless smile. Talk things out. Fine. Then Senior Brother Wang, tell me, how much tribute should I give you this month? Wang Hao's forehead began to sweat. How could he still dare to ask for tribute? No need, it was my fault before I... Smack. Before he could finish, a loud slap landed on his face. Wang Hao was spun half a circle on the spot, 2 teeth flying from his mouth. No need. That won't do. Tang Xun withdrew his hand and flexed his wrist. Didn't you just say to let me figure out the tribute myself? I thought about it and decided it's better to give it to you in person. Smack. Another slap landed on Wang Hao's other cheek. This time Wang Hao fell to the ground, half his face swollen like a pig's head. These 2 slaps are for what you did this afternoon. Tang Xun crouched down, looking at Wang Hao lying on the ground. Fair, isn't it? Wang Hao covered his face, his eyes full of fear. He wanted to resist, but his cultivation was nothing before Tang Xun. Tang. Junior Brother Tang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Wang Hao began to beg for mercy. He had bullied too many people over the years. If Tang Xun truly wanted revenge, he would be finished today. Wrong. Tang Xun smiled. You know, I was thinking, if I hadn't broken through today, what would you have done to me? Would you have really beaten me until I lay in bed for a month? Or directly crippled my dantian? Wang Hao's body began to tremble, because what Tang Xun said was exactly what he had in mind. I wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare. Tang Xun stood up, looking down at him. You would dare? Not only would you dare, but you would also enjoy it. Because in your eyes I was just a waste without a spiritual root, an ant you could bully at will. Tang Xun's voice grew colder. But now the tables have turned. Tell me, what should I do to you? Wang Hao's face turned even paler. He knew that today's calamity was probably unavoidable. Junior Brother Tang, please let me off this once. I'll never dare again. Wang Hao began to kowtow. Tang Xun looked at him like this, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. Too late. Even Jesus can't save you, I said so. The moment the words fell, he raised his foot, and without a trace of hesitation, with the casualness of crushing an ant on the roadside, stomped hard on Wang Hao's dantian. Crack. A dull sound like bone breaking, or perhaps something invisible shattering, rang out in the room. Aya! Wang Hao let out a piercing scream unlike any human sound, his whole body arching up like a shrimp with its spine crushed, then collapsing heavily. He could clearly feel that his dantian sea of qi, painstakingly gathered over years of cultivation, was like a punctured balloon, all his spiritual energy draining away in an instant. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, replaced by a dead silence of despair. Dantian crippled. He had gone from a lofty cultivator to a waste, even worse than immortal. This pain of falling from the clouds into the mud was 10,000 times crueler than killing him. You're so ruthless. Wang Hao muttered with vacant eyes. Ruthless? Tang Xun couldn't even be bothered to look at him again. He turned and walked to the bed, kicked open the bedboard, and pulled out a storage pouch filled with spirit stones and pills from a hidden compartment. He weighed it in his hand, and said coldly without looking back, compared to you, I'm still far behind. I don't like killing, so I'll spare your life. Live well, Senior Brother Wang. Use your remaining days to truly experience what it feels like to be a waste. With that, he laughed heartily and strode away, leaving Wang Hao alone, collapsed like a dead dog on the cold floor, silently weeping tears of despair. Tang Xun walked out of Wang Hao's dwelling, faced the cold night wind, and took a deep breath. The pent-up frustration that had oppressed him for 18 years dissipated with Wang Hao's desperate scream. There was no emptiness after revenge, only an unparalleled exhilaration of perfect clarity. This is power. Time to complete that guidance task. Becoming an outer disciple. For him now, it was merely a formality. But he had to complete this task to obtain the chance for a second simulation. And the second simulation would be the true beginning of his rise to power. Tang Xun did not return to the woodshed, but headed straight to the steward's office of the chores courtyard. It was late at night, the office should be empty. But he didn't care. What he needed to do couldn't wait until dawn. Soon he arrived at the door of the steward's office. It was a building larger than the others, housing the head steward of the chores courtyard. Tang Xun didn't knock. Instead, he channeled his magical power and lightly tapped the restriction at the door. Crack. The restriction shattered on contact. Such a low-level restriction was like paper to him now. Tang Xun pushed the door open and walked in. A startled and angry voice came from inside. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the steward's office? A figure rushed out from the inner room. It was the head steward of the chores courtyard, Steward Li. The moment he saw Tang Xun, he froze. Tang Xun, you. Then he sensed the magical power fluctuations on Tang Xun, and his pupils sharply contracted. You broke through. Tang Xun nodded. Yes, Steward Li. I've come to go through the procedures to become an outer disciple. Steward Li's expression turned complicated. He looked Tang Xun up and down, his eyes full of disbelief. And didn't you have no spiritual root? How could? Tang Xun didn't explain. He just stood there quietly, the magical power fluctuations on his body being the best proof. Steward Li was silent for a moment, then sighed. Well, since you have already drawn qi into your body according to the sect rules, you can indeed become an outer disciple. But it's late at night. The procedures can only be done tomorrow. Go back and rest first. Come find me early tomorrow. Tang Xun shook his head. No, I want to do it now. Steward Li frowned. You're making things difficult for me. I know. Tang Xun's tone was calm. He looked at Steward Li, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Steward Li wouldn't want me to make a bigger scene here, would he? Steward Li's face changed. He could sense that Tang Xun was not joking. If he didn't agree, this young man would really do something drastic. Fine. Steward Li gave in. Wait here. He turned and went back to the inner room, soon bringing out a set of outer disciple robes and an identity token. These are your outer disciple robes and identity token. From now on, you are an outer disciple of Qingyun sect. Go report to the outer sect tomorrow. Someone will assign you a cave dwelling. Tang Xun took the items and nodded. Thank you, Steward Li. With that, he turned and left the steward's office. Steward Li watched his back, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. This young man is not simple. Tang Xun walked out of the steward's office looking at the outer disciple robes and token in his hand. Moonlight fell on the token, reflecting a faint glow. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the guidance task. Become an outer disciple of Qingyun sect. Reward immediate access to 1 simulation opportunity. Current available simulation opportunities. 1. A smile curled at the corner of Tang Xun's mouth. I can start the second simulation now. Tang Xun held the identity token of an outer sect disciple. Instead of returning to the collapsed woodshed, he found a quiet, secluded corner and sat down cross-legged. He could no longer wait another moment. Wang Hao's matter was merely an appetizer. The real highlight was about to begin. The second simulation of his life. In his first simulation, though an ordinary mortal, he managed to enter the path of immortality at the age of 90. Though he only reached the first layer of chi refining by the end, the accumulation and insights gained over those 90-plus years became his most invaluable treasure. Now he would start anew with chi refining at the first layer and 6 attribute slots at his disposal. Compared to last time when he began as a penniless handyman disciple, this starting point was worlds apart, like night and day. I'll swap out this combat setup first. No need to be so aggressive in the simulation. Tang Xun pondered for a moment and decided to switch back to his familiar cautious development strategy. Let me trade cursed tongue for retentive memory. Quickstep for hard work brings rewards, and perseverance for approachable warmth. Attribute swap successful. Currently equipped attributes: 66 life, simulator rainbow, 5 elements, spiritual root, green hard work, brings rewards, green retentive memory, white vigorous energy, white approachable warmth, white. Feeling that familiar reassuring presence return to him, Tang Xun nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Everything is in place. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. System initiate the second life simulation. The life simulator has been activated. Generating initial template based on the host's current status. Template generation complete. Name: Tang Xun. Background: outer sect, disciple of Qingyun sect. Spiritual root: 5 elements. Spiritual root cultivation, chi refining, first layer peak. Martial art, chi attraction technique. Perfected techniques: fireball technique, mastered earth wall technique, mastered sharp metal technique, mastered water condensation technique, mastered growth acceleration technique, mastered lightness technique. Beginner equipped attributes. 66 life, simulator rainbow, 5 elements. Spiritual root, green hard work, brings rewards, green retentive memory, white vigorous energy, white approachable warmth, white life script. As an outer sect disciple, with the lowest aptitude, you spend each day occupied with menial tasks and cultivation, yet make slow progress. Being looked down upon by fellow disciples and lacking resources became your daily routine, yet within your heart a faint longing for immortality always remained. Then one day you happened to accept an unnoticed herb garden maintenance quest at the mission hall, and the trajectory of fate began to subtly shift. Simulation started. That familiar sensation of detachment washed over him, and Tang Xun's consciousness once again entered that unique God's eye view. Age 18, you beat up Wang Hao and forced Manager Li to process your paperwork as an outer sect disciple. You became a genuine outer sect disciple of Qingyun sect. Following the sect's allocation, you arrived at your cave dwelling. Looking at what could only be called a cave dwelling, a crumbling shack tucked away in a remote corner at the mountain's base, the entrance choked with weeds, lacking even a proper stone door, just a broken wooden fence. You weren't surprised at all. Section Ding Unit 1314. Well, that's quite romantic, spending an entire lifetime in this dump. You grumbled to yourself as you pushed open the creaking wooden fence and stepped inside. The cave interior matched your memories exactly, completely empty, damp, and frigid with barely any spiritual energy detectable. Yet you were quite satisfied. The shabbier the place, the fewer visitors, and the better it suited your strategy of staying under the radar and growing stronger in secret. You decided to head to the outer sect management office first to collect this month's stipend and get acquainted with the area. The outer sect grounds were more than 10 times larger than the servants' quarters, filled with young cultivators hurrying about in every direction. They emanated varying levels of spiritual energy, each bearing the vitality and pride unique to youth. Watching these fellow disciples who averaged no older than 20, you couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Tisk, being young is wonderful. Back when I managed to get in at 90, everyone around me was my junior or senior's generation, hardly anyone my own age to chat with. You strolled at a leisurely pace toward the affairs hall where outer sect disciples collected their monthly stipends. The hall buzzed with activity, bustling with cultivators coming and going. You took your place at the end of the queue, waiting quietly. Just then a commotion erupted nearby. Senior brother Zhang is amazing. Won another 100 contribution points on the dual platform. Of course, senior brother Zhang has reached the 4th layer of chi condensation. He's definitely a notable figure among the outer sect disciples. Following the sound, you spotted a tall, haughty young man making his way through a crowd of admirers. His name was Zhang Peng, a 4th layer chi refining cultivator who had built quite a reputation among outer sect disciples. He was known for forming cliques and bullying newcomers. Looking at this unfamiliar face, you mused to yourself, so the initial mini-boss has changed this time around. He looks more pleasant than Wang Hao, but he doesn't seem like a decent person either. Zhang Peng seemed to notice your gaze. He turned his head, his eyes landing on you, brows furrowing slightly. New face. A subordinate beside him immediately caught on, stepping forward to scrutinize you from head to toe. Chi refining 1st layer. And a 5-element trash spiritual root. Has someone like you even got into the outer sect? The subordinate's voice was just loud enough for those nearby to hear. A wave of suppressed snickers rippled through the crowd. Another lucky handyman, no doubt. Probably stumbled upon some heavenly treasure in a remote corner and force-fed it to reach chi refining. What good is that? With a 5-element spiritual root, you'll barely scrape into the 3rd or 4th layer in your entire life. You're destined to be a servant forever. All manner of gossip reached your ears, but your expression remained unchanged. You still wore that approachable warm smile, as though you had heard nothing. Your reaction left the subordinate feeling as though he had punched cotton, highly unsatisfying. Hey new guy? I'm talking to you, what mute? He stepped closer attempting to intimidate you. You finally responded looking at him with a warm smile. Hello senior brother. May I ask, do you happen to know where the restroom is? I'm quite new here and rather urgent. From somewhere in the crowd someone burst out laughing. The subordinate's face turned the color of dried liver in an instant. He had not expected such an unexpected response. You're looking for death. Enraged and humiliated, he channeled his spiritual energy ready to strike. Stop it. A cold reprimand echoed from within the affairs hall. An elderly cultivator dressed in an official's robe emerged, his expression stern as he cast a chilling glance at them. No noise or fighting in the affairs hall. Do you all wish to visit the discipline hall for tea? Upon seeing the official, the subordinate's arrogance vanished instantly. He shot you one last resentful glare before slinking back into the crowd. Zhang Peng also shot you a cold look as if saying, you're gonna pay for this, before turning and leaving with his group. The minor disturbance was thus quelled. Your heart remained utterly calm, if anything bordering on amusement. Young people are so hot-headed. We haven't even gotten into anything, and they're already threatening violence. Looks like life in the outer sect won't be boring. You quickly collected your monthly stipend, 5 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 grain-suppressing pill. With those meager resources in hand, you made no effort to linger and headed straight back to your dilapidated cave dwelling. Sitting on the cold stone bed, you began to ponder your next steps. This Zhang Peng, at the 4th layer of qi refining, he's more troublesome than Wang Hao. A direct confrontation is out of the question. I'll need to find a way to avoid him. The annual Outer Sect tournament is upon us soon. All disciples are required to participate. That's going to be problematic. In the first simulation, you were a 90-year-old man who had long passed the age for such tournaments, so you simply ignored the matter. But now at 18, in the prime of your youth, there was no escaping it. Though the tournament rewards are generous, with my current strength and public persona, competing for them would draw far too much attention. It goes against the core principle of my cautious approach. So the goal is clear: focus on participation, lose if I can. Even better if I get knocked out in the first round and vanish from everyone's sight entirely. You quickly formulated your tournament lying flat plan. Over the following days, unlike other disciples who trained frantically or practiced spells on the dual platform in preparation for the tournament, you continued your leisurely routine. You just sit and meditate, stabilizing what's already an incredibly solid foundation. Occasionally, you float a tiny fireball in the cave to practice spell precision, ensuring you can lose at the perfect moment during the tournament. As expected, the days of the Outer Sect tournament were fast approaching. Soon the day of the Outer Sect tournament arrived. The Outer Sect Grand Competition is an annual grand event of the Qingyun Sect's Outer Sect. The entire Outer Sect square was packed with people. Thousands of Outer Sect disciples gathered here. In the center of the square, 10 huge bluestone arenas were erected, surrounded by protective arrays to prevent the aftermath of duels from harming the innocent. The air was filled with a tense and excited atmosphere. For these young Outer Sect disciples, the grand competition was not only a stage to test the fruits of their year-long cultivation, but also a golden opportunity to obtain cultivation resources and capture the attention of the sect's higher-ups. You mingled in the crowd, acting like a true spectator, curiously looking around. While this scale is way bigger than the year-end evaluation at the chore hall, you watched the colorful spells flashing on the arenas and the frenzied cheers of the disciples below, silently complaining in your heart. Soon you spotted Zhang Peng in the crowd. He was standing beneath Arena No. 1, full of confidence. His opponent was a disciple at Qi Refining Layer 3. The two exchanged blows evenly, but any discerning eye could tell Zhang Peng had the upper hand. Sure enough, within 30 moves, Zhang Peng seized an opening from his opponent and used a sharp, golden blade art to force him off the arena. Senior brother Zhang, well done. Senior brother Zhang will surely make the top 100. His group of followers immediately erupted into enthusiastic cheers, while Zhang Peng basked in the adulation with a smug expression, even casting a provocative glance in your direction. You pretended not to notice and lowered your head to study the match list in your hand. Next match, Arena No. 7, Tang Xun versus Lu San. Finally, it was your turn. You slowly squeezed out of the crowd and walked toward Arena No. 7. Along the way, many people pointed at you and whispered, "Look, it's that newcomer with the 5-element waste spirit root. His opponent is Lu San, right? Lu San is at Qi Refining Layer 2. This kid is in for trouble." A match with no suspense. What's there to watch? You turned a deaf ear to these comments and stepped onto the arena. Your opponent Lu San was already waiting there. He was a tall, thin young man looking at you with disdain and contempt. "Kid, I advise you to admit defeat and scram now, or you'll end up hurt later," Lu San said arrogantly, arms crossed. You still wore a friendly smile and cupped your hands toward him. "Senior brother Lu, please give me some guidance. You're asking for death. Lu Sen snorted coldly. As the presiding steward shouted, "Begin," Lu Sen moved immediately. He formed a hand seal, and a foot-long green wind blade appeared in his hand, whistling toward you. You looked at the not-so-fast wind blade, and quickly calculated in your mind. At this angle, if I step back 3 steps to the left, I can just let it graze my clothes, making it look very close. As you thought this, your feet seemed frozen, as if scared, only moving flusteredly to dodge after a half-beat delay. With a shred sound, the wind blade grazed your sleeve, leaving a neat cut on it. That was close. You patted your chest, wearing a look of lingering fear. The audience below burst into laughter. Haha, this kid's reaction is too slow. If this is all you've got, you might as well just give up. Seeing his first strike miss, Lu Sen felt a bit embarrassed. He sneered, "You got lucky. Let's see how you dodge this next move." With that, he used both hands, sending 2 wind blades crossing toward you, cutting off your escape routes. Oh dear, this is hard to avoid, you thought to yourself while frantically forming a hand seal. Earth wall technique. A flimsy-looking earth wall slowly rose in front of you. Bang, bang. The 2 wind blades encountered almost no resistance and shattered the thin earth wall, continuing their momentum toward you. Up. You let out a cry, stumbled, lost your balance, and rolled toward the edge of the arena in an extremely awkward manner. As you rolled to the edge of the arena, you accidentally tripped over your own foot and fell off the platform entirely. With a thud, you landed solidly on the ground. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this dramatic scene. After 2 seconds, an even louder roar of laughter erupted than before. WTF? How can you lose like that? Tripping over yourself and falling off. Is this guy here to be a joke? A true talent. The most pathetic defeat in the history of the Qingyun sect outer sect grand competition has been born. Lu Sen on the arena was also stunned. He had prepared follow-up moves, but you had solved the problem yourself. He won, yet felt more stifled than if he had lost, like punching thin air. The presiding steward twitched his mouth, walked over, and with great effort suppressed a smile, announcing loudly, "This match, Lu Sen wins." You got up from the ground, dusted off your clothes, cupped your hands toward the bewildered Lu Sen, and gave a simple smile that said, "Honorable defeat. Thank you for going easy on me, senior brother Lu." With that, you limped off the field amid the undisguised laughter of the crowd. You lowered your head, shoulders slightly shaking, as if crying in sorrow over your defeat. But inside you were overjoyed. Perfect. An Oscar-worthy performance. Lost cleanly, no injuries, and most importantly, my face is intact. I saved my handsome face. You had successfully ended your grand competition journey in the fastest and most memorable way. From today onward, your name, Tang Xun, would be tightly linked with words like waste, funny, and pathetic in the outer sect. This was exactly the effect you wanted. A recognized waste would not attract much attention. You found a corner satisfied and continued to be a spectator, watching the rest of the grand competition with great interest. Zhang Peng ultimately stopped at the top 64, a mediocre result that left him dissatisfied, and his face was sour when he returned to the crowd. When he saw you, his contempt deepened, as if even looking at you would dirty his eyes. After the grand competitions, the winners received generous rewards and were encouraged by stewards and elders. As for you, a loser who had been eliminated in the first round in a ridiculous manner, you became a complete background nobody cared about. Humming a tune, you returned to your broken cave in high spirits. Now that the grand competition was over, everyone's attention was on the genius disciples, the perfect time to start your next plan. Early the next morning, you went to the outer sect's mission hall. Inside, disciples gathered in small groups, discussing various tasks. Hunting demon wolves in the Black Wind Mountains. Need one more person above Qi refining layer 3 for a 3-man team. Escorting the Li family's merchant caravan to Cloudwater City, 100 miles away. Generous reward, anyone interested. These tasks were mostly full of risk and uncertainty. You had no interest in them. Your goal was very clear. You went straight to the most secluded corner of the mission board, where long-term odd jobs hung that were meagerly rewarded, tedious, and unwanted by anyone. Your eyes immediately fell on that familiar mission slip, yellowed from hanging for too long. Recruitment 1, caretaker for Medicine Garden No. 7. Requirements: patient, basic knowledge of plant characteristics. Task: tend to first-grade spirit herbs in the garden. Duration: long-term. Reward: 10 sect contribution points per month. This was it. You didn't hesitate and reached out to take the mission slip. You brought it to the steward in charge of registration. The steward glanced at you, then at the mission slip, and wore a strange expression. "Are you sure you want to take this task?" he couldn't help asking. "Young man, let me advise you, Medicine Garden No. 7 is cursed. Whatever you plant dies, and the spiritual energy is thin. It's a waste of time. You'd be better off doing some other chore to earn more contribution points." You looked at the kind steward and gave your trademark friendly smile. "Thank you for the warning, steward. But with my poor cultivation, I can't do combat tasks. I just like tending to plants. This task suits me perfectly." Seeing your insistence, the steward didn't argue further, shook his head, and processed the paperwork. "Here is the restriction token for Medicine Garden No. 7. And a jade slip titled Introduction to First Grade Spirit Herb Cultivation. Good luck. You took the token and jade slip thanked him and left the mission hall. Following the map, you headed toward Medicine Garden No. 7. Your heart was filled with anticipation for the idyllic farming life ahead. My grand farming enterprise is finally about to begin. No. 7 Herb Garden was located in a remote valley at the northernmost edge of the outer sect area, far from any path people often tread. Following the map, you walked for nearly half an hour before spotting a courtyard surrounded by a waist-high fence. A crooked wooden sign hung on the fence with the 4 characters, No. 7 Herb Garden, written in ink now too faded to make out clearly. Standing at the entrance of the herb garden, you couldn't help but grimace at the desolate scene before you. Good heavens, this place is even more run down than I imagined. You pushed open the fence gate and stepped inside. The courtyard was modest in size, roughly half a mu divided into over a dozen uneven plots. Yet the beds were barren, not a single weed in sight, only cracked gray-white and fertile soil. The air carried a faint, lingering scent of decay, and the spiritual energy was so thin it barely registered. Worse even than your dilapidated cave dwelling. In the corner of the courtyard stood a small, thatched hut, as if it might collapse at the first strong gust of wind. Kill whatever you plant, and indeed its reputation is well deserved. You crouched down and scooped up a handful of soil. It was dry and hard, devoid of nutrients. By mortal standards, a textbook example of saline alkali land. In a place like this, let alone spiritual herbs, even hardy weeds would struggle to survive without heaven's favor. But this is actually a good thing for me. Far from being disappointed, you felt even more pleased. The worse the place, the less likely anyone was to bother you. It was essentially a hidden paradise made just for you. You entered the precarious thatched hut. Inside there was nothing but a wooden plank bed and a table missing one leg. Undeterred, you gave it a cursory cleaning and moved in all your belongings. From this day forward, this would be your new home. Once settled, you immediately began transforming the herb garden. First came the soil issue. Rather than rush to purchase spiritual earth, which would draw too much attention, you sought a subtler solution. You went to the back mountain and spent 2 days digging up plenty of humus, slowly working it into the garden soil bit by bit to improve its quality. Though the process was tedious, you found yourself thoroughly enjoying it. With the vigorous trait boosting your efforts, you worked with the efficiency of 3 or 5 strong men. Next was water. Using the water condensation technique, you drew clean water repeatedly to soak the parched earth until the soil regained its moisture. By the time you finished, half a month had passed. The soil still wasn't particularly fertile, but at least it no longer looked utterly lifeless. Only then did you head to the outer sect market and purchase a batch of the cheapest, most resilient xianxia grass seeds. You carefully sowed the seeds, then filled with hope, cast your master-level growth acceleration technique upon the land. Rays of pale green light merged into the soil, and you could almost hear the seeds breathing joyfully beneath the earth. Everything was ready. Now came the waiting. Your daily life became wonderfully routine. By day you weeded, tilled, and watered the herb garden like the most ordinary farmer. By night you sat cross-legged in the thatched hut, cycling the chi, gathering manual to absorb the meager spiritual energy from the air. With the benefit of effort yields results, even in such a sparse spiritual environment, your cultivation advanced at a pace imperceptible to the naked eye, yet undeniably real, slow, and steady. Time drifted by, and before long a year had passed. Throughout that year you embodied the art of concealment to its fullest extent. Apart from monthly visits to the task hall to turn in assignments and claim your pitiful 10 contribution points, you hardly ever stepped outside the herb garden. Among the outer sect disciples, few still remembered your existence. Your birthday arrived, bringing the first trait selection opportunity in your simulated life. Sitting cross-legged in the thatched hut, you rubbed your hands in anticipation, silently praying. Give me something useful. Please don't give me another loud munching. Even a farming-related trait would do. You took a deep breath and mentally shouted, "Start the draw." A phantom wheel materialized before you and began spinning wildly. Your heart raced to your throat as you fixed your eyes on the pointer. It swept across vast swaths of white zones before finally coming to a halt under your watchful gaze. It stopped. On white. Sigh. You sighed. It seems your cursed fate was unchangeable. Congratulations. You've obtained a common tier trait, Perpetual Dogshit Stepper. Trait Perpetual Dogshit Stepper White. Effect: while walking you have a 10 chance of stepping on something peculiar. Of course, occasionally you might trigger a stroke of luck and discover some trivial resource. Staring at the trait description, you were utterly dumbfounded. Perpetual Dogshit Stepper. System, are you mocking me? You were at a loss, whether to laugh or cry. What kind of trait was this? Were you expected to constantly watch where you're stepping? Otherwise you'd accidentally hit the jackpot. Never mind, never mind. At least it's not a purely negative trait. It comes with a passive dogshit luck effect. You consoled yourself this way, deciding to leave the trait unequipped for now. You certainly didn't want strange things appearing inexplicably in your carefully tended herb garden. Your life went on. At 19, you continued tending your herb garden. The first batch of qingxin grass seeds you planted under your careful care survived against the odds. Though they grew sparsely and lacked aesthetic appeal, they yielded a harvest nonetheless. You sold them for spirit stones and reinvested everything into purchasing new seeds. At 20, you faced your second trait draw. This time the pointer on the wheel hesitated briefly as it passed over the white zone. A flash of green light streaked before your eyes. Your heart leapt. Here it came. Amidst your silent prayers, the pointer shakily came to rest upon the green zone that signified rarity. Buzz. Emerald light flooded the thatched hut, brimming with vitality. Congratulations. You've obtained a rare tier trait plant affinity. Trait plant affinity green. Effect: you possess an innate affinity toward all plants, particularly spiritual herbs. You can dimly sense their emotions and understand what they require. The survival rate and quality of your cultivated spiritual herbs will see remarkable improvement. It's here. Finally here. You laughed aloud, slapping your thigh in excitement as you gazed at the green trait. This is literally a god-tier farming trait tailor-made for you. With it, your agricultural empire will officially accelerate. This far surpasses anything like farming novice. Without hesitation, you open the trait panel, ready to make the swap. Your current 6 traits were life, simulator, color, 5 elements, spiritual root, green, effort, yields, results, green, good memory, white, vigorous, white, and amiable, white. Each of these 6 traits served a purpose, making any swap feel like a loss. After much deliberation, your gaze settled on amiable. I spend every day in the herb garden and barely see anyone for a whole year. Such a strong disguise serves little purpose. Developing my economy should come first. You decided to replace amiable white with plant affinity green. Trait replacement successful. The moment the trait equipped, you felt your perception shift in wondrous ways. Closing your eyes, the entire herb garden unfolded before your mind in an entirely new manner. You could hear the young qingxin grass seedlings that had just broken through the soil gleefully absorbing moisture and nutrients. You could sense that a seedling in the eastern corner appeared listless, its soil lacking sufficient nourishment. Those to the west were complaining about the harsh sunlight, needing some shade. Holy crap! Is it really this magical? Opening your eyes, your face bore the expression of utter amazement. This wasn't mere plant affinity. This was essentially a plant translator. Ecstatic, you immediately adjusted the herb garden based on these feedback signals. You applied homemade farmyard fertilizer from fallen leaves and kitchen scraps to the malnourished seedling. Using thatch, you constructed a simple shade canopy to protect this sun-sensitive seedlings. With plant affinity enhancing your capabilities, your herb garden management entered the era of precision agriculture. Your qingxin grass grew better each passing day. At 21, you drew a white tier trait, midnight singing. Trait midnight singing white. Effect: during the quiet hours of night, you have a certain probability of unconsciously humming tuneless songs. Staring at this trait, you imagined yourself wailing through the herb garden in the dead of night, shuddered, and decisively stored it away in your warehouse. At 25, you became known far and wide as a farming prodigy. The qingxin grass you cultivated far surpassed its peers in both appearance and medicinal properties. Other herb garden tenders sold their qingxin grass at 2 spirit stones per plant. Yours fetched 5, and demand still outstripped supply. Through selling grass, you accumulated a substantial fortune in spirit stones. Your reputation gradually spread among alchemy hall disciples and spiritual farmers alike. Everyone was curious. How did that desolate 7 herb garden transform from a wasteland into something extraordinary under your care? People began visiting your herb garden eager to uncover the secret. But all they saw was a diligent, unremarkable young man and a herb garden that grew well but wasn't extraordinary. Because you had kept a trick up your sleeve. Each time you only sold a portion of your best qingxin grass, keeping most for yourself. Moreover, you deliberately maintained several underperforming areas within the herb garden as a disguise. You understood well that the tree that stands tallest catches the strongest wind. Staying low and letting your wealth grow quietly. That was the true way. Your low-key strategy proved highly effective. Those who came to investigate mostly lost interest upon seeing your meager herb garden and your unremarkable self. They attributed your success to sheer luck, believing you had stumbled upon some unconventional method suitable for growing qingxin grass in barren soil. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the cultivation world. Everyone harbored their own little secrets. Since you posed no apparent threat, no one bothered to delve further. You welcomed the peace and quiet, continuing to focus inward and develop your farming enterprise. The 5 years from age 25 to 30 marked an explosive period of wealth accumulation. With the spirit stones you earned, you not only expanded your qingxin grass cultivation, but also began experimenting with higher value second-grade spiritual herbs. Blessed by herb affinity, you encountered almost no obstacles. The second-grade spiritual herb you cultivated, the blood-coagulating flower, achieved exceptional quality and became highly sought after by disciples who frequently ventured on missions and battled demon beasts. You became a mysterious herbal supplier in the outer sect market. No one knew your true identity. You contacted buyers via transmission talismans, met at designated locations for one-hand money, one-hand goods transactions, and departed immediately afterward without a wasted word. Through herb sales you amassed thousands of low-grade spirit stones, becoming a genuine small fortune holder. Your cultivation also progressed during these 10 years, steadily advancing from the peak of Qi condensation layer 1 to layer 3. For someone with 5 elemental waste spiritual roots, this pace was nothing short of miraculous. Yet within the outer sect it still ranked among the very bottom, completely unremarkable. On your 30th birthday you prepared 2 simple dishes, exchanged contribution points for a decent jug of spiritual wine, and sat before your thatched cottage gazing at your thriving herb garden while preparing for your 12th draw in this simulated life. System, come on. It's time to surprise this hard-working gardener. You took a sip of spiritual wine and shouted with heroic bravado. The roulette wheel appeared before your eyes, spinning wildly. You were no longer as nervous as in previous years, your mindset had grown remarkably calm. Why does acceptable green would be better and purple? Well, I can always dream. However, just as the pointer was about to cross the white zone, it shuddered violently. A dazzling purple radiance erupted like lightning in the night, instantly illuminating your vision. The cup in your hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Your eyes widened like copper bells fixed on the slowing pointer, your breath catching in your throat. Purple. Purple. It's purple. You felt as though your heart might leap from your throat. Green tier traits had already proven absurdly overpowered. How terrifying must the legendary purple epic grade trait be? Under your watchful gaze, the pointer bearing all your hopes seemed to carry an air of sovereign dominion, steadily and precisely settling onto that magnificent dreamlike purple zone. A noble and mysterious purple light burst forth from the roulette wheel, dyeing your thatched cottage and entire herb garden in an ethereal glow. The spiritual herbs seemed to flourish even more vibrantly under the purple radiance. Congratulations! You have obtained an epic grade trait, Breath Concealment Technique. Trait Breath Concealment Technique Purple. Effect: you have mastered an exceptionally refined method for concealing your aura and cultivation level. At your discretion you can disguise your cultivation as any level below your true realm, or even completely suppress your aura and appear as an ordinary mortal with no cultivation whatsoever. You gazed at this purple trait in silence. After a long moment you suddenly slapped your thigh and roared toward the heavens, ha! A divine technique. This, damn it, is a true divine technique. You laughed until tears streamed from your eyes. You had been worrying that as your cultivation advanced you might attract unwanted attention and wouldn't know how to conceal yourself. And now the system delivered exactly this timely top-tier disguise trait. With it you could truly achieve the art of hiding in plain sight. As long as you wished you could disguise your Qi condensation 6th layer as merely 1st layer, or even pose as a feeble ordinary farmer. Who would suspect that an apparently harmless, honest-looking person was actually a formidable warrior capable of producing extraordinary treasures at any moment? This was simply the ultimate graduation equipment tailored for cultivators of the cautious path. Your premier weapon for ambushing enemies, preserving your life, and playing the fool to devour the ignorant. This is incredibly satisfying. This feeling surpasses even earning 10,000 spirit stones. Without hesitation you open the trait panel. Currently equipped traits: Life Simulator, colored 5 elemental spiritual roots, green diligence, brings rewards, green good memory, white abundant energy, white herb affinity, green. Each of these 6 traits was desperately needed at present. Good memory allowed you to study pill recipes and formation knowledge with twice the result for half the effort. Abundant energy enabled you to practice alchemy and cultivate spiritual herbs for extended periods. Herb affinity was the very foundation of your farming endeavors. You couldn't bear to part with any of them. After much deliberation you gritted your teeth and made your decision. I'll remove good memory. Knowledge can be acquired gradually, but life comes only once. Survival skills always take the highest priority. You decided to exchange Breath Concealment Technique for good memory. Trait swap successful. The moment Breath Concealment Technique equipped, you felt your control over internal spiritual energy reach an entirely new realm. With a mere thought, the spiritual energy fluctuations of your Qi condensation layer 3 began to recede instantly. Qi condensation layer 2. Qi condensation layer 1. The steward looked at you as if you were a fool who didn't know your place. Boy, I don't care if you're called Tang Xun or not, but this mission is not for you to take. To gather the fire yang flower you need to venture deep into the xianxia mountain range, where second-tier red fire lizards lurk. One breath from them could turn you to cinders. Even a team of Qi refining 5th layer cultivators must tread carefully, and you, a mere 1st layer, are going to your death. The steward's voice was loud and brimming with impatience. The surrounding disciples gathered around, pointing and whispering about you. Who is this guy? A Qi refining 1st layer daring to take on the fire yang flower mission. Word is he's the caretaker of the 7th herb garden. Always been a bit slow, but never thought he'd be this bold. Bold? No, this is pure stupidity. A total suicide run. Facing the crowd's jeers and the steward's reprimand, you maintained your guileless demeanor, scratching your head and saying with a hint of embarrassment, "Steward fellow seniors, you've misunderstood. I'm not going to fight the beasts." From your robe, you produced a small cloth pouch, opening it to reveal several pitch-black seeds. "I'm not much of anything else, but I know a thing or two about plants. I heard that near the fire yang flower grows a companion herb called condensation grass. I was hoping to collect some seeds to try and cultivate them. As for the fire yang flower, it's just along the way. If I can pick it, I will, if not, no matter. My main goal is the seeds." Your explanation was perfectly reasonable. A first-layer chi refining herb farmer, not seeking a direct fight, but pursuing a roundabout approach, perfectly fitting your persona of slow-witted but fond of the soil. The steward studied you with a dubious expression, then finally waved his hand in irritation. "Fine, do as you please. Don't come crying to me if you end up dead." He registered your mission. You muttered a word of thanks and walked out of the mission hall, the crowd's gaze following you, as if you were a fool. You left the sect, but instead of heading straight for the xianxia mountain range, you first went to the market town at the foot of the mountain. Finding a secluded corner, you swapped your outer disciple robes for a plain gray tunic and used a low-grade disguise technique to alter your features slightly, making yourself look even more ordinary and unremarkable. After all that, you entered the market and began a massive shopping spree. You purchased a large quantity of fasting pills, enough to sustain you for a month. You bought several dozen low-grade talismans, Vajra talismans, swift step talismans, concealment talismans. Though their power was limited, their sheer quantity meant they could serve as smoke bombs in critical moments. You also acquired a low-grade defensive inner armor and a flying sword of the same grade. Over the past 20-plus years, you had amassed tens of thousands of spirit stones, yet everything you bought was the cheapest, most common sort. You understood well the principle of not flaunting your wealth. A rogue cultivator who looked like a pauper was far safer than a fat sheep draped in magical artifacts. After preparing everything, you leisurely set off on the road to the xianxia mountain range. You didn't fly on your sword. That would be too conspicuous. Instead, you equipped the swift as the wind trait, moving swiftly through the mountain forests. This green tag trait granted you endurance and speed far beyond ordinary cultivators, allowing you to travel 1,000 li in a day with minimal mana consumption. By day you traveled, and by night you found a cave to meditate and practice, familiarizing yourself with your newly purchased flying sword. Your exceptionally pure mana and powerful divine sense gave you a natural advantage in controlling magical artifacts. In just 2 days, you could already command the flying sword to take a man's head from Tinzhong away, though of course it was only practice on wooden dummies. The 500 li journey took you 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, you finally reached the outer perimeter of the xianxia mountain range. From afar, you could see flames shooting into the sky deep within the mountains, and the air was thick with the smell of sulfur and scorching heat. You didn't barge in recklessly, but found a hidden cave on the outskirts to use as a temporary base. You spent half a day setting up a few simple alarm formations and illusion arrays around the cave. Though low-grade, they were sufficient to deter any careless beasts or low-level cultivators. After all that, you finally let out a sigh of relief. Safety first, safety first. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the chopping. Preparations must be thorough. You decided to rest for the night, replenish your energy, and enter the mountains tomorrow. But the tree desires stillness, yet the wind will not cease. Just as you sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the alarm formation at the cave entrance, suddenly sent a faint tremor. Someone had triggered the formation. Your eyes snapped open, sharp and alert. You immediately suppressed your aura, disguising your cultivation as that of a mortal, and held your breath as you silently slipped behind a large boulder deep in the cave. Through the formation's feedback, you sensed 3 people outside. Their cultivations, 1 at chi refining 6th layer and 2 at 5th layer. Damn, out of all the luck, running into people right away. And 3 of them. You cursed inwardly, your hand already gripping a stack of talismans and the low-grade flying sword. From outside the cave came a gruff voice. "Big brother, there's a cave here. Looks pretty secluded. Want a bed down here tonight?" Let's check it out," said a calmer voice. Footsteps drew closer, and 3 silhouettes appeared at the mouth of the cave. The leader was a burly, one-eyed man with a face full of scars at chi refining 6th layer. Clearly no good person. Behind him followed 2 scrawny, sly-looking men, both at 5th layer. They all carried a bloody aura, unmistakable signs of rogue cultivators who lived on the edge of the blade, the so-called plunderers. The one-eyed man strode into the cave, his gaze sweeping everywhere like lightning, and finally his single eye landed on the boulder where you were hiding. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Friend behind the rock, come out now? Or does your grandpa here have to invite you?" Your heart pounded. You had been discovered. Your aura concealment technique was excellent, but the formations you had set up were far too crude. The opponent, experienced and cunning, had deduced from the formation's fluctuations that someone was inside, and a greenhorn at that. You cursed your own carelessness, but since it had come to this, hiding was pointless. Taking a deep breath, you stepped out from behind the boulder. Your face wore a perfect expression of panic and fear with no trace of mana fluctuation, like an ordinary mortal who had wandered in by accident. Th3. Three sirs, who are you? You asked, your voice trembling. The one-eyed man froze for a moment, then burst into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha. Second, third, come look. There's actually a mortal here. The two scrawny men crowded around, staring at you like a lamb to the slaughter. Hell, what's a mortal doing in this godforsaken place? Look at his clothes. Not a hunter either. Kid, what are you here for? Your mind raced, but your face was contorted as if you were about to cry. I'm a herb gatherer from the village below. I heard there's a herb in the mountains that can cure my mother's illness. I came to try my luck. This story was full of holes, but it didn't matter to them anymore. What mattered was that you were just a mortal. Greed and cruelty glinted in the one-eyed man's eyes. Kid, you're out of luck. Hand over everything valuable you have, and maybe I'll let you keep a whole corpse. You fell to the ground in fright, trembling all over. Sir, I'm just a poor herb gatherer. I really don't have anything valuable. Search him. The one-eyed man couldn't be bothered to waste words, giving the order directly. One of the scrawny men stepped forward and roughly patted you down. Soon he pulled a storage pouch from your robe. Big brother, this kid has a storage pouch, the man exclaimed in delight. The one-eyed man's eyes lit up. A mortal using a storage pouch. That was unusual. He snatched the pouch and probed it with his divine sense, then his face darkened. Damn it, empty. The pouch contained nothing but a few old rags for changing. Of course you wouldn't carry your spirit stones and magical artifacts on you. You had long since hidden them in a more concealed spot outside the cave. Kid, you're playing me. The one-eyed man's face turned grim, murderous intent seeping out. You waved your hands frantically, your face crumpled in despair. Sir, I swear I don't. This pouch is an heirloom from my father. It was empty to begin with. You're asking for a beating. The one-eyed man lost patience. He shot a glance at the other scrawny man. Third, break one of his legs. See if he talks then. The man called Third grinned wickedly, pulling a short blade from his waist. The cold steel gleamed as he thrust it toward your thigh. You watched the tip of the blade draw closer. The feigned terror in your eyes instantly gave way to an icy, murderous intent. Opportunity had arrived. Just as that short blade was about to pierce your thigh, you moved. Your body, which had seemed paralyzed with fear, sprang up from the ground like a coiled spring. The speed far exceeded what a mortal should possess. The bandit cultivator called Old Third didn't even react. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and his target had vanished. A shock ran through him, and he instinctively tried to withdraw his blade and retreat. But it was already too late. You sidestepped, flashing behind him, and silently thrust the low-grade flying sword you had been gripping tightly. A soft sound of a blade piercing flesh. The flying sword struck precisely from his back, piercing through his heart. Old Third's body stiffened abruptly. He lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the blood-stained sword tip protruding from his chest, making gurgling sounds as the light of life rapidly faded from his eyes. Thud! He collapsed straight to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. All of this happened in a flash. From your sudden burst to the kill, the entire process took less than a second. It wasn't until Old Third fell that the one-eyed giant and the other bandit cultivator snapped out of their daze. Old Third, you're no mortal. You're a cultivator. The one-eyed giant was both shocked and furious, finally realizing he had misjudged. The harmless-looking herbalist before him was no lamb, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Attack together. Kill him. The one-eyed giant roared, unleashing his full chi refining stage 6 aura. A ghost-headed saber materialized in his hand, carrying a gust of bloody wind as it slashed down toward your head. The other bandit cultivator also reacted, summoning his own magical artifact, a flying trident, and attacking your flank from the side. The two moved in perfect coordination, clearly seasoned in such murderous and plundering affairs. Facing their pincer attack, your face showed no trace of panic. This was exactly what you had been waiting for. You did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, you lightly tapped your toes, drifting backward like a phantom, and in one motion you hurled the entire stack of talismans in your hand. Vajra talisman, Swift Movement talisman, Explosive Flame talisman, Ice Spike talisman, Buzz. Dozens of talismans were activated simultaneously in midair, their multicolored radiance instantly illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. Golden shield, cyan speed, auras, crimson fireballs, icy blue spikes. All kinds of spells rained down like a torrent upon the two bandit cultivators. The one-eyed giant and his companion were dumbfounded. In all their lives they had never seen anyone fight like this. Who would just throw dozens of talismans at the start? Which prodigal son was this? Did he have so much money it burned his hands? They had no time to think, scrambling to activate their artifacts to withstand this sudden spell storm. Boom, boom, boom. The cave was instantly engulfed in explosions and thunderous roars, with rocks flying and dust billowing. And you, in the moment you threw the talismans, had already retreated to the cave entrance using the acceleration from the Swift Movement talisman. You did not flee. Your gaze was icy cold, your divine sense firmly locked onto the two auras within the dust. Earth wall technique. You slammed both hands onto the ground, and a wall of earth half a meter thick rose up at the cave entrance, instantly sealing their escape route. Trying to run? No way. You sneered, forming hand seals. The flying sword that had just claimed a life let out a clear, resonant chime, turning into a streak of light that charged fearlessly into the chaotic dust. Up! A scream rang out from within the dust. It was the Chi refining stage 5 bandit cultivator. Under the relentless barrage of talismans and the stealthy strike of your flying sword, he was caught off guard. The sword pierced his throat, sending him to join Old Third. Now only the one-eyed giant at Chi refining stage 6 remained. Brat, I'll kill you. A furious roar came from the dust belonging to the one-eyed giant. A violent blade light split the dust, and he emerged covered in blood with several charred wounds on his body. Though he looked battered, his ferocity was even more intense. His single eye was bloodshot, fixed on you like a wounded beast. Die? He poured all his spiritual power into the ghost-headed saber, which blazed with a blinding blood-red light, transforming into a blade radiance several meters long that slashed toward you with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. This strike was his all-out effort. Its power rivaled a full-strength blow from a Chi refining stage 7 cultivator. You watched the terrifying blade radiance approach, but your eyes were eerily calm. You did not dodge. You simply extended a finger. Fireball art, you murmured softly. A fist-sized, seemingly ordinary orange-red fireball appeared at your fingertip. But this fireball was as condensed as glass, with what looked like molten lava flowing inside, radiating a terrifying, heart-stopping heat. This was the fireball art at the mastery level, powered by your pure spiritual energy, 5 times that of a cultivator at the same stage. Go. You flicked your finger. That tiny fireball, trailing a long tail of flame, flew unerringly toward the massive blood-red blade radiance. Under the one-eyed giant's incredulous gaze, small and large, orange-red and blood-red, 2 spells of utterly disproportionate scale collided with a thunderous impact. There was no earth-shattering explosion. That small orange-red fireball was like a red-hot iron ball dropped into a block of butter. Sizzle, a soft sound. The moment the seemingly invincible blood-red blade radiance touched the fireball, it melted away like snow in the sun, rapidly disintegrating and being devoured. It didn't even raise a ripple. The fireball's momentum didn't diminish at all. In fact, its color deepened. In an instant, it crossed the distance between them and struck the one-eyed giant's chest. No. The one-eyed giant could only let out a despairing roar. The next second, his body was consumed from the inside out by the raging flames. Not even a trace of ash remained. The entire cave fell silent in an instant. Only a lingering, scorching heat remained in the air. You stood still, staring at the empty space before you, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. You had won. With a Chi refining stage 6 cultivation, you had cleanly and decisively killed 3 bandit cultivators of the same rank. But in your heart, there was no joy, only a lingering sense of terror. Your heart pounded wildly, and your palms and back were drenched in cold sweat. You leaned against the wall to steady yourself, your legs feeling weak. Damn. Scared me to death. You gasped for breath. Although the entire counterattack seemed smooth and under control, only you knew how tense you had been. This was the first life and death battle of your 2 lifetimes. Every step was taken on a razor's edge. If any single step had gone wrong, you might have been the one dead. You collapsed to the ground and rested for a long while before pulling yourself together. No, too nervous. My hands are still shaking while picking up the loot. You tremblingly walked over and collected the storage pouches from the 2 bandit cultivators you had killed. You didn't even spare their tattered robes, following the principle of every bit counts, stripping them off and stuffing them into your storage pouch. After finishing, you used a few fireballs to thoroughly clean the scene, ensuring no traces were left. Only then did you flee the cave, relocating more than 10 miles away overnight. It wasn't until dawn that you, still shaken, began to tally the spoils. The 3 bandit cultivators' storage pouches contained nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with a jumble of pills, materials, and a few sinister-looking cultivation manuals. For a pauper like you, this was a windfall. Murder and arson lead to wealth. The ancients were not wrong. You sighed, but then shook your head. No, this money is too hot, too risky. Better to stick to farming quietly. This experience served as a wake-up call. The cultivation world was far more dangerous than you had imagined. Your current strength was utterly insignificant before true powerhouses. You decided to return to the sect immediately after completing the mission and never leave again until you had absolute self-protection ability. Stay low, don't act recklessly. This thrilling cultivation experience taught you the profound importance of playing it safe. Far from being carried away by the windfall of nearly 1,000 spirit stones, you became even more cautious. You stayed at the outskirts of Luoxia Mountain for another 2 days with caution, and only after confirming there were no other dangers did you begin to complete the task. The process of gathering fire yang flowers went more smoothly than you imagined. Your spirit plant affinity trait was simply a radar when it came to finding spiritual herbs. You need not search the mountains like other cultivators. A moment of stillness allowed you to faintly sense the general direction of fire attribute spiritual herbs. You avoided areas where demonic beasts lurked, deliberately choosing remote corners to work. In just a single day, you gathered 10 top-quality fire yang flowers along with numerous other valuable fire attribute herbs and the yin grass, seeds you claimed to be seeking. With your task complete, you set off immediately without lingering. On the return journey, you were even more cautious, hiding by day and traveling by night, deliberately choosing remote paths through uninhabited areas. 5 days later, you safely returned to Qingyun's sect. Upon seeing the familiar mountain gate once again, you were so moved that you nearly burst into tears. Finally home. The first thing you did upon returning to the sect was to deliver your mission at the task hall. 300 contribution points and 3 bottles of chi gathering pills were in hand. The registrar, stunned that you had survived, stared at you as though seeing a ghost, examining you up and down several times while repeatedly muttering about having the devil's own luck. You offered him a smile and said nothing, keeping your accomplishments hidden. After handing in your mission, you immediately returned to your herb garden. No. 7. Gazing at that familiar vibrant land and breathing in the herbal fragrance that filled the air, you felt a sense of tranquility unlike anything before. A golden nest or silver nest is not as good as one's own humble abode. The outside world is too dangerous. Cultivating the land brings a sense of security. From that day forward, you abandoned any thought of venturing out again and entered a long, monotonous period of closed-door cultivation and farming. The decade from age 40 to 50 passed without incident. You devoted all your energy and time to cultivation and tending the land. Your cultivation advanced steadily from Qi condensation layer 6 to layer 7. Your herb garden quietly expanded from half a mu to a full mu. You cultivated not only first to third grade spiritual herbs, but also began attempting to cultivate fourth grade varieties with extremely demanding environmental requirements. Through selling herbs, you accumulated tens of thousands of spirit stones and abundant cultivation resources, yet you never spent them, instead hiding them in your secret treasury for emergencies. You continued living the simplest life, surviving each month on the meager stipend and contribution points issued by the sect. To outsiders, you remained the same eccentric Tang Xun, tending your small plot of land with cultivation that seemed frozen in time. Each year's trait draw still yielded various bizarre white-grade options. At 41, sleeping while standing. At 42, licking your lips while eating. At 43, Asian Dance King. You had reached a state of inner peace, even finding amusement in these peculiar traits. For instance, you discovered that the Asian Dance King trait seemed to enhance your agility. When weeding your herb garden, occasionally stepping into unusual dance patterns somehow improved your efficiency. The 20 years from 50 to 70 marked the onset of a cultivation bottleneck. Advancing through the higher stages of Qi condensation became extraordinarily difficult with each layer. It took you a full 20 years to painstakingly advance from Qi condensation layer 7 to the peak of layer 8. Throughout this period, you witnessed generation after generation of outer sect disciples come and go. Of those who entered the sect alongside you, some succeeded in foundation establishment and proudly advanced to the inner sect, while others exhausted their lifespan and turned to dust. Zhang Peng, who once boasted arrogantly before you, offended the wrong person during a sect mission. His spiritual roots shattered and cultivation destroyed, he was disgracefully expelled from the mountain gate. Only you remained like an ancient, unyielding stone, silently tending your herb garden. No. 7. Gradually forgotten by all. Though 70 years old, your cultivation preserved your appearance at around 40, the prime of middle age. These 2 decades from 70 to 90 were the loneliest, yet also the most steadfast in your Tao heart. You began attempting to break through the final barrier of Qi condensation, layer 9. This obstacle proved even more formidable than you had imagined. The drawbacks of your 5 elements spiritual root manifested completely. Though your magical power was pure, the cycle of the 5 elements seemed to lack some essential core, preventing your total power from ever breaking through that invisible barrier. You tried every method and consumed massive amounts of pills, but results remained minimal. You neither grew discouraged nor impatient. Like the most devout ascetic, you repeated the tedious cultivation day after day, year after year. You pushed the effect of the effort always yields results trait to its absolute limit. Each failed attempt accumulated insignificant experience and strength for your next try. Through this long, despairing refinement, your Tao heart became as solid as bedrock. The traits you drew grew increasingly elderly. You even carved a tombstone inscribed with Tomb of Tang Xun, outstanding gardener of Qingyun's sect. Just in case you died in your herb garden someday, you reasoned it would give you somewhere to rest. On your 90th birthday, your hair had turned completely white and your face was lined with wrinkles. You looked every bit the ancient man. Sitting cross-legged in your thatched cottage, you prepared for the 72nd card draw of your simulated life. Hope had long since abandoned you. Come on, one final draw. Let's see whether luck favors me or not today. You watched the roulette wheel spin numbly. Yet just as your heart turned to ash and you prepared to accept fate, a brilliant purple light illuminated your world once more. Your clouded old eyes instantly blazed with astonishing vitality. Purple epic. Your body trembled with excitement as you stared fixedly at the text about to appear. Congratulations. You have obtained the epic trait, Epiphany. Trait Epiphany purple effect. Your diligence and perseverance have been recognized by the heavenly Tao. During extended periods of repetitive cultivation or work, there is a certain probability you will enter a state of epiphany, dramatically boosting your cultivation efficiency and success rate. Reading the trait description, you were completely dumbfounded. Oh my heavens. System, you've finally grown a conscience. Tears streaming down your face, you unhesitatingly swapped the now useless energy vigor white for the epiphany purple. The moment the trait was equipped, your mind cleared completely, as if a subtle resonance had formed between you and this very world. Without hesitation, you immediately closed your eyes and began assaulting the bottleneck that had plagued you for decades. You channeled the Qi guiding technique, directing your massive yet pure magical power toward that invisible barrier for the 1 million in first charge. Just as you were about to fail once more, the Epiphany purple trait activated. You felt your consciousness suddenly drawn away, entering an incomprehensibly profound realm. You could almost see your 5 elements spiritual root within, watching 5 different elemental energies flow through your meridians. You saw both their conflicts and their harmonious fusion and that seemingly impenetrable barrier. Then, like the first ray of light at the dawn of creation, a sudden illumination exploded within your mind. You understood. The 5 elements were not an obstacle. They were a cycle. Mutual generation was the key to breakthrough. Breakthrough. For me. A shout erupted from your heart as you guided the 5 elements' power along an entirely new, profoundly mysterious trajectory. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood. A perfect 5 elements cycle formed within your dantian with a thunderous impact. That barrier which had tormented you for decades crumbled like paper before this perfect cycle. Boom. An aura far more powerful than before erupted from your aged body, blasting straight upward and tearing the thatched roof clean off. On your cultivation panel, the words representing Qi condensation layer 8 finally changed. Cultivation Qi condensation layer 9. At 90 years old, you had finally broken through to the last realm of Qi condensation. Feeling the endless, perfectly harmonious power surging within you, an unprecedented sense of strength filled your entire being. You slowly opened your eyes, a flash of brilliance crossing your gaze before vanishing. Rising to your feet, though your exterior remained aged, your fundamental life essence had been utterly transformed. But before you could rejoice, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky that made your very soul tremble. You looked up sharply to see a colossal spatial rift tearing through the cloudless heavens, where 2 figures resembling gods and demons were locked in furious combat. Each collision caused heaven and earth to change color and space to collapse. It's nascent soul elders battling. Terrified out of your wits, you turned and bolted for the underground chamber you had dug. But it was already too late. One figure, apparently struck, fell from the rift, and with a casual flick of his finger launched an attack capable of destroying heaven and earth in another direction. The mere trace of that attack's shockwave, utterly insignificant, swept across your herb garden. No. 7. Everything went white before you lost consciousness entirely. You are dead. You died in the aftermath of a battle between nascent soul cultivators. You, your 7th herb garden, and the wealth you had painstakingly accumulated over decades were all reduced to dust in that instant. Not even a single intact hair remained. This simulation has ended. Simulation duration 72 years. Final evaluation: you adhere to the principle of lying low throughout your life, industrious, yet unnoticed, only to perish in a calamity utterly unrelated to you. Your experience fully demonstrates that in the world of cultivation, without strength, even living in peace is a luxury. Reward calculation in progress. In the real world, at a secluded corner behind Xinyan sect, Tang Xun's eyes snapped open. He gasped for air, his face etched with lingering terror. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. He clutched his chest, his heart was still pounding wildly. The cataclysmic scene, the terrifying pressure that made his very soul tremble. It was so real that he could still feel his body shivering. Nascent soul, old monster. So this is the power of a nascent soul cultivator. Just the aftermath, and I at the 9th layer of Qi refining didn't even have time to react before I was annihilated. Tang Xun's eyes were filled with shock and fear, but more than that, an unprecedented longing. A longing for power. In this life, I was taken out by the aftermath of a nascent soul senior. System, can't you give me a more dignified ending? He couldn't help but mentally roast the system. But despite the complaints, the gains from this simulation were enormous. Simulation ended. Beginning inheritance. Inheriting cultivation, Qi refining 9th layer. Mana density 10-fold. 5-element mana circulation perfect. Inheriting technique, Qi attraction art, grand perfection. Inheriting memories, 72 years of life experience, cultivation insights, farming expertise, alchemy knowledge, array formations. Inheriting all acquired traits. Inheritance complete. Boom. A torrent of mana more than 10 times vaster than at the end of the first simulation exploded within his body. Tang Xun grunted, feeling like a balloon about to burst. Innumerable streams of pure refined mana furiously scoured his limbs, meridians, and 8 extraordinary channels. His meridians, which had just reached the first layer of chi refining, were instantly widened and strengthened under the torrent of mana. His dantian, once a dry lake, was now flooded with an ocean. Holy crap! I can't take it. Tang Xun's face flushed crimson. He felt he was truly about to be torn apart by this power. Without a moment's hesitation, he sat cross-legged and furiously activated the chi attraction art, which had reached grand perfection, guiding the colossal mana to circulate through his body along the mysterious 5-element cycle over and over again. Time passed minute by minute. A faint 5-colored radiance began to glow on Tang Xun's body. Gold, cyan, blue, red, and yellow. 5 colors swirled around him, forming a perfect cycle, exuding an aura of endless vitality, harmony, and flawlessness. The surging aura on his body gradually stabilized under the modulation of the 5-element cycle. Chi refining, 2nd layer, 3rd layer, 4th layer. His cultivation in the real world began to skyrocket like a rocket. The surge only slowed at the peak of the 6th layer of chi refining. It wasn't because the energy was exhausted, but because Tang Xun actively suppressed his advancement. Tang Xun opened his eyes, frowning. Although the inherited cultivation from the simulator had no side effects, his physical body was still that of a rookie who had just stepped into the 1st layer of chi refining. Jumping from the 1st layer to the 9th layer in the blink of an eye, his body could barely handle it. Looks like I need to spend some time getting used to this new realm. Tang Xun assessed his internal state. He was now at the 9th layer of chi refining, but with 10-fold mana density and a perfect 5-element harmony. This meant that in actual combat, he could probably even hold his own against an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Not to mention the vast reservoir of cultivation insights, farming experience, alchemy knowledge, and array formations he had inherited from those 72 years. Now he was an old monster, wearing the skin of a chi refining cultivator. This start is a perfect hand. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Xun began to tally the greatest gain from this simulation, the traits. Unassigned traits list. Purple epic, 2 concealment epiphany. Green rare, 2 fleet as wind spiritual plant affinity. White common, always step in dog poo midnight serenade square dance mastery. Gazing at the purple concealment, Tang Xun could almost drool. This was a life-saving skill. The core equipment for playing the fool. System, open up the trait slots. There were too many good things, he didn't know which one to equip. Life simulator and 5-element spiritual root are unmovable. Effort always pays off, and epiphany are similar, but epiphany is stronger. It can be triggered at critical moments, so I'll choose epiphany. Concealment is a must. It's the soul of my survival strategy. Spiritual plant affinity. I'll probably return to farming later, so I'll equip it too. 1 slot left. Tang Xun's eyes swept over the remaining traits. Fleet as wind. Good for escaping. Good memory. Good for studying. Vibrant energy. Essential for a workaholic. Affable. The perfect disguise. After some thought, he finally chose affable. For now, I'm not strong enough to be flashy. A harmless appearance is still necessary. Trait configuration complete. Currently equipped traits, 66 life, simulator rainbow, 5-element spiritual root green, epiphany purple concealment, purple spiritual plant affinity green, affable white. The moment the configuration was done, Tang Xun immediately activated concealment. With a thought, the powerful aura of the 9th layer of chi refining instantly reseeded, finally, settling steadily at the 1st layer of chi refining. A newly initiated chi refining layer 1 with unstable foundations. Perfect. Tang Xun nodded in satisfaction. Having done all this, he stood up and looked at the sky. The sky was already growing light. Time to report to the outer sect. Tang Xun brushed the dirt off his clothes, put back on his honest, simple smile, and walked at a leisurely pace toward the outer disciple area. A new life had begun, and this time he was no longer a penniless handyman. He was a super rookie, armed with a fortune traits and cultivation and ready to make his mark on the new map. Tang Xun walked with a leisurely pace toward the area of the outer disciples. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, and on the mountain path one could already see clusters of young cultivators dressed in outer disciple robes. Some hurried toward the task hall, while others gathered to discuss their cultivation insights. Every face radiated the youthful vigor and anticipation for the future that belonged to the young. Tang Xun blended in among them, wearing a trademark, affable smile, looking exactly like a country boy who had just achieved chi initiation and was curious about everything. No one knew that this seemingly harmless newcomer harbored a terrifying amount of spiritual power comparable to the 9th layer of chi refining within his body, and his mind was filled with the memories of an ancient monster who had lived for over 100 years. Tisk youth is wonderful, Tang Xun sighed inwardly. Following the information on the identity token given by stewardly Tang Xun, soon found his own cave dwelling. D-District No. 1314. Looking at the cave dwelling, located at the most remote foot of the mountain in the outer sect area, with weeds growing all over the entrance, not even a proper stone door, only a shabby wooden fence serving as the gate. Tang Xun was not surprised at all. While the room number is quite romantic, one life, one death in this crappy place, he muttered to himself as he pushed open the creaking wooden fence and walked in. The cave was exactly as in his simulation, empty, damp, and cold with a faint musty smell in the air. The spiritual energy was so scarce that meditating here for a day would probably be less effective than taking a walk outside for an hour. But Tang Xun was satisfied. The more rundown the place, the fewer people would come, and the less attention he would attract. Wasn't this a cave heaven tailored for a stealthy cultivator like him? He didn't rush to clean up. Instead, he sat cross-legged and opened the simulator panel. What he cared about most now was the next simulation opportunity. Tang Xun's gaze fell directly on the small line of text below the simulation count. Next simulation cooldown 364 days, 18 hours, 23 minutes. Or complete the guidance task to obtain an immediate simulation opportunity. Current guidance task: achieve first place in the Outer Sect tournament 3 months from now. First place in the Outer Sect tournament. Upon seeing this task, Tang Xun was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. This system really knows how to keep me busy. After the first simulation, the task was to become an outer disciple, free of charge. After the second simulation, it cranked up the difficulty all the way. First place. There were thousands of outer disciples, including many experts at the 8th and 9th layers of chi refining, and even prodigies, with 1 foot already in the foundation establishment stage. For example, that's Su Qinghan. If she participated, she would definitely be the strongest contender for the championship. With his current disguise as a chi refining layer 1 cultivator going for first place. If anyone found out, they would probably laugh their heads off. But challenges make things interesting. Tang Xun stroked his chin, feeling not the least bit troubled, but rather excited. For him, the difficulty of this task wasn't about getting first place, but about how to get first place. Should he just crush everyone in his path, reveal his true power, and shock the whole audience? No, that doesn't align with my core principle of stealth. The tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. As a newcomer who just joined, if I perform too monstrously, I'll definitely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, and I might even be captured and dissected for research. Then, could I only rely on luck? The image of his glorious achievement in the second simulation, tripping himself and falling off the stage during the tournament, flashed through Tang Xun's mind. I can't act like that this time. I need a different script. Tang Xun calculated in his mind. I have to strike the right balance. Make it seem like I got lucky as hell without being too ridiculous, and finally pull off an upset at the critical moment to astonish everyone. This script is good, satisfying moments, a twist. I like it. Just as he was immersed in the joy of crafting his own script, loud footsteps and commotion came from outside the cave dwelling. Hey, no. 1314, is this it? Who cares, just kick the door open and find out. Bang! The already rickety wooden fence was kicked to pieces with one blow. Several young men in outer disciple robes swaggered in. The one in the lead, tall and arrogantly proud, was none other than Tang Xun's old acquaintance from the second simulation, Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng was at the 4th layer of chi refining, quite well known among the outer disciples. His favorite pastimes were forming cliques, bullying newcomers, and collecting protection fees. 3 or 4 lackeys followed behind him, all with crooked necks and leering eyes, looking roguish and clearly no good. Yo, someone's actually here. One of Zhang Peng's lackeys, a monkey-like young man, saw Tang Xun sitting cross-legged on the stone bed and let out a strange laugh. Newcomer. Seems pretty savvy. Knows to come pay respects to the local boss first. Zhang Peng stood with his arms crossed, scrutinizing Tang Xun up and down. When he sensed the faint, barely chi refining layer 1 fluctuations of mana from Tang Xun, the contempt in his eyes deepened. Newcomer, judging by your look, you climbed up from the menial disciples, didn't you? Zhang Peng's voice carried a condescending superiority. Don't know the rules of the outer sect. Tang Xun almost laughed out loud. Good heavens, this plot, these lines. They're exactly the same as in the simulation. Not even a punctuation mark changed. System, did you copy-paste this script? So half-hearted. He slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and still wore that harmless, amiable smile. Greetings, senior brothers. My name is Tang Xun. I just moved in yesterday. There are indeed many rules I'm not familiar with. I sincerely ask for your guidance. His humble and submissive demeanor pleased Zhang Peng and his crew immensely. You know what's good for you. The monkey beside Zhang Peng snorted, extending his hand. Guidance is not the word, but as senior brothers, it's only right that we protect you junior brothers who just arrived. Every month, 5 low-grade spirit stones and 1 fasting pill. Pay the protection fee, and from now on no one in this D district will dare to bully you. That's right. If anything happens, just mention Brother Peng's name, another lackey chimed in. Tang Xun's smile didn't change, but inwardly, he was complaining frantically. 5 spirit stones and 1 fasting pill. Isn't that the entire monthly allowance from the sect? This is robbery. Even more extortionate than that bastard Wang Hao. He pretended to hesitate, and said, Senior brother, this. I just received my monthly allowance and haven't even had a chance to warm it. Could you give me a few days' grace? Grace? Zhang Peng's brow furrowed, and his face instantly darkened. You're bargaining with me. Looks like you need a lesson to learn how to write the word rules. The spiritual energy around him began to fluctuate, and a pressure of the 4th layer of qi refining bore down on Tang Xun. In his view, dealing with a waste who had just reached qi refining layer 1 mere pressure would be enough to make him kneel and beg for mercy. The lackeys behind him also showed gleeful smiles, ready to watch Tang Xun make a fool of himself. However, to their surprise, Tang Xun stood still, not moving an inch. That pressure of the 4th layer of qi refining was like a gentle spring breeze to him. It couldn't even make the corner of his robe flutter. His smile didn't change in the slightest, only a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Senior brother Zhang, is it? Tang Xun said with a chuckle. I have a quirk. I respond to softness, but not aggression. If you had spoken nicely, maybe I would have been happy to give you the spirit stones. But the way you are now. Tang Xun paused, his smile gradually fading, and his gaze turned icy. It really annoys me. A terrifying aura far more powerful and condensed than Zhang Peng's by an immeasurable degree erupted from Tang Xun's body. It was like a volcano that had slumbered for 10,000 years suddenly erupting in an instant. The entire crude cave was enveloped by this dreadful pressure. The air seemed to freeze, and even the water droplets dripping from the cave walls halted midair. The arrogance and disdain on the faces of Zhang Peng and his lackeys instantly froze, replaced by boundless horror and terror. Plopped. Plopped. The lackeys who were at the 2nd or 3rd layer of qi refining couldn't hold on for even a second. Their legs gave way and they knelt directly on the ground, faces pale as death, trembling like leaves in a storm. They felt like a small boat in a raging storm about to be crushed into pieces by this terrifying pressure at any moment. Zhang Peng at the 4th layer of qi refining and the highest cultivation among them fared slightly better, but he could barely stand. His legs were trembling violently, his teeth chattering audibly, and cold sweat poured down his forehead like rain. Qi refining. Late stage. Zhang Peng's voice was trembling. He stared fixedly at Tang Xun, his eyes wide as bells, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? A newcomer who just climbed up from a menial disciple. How could he be a master of the late qi refining stage? When did the sect produce such a prodigy? Why would he live in a shabby place like Block D? Countless questions exploded in his mind, but he couldn't figure out a single one. The only thing he was certain of now was that he had kicked an iron plate today. A thick, hard iron plate that could crush him to death. Senior brother. No, senior. Spare my life. Skinny Monkey was the first to react, trembling and kowtowing frantically while begging for mercy. Senior, we failed to recognize Mount Tai. We were blind to dare offend you. Please be magnanimous and let us off like a fart. The other lackeys also cried out for mercy, the scene quite touching. Tang Xun looked at their grotesque display and was secretly delighted. Oh, weren't you just acting tough? Why are you so cowardly now? Young man, where's your backbone? He muttered inwardly as he leisurely walked over to Zhang Peng. Tang Xun did not release his full aura. He only revealed his cultivation to about the 7th layer of qi refining. That was already frightening enough. In the outer sect, the 7th layer of qi refining undoubtedly placed one among the very top of the pyramid. Disciples with such cultivation all lived in Block A, the most abundant in spiritual energy, enjoying the best treatment. Who would come to live in Block D? It was completely unreasonable. Zhang Peng felt his mind could no longer comprehend. Senior. He squeezed out 2 words from his throat with difficulty, wanting to beg for mercy, but due to extreme fear, he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Senior brother Zhang, right? Tang Xun tilted his head, revealing that harmless smile again. Just now you said you wanted to collect protection fees from me. No. I wouldn't dare. It's me who should pay you protection fees. It's me who should pay my respects. Zhang Peng's survival instinct erupted at that moment, shaking his head like a rattledrum. Oh, Tang Xun raised an eyebrow. That's a good idea. He patted Zhang Peng's shoulder, stiff from fear, and said with a chuckle, since you're so creative, I'll give you a chance. From today on, you and your men are under my command. Understand? Zhang Peng was stunned for a moment, then nodded frantically. Understand. We'll do whatever you say. Good. Tang Xun was pleased with his attitude. He thought for a moment, and continued, since you're my men, now shouldn't you show some token of appreciation? Otherwise, why should I protect you? Zhang Peng's mind raced, and he immediately pulled out a small cloth pouch from his storage bag, handing it over with trembling hands. Senior, this is my monthly allowance for this month, plus all my savings. Total 35 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept it. Tang Xun weighed it in his hand, and sneered inwardly. Only 35. Poor bastard. But his face remained impassive as he said flatly, "Is that all?" Zhang Peng's face instantly fell, and he said mournfully, "Senior, this is all I have. It's not easy for an outer disciple to earn spirit stones." Fine. Tang Xun wasn't really trying to squeeze him dry, he wanted an attitude of deterrent. He tucked the spirit stones into his robe, then swept his gaze over the lackeys kneeling on the ground. Those few were so terrified they jerked, scrambling to pull out all their belongings. "Senior, I have 8 spirit stones here. I only have 5 plus 2 bottles of chi recovery powder. I have a low-grade magical tool here. It's not valuable, but it can be exchanged for a few spirit stones." Tang Xun accepted everything without refusal. After tallying the spoils, he had a total of 52 low-grade spirit stones, a few bottles of worthless pills, and a pile of junk. Not bad first day's income. Tang Xun was overjoyed. He cleared his throat and said to the terrified men, "All right, the tribute has been accepted. From now on you are my people. On the first of each month, bring half of your monthly allowance to me voluntarily. If I find anyone hiding anything..." Tang Xun's voice turned cold. "I'll break his bones one by one to see if they're made of gold." "We wouldn't dare." "Absolutely not." The men quickly swore oaths. Also, Tang Xun changed the subject. "I like peace and quiet. I don't like being disturbed. So about my affairs, I don't want to hear any rumors from others. You know what to do, right?" Zhang Peng immediately understood and patted his chest to guarantee, "Senior, rest assured. Today's events will rot in our bellies. If anyone dares to utter a single word, I'll cripple him before you even lift a finger." "Good." Tang Xun nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He needed Zhang Peng and his crew to shield him from unnecessary troubles outside, while keeping his strength under wraps. This way he could peacefully carry out his tournament lying flat plan. "All right, get lost." Tang Xun waved his hand, shooing them away like flies. Yes. We're leaving immediately." Zhang Peng, as if granted amnesty, scrambled out of the cave with his lackeys, not even bothering with the broken wooden fence. They ran a long distance in one breath until the shabby cave was out of sight. Only then did they dare to stop collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, their faces still etched with the terror of surviving a disaster. Peng Jihu. Who is that person? Too terrifying. Skinny Monkey said with lingering fear. Zhang Peng's face was so dark it could drip water. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said through gritted teeth, "How should I know? A late chi refining expert pretending to be a newcomer living in Block D. Damn it, this is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I've had the worst luck today." "Then, what do we do now? Do we really give him half our monthly allowance every month?" Another lackey asked unwillingly. "What else?" Zhang Peng glared at him. "Do you want to reason with him? Or get your bones broken?" The lackey immediately shrank his neck and dared not speak again. "Damn it." Zhang Peng slammed his fist into a nearby tree. "I'll get even for this sooner or later. Let's go." He left with a belly full of frustration and resentment, leading his underlings away in disgrace. Back in the cave, Tang Xun was happily counting spirit stones, humming a tuneless ditty. 52 pieces, not bad enough to buy some spirit seeds. It seems this protection fee business has quite a future. He completely dismissed Zhang Peng's threat. Get even. Maybe in the next life. He put away the spirit stones with a cheerful mood and began to think about the next problem. In the tournament 3 months later, how should he act to be fresh and unconventional to leave a deep impression? This was truly a technical job. The news that Zhang Peng had been savagely beaten by a newly arrived chi refining level 1 disciple and even extorted spread like wildfire through the Ding district. Of course, the transmitted version underwent artistic embellishment. No one dared to mention that Tang Xun was a late-stage chi refining expert. Zhang Peng had issued a stern order: anyone who dared to speak recklessly would have their legs broken. Therefore, the most widely circulated version went like this. "Have you heard? Zhang Peng went to collect protection fees today and kicked an iron plate. What happened? Tell me quickly." He took people to ambush a newcomer, but that newcomer was a tough customer. Despite being only at chi refining level 1, he seemed to have practiced some formidable body tempering technique, wielding immense brute strength, and in just 3 punches and 2 kicks, he knocked Zhang Peng down flat. Really? A chi refining level 1 disciple fighting a chi refining level 4 cultivator? You must be joking. Absolutely true. Someone witnessed with their own eyes how Zhang Peng and his gang crawled and scrambled out of that newcomer Tang Xun's cave dwelling, all bruised and swollen, utterly miserable. Damn, so fierce. Won't Zhang Peng die of anger? Not just anger, they say that newcomer actually turned the tables and made Zhang Peng's group pay him protection fees. What do you call this? This is called robbing the robbers. For a time, the entire Ding district of the outer sect, and even some disciples from the Bing district, were discussing this matter. Tang Xun's name gained a small measure of fame in the outer sect for the first time. However, his image was defined as a luck-bringer who practiced some body tempering techniques and was a mindless brute. After all, in the cultivation world, spiritual cultivation is the foundation. A chi refining level 1 disciple, no matter how strong his body tempering techniques, or could only be so strong. Having beaten Zhang Peng, he would surely have plenty of bitterness to endure in the future. Many were waiting to see Tang Xun's jokes, waiting to see when Zhang Peng would get his revenge. And as the protagonist of the incident, Tang Xun was completely unaware of this and could not care less. He was busy constructing his own paradise. He first spent some time using the earthen wall technique and the sharp metal technique to thoroughly renovate the dilapidated cave dwelling, reinforcing the cave walls, leveling the ground, and even getting himself a comfortable stone bed and a set of stone table and stools. Most importantly, he used a massive rock to make a thick stone door again and carved several layers of crude warning runes on it. Although these runes couldn't defend against experts, at least they could keep mice out and serve as a warning system. After finishing all this, he used the spirit plant affinity trait to sense nearby the cave dwelling, found a place with relatively richest spiritual energy, and cleared out a small spiritual field. Then, carrying the startup funds he had earned from Zhang Peng, he hurriedly headed to the outer sects market. This time he took the familiar route. It was still the same seed-selling stall, and the vendor was still that shrewd young man. "Hey, senior brother, come to buy spiritual seeds." The vendor greeted Tang Xun enthusiastically upon seeing him. He had obviously also heard of Tang Xun's glorious deeds with a mix of curiosity and reverence in his eyes. Just looking around, Tang Xun remained in his usual amiable manner, squatting in front of the stall. "How do you sell these clear heart grass seeds?" "Senior brother, if you want them, I'll give you a discount. A pack of 10 seeds is still the same price, 1 low-grade spirit stone. If you buy 10 packs, I'll throw in 1 pack for free." The vendor was quite accommodating. "All right, give me 20 packs, Tang Xun said with a show of wealth. "Sure thing." The vendor beamed with joy and skillfully packed them for him. After paying with spirit stones, Tang Xun was about to leave when he suddenly caught sight of that familiar wooden box in the corner with his peripheral vision. Inside were still those black stone-like mysterious seeds. Were these not the very seeds he had bought at the age of 90 in the first simulation? So without me, these things wouldn't have sold for 72 years. Also, this, Tang Xun pointed to the wooden box and asked. The vendor glanced at it and immediately laughed, saying, "Senior brother, if you like it, take it freely. These things can't sprout anyway, so consider it a trinket gift for you." Tang Xun's heart stirred. In the first simulation, when these mysterious seeds finally sprouted, they had triggered heavenly phenomena. Although he didn't know exactly what they were definitely treasures. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Tang Xun didn't hesitate, directly packing the remaining half box of the wooden box into his storage bag. Since it was free, why not take it? Back at the cave dwelling, Tang Xun carefully planted the clear heart grass seeds, then equipped the farming expert trait and cast the rapid growth technique on the spiritual field. Only after finishing all this did he take out those mysterious black seeds. He planted these seeds in the most inconspicuous corner of the spiritual field and also cast the rapid growth technique. Just like in the first simulation, these black seeds showed no reaction at all, like dead objects. Tang Xun didn't mind, for he had plenty of time and patience. In the following days, Tang Xun thoroughly lived the life of a reclusive shut-in. During the day, he busied himself in the spiritual field, weeding, watering, and studying how to grow crops better. At night, he returned to the cave to meditate and cultivate, consolidating his Qi refining level 6 foundation. He used the breath concealment trait to firmly suppress his aura at the peak of Qi refining level 1, not too high, not too low, just right. This cultivation level would neither be considered waste of nothing, because too low, nor attract attention, because too high, perfectly fitting his ordinary newcomer persona. Zhang Peng was quite faithful to his word. On the first of every month, he would arrive on time, with a few lackeys, faces gloomy, to pay tribute. Tang Xun couldn't be bothered to see them, simply telling them to leave the offerings at the cave entrance. Relying on protection fees and the spirit stones obtained from selling his grown clear heart grass at the market, Tang Xun's treasury gradually became ample. He didn't use these spirit stones to buy pills or magical artifacts, but saved them all, planning to keep them for grand endeavors in the future. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Qingyun Sect's annual Outer Sect tournament was finally about to begin. The entire Outer Sect fell into a fervent atmosphere. Disciples rubbed their hands together, eager to try their skills. On the dueling platforms, people practiced combat spells every day to familiarize themselves with battle techniques. In the mission hall, an endless stream of people exchanged pills and talismans. Only Tang Xun's cave dwelling No. 1314 remained so quiet, isolated from the world. The day before the tournament, Tang Xun finally emerged from seclusion. He stretched, feeling the stable and abundant magic power within his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Over these 3 months, although he hadn't deliberately tried to improve his cultivation under the blessing of Epiphany, his Qi refining level 9 foundation had been tempered to an incredibly solid state, and the purity of his magic power had elevated by another level. Preparations are almost complete. Tomorrow it's time to witness the performance. A profound smile appeared on Tang Xun's face. He opened his trait panel and began pre-battle configuration. Life simulator color and 5 elements spiritual roots green were core traits and couldn't be changed. Breath concealment purple was the actor's self-discipline and had to be kept. Spirit Plant Affinity Green and Amiable Nature White were not very useful in the tournament and could be replaced first. What should fill the remaining empty slot? Tang Xun searched through his long list of white traits. Soon his gaze locked onto two traits worthy of being dragon and phoenix counterparts. Cursed Speech White. The unpleasant things you occasionally say have a tiny probability of coming true. Constant stepping on dog shit White. The probability of stepping on dog shit while walking will slightly increase. Tang Xun stroked his chin, lost in thought. Cursed speech is a good thing, useful for undermining others with excellent effect. But the probability is too low, somewhat dependent on luck. Constant stepping on dog shit. This trait at first glance seems purely negative, but what if applied to opponents? A bold idea formed in Tang Xun's mind. He decided to bring Cursed Speech. After all, it was an active skill with relatively higher controllability. As for the remaining trait slot, after thinking it over, he equipped Swift Footing Green and Perseverance White. One for escaping, the other for increasing endurance, both offensive and defensive, very steady. Trait configuration completed. Currently equipped traits: 66 Life, Simulator Color 5 Elements, Spiritual Roots, Green Breath, Concealment, Purple, Cursed Speech, White, Swift Footing Green, Perseverance White. Excellent. The actor is in place, the script is written. Tomorrow let the entire outer sect witness what it means to be a son of destiny. Tang Xun pushed open the stone door, gazing at the sunset clouds on the horizon with a gleam of mischief in his eyes. Early the next morning, the outer sect square was already teeming with people. Thousands of outer sect disciples surrounded the 10 bluestone platforms in the center until there was barely room to move, the air thick with tension, excitement, and an underlying current of hostility. Upon the high viewing platforms, several deacons and elders of the sect had already taken their seats, their critical gaze sweeping over the young disciples below as they hoped to spot a few promising talents among them. Tang Xun blended into the crowd like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world before, craning his neck curiously from side to side, letting out muttered exclamations of wow, and who perfectly fitting in with the onlookers. This turnout is far livelier than our village during spring festival, he grumbled silently. Soon the deacon in charge of presiding over the competition ascended the platform and announced the rules. The rules were simple: drawn pairings, single elimination matches continuing until a final champion was decided. The rewards were equally generous. The top 64 would receive contribution points and alchemical pills, while the top 10 would be granted access to high-grade magical artifacts and the privilege of choosing techniques from the sect's scripture pavilion. And for first place, the treasure that countless chi-refining disciples dreamed of: a foundation establishment pill. At the mere mention of those 3 words, the entire crowd erupted. Every disciple's eyes reddened, their breathing growing heavy. A foundation establishment pill, the very key to reaching a higher realm. A single foundation establishment pill could raise a chi-refining cultivator's success rate in laying their foundation by a staggering 30%. A foundation establishment pill. It seems the sect has spared no expense this time. Tang Xun licked his lips, his own heart ablaze. Though he possessed the simulator and foundation establishment, was only a matter of time who would turn down a smoother path. That foundation establishment pill, he was determined to have it. The lottery draw began soon after, and every participant's identity token displayed their matchup information. Tang Xun glanced at his token. First round platform no. 3. Tang Xun versus Wang Meng. Wang Meng. The name itself sounded appropriately brash. He ambled leisurely out of the crowd and made his way toward platform no. 3. Along the way, many pointed and whispered at him. Look, it's that newcomer Tang Xun. I heard he's a body refinement cultivator, quite fierce. Fierce my foot. He's only at the first level of chi refining. His opponent is Wang Meng at the 3rd level, whose flaming sword technique is practiced to perfection. This kid is in trouble. This ought to be good. Let's see whether body refinement holds up against Wang Meng's flaming sword. Tang Xun paid their gossip no mind, his thoughts instead occupied with how best to perform for his first match. A direct forfeit would look too fake, and people would call me a coward. Winning outright wouldn't fit my persona either. Best to let the opponent suffer some kind of mishap. Musing as he walked, he stepped onto the platform. His opponent Wang Meng was already waiting there. The man was a towering brute with a face full of coarse features, casting disdainful and ruthless glances at Tang Xun. Kid, I've heard you can fight a. Wang Meng cracked his knuckles with a series of pops. Just what I like, breaking tough bones. I'd advise you to kneel and beg for mercy now, or don't come crying to me when your arms and legs are in pieces. Tang Xun merely wore his amiable smile and offered a respectful bow. Senior brother Wang, please go easy on me. All the while he silently activated the Jinx trait in his mind. Oh dear, senior brother Wang looks rather flush with health, though your forehead does seem a bit dark. You must not have slept well last night. I do hope you don't choke on your spiritual energy today, or it would make for quite the spectacle. At the deacon's signal to begin, Wang Meng let out a roaring bellow and charged at Tang Xun. Spiritual energy surged through his body as he pressed his palm into a blade, igniting a crimson flame along its edge that formed a half-foot-long sword of fire. Carried by a scorching wave of heat, it came crashing down squarely toward Tang Xun's head. The strike was powerful and swift, drawing gasps from the spectators below. Yet just as the flaming blade was about to land upon Tang Xun, something extraordinary happened. Wang Mang's charging body suddenly froze dead in its tracks. His expression twisted instantly, from ferocious to agonized, his forehead, veins bulging, as though something within him were stirring up a maelstrom. Guh. He opened his mouth attempting to speak, but only managed a pained sound. Then before everyone's dumbfounded eyes, the flame blade in his hands sputtered and died out. His rigid body toppled backward, crashing to the ground, where he convulsed, foam gathering at the corners of his mouth. A deathly silence fell over the entire square. Everyone was utterly stunned. What in the world was happening? He hadn't even been struck, and he'd collapsed on his own. Was this some new form of staged fraud? On the platform, Tang Xun also froze. Blinking in bewilderment, he gazed down at the convulsing Wang Mang and wore an expression of complete perplexity and innocence. Wang, senior brother. What's wrong? Don't scare me like this. He cautiously crept closer and gave Wang Mang a tentative poke with his foot. Wang Mang continued to twitch, completely unconscious. The presiding deacon was equally bewildered. In all his years of life and all the competitions he had officiated, he had never witnessed such an absurd spectacle. He quickly hopped onto the platform and examined Wang Mang, his expression gradually turning peculiar. Chi deviation. A minor demonic backlash. Fortunately, it's not severe. He's merely unconscious for now. After announcing the assessment, the deacon fixed Tang Xun with a look of utter astonishment. This lad, what kind of luck does he have? His opponent defeated himself through his own cultivation mistake. Clearing his throat and suppressing his inner sense of absurdity, he proclaimed loudly, "In this match, Wang Mang is unable to continue due to personal reasons. Tang Xun is victorious." Whoosh! The crowd exploded instantly. No way. He beat himself. What kind of chosen one is this Tang Xun? He didn't even move, and he won. This luck is absolutely insane. Even buying lottery tickets doesn't get this lucky. Wait. Doesn't this seem a bit suspicious? Maybe Wang Mang was bribed and throwing the match. Gossip flew in every direction, but most people concluded that Tang Xun had simply been blessed with outrageous fortune. Tang Xun rose from the ground, brushed off the dust, and flashed a folksy, sheepish grin tinged with relief and lingering fear toward Wang Mang's receding figure as he was carried away. "Thank you, senior brother Wang. I was fortunate." With that, he limped off the platform under a mixture of envy, jealousy, and mockery from the crowd. Head bowed, shoulders slightly hunched, he appeared thoroughly embarrassed by his lucky victory. In truth, his heart was bubbling with delight. Jinx is absolutely incredible. The first time I used it, and the effect was already this good. This is an indispensable skill for travel and adventure, for eliminating enemies and stealing loot. He had successfully won his first match in the most bizarre and unforgettable manner possible. From this day forward, the name Tang Xun in the outer sect would acquire a brand new label alongside Trash and Reckless Brute, King of Bullshit Luck. Exactly the effect he desired. A good-for-nothing who advanced purely on luck would never be taken seriously by anyone. Satisfied, he found a corner and resumed his role as a spectator, keenly watching the matches on other platforms. Just then he felt a chill, icy gaze settle upon him. He turned his head and met the eyes of Su Qinghan. She stood near another platform, clad in white, as pristine as snow, cold and serene as the moonlight. She had just finished her own first match. Her opponent had surrendered before she even drew her sword. Her gaze lingered on Tang Xun for approximately 2 seconds, a trace of confusion evident in her eyes. It seemed she was puzzled. How had the weakling from the servant quarters, once bullied beyond resistance, ended up here winning through such an outlandish method? Tang Xun flashed her a broad grin, showing off his gleaming teeth. Su Qinghan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, then she looked away as though spending another moment on him was a waste of time. Tang Xun took no offense. If anything, he found it even more amusing. "A nice queen are we. Wait and see. One day I'll make you shocked, moved for me. Actually, just shocked will do. Being moved sounds too cheesy." He hummed a cheerful tune, basking in good spirits as he awaited the next round's draw. The first round of competition quickly concluded, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. The advancing disciples were elated, while those eliminated hung their heads in dejection. After a brief rest, the results of the second round draw were announced. When Tang Xun saw the information on his identity token, even he was taken aback. Second round bye. A bye? That meant he didn't have to fight and advance directly to the next round. No way, really. This luck. Even I find it hard to believe. Tang Xun rubbed his nose, feeling that his script was veering into increasingly absurd territory. When the presiding steward announced the list of buys on the high platform and read the name Tang Xun, the entire square fell into a strange, eerie silence once more. Then an even fiercer wave of discussion erupted than before. A bye? Him again? Why? First round his opponent had a chi deviation, and now a bye. Is he the heavens' favored son? I protest. There must be a conspiracy. I demand a thorough investigation, exclaimed a recently eliminated disciple excitedly. Investigate what? The draw is randomly determined by the sect's formation, absolutely fair and impartial. It's just that some people are lucky, you can't deny that, remarked another disciple sourly. Pure dumb luck. Sheer unadulterated dumb luck. I don't believe he can keep this up. For a moment Tang Xun became the center of attention, with countless gazes of envy, jealousy, and resentment piercing him like knives. He had earned the title of the King of Dumb Luck among the outer disciples. Even several elders on the viewing platform had noticed this outrageously fortunate disciple. This disciple, named Tang Xun. What's his background? Asked a white-haired elder stroking his beard curiously. Reporting to Elder Liu, he was promoted from the miscellaneous servants' courtyard 3 months ago. He has a 5-element spiritual root and is at the first layer of qi refining. No notable background, just exceptionally lucky. The attendant steward replied respectfully, a note of helplessness in his tone. Oh, 5 elements spiritual root. Elder Liu's eyes flickered with surprise. With such aptitude, merely inducing qi into the body is already a stroke of luck, yet he has advanced through 2 rounds in the grand competition. Interesting, truly interesting. He cast a few more intrigued glances at Tang Xun, as if wondering just how far the youngster's luck could take him. Unaware of all this, Tang Xun leisurely found a shady spot under a tree, leaned against the trunk, closed his eyes, and rested, preparing to wait for the second round to finish and directly join the third round draw. This feeling of coasting to victory was simply too satisfying. Hey, are you Tang Xun? A cool, clear voice sounded above him. Tang Xun opened his eyes and saw a face of exquisite beauty. Su Qinghan. She had somehow come to stand before him, looking down at him from above. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappling her figure and adding an ethereal quality to her already transcendent aura. The surrounding disciples were stunned by the sight. The foremost goddess of the outer sect, the acknowledged icy genius Su Qinghan, had actually taken the initiative to speak to that king of dumb luck. What was the world coming to? Senior Sister Su, is there something you need? Tang Xun looked up lazily without the slightest trace of the nervousness or excitement ordinary disciples showed before a goddess, as if he were talking to a random passerby. His attitude made Su Qinghan frown again. She was accustomed to others' flattery, reverence, or adoration, but someone as calm and casual as Tang Xun was a first. Didn't you have no spiritual root? Su Qinghan asked bluntly, her voice tinged with curiosity. This question had lingered in her mind since the moment she first saw him. She remembered clearly a few months ago in the miscellaneous servants' courtyard the youth being bullied by Wang. Hao was a complete mortal. But now he had not only induced qi, but also stood on the arena of the outer sect competition. There had to be an unknown reason behind this. Tang Xun chuckled inwardly at the question. Oh, she still remembers me. Seems my perfectly symmetrical pig face left a deep impression on her. He scratched his head, put on a simple, honest smile, and began the story he had already fabricated. Senior Sister Su, you must be mistaken, right? I've always had a spiritual root. Just poor aptitude, a 5 elements waste spiritual root. A while ago I was working on the back mountain and accidentally fell off a cliff. I thought I was done for, but not only did I survive, I got lucky and ate some kind of fruit I don't know the name of, and then I somehow induced qi. He recounted his experience as a cliché template of the protagonist gets an adventure by jumping off a cliff. The explanation was reasonable, seamless. In the world of cultivation, nothing was too strange. Cases of falling off cliffs and obtaining adventures, or even picking up ancient cultivation techniques on the road, were not uncommon. Su Qinghan listened quietly, her cold, clear eyes scrutinizing Tang Xun as if searching for any flaw in his expression. But Tang Xun's expression was too sincere, his eyes too clear. His simple, honest demeanor left no room for suspicion. I see, she said softly after a moment of silence. She believed him, or rather she found no reason not to. After all, a disciple with a 5 elements waste spiritual root, even if he had obtained an adventure, would have limited future achievements. She didn't need to waste too much energy on a lucky one, destined to go far. You are very fortunate, she said at last, her tone impossible to interpret as praise or criticism. I think so too, Tang Xun replied with a grin. Su Qinghan said no more, turned and walked away, her figure cool and graceful, her steps as if blooming lotuses, soon disappearing into the crowd. The surrounding disciples, who had been craning their necks to watch, let out disappointed sighs. That's it. I thought there'd be more to it. Senior Sister Su must have been curious about his luck too. If it's just dumb luck, what's so great about it? When he meets a real powerhouse, let's see how lucky he is. Tang Xun watched Su Qinghan's retreating figure, the curve of his smile widening. Little miss, your curiosity is piqued, isn't it? Don't rush, this is just the beginning. When we reach the finals, I'll give you an even bigger surprise. He leaned back against the tree, closed his eyes, and felt an indescribable sense of contentment. Teasing a frosty beauty was far more entertaining than fighting. The second round soon ended, leaving just over 100 advancing disciples. As a by recipient, Tang Xun directly entered the third round. When the results of the third round draw were announced, the entire venue once again erupted in a unified gasp of astonishment. Tang Xun's opponent was a 7th-layer qi refining disciple named Zhao Taizhu. Normally that would be unremarkable, but the key thing was that just before the draw results were announced, this senior brother Zhao, while bragging and betting with someone offstage that if he drew Tang Xun, he would immediately perform an upside-down grass-eating act, laughed so hard he choked and threw his back out. Now he was being helped to the medical hall by 2 fellow disciples grimacing in pain. Thus Tang Xun once again won without a fight. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was numb. If the first round was a coincidence, and the second round was luck, then this third round was simply fate. I quit. This competition is rigged. Absolutely rigged. The heavens are blind. Why is he so lucky? From today on, don't anyone talk to me about hard work. I only believe in luck. I'm going to worship Tang Xun and beg him to teach me his divine luck technique. The crowd descended into utter chaos. Even Elder Lu on the viewing platform couldn't help but pull out one of his beard hairs, muttering, "This one is terrifyingly formidable." Tang Xun stood there spreading his hands, wearing a wronged smile that looked more like crying. "Everyone, it really isn't my fault. I have no idea why this is happening." Inwardly, however, he was roaring with laughter. No script would dare write this. Even I'm afraid of my own luck. He had, in a manner unprecedented and likely never to be repeated, effortlessly advanced into the top 64 without shedding a single drop of blood. The news that Tang Xun had advanced to the top 64 without a single fight, winning 3 rounds in a row, swept through the outer sect like a Category 12 typhoon. Now no one mocked him anymore, nor did anyone envy him. Everyone looked at him as if he were a deity, or rather a monster. This could no longer be explained by mere luck. It was clearly the mandate of heaven. The name Tang Xun had become a sensation. He was crowned with all sorts of titles. Child of Destiny, King of Luck, True Lord of Buys, Venerable of Victory without battle. Some busybodies even set up a betting pool in the market, gambling on whether he would get a walkover in the next round or if his opponent would meet with an accident. The odds were surprisingly high. Tang Xun was pleased with this. The greater his fame, the more solid his persona of being lucky. That way, when he later burst forth with his true strength, the impact would be even greater. In the 4th round, Tang Xun's luck seemed to have finally run out. He didn't get a bye, nor did his opponent have any mishap. It was a lively qi refining 6th-layer disciple. When the match list was announced, the entire crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Finally a real fight. Let's see if his luck is truly endless. His opponent is senior brother Li Mo, a qi refining 6th-layer expert whose entangling technique is elusive. That Tang Xun is only at the 1st layer of qi refining. Even if he has some brute strength, he stands no chance. Betting. I'm putting my money on senior brother Li Mo. The odds are 1 to 0.1. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Almost everyone believed that Tang Xun's dark horse run had come to an end. However, when Tang Xun and the disciple named Li Mo stepped onto the arena, yet another dramatic scene unfolded. Li Mo, a shrewd-looking young man, was evidently wary of Tang Xun's good fortune. At the start of the match, he was very cautious. Instead of attacking immediately, he retreated dozens of zhang-formed hand seals and prepared to end the fight at range with his most proficient spells. What-type spells? Perfect. Let me try a new use of crow's mouth. Tang Xun chuckled inwardly. He looked at the hard blue stone arena beneath Li Mo's feet and muttered under his breath, just loud enough for himself to hear. This arena looks sturdy enough, but who knows if something strange might sprout from the cracks. Like a vine or something. Just a second before Li Mo's entangling technique was about to be unleashed, a soft crack sounded. A green vine as thick as a baby's arm burst out of the stone crack beneath his feet, without warning coiling around his ankle like a lightning-fast venomous snake. What is this? Li Mo was startled, looked down, and nearly had his soul frightened out of him. How could a vine grow on the arena? This defies common sense. He instinctively tried to snap the vine with his spiritual energy, but it was incredibly tough and covered in fine barbs. The more he struggled, the tighter it wound. In that moment of distraction, Tang Xun moved. He would never let such a golden opportunity slip away. With the nimble steps granted by swift as the wind, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow, instantly closing in on Li Mo. Li Mo panicked and tried to cast a spell with his other hand, but it was too late. Tang Xun's seemingly ordinary fist rapidly grew larger in his pupils. A thud sounded. Li Mo's eye socket took a solid punch. He cried out in pain, everything went dark, his world spun, and he spun around twice like a top before collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious. The culprit vine, the moment Li Mo fell, retracted back into the stone crack with a swoosh, as if it had never existed. Once again, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's jaws dropped. He won again. What just happened? Why did a vine grow on the arena? Was it Tang Xun's doing? Impossible. He's only at the 1st layer of qi refining. How could he make a vine sprout from a blue stone arena? And he didn't even do anything. Could it be? Could it be that even the arena is on his side? Everyone's worldview was shaken like never before. If it was luck before now, it was nothing short of a miracle. The referee's steward, his mouth twitching, jumped onto the arena and announced Tang Xun's victory. His gaze at Tang Xun had shifted from looking at a monster to looking at a deity. Tang Xun, with a look of feigned relief, patted his chest and clasped his hands toward the unconscious Li Mo. Thank you for yielding, senior brother. Are you alright? That strike just now wasn't intentional. You rushed into it. His smug act of gaining an advantage while appearing innocent made countless disciples below grit their teeth in frustration, yet they were helpless. After all, who could argue with his luck? And so, under the gaze of utter disbelief, Tang Xun successfully advanced to the top 32. The next round, the battle for the top 16, was about to begin. Tang Xun's luck once again shocked everyone. His opponent was a top 20 outer sect expert at the 6th layer of Qi refining. Everyone thought this time Tang Xun's run would finally end. But before the match began, the gem on that senior brother's treasured sword, a high-grade magic artifact he had bought at great expense, fell off. That senior brother was a perfectionist. Without the gem reattached, he felt utterly uncomfortable and couldn't concentrate on the match. He frantically searched the arena, sweating profusely, but couldn't find the tiny gem. Finally, under the steward's repeated urging, he reluctantly conceded. Tang Xun once again won without a fight and advanced to the top 16. The entire crowd was thoroughly numb. Everyone had stopped discussing and simply watched Tang Xun with a look that said, "See, I knew it." Elder Lu, sitting on the viewing platform, began to question his life. He even secretly scanned Tang Xun with his divine sense several times, trying to see if he was carrying some heaven-defying luck artifact. But he found nothing. Tang Xun was just an ordinary Qi refining first-layer disciple, no different from anyone else except for a slightly more stable aura. Strange, truly strange. Elder Lu could only conclude. Meanwhile, Tang Xun was laughing hysterically inside. "Huh. Crow's mouth. You are my god. This is so much more satisfying than fighting directly." Watching their expressions of utter disgust is the most delicious feast. He had fallen in love with the feeling of crushing opponents with luck. Finally came the battle for the top 8. This time Tang Xun's opponent was a true tough nut. Xun, who ranked 10th among outer sect disciples, a peak Qi refining 7th layer body cultivator. He was 8 feet tall, burly, with bulging muscles, standing like an iron tower, exuding an overwhelming pressure. He had also fought his way through with sheer fists. When the draw results came out, everyone knew that Tang Xun's myth was about to end. This time it's over right. Senior brother Xun, who is a body cultivator with iron skin and bronze bones impervious to blades. Surely, he won't also strain a muscle, twist his waist, or drop a gem. Tang Xun's brute strength is a joke in front of senior brother Xun, who I bet Xun will send him flying with one punch. Finally, we get to see this luck king suffer. Can't wait. Even Tang Xun himself felt that this time he might have to get serious. A peak Qi refining 7th layer body cultivator, thick-skinned. Crow's mouth probably won't work well. It seems it's time to reveal a little of my strength. He stepped onto the arena facing Xun, who was like a small mountain, and for the first time, his goofy smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Xun, who looked at Tang Xun and said in a booming voice, "Kid, your luck ends here. I don't care how you won before on my arena, only fists matter. Begin." No sooner had the referee spoken than Xun, who roared, stomped the ground, and the entire blue stone arena trembled. His massive body with an unstoppable momentum charged at Tang Xun like a runaway war chariot. The sheer force was terrifying. The audience below held their breath in fear. But just as Xun, who was about to reach Tang Xun right as his fist as big as a cauldron was about to swing, the blue stone slab beneath his foot, the one he had loosened with his stomp, cracked with a snap. Xun, whose huge foot stepped squarely into the crack, and then he twisted his ankle. A heart-rending roar echoed across the square. Xun, whose massive body instantly lost balance, and in an extremely comical pose he slammed face first onto the arena. The sound was painful to hear. Once again the entire arena fell into an eternal silence. Everyone's minds went blank. Tang Xun stood still, spread his hands, and wore his familiar innocent and helpless expression. "Senior brother Chinar, are you alright?" But inside he was screaming with joy, always stepping in dog poop. "You are also my god." Huh. Indeed, before stepping onto the stage he had swapped Crow's mouth for that seemingly useless skill. He just wanted to test its effect, but the effect was overwhelming. And so, under the gaze of cultivators questioning their own existence, Tang Xun strode proudly into the top 8. Tang Xun, in a manner that could be called mythical, coasted to victory all the way into the top 8. This time no one in the entire outer sect of Qingyun's sect dared to underestimate him anymore. No, rather no one dared to regard him as a normal person anymore. This was no longer within the realm of luck. It was nothing short of words becoming reality and wishes coming true. The legends about Tang Xun reached a new height. Some said he was the reincarnation of an ancient great power blessed with fortune and impervious to all techniques. Others claimed he was actually the illegitimate son of some reclusive elder of the sect, and this tournament was arranged by the elder for him to make a perfunctory appearance and experience life. Some even started selling Tang Xun's consecration talisman, at high prices in the market, claiming that wearing it could increase fortune and make one pick up spirit stones just by walking. Surprisingly, business was exceptionally brisk. Tang Xun found it both amusing and exasperating, but he also quite enjoyed being regarded as an auspicious omen. At least no one dared to cause him trouble anymore. Zhang Peng and his crew now had to steer clear of him whenever they saw him, fearing that they might be affected by his heaven-defying luck and get hit by bird droppings when they went out. The announcement of the final four i.e. the semifinals was finally about to begin. Besides Tang Xun, the biggest surprise, the remaining three were all genuine powerhouses. Su Qinghan, the top genius of the outer sect at the 9th layer of qi refining. Li Jianyi ranked second in the outer sect, a sword cultivator at the peak of the 8th layer of qi refining. Zhao Lei ranked third in the outer sect at the 8th layer of qi refining, skilled in thunder techniques with explosive attack power. Tang Xun's opponent in the semifinals was precisely that thunder technique expert Zhao Lei. When the draw results were announced, the atmosphere in the entire venue reached an unprecedented climax. Finally, it's time for the real deal. Senior brother Zhao Lei's thunder technique is supremely masculine, and Yang specialized in breaking all illusions. I want to see whether Tang Xun's luck will still work in the face of heavenly thunder. This match is definitely a clash of titans. One is the king of luck, the other is a powerhouse of strength. So exciting. Everyone believed that Tang Xun's good luck would eventually fail in the face of absolute strength. Zhao Lei was a young man with a sturdy build and sharp eyes, exuding an irritable and dangerous aura. His gaze at Tang Xun was filled with battle intent and contempt. Tang Xun, right? Zhao Lei said coldly. Don't think you can keep winning by relying on some underhand tricks. In front of my Thunderbolt hand, your so-called luck is nothing but a joke. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. Tang Xun looked at him, and the smile on his face finally vanished. He knew the act was over. Starting from this match, he would show everyone that Tang Xun had never relied on luck. Senior brother Zhao, right? Tang Xun's tone was very calm. To be honest, standing here, I find it quite boring too. So let's settle this quickly. Arrogant. Zhao Lei roared, hating Tang Xun's pretentious demeanor. Begin. The moment the referee's words fell, Zhao Lei's aura exploded violently. Dazzling electric light flickered on his body, emitting crackling explosions. Thunderbolt hand. He shouted, and his right hand thrust forward violently. A dazzling thunder serpent as thick as a child's arm, carrying an aura of destruction, shot toward Tang Xun at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch. This move was his signature technique, immensely powerful and extremely fast, almost unstoppable among those of the same cultivation level. The disciples below the stage exclaimed in shock, as if they had already seen Tang Xun being blasted into charred remains. However, facing this earth-shattering strike, there was not a trace of panic on Tang Xun's face. He simply stood there quietly without even blinking. Just as the thunder serpent was about to hit him, he finally moved. He did not dodge or cast any defensive spells. He simply raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and then gently closed his hand around the raging thunder serpent. A faint humming sound. The moment that violent thunder serpent capable of splitting rocks and cracking stones touched Tang Xun's palm, it was as if it had encountered a bottomless black hole. All its power, all its light and heat were devoured cleanly in an instant. Not even a spark remained. The entire world seemed to have been pressed into a mute button at that moment. The movements and expressions of everyone were frozen. The noisy square instantly became so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Everyone's eyes were wide, mouths agape, as if witnessing a miracle. Catching thunder technique with bare hands. And it was senior brother Zhao Lei's full-powered Thunderbolt hand. This fucking a dream. Zhao Lei on the stage was also completely dumbfounded. The confidence and contempt on his face were instantly replaced by boundless shock and fear. He knew better than anyone the power of his own move. Not to mention a first-layer qi refining cultivator. Even Li Jianyi, who was also at the 8th layer of qi refining, would not dare to take it head-on. But this guy in front of him had actually crushed it out of existence with his hand. What kind of monster was he? You. Zhao Lei's voice trembled. He felt that his Dao heart was on the verge of collapse at this moment. Tang Xun slowly lowered his hand, and there was not even a trace of scorch mark on his palm. He looked at the terrified Zhao Lei and spoke calmly. Too weak. Your lightning is like a child's toy for playing house. These lightly spoken words struck like a heavy hammer, pounding into the hearts of everyone present. Insult. This was a blatant insult. But strangely no one dared to refute it. Because the facts were right before their eyes. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhao Lei, as if struck by a huge shock, roared madly. I don't believe it. Again. He became like a madman, his spiritual power surging out recklessly, both hands thrust out simultaneously. Two dragons emerging from the sea. Two thunder serpents, thicker and more violent than before, roared and intertwined, transforming into a destructive ray of lightning that once again blasted toward Tang Xun. This time Tang Xun couldn't even be bothered to raise his hand. He simply stood in place, allowing that devastating lightning to strike his chest with full force. Boom! A thunderous roar, dazzling white light, made everyone involuntarily close their eyes. A terrifying shockwave of energy spread in all directions, causing the protective array around the stage to shake violently. It's over. The same thought crossed everyone's mind. Even a Foundation establishment elder would probably be injured by taking senior brother Zhao Lei's full-force strike right. That Tang Xun, no matter how monstrous, must be dead for sure. The light dissipated. When everyone opened their eyes again and looked at the stage, they all gasped. There stood Tang Xun still quietly in the same spot, not having moved an inch. The ordinary outer disciple robe he wore didn't even have a single wrinkle. He was completely unharmed. How is this possible? Zhao Lei's eyes were vacant, muttering to himself as if all his vitality had been drained, collapsing to the ground. His strongest attack hadn't even torn the opponent's clothes. This overwhelming defeat completely shattered all his pride and confidence. Tang Xun looked at Zhao Lei lying on the ground and shook his head. Then he lifted his head, his gaze passing over the crowd and landing on a white figure beneath another stage. Su Qinghan. She had just finished her own semifinal, her opponent being Li Jinyi. Although Li Jinyi was strong, he still couldn't last more than 30 moves against her and was defeated. At this moment, she was also looking at Tang Xun. In her cold, calm eyes that were usually like an ancient well, an emotion called shock appeared for the first time. Tang Xun grinned at her. Then he raised his finger and gently drew a horizontal line across his own throat. A gesture full of provocation. The entire square fell into dead silence again because of this gesture. He was provoking Su Qinghan, the universally recognized top genius and top goddess of the outer sect. Crazy. This Tang Xun was completely insane. Tang Xun's provocative gesture exploded like a bombshell across the outer sect square. Everyone went mad. Am I seeing things? He's challenging senior sister Su. How dare he? Who does he think he is? Just because he blocked Zhao Lei's 2 strikes with his bare hands, he thinks he's invincible. Arrogant. Too arrogant. I have never seen such insolence. Senior sister Su is at the 9th layer of Qi refining, the true number 1 of the outer sect. How can a guy who rose through luck and shady tricks dare to challenge her? Countless of Su Qinghan's followers glared at Tang Xun, itching to rush onto the stage and tear him apart. In their eyes, Su Qinghan was a sacred, untouchable goddess, and Tang Xun's actions were a desecration. Even the elders on the viewing platform frowned. This Tang Xun is indeed unfathomably strong, but his temperament is far too ostentatious, Elder Lu said in a low voice. Young men easily emboldened by a bit of success, it's normal. However, the one he's provoking is Su Qinghan. This final match will be a spectacle to behold. Another elder stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of watching a good show. As for the one being provoked, Su Qinghan's reaction surprised everyone. She showed neither anger nor disdain. She simply stood quietly gazing at Tang Xun on the stage. Those cold, clear eyes like a frozen lake showed a crack for the first time. Shocked, doubt, confusion. All kinds of emotions intertwined in her gaze. She couldn't understand. How could this man who just a few months ago was a bullied menial, a lucky one who barely scraped into the path of immortality through a fortunate encounter, suddenly become so powerful? Barehanded, he took the full force strike of a Qi refining 8th layer lightning cultivator without a scratch. Such strength. Even an ordinary Foundation establishment early stage cultivator might not manage it. Who is he? What secrets does he hide? What does that provocative gesture signify? Was it arrogance from defeating Zhao Lei? Or was there a deeper meaning? Su Qinghan's heart was disturbed for the first time. The peaceful, undisturbed state of mind she had cultivated for over a decade was now roiled by Tang Xun's appearance. She looked at the playful smile on Tang Xun's face and against her will recalled the scene a few months ago. The young man she had completely ignored, treated like a roadside stone. So he always remembered. So everything he did today was a response to her disregard back then. Su Qinghan's heart trembled violently. A complex, unfamiliar emotion surged within her. She didn't know what it was. She only knew that the Tang Xun before her was no longer the backdrop she could casually overlook. He had become a mountain she must face, even look up to. I accept your challenge. Su Qinghan's ruby lips parted, her voice soft but clear, echoing across the entire square. Her tone remained cold, but it carried an unprecedented seriousness. It was the first time she regarded a peer as a true opponent. A roar erupted. The entire crowd boiled over. Senior sister Su had responded. The final would be a clash between the dark horse and the genius. Everyone's passion was ignited. They could hardly wait to witness the most dramatic and anticipated final in the history of the outer sect competition. Tang Xun looked at Su Qinghan's solemn expression and felt immense satisfaction. A little girl losing your composure. That's right. Let you look down on me back then. Today I'll show you that youth should not be underestimated. This was exactly what he wanted. He wanted this proud daughter of heaven to pay the price for her arrogance and disregard. Of course, the price wasn't to harm her, but to shatter her pride completely, making her understand that fortunes change and one should not be too arrogant. Good, the actor's emotions are in place. Now for the grand finale. Tang Xun nodded with satisfaction, and after the referee declared him the winner, strode off the stage with ease. Wherever he passed, the crowd parted automatically, everyone looking at him with awe, curiosity, and complex emotions. No longer the contempt and mockery they had shown before. Strength is always the hardest currency in the cultivation world. Tang Xun had proven himself with a resounding victory. The semifinals ended, and after a brief rest, the long-awaited final was about to begin. The atmosphere in the outer sect square had reached its peak. Almost all outer sect disciples had gathered around the central no. One arena packed in layers upon layers. Even many inner sect disciples who had been in seclusion came out to watch the battle. The number of elders and stewards on the viewing platform had doubled. All eyes were fixed on the two figures about to step onto the stage. One was the long-renowned, heaven-blessed genius hailed as the once-in-a-century prodigy of Qingyun's sect, the invincible myth in the eyes of outer sect disciples, Su Qinghan. The other was the sudden sensation who advanced in an unbelievable manner, crushed his opponents with overwhelming force, mysterious and arrogant. The greatest dark horse, Tang Xun. This battle was not just about the first place and the foundation establishment pill. It was a clash of glory between the new king and the old. Would Tang Xun, the dark horse, go all the way and create a miracle? Or would Su Qinghan defend her throne as the #1 genius, crushing the challenger mercilessly? Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Under the gaze of the crowd, Tang Xun and Su Qinghan, one from the left and one from the right, slowly walked onto the stage. They stood 100 feet apart, facing each other. Su Qinghan, dressed in white, held a sword as clear as autumn water. The cold moonlight fell upon her, making her look like a celestial maiden from the moon palace, ready to ride the wind away. Her eyes had regained their calm, but beneath that calm lay unprecedented focus and fighting spirit. Tang Xun was still in his plain attire, hands empty, a lazy smile on his face, as if he were on a picnic rather than a life-and-death duel. But now no one dared underestimate him because of his appearance. "You are strong," Su Qinghan said, breaking the silence, her voice crisp as jade beads falling on a plate. "I know," Tang Xun shrugged. Su Qinghan. She felt that the momentum she had been building was shattered by his flippant remark. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down and cast aside all distractions. "I will use my full strength." She tightened her grip on the sword. "I hope you will show me everything you've got." "Don't worry," Tang Xun grinned. "I'll definitely give you a surprise." He emphasized the word surprise deliberately. Su Qinghan said no more. She slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a fierce, unmatched sword intent erupted from her body. The temperature on the entire stage seemed to drop several degrees. Everyone felt a soul-deep shudder. Is this Senior Sister Su's, Bingxin's sword intent? Terrifying. The mere sword intent makes me feel like I'm freezing. Everyone knew that Su Qinghan was getting serious. A sharp sword intent spread out like a tangible force, causing the air around the arena to condense into fine frost. Su Qinghan's long sword trembled lightly, emitting a crisp sword hum. Her figure, like a streak of white light, vanished from its spot in an instant. The next moment she appeared 3 feet in front of Tang Xun, her long sword transforming into a flurry of sword shadows, each carrying a bone-chilling cold that sealed off all of Tang Xun's escape routes. Heart of Ice Sword Art. Frost 13 slashes. The disciples below the stage collectively gasped. This is Senior Sister Su's signature technique. 13 sword lights attacking simultaneously, each with the full force of a 9th-level Qi refinement strike. That Tang Xun is finished. Even if he could withstand Zhao Lei's lightning arts, he can't possibly block this move. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the result they had long anticipated. However, Tang Xun just stood there without even blinking. He even yawned. Just as those 13 sword lights were about to pierce his body, he finally moved. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and gently pinched. Ding! A crisp metallic clash sounded. The 13 fierce sword lights, at the moment they touched Tang Xun's fingers, seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, freezing in midair. Su Qinghan's long sword was firmly caught between his two fingers. The entire plaza fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone's mind went blank. Catching a sword with bare hands. And it was the Frost 13 slashes, executed at full power by Senior Sister Su. What the hell is this, some kind of xianxia drama? Su Qinghan's pupils constricted violently. She could clearly feel that her sword was firmly clamped by an unshakable force. She exerted all her strength to pull back the sword, but it was as if the blade had been welded to Tang Xun's fingers, not moving an inch. Is this your full power? Tang Xun's voice rang out, tinged with amusement. Too weak. He flicked his finger lightly. Whoom! A terrifying force traveled along the blade, and Su Qinghan felt her tiger's mouth tremble as her entire body uncontrollably flew backward. She tumbled several times in midair before barely steadying herself and landing at the edge of the arena. Her hands were trembling, not from pain, but from shock. The sword art she had cultivated for over a decade was effortlessly undone before Tang Xun, as if it were child's play. This overwhelming disparity caused even her Tao heart to waver. Impossible. This cannot be. She murmured to herself, and for the first time an emotion called fear appeared in her eyes. The disciples below the stage went completely crazy. What did I see? Senior Sister Su was sent flying. That's Su Qinghan at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The #1 genius of the outer sect. This Tang Xun, what kind of monster is he? The elders on the viewing platform also stood up, their eyes full of shock. This boy's strength has probably surpassed the scope of the Qi refinement stage. Elder Lu said in a deep voice. There must be a great secret about him. On the arena, Tang Xun looked at Su Qinghan's disheartened expression and inwardly rejoiced. Huh, little girl, where is that lofty demeanor of yours? What about your Ice Queen persona? Now you know the meaning of there is always someone stronger. But he said aloud, Senior Sister Su, if you have any more tricks, feel free to use them. I'll take them on. That casual and indifferent attitude was enough to drive anyone mad. Su Qinghan bit her lip, never having suffered such humiliation. Since childhood, she had been a genius surrounded by admirers, and everyone held her in awe. But now before Tang Xun, she seemed like a fragile weakling. This immense gap completely shattered her composure. I don't believe it, I don't believe you're really this strong. She frantically channeled the spiritual energy within her, and her aura surged once more. She was about to unleash her ultimate strike. Heart of Ice Sword Art, Final Form, Freeze 10,000 miles. The long sword in her hand stabbed fiercely into the ground, and a terrifying cold burst from the sword tip, instantly covering the entire arena with a thick layer of frost. The frost spread at a visible speed, surging toward Tang Xun. Wherever it passed, the air itself froze, emitting cracking sounds. This move was Su Qinghan's ultimate trump card, with enough power to freeze any Qi refinement cultivator to death. The disciples below the stage were shivering from the terrifying cold and retreated en masse. How terrifying is this Senior Sister Su's true strength? Then Tang Xun should be finished this time, right? However, facing this overwhelming cold, Tang Xun still stood in place, unmoving. He even reached out and caught a falling snowflake. Ice-type magic. Interesting. He gently blew a breath. The snowflake instantly melted, turning into a droplet that fell to the ground. Then an invisible wave of heat radiated from his body. The oncoming frost, upon contact with this heat wave, melted rapidly like snow under the scorching sun, turning into vapor and evaporating. In less than 3 breaths, the frost on the entire arena was completely cleared. Su Qinghan's strongest strike was once again effortlessly neutralized. She was completely stunned, and the long sword in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Her spiritual energy was depleted, and her body swayed on the verge of collapsing. Tang Xun's figure flickered, appearing before her, and reached out to steady her shoulder. Careful. His voice was soft, but it reached Su Qinghan's ears clearly. Su Qinghan looked up and met Tang Xun's deep eyes. In those eyes there was no mockery, no contempt, only a complex emotion she could not understand. Her heart skipped a beat. You? Who exactly are you? Her voice trembled slightly. Tang Xun released his hand, took a step back, and flashed a brilliant smile. Me? I'm just the menial disciple you treated like air 3 months ago, Tang Xun. His words struck Su Qinghan's heart like a heavy hammer. She recalled that day, the boy who was bullied by Wang Hao, the ant she had completely ignored. So he had remembered all along. So everything he did today was for her to see. Su Qinghan's eyes suddenly reddened. She didn't know why, but even though she had lost, even though she had been crushed, she felt a tightness in her chest and an urge to cry. I lost. She lowered her head, her voice choked with sobs. The referee steward finally snapped out of it and announced with a trembling voice, Tang Xun wins. The entire venue erupted in deafening cheers. Tang Xun, Tang Xun, Tang Xun. Everyone was shouting this name. This dark horse emerging from nowhere had defeated the #1 genius of the outer sect in a crushing manner, becoming the new king. On the viewing platform, Elder Lu took a deep look at Tang Xun, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. This child is beyond measure. Tang Xun stood at the center of the arena, basking in the feeling of being the center of attention. He looked at the shocked, adoring, and awed gazes below, feeling immensely pleased. This is the life I want. He turned his head, looking at Su Qinghan, who still had her head lowered, and a mischievous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I concede. With that, he turned around gracefully and stepped down from the arena. Su Qinghan stood there watching his back, her heart a mix of emotions. She suddenly realized that this boy whom she had once ignored had grown into a mountain she had to look up to. As the referee's announcement rang out, the entire outer sect plaza finally erupted in thunderous cheers and animated discussion after a prolonged silence. Tang Xun. He actually won. He's created a miracle. From this day forward, Tang Xun is my one and only idol. Succeed, Qinghan. Zhao, step aside. A dark horse. An unprecedented, colossal dark horse. He's upended the entire outer sect. The winds of opinion had shifted completely at that very moment. Those who had previously mocked and scorned him now regarded him with admiration and reverence. In the cultivation world, strength ultimately commanded respect. Tang Xun had won everyone's respect through sheer overwhelming power. On the viewing platform, Elder Lu exhaled deeply, a radiant smile breaking across his face. A monster. Truly a monster. Our Qingyun sect is producing a true dragon. He excitedly stroked his beard, his gaze toward Tang Xun brimming with appreciation and fondness. This youth must be reported to the sect master immediately. We must spare no effort in nurturing him. Absolutely right. So what if he has 5 elements spiritual roots? With combat power like his future achievements are boundless. The other elders all nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Tang Xun akin to those beholding a peerless treasure. Amidst the gaze of countless spectators, Elder Lu personally descended from the high platform and approached Tang Xun. A warm smile gracing his face, he presented an exquisitely crafted jade box into Tang Xun's hands. Tang Xun, this is your well-earned reward. Foundation Establishment Pill. Congratulations on claiming first place in this year's grand competition. Elder Lu's voice was filled with approval. Thank you, Elder. Tang Xun accepted the jade box, wearing a perfectly measured, humble smile. He lifted the lid and took a glance. Inside rested a pill the size of a longan fruit, perfectly round, radiating a soothing medicinal fragrance. The Foundation Establishment Pill was his. A surge of excitement coursed through Tang Xun's heart. With this pill combined with his spiritual energy accumulation equivalent to the 9th layer of qi condensation, achieving Foundation Establishment would be a natural and inevitable step. Excellent. Elder Lu nodded with satisfaction. After the competition concludes, come to my cave dwelling. I wish to speak with you privately. This was clearly an offer for special cultivation and prioritized mentorship. Yes, disciple obeys your orders, Tang Xun replied with due respect. He understood that from this day forward his status within Qingyun's sect would undergo a dramatic transformation. He would become a core genius favored by the sect. Countless resources and cultivation techniques would flow toward him. The tranquil, stable environment he had long dreamed of was finally within reach. As Tang Xun walked along the path where the crowd naturally parted before him, he exhaled a long breath. Vindication. The feeling was simply magnificent. Foundation Establishment. I'm coming. Just then the cold mechanical prompt of the simulator resounded within his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the guiding mission, achieving first place in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Reward, 1 simulation opportunity, granted immediately. Current available simulation, count 1. Tang Xun's lips curled into a wild and deeply satisfying grin. A new simulation could now begin, and this time his starting point would no longer be that of a servant disciple or Outer Sect apprentice. It would be that of a sect genius, armed with a Foundation Establishment Pill on the verge of breaking through. Tang Xun returned to his dilapidated cave dwelling. With a loud bang, he shut the heavy stone door, cutting himself off from all the noise and attention outside. Inside, the cave remained as damp and chilly as ever, the air carrying a faint musty odor, a stark contrast to the roiling enthusiasm that still swept across the plaza beyond. Leaning against the cold stone door, Tang Xun exhaled deeply. Even now he could feel his heart pounding, not from nervousness but from pure exhilaration. He had won. In the most audacious and decisive manner possible, he had claimed first place in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Scenes from that day replayed involuntarily in his mind. Those expressions, contempt and mockery, shifting to shock and disbelief and finally to fanatical worship. The utterly shattered, hollow-eyed appearance of Zhao Lei and Su Qinghan, that peerlessly aloof daughter of heaven whose eyes at last held complexity, uncertainty, and even the faintest blush. Tang Xun couldn't help but chuckle aloud, crushing every person who had ever looked down on him beneath his feet, forcing them to gape in astonishment. There was nothing more satisfying. This far surpassed the quiet, inconspicuous survival of 100 years within a simulation. He drew the exquisite jade box from his garments and opened it. A pill the size of a longan, perfectly spherical, emitting an intoxicating medicinal fragrance, lay quietly inside. The Foundation Establishment Pill, the key to ascending to a higher realm. By consuming this pill, he stood a great chance of shattering the shackles of the qi condensation stage in one stroke, becoming a true Foundation Establishment cultivator. His lifespan drastically extended, his power multiplied. He would permanently shed his identity as an Outer Sect disciple and become a genuine core member of Qingyun sect. Fire burned in Tang Xun's eyes, yet he did not let euphoria cloud his judgment. He knew this was not the right moment to attempt Foundation establishment. His physical body in the real world had only been cultivating for roughly 3 months. Though he had inherited the spiritual energy from the simulation, his physical foundation remained too frail. Forcing the breakthrough now carried excessive risk. He needed time to properly temper and strengthen himself. No rush. Take it slow. Tang Xun carefully secured the Foundation Establishment Pill, then retrieved the token Elder Lu had given him. The token was smooth as warm jade engraved with the character Lu and exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. It signified that from this day forward, he was someone noticed by Elder Lu, a formidable condemnation realm expert. Within the sect, he now had a backing of considerable weight. Everything was progressing in the best possible direction. But what did he desire most right now? Not foundation establishment. Not presenting himself before Elder Lu. What he yearned for above all was to initiate his next simulated life. Each simulation was an opportunity for complete rebirth. In his previous simulation, he had progressed from the first layer of chi condensation to a senior figure possessing the 9th layer's cultivation and vast accumulated experience. Precisely what had enabled him to astonish the competition today. So what about this time? This time his starting point would be that of a genius revered by a condemnation realm elder bearing a foundation establishment pill and renowned across the outer sect. How high could he rise in the simulation with such a beginning? What staggering gains would it bring him? Tang Xun's heart pounded wildly at the mere thought. He could hardly wait another second. He strode to his crude stone bed, dragged a battered wooden chest from beneath it, and rummaged through to produce a wooden board and a piece of charcoal he had picked up somewhere. He clumsily inscribed 4 characters on the board's secluded cultivation. Then he walked to the cave entrance and hung the board on the stone door. This way, even if Elder Lu sent someone to seek him out, seeing the sign would lead them to believe he was consolidating his cultivation and they would not disturb him further. With everything in place, Tang Xun returned to the center of the cave and settled into a cross-legged meditation posture. All conditions are met. Only the final stimulus remains. His eyes blazed with eager anticipation. System. Begin the 3rd simulated life. Life simulator activated. Generating initial template based on host's current status. Template generation complete. Name Tang Xun, age 18, background outer sect, disciple of Qingyun sect, grand competition, first place. Spiritual root 5 elements, spiritual root cultivation 9th layer of chi condensation technique, chi guidance manual, grand perfection, equipped traits. 66 life simulator, rainbow 5 elements, spiritual root green, enlightenment, purple breath concealment technique, purple hard work, brings rewards, green amiable, white gazing at this overwhelmingly lavish initial panel. Tang Xun's grin stretched ear to ear. 9th layer of chi condensation cultivation, the halo of grand competition champion. 6 supreme tier traits at his disposal. This opening was the very epitome of a protagonist in a legendary tale. Let's ascend. Tang Xun roared within his heart. The familiar sensation of detachment washed over him, and his consciousness entered that wondrous God's eye perspective once more. Simulation started. At 18, during the outer sect competition, you crushed all opponents, including Su Qinghan, with overwhelming dominance, seizing the top position and becoming a legend overnight. Your name resounded throughout the entire outer sect of Qingyun sect, turning you into a legend revered and admired by countless disciples. On the day the competition ended, you received a summons from Elder Lu Changfeng of the 6th Elder of the Alchemy Hall. Without hesitation, after a brief tidying, you took the token and headed to Danxia Peak, located in the core area of the inner sect. Danxia Peak, the residence of the Alchemy Hall Elder, was perpetually shrouded in rich alchemical fragrances and pure fire-attributed spiritual energy. On both sides of the mountain path, various rare spiritual herbs and medicines were planted. Cranes sang amidst the clouds and mist, while spirit deer frolicked in the woods. A scene of celestial elegance, far surpassing the desolate and barren outer sect. You sighed with deep emotion. Is this what the inner sect is like? Just standing here and breathing in, you could feel your cultivation levels surging upward. You arrived at the Elder's cave dwelling on the summit and announced your name. Soon a young disciple led you inside. The cave hall was extremely spacious, with a massive alchemy furnace in the center, its flames roaring and emitting astonishing heat. An old man clad in a crimson Taoist robe with white hair and beard, yet a face as ruddy as a middle-aged man, sat cross-legged before the furnace, his eyes closed in meditation. Just one glance at him made you feel as if your soul would be crushed by that intangible pressure. This was definitely the core formation stage. Your heart tightened. You quickly composed yourself, bowed respectfully, and said, "Outer disciple Tang Xun pays respects to Elder Lu." Lu Changfeng slowly opened his eyes, and within those seemingly murky irises it seemed as if stars were swirling. His gaze fell upon you like 2 invisible blades, piercing through you from the inside out. "You are Tang Xun." Lu Changfeng's voice was flat, revealing neither pleasure nor displeasure. "Yes, Elder, this disciple is Tang Xun." You replied with your head lowered, neither humble nor arrogant. "Raise your head." You obeyed, meeting his gaze. Lu Changfeng scrutinized you carefully, his brows slightly furrowed. "Chi refining 7th layer." He seemed somewhat surprised. "In the finals you easily defeated Su Qinghan, who was at the 9th layer of Chi refining. Moreover, you withstood Zhao Lei's thunderbolt palm without a scratch." Your heart stirred, knowing the real test had come. Before arriving, you had already prepared your explanation. Using the aura concealment art, you cleverly displayed your cultivation level at the peak of the 7th layer of Chi refining. This cultivation level could explain why you defeated Zhao Lei without appearing too astonishing, which might arouse suspicion that you had been possessed by some ancient monster. Elder, this disciple is indeed at the 7th layer of Qi refining, you replied respectfully. As for being able to defeat senior sister Su and senior brother Zhao, it is not because my strength truly surpasses theirs, but rather due to the advantage of my cultivation technique and spiritual roots. Oh, Lu Chongfeng's eyes flickered with interest. Tell me more. You organized your thoughts and began your performance. Elder, this disciple possesses the 5 elements spiritual roots. I believe you already know this. The world says that 5 elements spiritual roots are trash, with extremely slow cultivation speed. However, by a stroke of luck, I discovered that as long as the 5 elements of magical power within the body form a perfect cycle of wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood, the cultivation speed is actually not much slower than those with heavenly spiritual roots. As you spoke, you quietly circulated the magical power within your body. A wisp of 5-colored light flowed at your fingertips, forming a profound and perfect cycle, emitting an aura of endless vitality. Lu Chongfeng's eyes lit up instantly. As a core formation grandmaster with vast experience, he immediately recognized the exquisite subtlety of your 5-element cycle. 5 elements mutually generating flawlessly harmonious. Excellent. What a wonderful 5-element cycle. He couldn't help but praise. Although this method is theoretically feasible, the level of control over magical power and the requirement for divine sense are astonishingly high. Ordinary people could never achieve it. You boy are truly a genius. You chuckled inwardly, but your face remained a picture of modesty. This disciple succeeded only by good fortune. Because of this, the 5 types of magical power within my body, after being tempered countless times through this cycle, are more than 5 times as condensed and pure as those of ordinary cultivators of the same stage. Therefore, although senior brother Zhao's lightning technique was fierce, my magical power was far thicker than his. Withstanding it looked frightening, but I suffered no real damage. And although senior sister Su's swordsmanship was exquisite, I relied on my profound magical power to forcibly overcome technique, barely winning by a small margin. In the end, it was still a bit of a fluke. Your explanation was logical and well-founded, placing yourself in a relatively low position, making it sound reasonable and seamless. Lu Chongfeng listened, then fell silent for a moment. He extended his hand, signaling you to come closer. You stepped forward. He reached out his finger and gently placed it on your wrist. A gentle, yet vast, as the ocean divine sense probed into your body. Your heart tightened, but you did not resist. Lu Chongfeng's divine sense traveled through your meridians, focusing on examining your dantian. After a moment, he withdrew his finger, and his expression shifted from initial scrutiny to undisguised shock and ecstasy. Indeed, just as I thought. He rose excitedly, pacing back and forth in the hall, muttering to himself. Magical power, as dense as mercury, pure and flawless. Meridians broad and resilient, far surpassing ordinary people. 5 elements spiritual roots can truly be cultivated like this. Our Qingyun sect is about to produce a true dragon. He looked at you as if you were an uncut, peerless jade, his eyes burning with fervor. You felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, muttering inwardly, "Old man, that look is not right. I don't swing that way." Tang Xun. Lu Chongfeng suddenly stopped, looking at you solemnly. "Are you willing to take me as your master?" On hearing this, your heart bloomed with joy. Success. The ultimate backing has arrived. But on your face you wore a flattered, even somewhat bewildered expression, stammering, Take the elder as my master. This disciple. How could I deserve such honor?" Lu Chongfeng, seeing your inexperienced demeanor, was even more satisfied. Extraordinary talent, yet with a heart so pure, truly a piece of unpolished jade. Haha, do not underestimate yourself. Lu Chongfeng laughed heartily. Your talent is more than enough to be my disciple. However, he changed his tone, his expression turning serious. According to sect rules, I can only accept you as a nominal disciple for now. Once you successfully establish your foundation and become an inner sect disciple, you can then perform the formal ceremony and become my personal disciple. Do you understand? This disciple understands. You quickly nodded, calculating inwardly. A nominal disciple is fine, at least the title is set. From now on, anyone who wants to move against me will have to consider Elder Lu's face. Good. Lu Chongfeng, delighted by your agreement, said, "From today on, you are my nominal disciple. This is your identity token. Take it to the Inner Sect Affairs office and choose a masterless peak as your cave dwelling. Your Inner Sect monthly allowance will also be provided as usual." He handed you a crimson jade token engraved with the character Lu, carrying a faint alchemical fragrance. Moreover, since you have entered my tutelage, I will not skimp on cultivation resources. Lu Chongfeng also gave you a storage pouch. Inside are 500 low-grade spirit stones, 3 bottles of Qi condensation pills greatly beneficial for Qi refining cultivators, and a basic 5-element cultivation technique, the 5 elements essence. Use them for now. If you have any cultivation questions, feel free to come to Danxia Peak to find me. You took the storage pouch, nearly laughing with joy inside. Good heavens. This master is worth it. 500 spirit stones. That's enough for someone like Zhang Peng to rob for 100 months. Plus pills and a technique. Everything provided like a nanny service. Thank you, master, you said excitedly, bowing deeply, and the address master came from the heart. Lu Changfeng stroked his beard, nodding with satisfaction. You must be tired after the competition. Go back, rest well, and stabilize your cultivation. Remember, avoid arrogance and impatience. The path of cultivation requires steady steps to go far. This disciple will heed master's teachings. You bowed once more, then followed the medicine boy out of the cave dwelling. Walking down the mountain, you felt the fresh air and rich spiritual energy, your heart brimming with joy. Having a backer feels different. You weighed the storage pouch in your hand, your grin stretching almost to your ears. You decided not to choose a cave dwelling immediately, but to return to that shabby cave in the outer sect first. After all, your secret, those mysterious black seeds, still lay hidden there. At 19, using the token and resources Lu Changfeng gave you, you selected a peak in the inner sect area with rich spiritual energy in a relatively remote location as your new cave dwelling. You carefully moved everything from your outer sect cave dwelling, including the several mysterious black seeds, into the spiritual field beside your new cave. After doing all this, you hung up the seclusion sign and began a year-long arduous cultivation. You did not rush to take the foundation establishment pill. Instead, you used the chi condensation pills from Lu Changfeng along with the epiphany and effort guarantees reward traits to frantically polish your foundation. Your magical power over the course of that year became increasingly condensed and pure. During the year's trait draws, you obtained a new green trait. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the rare grade trait, Ageless Adonis. Trait Ageless Adonis Green. Function: your appearance will forever remain at your peak with time, unable to leave any trace on your face. You stared at this trait, fell silent. System, are you implying that my life before last was a 90-year-old man? The system did not reply. You curled your lips. Although this trait had no combat power, which man wouldn't wish to remain young and handsome forever, you were very satisfied. At 20, after a full year of settling, your foundation had been honed incomparably solid, and your cultivation naturally reached the peak of the 9th layer of chi refining. You felt that the time for foundation establishment had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, you withdrew that exquisite jade box from your storage pouch. Opening the jade box, the foundation establishment pill, perfectly round and exuding an alluring medicinal fragrance, lay quietly within, resembling a star brimming with boundless energy. You took a deep breath and placed the foundation establishment pill upon your tongue. It dissolved instantly, transforming into an intensely pure and magnificent current of warmth that flowed down your throat and surged through your entire body. Boom! You felt as though a volcano had erupted within your body. That terrifying medicinal power surged like a breached dam, ravenously scouring through your meridians, your dantian, every inch of your flesh and blood. Holy crap! This power is insane. Your body felt like an inflated balloon at its breaking point, on the verge of bursting at any moment. The excruciating agony nearly tore a scream from your lips. Refusing to falter, you anchored your consciousness and activated the great completion stage of the chi attraction art with full force. The purple trait of enlightenment was exerting its influence. A hum resonated through your mind as your thoughts entered an ethereal and profound state, the world around you seeming to slow and sharpen into perfect clarity. You comprehended the flow of spiritual energy within you and every subtle shift in your meridians with absolute precision. Under the guidance of enlightenment, the once chaotic surge of medicinal energy that had been rampaging through your body transformed into a disciplined army marching in perfect order. You began directing this tremendous power toward the invisible barrier separating the chi condensation stage from foundation establishment. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 10 strikes, 100 strikes. Each impact sent violent tremors through your body while your meridians screamed with the sensation of tearing apart. Yet you clenched your teeth and endured through sheer willpower far beyond mortal limits. Time blurred away until you sensed you were on the verge of collapse. A crisp cracking sound echoed through your mind as if shattering from the depths of your very soul. That impenetrable barrier which had trapped countless chi condensation cultivators their entire lives finally cracked open beneath your assault. Now was the moment. A brilliant light flashed in your eyes as you channeled all the 5 elements spiritual energy refined through countless trials within your dantian, converging it into a catastrophic tidal wave that surged toward the fracture for your final decisive assault. Break through for me. The thunderous roar echoed like the Milky Way itself, cascading downward like stars detonating in cosmic fire. That barrier shattered completely in that instant, reduced to nothingness, as effortlessly as trampling through dry brush. An unprecedented wave of euphoria flooded through your entire being. Your dantian, already stretched to its limits, expanded wildly in that moment, growing more than tenfold in capacity. The gaseous spiritual energy began rapidly condensing into liquid form, coalescing into a resplendent lake of multicolored power. Your meridians were broadened and reinforced, becoming extraordinarily resilient, like mighty rivers surging with untamed force. Your divine sense surged exponentially during this transformation, extending its perception across several times its former range, so that even a single blade of grass or a crawling ant on the cave wall was clearly presented within your mind. Foundation establishment. You had succeeded. From a mere chi condensation cultivator, you had leaped to become a true foundation establishment stage practitioner, stepping onto the immortal path, your lifespan skyrocketing to 2 centuries. At the moment of breakthrough, your cultivation surged forward unimpeded, stabilizing firmly at the early stages of foundation establishment. Feeling the vast ocean of liquid spiritual energy flowing effortlessly through your body, you could not resist the urge to howl triumphantly toward the heavens. Is this truly the foundation establishment stage? It's completely different from chi condensation. The sheer volume and quality of this spiritual energy alone surpasses what I had before by tenfold or more. You slowly opened your eyes, a flash of 5-colored divine light flickering within them. Rising to your feet, even a slight movement sent waves of explosive power surging through your entire body. Refreshing. You activated the system panel, your heart pounding with excitement. Mortals could equip 3 traits simultaneously, chi condensation cultivators 6, and now at foundation establishment, you could equip 9 traits. Staring at your extensive list of traits, you began facing a happy dilemma. Life simulator 5 elements, spiritual root, enlightenment, and breath concealment technique. These 4 are core, immovable. Hard work always pays off must also be equipped. It is the foundation of my dedication. Eternal youth, this is excellent, must have it. Who wouldn't want to remain forever 18? Amiable demeanor, an ultimate disguise tool, must also be kept. It can play a crucial role in critical moments. 2 slots remain. What should I equip? You glanced over the options and ultimately selected herb affinity and swift strides. Herb cultivation is my livelihood, cannot abandon it. And I need an escape skill. If ever my posturing fails, I'll need to run faster. Trait configuration complete. Currently equipped traits: 99 life simulator, rainbow 5 elements, spiritual root, green enlightenment, purple breath concealment technique, purple hard work always pays off, green eternal youth, green amiable demeanor, white herb affinity, green swift strides, green. Gazing at this luxurious set, you nodded with satisfaction. Having completed all of this, you willed it and activated breath concealment technique once more. Your newly broken through foundation establishment aura, still somewhat unstable, was instantly suppressed and concealed, retreating steadily until it settled securely at the peak of the 7th layer of chi condensation. Perfect. Gazing at your deliberately ordinary-seeming 7th layer of chi condensation cultivation, you were delighted within. The towering tree invites the strongest winds. Before, possessing overwhelming strength, playing it safe was the only way. Now that you had successfully broken through to foundation establishment in the simulation, the next step was to prepare for cultivation beyond this stage. I should head to the scripture pavilion to select techniques. You mused to yourself. Although you had practiced the chi attraction art to great completion, it was merely a foundational technique for the chi condensation stage and could no longer keep pace with your growth. You needed a truly powerful technique suited to your needs. Just the opportunity. I'll take this chance to visit the intersect scripture pavilion. Having made your decision, you pushed open the stone door of your cave dwelling, sealed away for a full year. Brilliant sunlight bathed your body as you stretched, feeling as though the entire world had transformed around you. At 21 years old, you concluded your year-long seclusion and headed to the intersect scripture pavilion with your cultivation stabilized at the peak of the 7th layer of chi condensation. The intersect scripture pavilion, perched on the mid-slope of Qingyun Sect's main peak, was a 9-tiered ancient pagoda built from an unknown blue-green stone, exuding an aura of solemnity and grandeur. Before you even approached, you could sense a vast ocean-like wave of scholarly energy rushing toward you. Whoa, this place is far more impressive than that shabby little book hut in the outer sect. You marveled inwardly as you stepped onto the white jade staircase leading to the pagoda. At the entrance, a white-haired, drowsy elder guardian barely lifted his eyelids, merely extending a withered hand. You respectfully handed over your identity token. The elder took it, scanned it with his divine sense, and his originally drowsy eyes suddenly cracked open a slit, glancing at you with a hint of surprise. Lu Chongfeng's nominal disciple. Go, and you may only choose one technique. Once chosen, you cannot change it. Think carefully. The elder's voice was hoarse and flat. After speaking, he tossed the token back to you and closed his eyes again as if nothing had happened. You caught the token muttering inwardly, "This elder seems pretty impressive, but why does he look like he hasn't woken up?" Without thinking further, you stepped into the scripture pavilion. The first and second floors housed chi refining techniques and miscellaneous anecdotes. You merely glanced over them and went straight to the third floor. The third floor was significantly smaller than the 2 below. Rows of massive bookshelves stood neatly arranged, filled with a variety of jade slips. Each jade slip represented a foundation establishment technique, emitting a faint spiritual glow that cast a kaleidoscope of light across the entire floor. You saw many intersect disciples standing before the shelves, intently selecting techniques, occasionally exchanging low whispers. The Burning Heaven Art, a top-tier fire technique. They say at high levels it can boil rivers and evaporate seas. Too bad, I don't have a fire spiritual root. Look at this profound water true scripture, a premier water technique. The mana it cultivates is endlessly flowing, perfect for protracted battles. The earthly fortitude art is better, focused on invincible defense. You can stand there and let them hit you without moving. You listen to these discussions, your heart undisturbed. These single-element techniques, though powerful, were not suitable for your waste spiritual root of all 5 elements. You needed a technique that could perfectly merge, even complement, the 5 elemental forces. You began meticulously searching through the rows of shelves. Blazing Sun Heart Method, Moonwater Treasure Manual, Evergreen Art. As you scanned, you found that 99% of the techniques here were single or dual elemental. Occasionally you'd find a triple element one, but it would be marked with extremely difficult to cultivate. You do not attempt unless gifted. As for a 5-element technique, you searched for a long time, but didn't even see a trace. No way. A library this big doesn't have a single 5-element technique. You felt a bit disappointed, complaining inwardly, how is a genius like me supposed to survive? Just as you were about to give up and pick a random technique that looked decent, your gaze was drawn to a bookshelf in the farthest corner covered in thick dust. That bookshelf looked shabby and out of place among the gleaming ones, bearing only a single, lonely jade slip. That jade slip was different from the others. They all shimmered, while this one was dull as an ordinary stone covered in cobwebs. What's this thing? Someone threw it away here. Curiosity piqued. You walked over, blew the dust off the jade slip, and extended your divine sense into it. 5 Qi Chaoyuan Sword Cannon. 6 ancient bold characters instantly imprinted in your mind. Then an introduction to this sword cannon appeared before you. This sword cannon was created by an ancient sword cultivator, taking the essence of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and returning them to their origin, pursuing inner balance and perfection. To cultivate this method, one must possess a 5-element spiritual root, refine the body with the 5 elemental forces, condense 5-element sword qi, and ultimately forge 5 lifebound flying swords to form the 5 Qi Chaoyuan sword formation, capable of slaying immortals and demons, breaking all laws. Holy crap. Your heart pounded violently, almost making you cry out. 5-element spiritual root. 5-element sword qi. 5 lifebound flying swords. 5 Qi Chaoyuan sword formation. This was tailor-made for you. Trembling with excitement, you felt like you had stumbled upon a colossal fortune. You continued reading. However, the conditions for cultivating this method are extremely harsh. First, one must possess all 5 elements. Second, it requires extremely high control over divine sense and mana. Third, the materials needed to forge the 5 lifebound flying swords are rare treasures of the world, requiring immense resources. Only those with great perseverance, fortune, and wealth can succeed. Thus, although this method is a supreme sword path, no one since the sect's founding has been able to cultivate it to completion. Disciples should heed this warning and not aim too high, ruining their own prospects. This technique has been classified as forbidden and shelved. Forbidden. At the end, instead of fear, you felt even more excited. Others couldn't master it, but that didn't mean you couldn't. With your insight and effort, always pays, control wasn't an issue. As for materials, you could take your time searching. With the simulator in hand, time was the one thing you had in abundance. This was practically the ultimate equipment, tailor-made for your graduation. I'll take this one. Without hesitation, you removed the dusty jade slip from the shelf. Clutching it, you eagerly walked to the management counter on the 3rd floor to register. The manager was a sharp-looking, middle-aged cultivator. Seeing the jade slip in your hand, he froze for a moment, then wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost. You're sure you want this one? He pointed at the jade slip, his voice cracking. Junior brother, have you read it carefully? This 5 Qi Chaoyuan sword cannon is the top of Qin Yun Sect's famous 3 trap techniques. Trap? You blinked in feigned confusion. Exactly. The manager, with an "I'm looking out for you" expression, earnestly advised. It sounds impressive, slaying immortals and demons, breaking all laws. But in reality, over the centuries, everyone who chose it met a bad end. Either they couldn't balance the mana halfway and went into demonic deviation, becoming cripples, or they spent their entire lives unable to gather materials for even one flying sword, dying in despair. Junior brother, you're a genius valued by Elder Lu with a brilliant future. Don't be foolish and fall into this trap. Listen to your senior brother and choose something else. You looked at his sincere eyes, barely suppressing a laugh. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. You put on a moved expression, then shifted tone with a stubborn, youthful resolve. But I have a 5-element spiritual root. Other techniques can't unleash my full potential. I believe this sword cannon was made for me. Fortune favors the bold. If I don't try, how will I know I can't succeed? Oh, kid, why won't you listen? The manager slapped his thigh in frustration. Just then a hoarse voice came from the staircase. Let him choose. It was the elder guardian. He had appeared at the staircase at some point, watching calmly. Everyone has their own Tao. His path is his to walk. Right or wrong, he must bear the consequences. Seeing the elder's intervention, the manager dared not say more. He sighed and reluctantly processed the registration for you. Fine. You're on your own. You took the copied technique. Jade Slip bowed respectfully to the manager, and the elder then turned and left the scripture pavilion without looking back. Watching your retreating figure, the manager shook his head. Another fool taken in. What a waste of good talent. But the elder guardian, his murky eyes flashed a strange light that no one noticed. 5 elements spiritual root. 5 Qi Chao Yuan. Perhaps this time it really will be different. You returned to the newly opened cave dwelling in the inner sect. You could not wait to close the cave door and began studying the 5 Qi Chao Yuan sword cannon. You sank your divine sense into the jade slip, and vast, profound information surged into your mind like a tide. This sword cannon was indeed profound and extensive, far more complex than you had imagined. The cultivation method section clearly recorded the training techniques from foundation establishment to core formation all the way to the nascent soul stage. Its core idea was to continuously purify and compress the 5 elements spiritual power within the body, achieving an extreme balance and ultimately condensing the legendary 5 Qi rising to the origin seen in the Dantian. The sword technique section was even more all-encompassing. There were single-element sword arts such as the metal type, gung metal armor-breaking sword, the wood type, green wood entangling sword, the water type, dark water ice sealing sword, the fire type, leaf fire blazing sword, and the earth type, wu earth mountain suppressing sword. There were also dual-element fusion sword moves such as the raging wave sword, evolved from metal generates water, and the wind fire blazing sword, evolved from wood generates fire. What excited you most was the ultimate sword formation, the 5 Qi Chao Yuan sword formation. Once mastered, 5 lifebound flying swords would be unleashed, simultaneously deploying a heaven-sealing grand formation. Within the formation, the 5 elements power would circulate endlessly, cycle after cycle, with power stacking layer upon layer, claiming to be invincible among peers and even capable of challenging those at higher levels. I'm rich. This time I'm really rich. You rolled back and forth on the stone bed in excitement like a child who had received a beloved toy. This cultivation method was tailor-made for a 6-sided warrior like you. It not only solved your subsequent cultivation path, but also provided a complete combat system from one-on-one duels to group battles. But after the excitement, you quickly calmed down, because you saw the material list required to forge the 5 lifebound flying swords. To forge the gung metal sword, you need 3 liang of celestial gung metal as the main material, along with star essence iron, mithril, and other auxiliary materials. To forge the green wood sword, you need the core of 10,000-year soul-nourishing wood along with wood essence, life spring water, and others. You looked at that long list of dazzling names, each marked as extremely rare and priceless, and your heart instantly sank halfway. Damn, this is daylight robbery. You couldn't help but curse. Just the main material for the first sword, the gung metal sword, the celestial gung metal, was a treasure with no market price, usually found only in the core of extraterrestrial meteorites. A small piece was enough to make core formation cultivators fight over it. And the subsequent 10,000-year soul-nourishing wood core of earthly fire, and so on, were legendary items. No wonder no one could master it. This isn't cultivation, it's a money sink. And the kind that drains you to death. You felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over you, chilling you from head to toe. However, you quickly adjusted your mindset. It's difficult, but not completely hopeless. You stroked your chin and began to analyze. I have the simulator, so I can live a long time. A time is not an issue. Moreover, every simulation allows me to go on different adventures, so there's always a chance to encounter these materials. If all else fails, I'll just rob them. A dangerous light flickered in your eyes. The road is walked step by step. The meal is eaten bite by bite. Set a small goal first before the end of this simulation. Forge the first sword, the earth sword. Compared to the other swords, the materials needed to forge the earth attribute, earth sword, though still precious, were relatively more down to earth. The main material, 9 heavens breath soil, though legendary, occasionally appeared alongside some ancient ruins or deep earth spiritual veins. With the goal set, you began a long path of cultivation. In the following years, you entered a state of intense training. Every day, besides meditating and following the methods of the 5 Qi Chao Yuan sword cannon, to repeatedly refine the 5 elements spiritual power in your body, you practiced the 5 basic single-element sword arts. Without a sword, you used your fingers as a sword. Gung metal armor-breaking sword. You brought your fingers together like a sword and thrust forward. A sharp, unparalleled white sword chi shot out, leaving a tiny bottomless hole in the hard cave wall. Green wood entangling sword. You flicked your wrist, and dozens of emerald green sword chi like flexible vines interwove into a large net, slicing an incoming stone into countless fragments. With the blessings of Epiphany, and effort always pays off, your understanding of the sword advanced rapidly. At age 25 you had cultivated all 5 basic sword arts to the great perfection stage. Your cultivation base also steadily improved, only one step away from the middle stage of foundation establishment. During the year's trade extraction your luck exploded again. A green light shimmered on the wheel. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare trait, Divine Sense doubled. Trait Divine Sense doubled green. Function: when equipped, your Divine Sense strength and range will be doubled directly from the original. Excellent. Your eyes lit up when you saw this trait. Divine Sense is the cultivator's eyes, the cultivator's weapon, and the foundation for casting all spells and controlling magical instruments. The stronger the Divine Sense, the stronger the perception, the finer the control over spiritual power, and the greater the advantage in battle. You unhesitatingly replaced Swift as the wind, with Divine Sense doubled. Your mind suddenly became clear, and the entire world in your perception became more three-dimensional and vivid. Sitting in the cave, your Divine Sense could easily cover the entire mountain peak. The wind on the summit, the clouds in the mountains, the veins of the leaves, and even the flow of the spiritual vein deep underground were all clearly presented in your mind. Amazing. This feeling of controlling everything is amazing. You immersed yourself in this powerful sensation, unable to extricate yourself for a long time. With this trait, your efficiency in cultivating the 5 Qi Chaoyuan sword cannon would greatly increase. Time passed quietly in your day-after-day hard training. Occasionally you would leave seclusion and go to Danxia Peak to consult your master Lu Chanfeng on some cultivation questions. Your existence had always been a mystery to the people of Danxia Peak. They only knew that this junior brother was gifted with extraordinary talent, but had chosen the most troublesome cultivation method, then secluded himself all day, never going out like an ascetic monk. But every time he appeared, his aura was more solid and unfathomable than before. Age 30, 35. Your cultivation base naturally broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. But the cultivation base you displayed to the outside world remained the unremarkable 7th layer of Qi refining. This made many people shake their heads, secretly thinking that you had indeed been held back by that broken cultivation method, your cultivation base still stagnant for over a decade. You just smiled at this. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? While they were still fighting tooth and nail for a little resource, you were already preparing to slay the celestial demon. Another 5 years had passed. At the age of 40, you sat cross-legged in your cave, dwelling with 5-colored light, swirling around you, your breath steady and profound. After 20 years of arduous cultivation, your cultivation base had reached the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage, only a single step away from the late foundation establishment stage. During these years, aside from training, you had spent most of your time tending the spiritual fields beside your cave dwelling. With the blessing of the spiritual plant affinity trait, the spirit herbs you planted grew remarkably well, their years and medicinal potency far surpassing those of their kind, allowing you to earn a tidy sum at the intersect market and finally accumulate a little savings. The only thing that puzzled you was the mysterious black seed. 20 years ago, after it sprouted, it grew into a small seedling only a palm tall with 3 emerald green leaves. Then, it never changed again. For 20 years the small seedling neither grew taller nor withered, just quietly staying in the corner of the spiritual field, as if time had stopped for it. You tried every method, watering it with spiritual liquid, using the hasten growth technique, even secretly dripping your own essence blood. All to no avail. What in the world is this thing? You circled the seedling, utterly baffled. Forget it, I'll just leave it alone. It doesn't take up much space anyway. I'll just treat it as a potted plant. You gave up on studying it and refocused on cultivation. On that very day, the sect token at your waist suddenly vibrated slightly, emitting a clear melodious hum. You extended your divine sense into it, and a decree issued personally by the sect leader appeared clearly in your mind. Sect edict: the bloody trial held once every 200 years will commence in 1 month. All disciples of Qingyun sect under the age of 100 and at the foundation establishment stage may register. The trial ground teams with both danger and opportunity. May you act according to your abilities and bring glory to the sect. The bloody trial. Upon seeing those 4 words, your eyes immediately lit up. You had long heard of this trial. It was said to be a small world left over from ancient times, teeming with ferocious beasts and harsh conditions, but also concealing countless heavenly treasures and ancient legacies. It was a deadly meat grinder, yet also a ladder to heaven. Most importantly, it was a place beyond the sect's jurisdiction where disciples of various sects fought and killed each other over resources, a perfectly normal occurrence. Here's my chance. You leaped off the stone bed, pacing back and forth in the cave, dwelling, your heart pounding with excitement. I was just worrying about where to find materials to forge a flying sword. This bloody trial is like a pillow handed to me just when I felt sleepy. And inside I can kill and plunder without any moral burden. Hee hee. A grin that was utterly incompatible with the trait kind and amiable spread across your face. A grin full of malicious delight. However, after the excitement, a practical problem lay before you. The registration condition was foundation establishment and above. And you, in the eyes of everyone in Qingyun sect, were still that wasted prodigy who had been in seclusion for 20 years stuck at the 7th level of qi refining. It seems it's time to let everyone see the fruits of my 20 years of seclusion. You rubbed your chin pondering, directly revealing your mid-foundation establishment cultivation. No, that would be too conspicuous. A waste, who had been in seclusion for 20 years suddenly becoming a mid-foundation establishment expert. How could that be explained? It would easily arouse suspicion of soul possession. Then, I'll just show the appearance of having just broken through to early foundation establishment. A genius with 5 elemental spiritual roots, spending 20 years to go from the 7th level of qi refining to early foundation establishment. Though slow considering the difficulty of cultivating with 5 elemental roots, it's within reason. It explains everything without being too exaggerated. Perfect. You quickly designed a plausible script for your debut. You decided to immediately visit your master Lu Chongfeng and tell him the good news. And by the way, it was also time to formally establish your status as a personal disciple. You walked out of the cave dwelling, took a deep breath, and with a thought adjusted the effect of the concealment technique from 7th level of qi refining to early foundation establishment. A fluctuation of mana belonging to a foundation establishment cultivator, though still slightly unsteady, yet undeniably real, emanated from your body. After doing all this, you mounted a streak of sword light and shot into the sky, speeding toward the direction of the inner sect's Danxia Peak. Master, your most unsuccessful disciple is here to bring you good news. Danxia Peak Elder's cave dwelling. Lu Chongfeng was frowning, staring at a newly ruined pill in his hand, sighing deeply. Failed again. This dragon tiger pill is indeed not easy to refine. The heat, the timing. Just a fraction off. At that moment, the restrictions outside the cave dwelling transmitted a faint fluctuation. Master disciple Tang Xun requests an audience. A familiar voice came from outside. Tang Xun. Lu Chongfeng was momentarily stunned, then his frown deepened. This kid, wasn't he in closed-door seclusion? Why has he suddenly come? Could something have gone wrong with his cultivation? Toward this last disciple, Lu Chongfeng's feelings were mixed. 20 years ago, he had been astonishingly talented, winning the grand competition in an inconceivable manner, making Lu Chongfeng see the future hope of Qingyun sect. But who would have thought that the kid was as stubborn as a mule? He insisted on choosing that 5 Qi Chaoyuan sword sutra, which everyone who practiced ended up crippled, and then plunged into his cave dwelling for 20 years, barely coming out. Lu Chongfeng had also gone to check on him a few times, only to find Tang Xun's cultivation still stuck at the 7th level of qi refining with no progress at all. This pained him deeply. Sorrow for his misfortune, anger at his lack of ambition. The fall of a genius. Nothing more tragic than this. He sighed and waved his hand to open the cave dwelling's gate. Come in. After all, he was still his disciple. Tang Xun entered the cave dwelling, and seeing Lu Chongfeng's furrowed brow, probably guessed the reason. He respectfully bowed. Disciple pays respects to master. Lu Chongfeng replied indifferently, not even lifting his eyelids. Why aren't you in seclusion? What are you doing here? Is there a problem with that broken technique? I told you long ago that thing. He stopped mid-sentence because he suddenly raised his head and stared at Tang Xun with an expression of disbelief. His divine sense swept over Tang Xun, back and forth, his face shifting from puzzlement to shock, then to ecstasy, like a Sichuan opera mask changing a splendid spectacle. F.O. Foundation establishment. Lu Chongfeng's voice trembled. He even suspected that he was hallucinating due to the alchemy failure. You really reached foundation establishment? He flashed in front of Tang Xun, in an instant grabbed his wrist, and poured a vast divine sense into Tang Xun's body, without ceremony, examining it meticulously. Tang Xun allowed him to check, a naive smile on his face. Reporting to master, your disciple has not failed your trust. Just a few days ago, I was fortunate enough to break through and condense my Tao foundation. After a moment, Lu Chongfeng withdrew his divine sense, standing frozen in place, muttering to himself. A solid foundation, condensed mana. A flawless Tao foundation, even carrying a hint of the rhythm of 5-element circulation. How is this possible? He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to reach foundation establishment through the 5 Qi Chaoyuan Sword Sutra. It required perfectly compressing and fusing the mana of 5 attributes to condense the Tao foundation. The process was extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake would lead to mana rampaging and the destruction of the Dantian. Yet this disciple before him had not only succeeded, but judging by the quality of his Tao foundation, it was a perfect Tao foundation, 1 in 10,000. Good. Lu Chongfeng suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with excitement and relief, shaking the entire cave dwelling with a loud hum. Ha! I knew it. I knew Lu Changfeng hadn't misjudged. Damned forbidden technique. Damned, whoever practices it ends up crippled. In front of my disciple they're all jokes. He patted Tang Xun's shoulder excitedly with such force that Tang Xun felt his bones were about to dislocate. Good disciple. You've given your master a tremendous surprise. Master, please go easy. My bones are breaking. Tang Xun grimaced. Haha, just excited, just excited. Lu Changfeng came to his senses and quickly let go, but the smile on his face could not be suppressed. He looked at Tang Xun more and more satisfied. 20 years from the 7th level of Qi refining to early foundation establishment. Though slow to forge such a perfect Tao foundation, it was all worth it. Steady and solid, accumulating thickly and bursting forth. This is the true path of cultivation. He had already found the perfect explanation for Tang Xun's slow cultivation speed. Tang Xun chuckled inwardly, but on the surface he wore a humble expression of, it's all thanks to Master's guidance. By the way, did you emerge from seclusion for the bloody trial? Lu Changfeng suddenly asked. Master is perceptive. Tang Xun nodded. Your disciple has just reached foundation establishment and wishes to take this opportunity to go out and gain experience to consolidate my cultivation. That's fine. Lu Changfeng stroked his beard, pondering. The bloody trial is dangerous, but it's also a good place to obtain opportunities. With your current strength, as long as your careful self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. He paused, his expression turning serious. Since you have successfully reached foundation establishment, it's time to change your status from a nominal disciple. Tomorrow I will summon your senior brothers and sisters to hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony. From now on you, Tang Xun, are my 7th and final personal disciple. Direct disciple. The value of this title far exceeds that of a mere recorded disciple. From now on within the Qingyun sect, he would finally count as someone with proper backing. You quickly bowed again, saying aloud, everything is at your discretion, Master. But inwardly you were already plotting how to best leverage this identity to advance your own cautious path. Early the next morning you were led by the herb attendant to Danxia Peak once more. Today the peak seemed even more bustling than yesterday. In the cave dwelling's main hall the colossal alchemy furnace still blazed fiercely, but a few new figures had appeared beside it. Your gaze immediately caught Master Lu Changfeng, dressed today in a brand new crimson ceremonial Taoist robe, his face radiant and vitality seemingly renewed, appearing more than a decade younger than before. Standing beside him were 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, who must be your senior brothers and sisters whom you had yet to meet. As soon as you entered, all 6 pairs of eyes immediately fixed upon you. Your heart skipped a beat at the sight. This assembly felt like some grand tribunal rather than a simple greeting. You quickly composed yourself and flashed your signature amiable smile as you approached Lu Changfeng to perform a respectful bow. Disciple Tang Xun pays respects to Master. Master Lu Changfeng was clearly in exceptional spirits today, rising personally to help you up before gesturing toward the 6 people beside him to begin the introductions. Come, let me introduce you. This is your eldest senior brother, Shi Jian. Following his gesture, you noticed a tall man in his 30s with a square-jawed face studying you with an observant gaze. He stood with the stability of a massive boulder, radiating an air of absolute reliability. With his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, his spiritual energy was dense and well-established. You hastily bowed to him. Greetings, eldest senior brother. Shi Jian nodded back, his voice resonant. No need for such formality, junior brother. From now on we are family. If you need anything, just come to me. Internally you mused that this eldest senior brother appeared to be an honest and straightforward person, one worth befriending. And this is your 2nd senior sister, Lu Ruyan. As you turned to look, you saw a striking woman in a fiery red dress, her figure graceful and features captivating. She stood with arms crossed, scrutinizing you with a critical gaze. Though her cultivation also reached late-stage foundation establishment, the fire-type spiritual energy around her surged with an unusually restless intensity, bordering on volatile. Oh, is this the treasure Master picked up? The so-called prodigy who supposedly spent 20 years in seclusion to break through from Qi condensation 7th layer to foundation establishment. Lu Ruyan's tone carried a teasing quality that wasn't particularly friendly. Your lips curled into a smile. You could sense the test being laid out, but you remained unfazed. You responded with good humor, 2nd senior sister, please don't jest. This disciple's talents are mediocre, though any success in reaching foundation establishment came entirely from Master's guidance and a measure of fortune. Your balanced demeanor, which also happened to flatter Master, deflated Lu Ruyan's prepared barrage of mockery. She huffed and turned away, falling silent. Lu Changfeng gave her a glance and shook his head helplessly before continuing. This is your 3rd senior brother, Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo. Hearing the name, you nearly burst out laughing. What an overtly straightforward choice. Looking up, you spotted a slightly chubby young man wearing a perpetually affable smile meant to attract wealth, now winking at you. Though his cultivation reached mid-stage foundation establishment, You couldn't shake the impression that the metallic scent of greed clung to him more strongly than any trace of spiritual energy. 7th junior brother, hello. Duo approached with practiced familiarity, clapping you on the shoulder. If any profitable opportunities come up, don't forget your senior brother. I control all the sales channels for Danxia Peak's pills. I'll give you a 20% discount. Your lip twitched. You suspected this 3rd senior brother might have been a miser reincarnated. Thank you, 3rd senior brother. Next, Lu Changfeng introduced your 4th and 5th senior siblings, a fraternal twin pair named Lin Mo and Lin Yu, both at mid-stage foundation establishment. They were rather reserved individuals who simply offered you friendly nods. Finally, there was your 6th senior brother Zhou Tong, a somewhat clumsy-looking youth at early-stage foundation establishment who seemed ill-equipped with words, merely offering you an honest smile. You greeted them, in turn forming a rough impression of your future sect family in your mind. Eldest senior brother was the pillar, steady and dependable. 2nd senior sister was a firecracker quick to ignite. 3rd senior brother was a wealth deity, his mind consumed by commerce. 4th and 5th siblings were unobtrusive, keeping to themselves without causing trouble. 6th senior brother appeared to be an honest soul, seemingly easy to take advantage of. Quite good. Very well-rounded, like any normal family should be. You evaluated silently. Very well, everyone is present. Lu Changfeng cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. Today, before all of you senior brothers and sisters, I, Lu Changfeng, formally accept Tang Xun as my 7th direct disciple. Perform the initiation ceremony. Upon hearing this, you immediately adjusted your robes and knelt reverently before Lu Changfeng, offering 3 solemn bows. This disciple Tang Xun pays respects to Master. May Master live 10,000 years, and may the Tao path flourish eternally. Excellent. Lu Changfeng praised 3 times before helping you up personally. From this day forward, you belong to my Danxia Peak. We rise together or fall together. You fellow disciples must support one another and never turn against each other. Do you understand? This is a welcome gift I've prepared for you. Lu Changfeng handed you a storage pouch. Inside is a high-grade defensive artifact, the Black Tortoise Shield, along with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and various healing and spiritual recovery pills. You are about to enter the blood trial. Be extremely cautious and prioritize your survival above all else. You accepted the pouch and exhilaration surged through you once more. A superior grade artifact. 1,000 spirit stones. This master was far too generous. Thank you, Master. 7th junior brother, this is a meeting gift from your senior brother. Eldest senior brother Shijian also presented a jade box. Inside is a barrier-breaking pill which can aid you when you attempt to break through to mid-stage foundation establishment. Take it. 2nd senior sister Lu Rian, despite maintaining her usual scowl, tossed you a vial of pills. This is a separate fire pill. It can temporarily boost the power of your fire-based spells and could save your life in critical moments. Junior brother, this is a small token from your 3rd senior brother. Duo grinned and pressed a stack of talismans into your hands. 10 Earth Escape talismans. When you can't win, just run. As long as the green hills remain, there'll always be firewood to burn. 4th senior brother, 5th senior sister, and 6th senior brother all offered their own gifts. Nothing as valuable as the previous ones, but all practical items. Gazing at the pile of presents in your hands, warmth spread through your chest. Damn, is this what it feels like to have an organization? This is amazing. I used to be the one taking from others, and now it's my turn to receive gifts. Not bad at all. You've thanked each of them in turn and carefully stowed away the gifts. After the master-apprentice ceremony concluded, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. Xiaoqi, are you really going to participate in that blood trial? Eldest senior brother Shijian asked with furrowed brows, concern evident in his tone. You've only just reached foundation establishment, and your foundation isn't solid yet. That place is no joke. Among disciples who've participated in past trials, surviving at half is already considered fortunate. Yes, 7th junior brother. Duo also chimed in. Take my advice. Wouldn't it be better to peacefully refine pills within the sect? Fighting and killing is so dangerous. If you get hurt, it's not worth the risk. You looked at their concerned expressions, knowing deep down they meant well. Thank you for your concern, senior brothers. However, my mind is made up. The path of cultivation is meant to contend with heaven, earth, and others. Remaining isolated behind closed doors will only lead to castles in the air. I wish to venture out and witness true blood and fire with my own eyes, you declared with the fervor of youth. Of course, what you were really thinking was, if I don't go, where will I find materials to forge my precious flying sword? You wouldn't understand. Seeing your resolute attitude, Shijian and the others refrained from further persuasion. Since you've made up your mind, we won't say more. Here is some intelligence we've gathered about the blood trial, along with information on key disciples from other sects. Study it so you know what to expect, Shijian said, handing you a jade slip. Remember, inside the trial, trust no one except our Qingyun sect brothers and sisters, especially those from Tianma Valley and Yusho Manor. They're ruthless and notorious for killing others to seize treasures. You took the jade slip and nodded solemnly. Thank you, eldest senior brother. I'll remember this. For the following month you resided on Danxia Peak. During the day you studied alongside your senior brothers and sisters, listening to Lu Changfeng impart wisdom and learning the art of alchemy. At night you returned to your quarters to carefully examine the jade slip Shi Jian had given you, making final preparations for the impending blood trial. You discovered that alchemy was quite fascinating, particularly with the benefit of the epiphany trait. Your understanding of pill refinement advanced by leaps and bounds. What seemed profoundly complex to your senior brothers and sisters appeared straightforward and clear to you. Your performance once again left Lu Changfeng amazed, who exclaimed he had struck gold. Meanwhile, your relationship with your senior brothers and sisters grew rapidly warmer over that month together. You came to realize they were genuinely good people. Your eldest senior brother was something of a busybody, meddling in everything. Your second senior sister had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, always quick with criticism, yet secretly offering guidance whenever your alchemy failed. And your third senior brother constantly dragged you into discussions about how to sell pills at premium prices, chasing what he called financial freedom. This long-lost warmth, like that of family, brought comfort to your soul, which had wandered alone through this foreign world for many years. This feeling isn't so bad, you thought. The month passed in the blink of an eye. The blood trial was finally about to begin. On this day, over 100 Foundation Establishment intersect disciples gathered on the vast plaza of Qingyun sect's main peak. Each radiated powerful spiritual pressure, their expressions solemn, their eyes reflecting a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. You were among them. Xiaoqi, be careful. Seventh junior brother, come back alive. When you return, senior brother will treat you to wine. If you dare die in there, I'll set up your memorial tablet next to the alchemy furnace and roast you with pill fire every day. Your senior brothers and sisters came to see you off, each uttering harsh words, while their worried eyes betrayed their true feelings. You smiled and waved to them. Just then the space above the plaza twisted violently, and a middle-aged Taoist in purple gold robes materialized from nowhere, his presence commanding and his aura as profound as an unfathomable sea. A nascent soul ancestor. All disciples, including the core formation elders leading the group, bowed in unison. We pay respects to the sect master. The nascent soul ancestor's gaze swept across the assembly, his voice resonating like a massive bell in everyone's ears. The blood trial is the finest opportunity for my Qingyun sect disciples to obtain blessings and temper yourselves. But opportunities often come with life and death stakes. I hope that once you enter, you'll work together to bring honor to our sect. But more importantly, I hope you'll all return alive. Now open the blood gate. As his words fell, he swept his wide sleeve, and a column of purple divine light pierced through the heavens, striking the center of the plaza. The space there began to twist and fold violently, eventually forming a 10-zhang-high crimson vortex rotating slowly. A desolate, blood-soaked, ancient aura billowed forth from the vortex. Advance. Upon the leading elder's command, over 100 Qingyun sect disciples transformed into streams of light, charging fearlessly into the crimson vortex. The moment you passed through the blood-red vortex, a dizzying sensation overtook you, as if your entire body were being pulled and torn by an invisible force. This feeling lasted only a brief instant. The next moment your feet landed on solid ground. You shook your still dizzy head and began to survey your surroundings. The sky was an eerie dark red with neither sun nor moon, only a few blood-colored clouds exuding an ominous aura drifting slowly through the air. The air was thick with a pungent stench of blood and decay, nauseating to inhale. The ground beneath your feet was dark brown, barren, and lifeless. In the distance, rolling desolate hills stretched out bare and utterly silent. Tisk, the environment here is really something else. You silently grumbled to yourself. This godforsaken place had neither celestial herbs nor treasures. Not even a single blade of grass. It felt like you had arrived at some abandoned dump. Your divine sense swept across the area, revealing that the hundreds of fellow disciples who had been teleported in with you were scattered randomly. Within a radius of 10 li, there was no one else. Excellent acting alone suits me just fine. You retrieved the jade slip containing the map that senior brother Shi Jian had given you from your storage pouch and extended your divine sense into it. The jade slip contained a somewhat crude map, marked with some key areas discovered by disciples in previous trials. For instance, Beast Valley, Rotten Bone Forest, Soul Severing Cliff. Just the names indicated they were no pleasant places. The map also marked with red dots some extremely dangerous forbidden zones, where even a core formation cultivator could fall. Your gaze swept swiftly across the map, finally settling on a place called Great Earth Rift Valley. According to the Jade Slip's records, the Great Earth Rift Valley was a unique terrain in the blood trial. Bottomless, with extremely dense earth element spiritual energy, and often yielded rare earth attribute celestial treasures. 9 heavens, Shirong. If it truly exists here, the most likely place would be this Great Earth Rift Valley. Having made up your mind, you discerned the direction and began moving stealthily toward the Great Earth Rift Valley at a measured pace. You did not fly on your sword. That would make you a conspicuous target, a living target practice. Instead, you hugged the ground, carefully advancing using the complex terrain. Your enhanced divine sense boosted by the spiritual sense doubling acted like an invisible radar capturing every rustle and movement in the surroundings. After walking for about half an hour, you suddenly stopped and immediately crouched low behind a massive boulder. Your divine sense detected two groups of people confronting each other in a call not far ahead. You quietly crept closer, poked your head out, and peered into the call. In the call on one side, 7 or 8 disciples wearing Qingyun sect attire had formed a defensive formation, looking nervously at the opposite side. On the other side stood over a dozen cultivators clad in black martial robes, exuding a sinister aura. Each wore a cruel and bloodthirsty grin. People from Tianma Valley. You recognized their origin at a glance. A few geniuses from Qingyun sect. Don't struggle. Hand over your storage pouches obediently, then cut off one of your arms. If you do, your grandpas here might show mercy and leave you a whole corpse. The Tianma Valley leader was a burly man with a scarred face and a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivation. He carried a ghost-head broadsword on his shoulder, looking utterly arrogant. Never, shouted a young disciple leading the Qingyun sect side. We Qingyun sect disciples would rather die standing than live kneeling. You demonic scum deserve to be killed by all. Well said. Courageous. The scarred face sneered. I love cracking tough nuts like you. Brothers, attack. Kill the men and the women. Keep them alive. With his command, over a dozen Tianma Valley disciples howled and lunged at the Qingyun disciples, turning into streaks of black qi. The gap in strength is too wide. Qingyun sect won't last 30 breaths. You did not immediately act. It wasn't cold-bloodedness. It was the basic instinct of a hunter. Your gaze had already locked onto the most arrogant, scar-faced man. Capture the chieftain to capture the band. With a single lethal blow on this man, the remaining rabble would be no threat. You were waiting for an opportunity, a chance to inflict maximum damage at minimal cost. The battle turned drastically. The leading young man was struck in the shoulder by the scar-faced man's blade, blood spraying. He was about to be decapitated. Now, your pupils contracted, spiritual energy already surging within you, ready to strike. Just then a sudden change occurred. A fiercely sharp white sword, light like a meteor from beyond the heavens, descended without warning from the sky, aimed straight at the scar-faced man's back. Who? The scar-faced man sensed the fatal threat behind him, panicked, but it was too late to dodge. The sword light pierced through his heart, bringing a spray of blood. The scar-faced man's cruel grin froze. He looked down in disbelief at the bowl-sized hole in his chest, then collapsed stiffly. This sudden turn stunned both sides locked in combat. A white-clad figure descended from the sky, landing in the center. It was a woman in white robes, breathtakingly beautiful with a cold and aloof demeanor. She held a sword as clear as autumn water, still dripping blood from its tip. Su Qinghan, you were also startled when you saw her. Damn, what's she doing here? You muttered inwardly. Su Qinghan's appearance instantly turned the tide. She was now at Foundation Establishment middle stage, immensely powerful. Like a tiger among sheep, her sword turned into deadly cold light. With each swing, a Tianma Valley disciple screamed and fell. The remaining Tianma Valley disciples, seeing their leader killed, were terrified out of their wits, losing all will to fight. They howled and fled in all directions. Su Qinghan did not pursue, she only watched them escape coldly. The crisis was thus resolved. Thank you, Senior Sister Su, for saving our lives. The remaining Qingyun sect disciples, as if given a second chance, hurried forward to bow to Su Qinghan with tearful gratitude. Su Qinghan merely nodded faintly, but her gaze scanned the surroundings warily. Come out, she said, coldly, facing the direction where you were hiding. You were startled. Damn, I've been found. This woman's divine sense is impressive. Knowing it was pointless to hide any longer, you walked out from behind the rock with a broad, harmless grin. Senior Sister Su, what a coincidence. Taking a stroll around here too. Your opening words left everyone dumbfounded. The rescued disciples stared at you as if you were an idiot. A stroll? Bro, you call this a stroll? We were nearly wiped out. You were hiding there watching the show, and now you come out saying you're taking a stroll. Su Qinghan was also taken aback when she saw you, then her beautiful brows furrowed. Tang Xun, why are you here? Her tone carried a hint of puzzlement and a trace of barely perceptible complexity. I was just passing by, you said, spreading your hands innocently. I arrived just in time to see you, Senior Sister, displaying your might and taking down those demon bastards in no time. You're amazing, Senior Sister. You're my idol. Your words were so sincere, you almost knelt down to kowtow. Su Qinghan was momentarily at a loss for words. Her prepared accusations, like why didn't you help? Or were you waiting to reap the benefits? All blocked by your speech. She looked into your sincere eyes, and for a moment didn't know what to say. You were hiding there all along. One of the rescued disciples finally couldn't hold back, pointing at you and asking indignantly. Yeah, you nodded matter-of-factly. Then why didn't you help? The disciple's face reddened with anger. Why should I help? You looked at him strangely. My cultivation is so low, just Foundation Establishment initial stage. Charging in would be feeding the enemy. Hiding to preserve my strength, waiting for the fight to end, then coming out to collect your bodies. That's the most rational choice. You. The disciple was so infuriated by your twisted logic, he almost spat blood. A female disciple beside him couldn't help but laugh. She found you though shameless oddly amusing. Su Qinghan also looked at you speechlessly. She realized she had never truly understood this man. One moment he was arrogantly defiant, daring to provoke her in front of the entire outer sect. The next moment, like now, he was shameless with such confidence that it was both funny and exasperating. Enough, stop arguing. Su Qinghan stopped the disciple who wanted to argue further. She looked at you and said coolly, since we've met, let's go together. It's too dangerous to act alone here. Sure. You agreed without hesitation. Why not? Having a free fighter and bodyguard by your side raises your safety factor to the max. Only a fool would refuse. And so you successfully blended into Su Qinghan's group. As you walked, you chatted and joked with the other disciples, quickly becoming familiar with them. Your affable demeanor combined with a silver tongue that could talk the dead into living made you the group's entertainer. Only Su Qinghan remained as cold as ever, leading the way in silence. But you felt that she was secretly observing you from the corner of her eye. You were overjoyed inside. Little girl curiosities kicking in, huh? Don't rush, take your time. Your big brother has plenty more tricks up his sleeve. You followed the group toward the Great Earth Rift Valley. Along the way you encountered several waves of spirit beasts and disciples from other sects, but Su Qinghan dealt with them cleanly. You coasted the whole way, only moving your lips to shout "Senior Sister is mighty" without lifting a finger. Your behavior made the other male disciples in the group look down on you, thinking you were just a pretty boy leeching off others. But the female disciples found you endearing. Finally, after walking for most of a day, you arrived before a massive cliff. A bottomless fissure, as if cleaved by a god's giant axe, stretched before you. The Great Earth Rift Valley had arrived. You stood at the edge and looked down, pitch black, fathomless, with chilling gusts of wind howling upward, sending shivers down your spine. Everyone be careful. It's very dangerous down there, Su Qinghan said gravely. Just then your divine sense caught a faint yet extremely pure trace of earth element spiritual energy fluctuation flashing briefly from somewhere deep within the rift. Your heart skipped a beat. It's here. That pure surge of earth-attributed spiritual energy, though fleeting, was precisely pinpointed by your enhanced perception, bolstered by the doubled spiritual sense. It was in a cave deep within this great earth rift at a depth of roughly 1,000 zhang. 9 heavens, divine earth. It must be it. Your breath quickened slightly, but you soon calmed down. The more critical the moment, the more you must not act rashly. Such a heavenly treasure is invariably guarded by a powerful beast. Moreover, who knows if there are others lurking in the shadows coveting this prize. Senior Sister Su, there seems to be something down there. You feigned surprise, pointing downward, and said to Su Qinghan, I just sensed a very strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan immediately extended her divine sense downward. After a moment, a trace of surprise appeared on her cold, elegant face. Such pure, earth-attributed spiritual energy. There must be a treasure down there. The other members of the team heard this and grew excited. Let's go down and take a look. A more impatient male disciple could no longer contain himself. Wait. Su Qinghan stopped him. We don't know the situation down there. Going down recklessly is too dangerous. Let's use ropes and descend slowly. She took out a silver rope shimmering with spiritual light from her storage pouch. It was a high-grade artifact called the Dragon Binding Rope, incredibly tough. She fastened one end of the rope to a rock at the cliff's edge and said to the group, I'll go down first to scout. You provide support from above. Tang Xun, you have the lowest cultivation, so stay at the rear and guard the rope. Her arrangement was perfectly reasonable, but inwardly you were overjoyed. Great. This task is safe and easy. I love it. You agreed at once, a simple, honest smile on your face. The other male disciples cast contemptuous glances at you. Worthless, always hiding behind a woman. You pretended not to hear, sneering inwardly, fools. Soon you'll know who the real hunter is. Su Qinghan led the others, carefully sliding down the rope into the depths of the rift. You remained on the cliff, feigning careful attention to the rope, while pushing your divine sense to its limit like an invisible spider web enveloping the entire rift below. Let me see how many little darlings are waiting for us. Through your divine sense you perceived Su Qinghan and the others descending without encountering any danger. Soon they reached a depth of about 1,000 zhang and found the cave emitting the spiritual energy fluctuations. The cave was vast, filled with stalactites. At its deepest part, on a stone platform in the center of a pool, grew a plant entirely earth yellow, resembling a ginseng. At the top of the plant, 3 fist-sized fruits resembling potatoes emitted an enticing earth-attributed spiritual energy. Earth Spirit Ginseng, and a 3,000-year-old one. A knowledgeable disciple in the team exclaimed in shock. This is one of the main ingredients for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill. This single plant is worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. Everyone's eyes turned red with greed. However, just as they were about to step forward and harvest it, the calm pool suddenly began to bubble with a gurgle. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the pool. A giant python 10 zhang long covered in earth-yellow scales, and bearing a single horn on its head burst out of the pool, opening its massive maw to bite the nearest disciple. It's a peak second-stage beast, the one-horned earth dragon python. Su Qinghan's face changed, and she cried out, "Formation!" The others reacted swiftly, taking their positions according to the formation they had practiced, and bombarded the python with various artifacts and spells. A fierce battle erupted instantly. You sat on the cliff watching the live broadcast, through your divine sense thoroughly entertained. Fight. The more intense the better. This earth dragon python's strength is about that of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. It'll give them a hard time. While watching the show, you continued to meticulously scan the surroundings with your divine sense. Sure enough, before long you detected something amiss. On the other side of the rift, in another concealed cave about 500 zhang away, 3 figures were lurking. They wore the attire of the beast-taming manner, their auras restrained, watching the battlefield below with greedy eyes. The leader was a hook-nosed young man with a cultivation base at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Beside him crouched a pitch-black beast resembling a leopard, flicking its tongue, its eyes gleaming with cold ferocity. Boss, these fools from the Qingyun sect actually lured out the guardian beast for us, a small thin disciple said fawningly. Once they've worn each other out, we'll go in and wipe them all out. This earth spirit ginseng will be ours. Another disciple chimed in. The hook-nosed youth sneered. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. These fools are destined to be our pawns. You heard their exchange and laughed inwardly. Oriole. Sorry, but I'm the hunter waiting to eat the oriole. You kept silent, waiting patiently. The battle below had reached a fever pitch. Su Qinghan's strength was indeed formidable. Her ice heart sword art caused considerable trouble for the earth dragon python. But the earth dragon python was thick-skinned and incredibly tough, so they couldn't subdue it for a while. The other disciples, however, were not so fortunate. 2 had already been struck by the python's tail whip, severely injured and incapacitated. This can't go on like this. Su Qinghan's face also turned somewhat pale. Just then the hook-nosed youth felt the time was right. Now, go. With a sinister grin, he and his 2 henchmen shot out of the cave like 3 hunting eagles, diving straight for the battlefield below. Not good. It's the beast-taming manner. The Qingyun sect members, already struggling against the earth dragon python, saw the sudden enemy, and despair filled their faces. Trapped between the beast and the enemy, they were truly doomed. Little Qingyun girl, hand over the treasure. The hook-nosed youth laughed wildly as he rushed straight for the earth spirit ginseng. But just as his hand was about to touch the ginseng, a barely perceptible golden sword beam thin as a hair shot silently from behind him. A soft sound. The hook-nosed youth's wild grin froze. He looked down in disbelief to see a small bloody hole in the area of his heart. His life force was completely severed at that moment. Who? He gasped out his last word, then fell stiffly to the ground. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The 2 beast-taming manner disciples who had rushed out with him also stopped, staring in terror at their leader's corpse. Su Qinghan and the others, still locked in combat with the earth dragon python, were also utterly bewildered. What was happening? A schism. Just then a lazy voice came from above the cliff. "Oh, my dear senior brothers and sisters, why are you so slow in fighting? I almost fell asleep." Everyone looked up to see you leisurely sliding down the rope, a hint of just woken drowsiness on your face. Tang Xun. Su Qinghan stared at you, her cold eyes filled with shock and perplexity. That sword beam, just now. Was it from you? Impossible. He was only at the early Foundation establishment stage. How could he unleash such a terrifying sword beam that could instantly kill a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator? And she had not even sensed when he made his move. You killed our boss. The remaining 2 beast-taming manner disciples finally snapped out of it, pointing at you in shock and fury. Yeah. You picked your ear and said matter-of-factly, "Didn't you see he was trying to steal our treasure? I call it self-defense." As you spoke, you walked toward the earth spirit ginseng. The earth dragon python, still battling Su Qinghan and the others, seemed to sense you as a new threat. It abandoned. Su Qinghan roared and turned to charge at you. "Be careful." Su Qinghan cried out in alarm. But you didn't even bother to look at it. You simply extended your right hand index and middle fingers together and gently pointed at the oncoming behemoth. Annoying. A sword beam of gung metal chi, denser and sharper than before, shot from your finger. Before the horrified eyes of all present, the sword beam effortlessly pierced through the earth dragon python's notoriously hard skull. Bang! The massive body of the earth dragon python crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A peak second-stage beast, killed with a single finger. The entire cave fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at you, as if frozen in place. The 2 beast-taming manner disciples were so terrified their legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground, a foul stench emanating from their crotches. You ignored them, walking straight to the earth spirit ginseng and reaching out to uproot it. But just as your hand was about to touch it, you suddenly stopped. You whirled around, your gaze like lightning piercing into a shadowy corner of the cave. Watching for so long, don't you think it's time to come out? Your voice echoed clearly in the silent cave. As your voice fell, the entire cave remained deathly silent. The surviving disciples of Qingyun's sect looked at you with puzzled expressions, uncertain of whom you were addressing. Su Qinghan furrowed her delicate brows. She swept her spiritual sense across the area, but found nothing amiss. Tang Xun, are you mistaken? There is no one else here. A disciple murmured, but you ignored him, fixing your cold gaze on the shadowy corner, a mocking smirk curling at the corner of your mouth. Must I invite you out myself? Friend from the Demon Valley. You deliberately emphasized the words, Demon Valley. The moment the words left your lips, the space within that shadow twisted, and a tall, thin figure clad in a black robe slowly emerged. He wore a ferocious ghost mask with cyan face and fangs, revealing only a pair of cold, sinister eyes. An aura of blood and malice, deeply unsettling, emanated from him. His cultivation was at the late foundation establishment stage. Hiss! At the sight of this figure, Su Qinghan and the remaining Qingyun disciples gasped sharply, their faces turning ashen in an instant. Another one, and a demon cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage. They had just endured a fierce battle, their spiritual energy severely depleted, and some were heavily wounded. Even a mid-foundation establishment cultivator would be beyond their capacity, now let alone a late-stage one. I never expected Qingyun's sect to harbor such an interesting little fellow. The ghost-masked man let out a grating laugh like a night owl, his icy eyes locked onto you. Young as you are, yet your spiritual sense and strength are remarkable. You even saw through my blood concealment art. It seems you are the true prize here. He had clearly been lurking here for a long time, having witnessed everything that transpired. You felt a slight chill inside. This fellow had managed to evade detection even with your enhanced spiritual sense, which meant his concealment technique was extraordinary. Had it not been for your intense concentration while preparing to harvest the spirit ginseng, catching the faint murderous intent leaked by his greed, he might have slipped past you. Flattery, flattery. Your expression remained nonchalant, as if the being before you was not a late foundation establishment demon overlord, but a mere stray cat or dog. I have few virtues, but my eyesight is just a little sharp. Your arrogant attitude stirred a flicker of anger in the ghost-masked man's eyes. Brat, you're at death's door and still boast. He snorted coldly. Hand over that thick earth spirit ginseng and your storage pouch, then kneel and kowtow 100 times. I might consider granting you a whole corpse. Tang Xun, run. Su Qinghan suddenly stepped in front of you, gripping her sword, her expression grave as she whispered urgently. He is ghost-faced Shura, Xueli from Demon Valley, the foremost young expert of their sect. Ruthless and merciless, he has killed no less than 100 disciples from various sects. You are no match for him. We'll hold him off, you flee. With that, she resolutely channeled the last remnants of her spiritual energy, preparing to fight to the death. The remaining Qingyun disciples, though pale with fear, chose loyalty over survival. They drew their artifacts and stood beside Su Qinghan, forming a desperate line to die together with Xueli. You watched the white-clad figure before you, a strange feeling stirring in your heart. Damn, this woman is quite loyal. She actually wants to sacrifice herself to save me. It seems my charisma is already melting this iceberg. You preened inwardly as you leisurely stepped forward, pulling Su Qinghan behind you. What are you doing? Su Qinghan looked at you in confusion. Nothing. You shrugged and flexed your wrists. Just think it's too unbecoming to always hide behind a woman. Today let me show you what true skill is. Without waiting for her response, you strode directly toward the ghost-faced Shura Xueli. You? What are you doing? Come back. Su Qinghan panicked and tried to grab you, but was repelled by an invisible aura emanating from your body. Interesting. Truly interesting. Xueli laughed, instead of angering at your seemingly reckless behavior. There is a path to heaven, yet you refuse to walk it. There is no door to hell, yet you barge in. Since you are so eager to die, I shall grant your wish. Before his words faded, his figure blurred into a blood-red afterimage, vanishing instantly. The next moment he appeared before you, a ghostly claw wrapped in thick black chi with nails as dark as ink, striking at your crown with a foul wind. Blood Demon Claw. This technique was extremely vicious. The blood fiend chi attached to the claw, once it invaded the body, would corrode meridians and taint spiritual energy, making it extremely troublesome. Be careful. Su Qinghan cried out again. Yet faced with this lethal strike, you didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. You simply raised your right hand and threw a punch. No spiritual energy fluctuation, no flashy effects, just a pure physical fist. Boom. Fist and claw met with a thunderous drum-like impact. A visible shockwave exploded from the two of them, scouring the cave floor down a layer. The nearby Qingyun disciples were sent flying by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the cave walls. Su Qinghan staggered back 7 or 8 steps before steadying herself, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. In the center you stood firmly, not having moved an inch. The arrogant ghost-faced Shura Xueli, however, was hurled backward, as if struck by a rampaging mammoth spitting a large mouthful of blood in midair before crashing into the distant cave wall, leaving a huge human-shaped crater. His cyan-faced fanged mask shattered with a crack, revealing a young face twisted with shock and agony. You are a body cultivator. Xueli struggled to slide out of the crater, staring at his right hand. The one that had used the blood demon claw now snapped cleanly at the wrist, with white bone shards piercing through the flesh, a gruesome sight. He could not fathom how a seemingly refined sword cultivator could possess such monstrous physical strength. One punch. Just one punch had crippled his proud demonic art in one hand. This was not power befitting a Foundation establishment cultivator. Even those core formation body cultivators, who specialized in physical training, would be barely comparable. Body cultivator. You shook your hand and shrugged. I prefer to be called an all-rounder. You walked step by step toward Xueli, who lay collapsed on the ground. Each step felt like a hammer on his heart, suffocating him with terror. Don't come closer. Xueli was terrified, truly terrified. He smelled death on you. He frantically pulled out a handful of blood-red talismans from his storage pouch and hurled them at you like they were worthless. Blood thunder talismans. Explode. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of blood-red lightning bolts detonated in the cramped cave, engulfing you completely. Is he dead? Xueli stared nervously at the lightning, a faint hope lingering in his heart. But when the light faded, his heart sank to the abyss. You still stood there, your ordinary blue disciple robe, not even a trace of scorch. You dusted off the non-existent dirt and said impatiently, "That's all." Like a tickle. Got any more tricks? If not, I'll send you on your way. Demon. You're a demon. Xueli's psychological defenses crumbled completely. He shrieked and turned to flee as a blood light. Trying to run. You sneered, your figure flickering, instantly appearing before him, blocking his escape. The game is over. You raised your hand and struck his crown. A soft thud like a watermelon splitting. The foremost young expert of Demon Valley, ghost-faced Shura, Xueli, perished silently in this forgotten cave. Done with that, you turned to face the petrified statue-like old acquaintances behind you. You offered them a gentle smile. All right, the nuisances are dealt with. Now let's discuss the distribution of this thick earth spirit ginseng. Your kind smile, as it fell upon Su Qinghan and the others, seemed far more terrifying than the ferocious grin of that ghost-faced Azura from moments before. The entire cave fell into dead silence, save for the heavy breathing of several people and the thunderous pounding of their hearts. One punch had devastated a late-stage Foundation establishment demonic cultivator. A single palm strike had slain him outright. Was this really something a cultivator at the early stage of Foundation establishment could accomplish? They felt their entire understanding of the world being repeatedly overturned, shattered beyond repair. Especially Su Qinghan. Watching your face with that faint smile, she felt tremendous waves surging within her heart. She had believed that after the outer sect competition, she already regarded you highly enough. But now it was clear, she had been catastrophically wrong. Catastrophically. Instantly killing a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. What did this mean? It meant your true strength might already rival that of an early-stage core formation expert. A warrior capable of matching core formation at under 40 years old. This went beyond the description of a genius. It was a monster. A living legend. In the history of Qingyun sect, and indeed the entire northern region cultivation world, no such terrifying presence had emerged for thousands of years. She suddenly recalled the words you had spoken and the provocative gestures you had made during the final match of the outer sect competition. It hadn't been arrogance after all, it was. He truly possessed the power to back it. The realization made Su Qinghan's heart ache sharply, an indescribable bitterness and sense of inadequacy flooding over her. How should we distribute it? A surviving disciple stammered, his voice trembling, breaking the suffocating silence. He looked at you, his eyes brimming with both reverence and terror, afraid that a single wrong word would cost him the same fate as that Xueli. Watching their nervous expressions, you were thrilled inwardly. That's exactly the effect I wanted. If I hadn't frightened you properly, how could I possibly justify taking all the treasure for myself? You cleared your throat and stepped forward to the thick soil spirit ginseng, pointing at it. As you all witnessed, I exerted considerable effort to deal with those short-sighted bastards. No credit perhaps, but at least hard labor, right? Upon hearing this, everyone's lips twitched in disbelief. Brothers, you call that hard labor? You threw one punch and one palm strike, took down two bosses in seconds, maintaining complete composure throughout. Not a single hair disheveled. Meanwhile, we were fighting demonic beasts half to death, each of us wounded and depleted of spiritual energy. Where exactly is the fairness in this? Senior Brother Tang speaks the truth. A disciple hastened to agree. Without Senior Brother Tang turning the tide, we might have perished here today. This spirit ginseng rightfully belongs to Senior Brother Tang. Right. We have no objections. The others quickly chimed in. Joking aside, when your life was on the line, what value did treasure hold? This thick soil spirit ginseng, though precious, was nothing compared to one's own life. You nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, my junior martial brothers and sisters are all quite reasonable people. I am greatly pleased. As you spoke, you prepared to reach out and uproot the spirit ginseng. However, at that very moment, Su Qinghan suddenly spoke. Wait. Your movement halted. Raising an eyebrow, you looked toward her. What? Does senior sister Su have a different opinion? Inwardly, you were prepared. If this woman dared to oppose you and compete for the treasure, then so be it. You would show her what it truly meant to crush a delicate flower with ruthless hands. Before absolute self-interest, all bonds of fellowship were meaningless. The disciples watched Su Qinghan, nervously fearing she might provoke you, this dread demon, into a rampage. Su Qinghan met your gaze, drew a deep breath, and spoke steadily. I have no objection to you taking this thick soil spirit ginseng. However, this spirit ginseng bears 3 fruits. According to sect regulations, all treasures discovered together shall be shared among those present. I hope you can spare one for us. Though her voice remained cool, there was an unmistakable resolve beneath it. She was not asking for herself. She was speaking on behalf of those injured disciples. The spirit ginseng's fruits, rich in pure earth-type spiritual energy and life essence, possessed remarkable healing properties. You gazed at her stubbornly determined face and fell silent for a moment. You weighed the matter internally. The most valuable part of this thick soil spirit ginseng was its root. That was the primary ingredient for refining the foundation establishment pill. As for the fruits, while precious, they held limited utility for you. Dividing one away would both win Su Qinghan's favor and silence her, while also pacifying these terrified disciples, preventing them from gossiping recklessly upon their return. It wasn't unreasonable to consider it. Fine. You nodded decisively, reached out, plucked one fruit from the spirit ginseng, and tossed it towards Su Qinghan. Catch. Su Qinghan instinctively caught the fruit. The warmth of it against her palm sent a soothing current through her exhausted body, bringing immediate relief. She stared at you in disbelief, clearly unprepared for such an easy agreement. Thank you, she said awkwardly. You waved dismissively and paid them no further mind. With careful precision, you dug up the entire thick soil spirit ginseng root and soil intact and secured it within your storage pouch. Having completed that, you turned and cast your gaze once more toward the deepest part of the cave. That was the true objective of your expedition. You stepped forward, heading deeper into the cave. Tang Xun, where are you going? There may still be danger within. Su Qinghan couldn't help but remind you. I'm going to collect something that belongs to me, you replied without looking back. The others watched your retreating figure with bewildered expressions. You had already taken the cave's most precious thick soil spirit ginseng. What else could possibly remain? You reached the deepest chamber, where dim light revealed only a bare, unadorned stone wall. You extended your hand, feeling along the stone surface for a moment, then channeled a stream of concentrated earth-type spiritual energy into it. The entire cave shuddered violently. That stone wall actually began to part slowly, revealing a pitch-black passage just narrow enough for one person to squeeze through. A wave of earth-type spiritual energy, far more refined, more ancient, and far heavier than that of the thick soil spirit ginseng, surged toward you from within the passage. Before this aura, the 3,000-year-old thick soil spirit ginseng from before was nothing more than fireflies attempting to rival the full moon's brilliance. This is... Su Qinghan and the others, sensing this aura, stood dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that this cave harbored such a hidden world. Ignoring their stunned expressions, you drew a deep breath, suppressed your excitement, and resolutely stepped into the hidden passage. The passage was short, only a dozen or so zhang in length. At its end lay a natural stone chamber, barely a zhang in size. At its center there were no extraordinary treasures beyond imagination, nor any powerful guardian beasts. Only a small handful, approximately the size of a fist, of seemingly ordinary yellowish-brown soil, hovered quietly in midair, emitting a faint, nearly invisible yellowish halo. It floated there motionlessly, yet as if it were the very center of the world. That profound, ancient aura, which seemed capable of nurturing all things, emanated solely from it. 9 heavens breathing earth. Your eyes locked onto that handful of soil, your body trembling slightly with excitement. Found it. The primary material needed to forge the Wu Earth Sword. Fighting the urge to rush forward and clasp it to your chest, you carefully observed your surroundings. The chamber was completely empty, with no formations or signs of danger whatsoever. Only then did you relax. From your storage pouch, you retrieved a jade box specifically designed for housing heavenly treasures and moved cautiously toward that handful of 9 heavens breathing earth. Just as your hand was about to touch the jade box, that handful of 9 heavens breathing earth suddenly blazed with radiant light. A pillar of yellowish golden divine light shot upward from the breathing earth, piercing straight through the overlying bedrock and streaking toward the dark red sky. The entire earth fissure trembled violently at that moment. Holy crap! When a treasure emerges, there's always some extraordinary phenomenon. This script is way too cliched. You cursed inwardly, but having no time to waste, you immediately used the jade box to capture the 9 heavens. Breathing earth sealed it with multiple talismanic wards and stashed it in the deepest layer of your storage pouch. We can't linger here. Move. You turned and sprinted toward the exit. Meanwhile, throughout the entire blood trial space, all disciples from various sects undergoing their trials witnessed that towering pillar of yellowish golden light and felt that primal aura which drove every earth attribute cultivator into frenzy. A major treasure has surfaced in the direction of the earth fissure. Quick, go investigate. This kind of opportunity must not be ceded to others. In an instant, countless streaks of light converged from all directions, rushing frantically toward the earth fissure. You had just burst out of the secret passage when you saw Su Qinghan and the others staring up in horror. The earth-yellow pillar of light that pierced the heavens, and the earth was extremely conspicuous, like a giant searchlight lit in the pitch-black night, drawing everyone's gaze. Tang Xun, what is the meaning of this? What exactly did you take? Su Qinghan asked urgently. She now finally understood why you had been so generous just now sharing the spirit ginseng fruits with them. Compared to the chi from just now, this 3,000-year thick earth spirit ginseng is nothing more than roadside cabbage. Don't ask. You wouldn't understand even if you asked. You said in a bad temper, this is not the time to talk about it. If we don't leave now, we'll be surrounded. Your powerful divine sense had already detected dozens of formidable auras rapidly approaching from all directions. Among them, there were even some at the late Foundation establishment stage. Let's go. Without wasting any more words, you grabbed Su Qinghan's wrist, the one nearest to you, and shouted to the others, stay close. With that, you channeled your spiritual power and shot upward like an arrow loosed from the bowstring, heading straight for the top of the rift. Su Qinghan felt a warm sensation as your hand gripped her icy wrist, sending a hint of warmth through her skin. Instinctively, she tried to pull away, but your hand was like a steel clamp, leaving her no chance to break free. A blush uncontrollably crept onto her cheeks. In all her years, this was the first time a man had dared to touch her so intimately. Yet she knew this was not the time to fuss, so she could only let you lead her as you both flew upward. The remaining disciples quickly followed behind. No sooner had you emerged from the rift than you saw a dense swarm of black dots on the horizon flying toward you. Damn, they're fast. You cursed inwardly, pulling Su Qinghan along as you fled headlong in the opposite direction from most people. Tang Xun, why are we running this way? This is the direction of the corpse forest, a forbidden zone. Su Qinghan couldn't help asking. Nonsense. If we don't head into the forbidden zone, are we supposed to wait for them to surround us? You said while running. The most dangerous place is the safest. They'll never expect us to dive into a dead end. Su Qinghan was stunned by your twisted logic, but upon reflection, it actually seemed to make some sense. The pursuers behind you were drawing closer. You up ahead. Stop right there. Hand over the treasure, and we'll spare your lives. A furious roar came from behind. A disciple of the beast-taming manner riding a 2-headed vulture and wielding a halberd was the fastest, already less than 100 jom behind you. His cultivation was at the late Foundation establishment stage. Damn persistent as a ghost. A fierce glint flashed in your eyes. You go ahead. I'll hold them off. You released Su Qinghan's hand, abruptly stopped, turned around, and coldly stared at the approaching beast-taming manor disciple. Tang Xun, don't be reckless. He's the second in command of the beast-taming manor, War Madman Lu Feng, extremely strong. Su Qinghan shouted anxiously. War Madman. How before me he's nothing but a fart. You hovered in midair, your robes fluttering, a contemptuous smile on your face. At this moment, you no longer concealed your cultivation. An aura far stronger and more solid than Lu Feng's, the peak of mid-Foundation establishment, exploded from your body. The entire sky seemed to freeze for an instant under the pressure of your aura. Su Qinghan and the others who had been fleeing for their lives felt it and were struck dumb as if by lightning. Su Qinghan's beautiful eyes widened, her cold face etched with unparalleled shock. She had thought that your instant kill of Shueli was due to some secret technique or powerful artifact. She never imagined that your true cultivation had already reached such a level. This enormous contrast stabbed her heart once more, deep and painful. So, I've been fooling myself all along. I thought I was protecting him, but in his eyes I'm just a burden that needs protection. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and defeat surged within her. Meanwhile, the pursuing, war madman, Lu Feng, was also startled by your sudden eruption of power. But he was bold and skilled. After a brief pause, he let out a savage grin. So it's a wolf in sheep's clothing. But before me you'll still die. He roared, spurring his 2-headed vulture forward like a black lightning bolt, his halberd tearing through the air with a fierce shriek aimed straight for your head. Well met. You laughed, advancing instead of retreating, meeting the halberd head-on. You used no weapon, still barehanded. Courting death. Lu Feng saw you daring to catch his magical artifact with your bare hands, and a cruel gleam of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This halberd was a top-grade artifact, sharp enough to split metal and stone. Yet the next moment something happened that nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets. You extended your right hand index and middle fingers together in a sword gesture and precisely, without any deviation, touched the blade of the descending halberd. Ding! A crisp metallic clang resounded through the sky. That unstoppable halberd, as if hitting an invisible mountain, instantly froze in midair, unable to advance a single inch. An invisible razor-sharp sword chi burst from your fingertips, surging along the blade and madly rushing toward Lu Feng. Not good. Lu Feng's face changed drastically. He wanted to let go of the halberd, but it was too late. Crack! Crack! The top-grade artifact halberd in his hand shattered inch by inch from the blade, turning into a rain of metal fragments. The sword chi with undiminished force slammed into his chest. Lu Feng was struck as if by thunder, spewing a fountain of blood. A deep, bone-deep hole appeared in his chest, and he flew backward like a broken kite off the vulture's back. The two-headed vulture beneath him let out a mournful cry as the residual sword chi slashed through it, shredding one of its wings into a bloody mist, and it fell wailing from the sky. One finger. With just one finger you had crippled a late Foundation establishment powerhouse along with his signature artifact and spirit beast. This scene of cataclysmic destruction frightened the other pursuers who had been watching from a distance into stopping dead in their tracks. They stared at you in horror, as if you were a demon crawling out of hell. Su Qinghan and the others were already numb. Their minds could no longer process the sight that had exceeded their comprehension. Who are you? Lu Feng struggled to get up from the ground, looking at you with eyes full of terror and confusion. Who am I? You stepped down from the air one step at a time, landing before him and looking down at him. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. You raised your foot and stomped on his head. Bang! The second in command of the beast-taming manor, the arrogant, war madman Lu Feng, had his head crushed like a watermelon. After doing this, you lifted your head and swept an icy gaze over the terrified pursuers in the distance. Is there anyone else who wants the treasure in my hand? Your voice was not loud, but it reached every ear clearly. Those pursuers, upon being swept by your gaze, shuddered in fear, then turned and fled without a second word, running even faster than when they had come. Even the war madman Lu Feng had been one shot. If they, a bunch of nobodies, tried to attack, they wouldn't even be enough to fill your teeth. A treasure-hunting storm that could have triggered a bloody melee in the trial was thus quelled by you in the most domineering and direct manner. You turned around and looked at Su Qinghan and the others, still frozen like statues. You shrugged. All right, the flies are gone. Let's continue our journey. With that, you walked on your own toward the corpse forest. Su Qinghan stared at your back, her lips moving as if to say something, but in the end, she didn't utter a single word. She silently led the remaining disciples and followed behind you. But this time the atmosphere in the group became exceedingly strange. No one dared to point fingers at you anymore, nor speak loudly in your presence. As they looked at your back, their eyes held nothing but boundless reverence. After that, your journey became remarkably smooth. Any reckless beast or disciple from other sects who sought to trouble you scurried away like mice seeing a cat faster than anyone else. Your glorious feat of defeating Zhang Quan with one finger and shattering his skull with a single kick spread through the entire bloody trial space faster than a plague. Now almost everyone in the bloody trial knew that Xingyun's sect had produced a fearsome star surnamed Tang, unfathomably powerful, tyrannically decisive, and absolutely not to be provoked. You were perfectly content with this. It saved you a lot of trouble, allowing you to travel in peace. Your group soon arrived at the edge of the Corruption Bone Forest. This was a vast forest, but the trees were all an eerie ashen white, as if they were the bones of some colossal creature. The ground was thickly covered with fallen leaves, soft underfoot, and exuded a putrid, rotting odor. Everyone be careful. In the Corruption Bone Forest, there is a beast called the corpse vulture that flocks together and spits a highly corrosive venom. Su Qinghan warned. Yet the moment she finished speaking, you strode boldly inside. What's there to fear? With me here, any demon or monster will have to deter around us. Your words were incredibly arrogant, but no one dared to refute them. And indeed it was as you said. You walked through the Corruption Bone Forest for half a day without seeing a single corpse vulture, not even a rabbit. All the beasts seemed to have received advance notice and collectively moved away. This left Su Qinghan and the others who had prepared for a great battle utterly speechless. Following you seemed to have severely diminished the effect of their training. After crossing the Corruption Bone Forest and walking for another 2 days, you finally arrived, one day before the bloody trial was about to close, at the nearest safe point marked on the map, close to the exit. This was a massive valley where many disciples from various sects who had finished their trials early gathered, exchanging information and spoils while waiting for the exit to open. When your group entered the valley, the previously noisy place fell silent instantly. Countless gazes fell upon you, filled with reverence, curiosity, and a hint of barely concealed fear. Is that Tang Xun? Yes, it's him. I heard that Zhang Quan Liu Feng couldn't even survive a single move against him. Sigh. Terrifying. He doesn't look like some three-headed, six-armed demon god. Various whispers rose among the crowd. You paid no attention to these stares. You found a clean spot, sat cross-legged, and closed your eyes to rest. Su Qinghan and the others sat silently beside you, forming a small group. With you, the fearsome star, as their anchor, no one dared to disturb them. Waiting was tedious. With nothing to do, you began to tally the gains from this bloody trial. The greatest prize was naturally the handful of 9 heavens primeval soil. Besides that, the 3,000-year-old thick earth spirit ginseng was also a treasure of incalculable value. Then there were the spoils looted from the storage pouches of the ghost-faced Shura, Shui Li, and Zhan Kuang Liu Feng. It must be said those two were truly the cream of their respective sects, second generation, incredibly wealthy. Just the low-grade spirit stones alone added up to over 30,000. Various pills, talismans, and magical artifacts formed a small mountain. Jackpot! This wave is a huge profit. You felt ecstatic inside. Killing and plundering was indeed the fastest way to wealth. Tang Xun. A cool, clear voice sounded in your ear. You opened your eyes and saw Su Qinghan sitting beside you, her beautiful eyes fixed on you without blinking. Something on your mind, you asked. You? Who exactly are you? Su Qinghan hesitated for a long time before finally voicing the question that haunted her most. Me. You smiled. I'm just Tang Xun, the unremarkable 7th disciple under Elder Lu of Danxia Peak Qingyun sect. No, you're not. Su Qinghan shook her head, her tone firm. An ordinary disciple couldn't possibly progress from qi refining to a level where they can one-shot a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator in just 20 years. You must have a huge secret. Oh, you looked at her with interest. And what do you think I am? A reincarnated ancient power? Or someone possessed by some old monster? I don't know. Su Qinghan's eyes were confused. But I feel you're not a bad person. Ha, you're quite good at giving me a good guy card. You were amused by her innocent demeanor. Seeing your sister Su, this world is far more complex than you imagine. Some things not knowing is better than knowing. You stood up, brushed the dust off your clothes, and looked up at the sky. Look, the gate is open. Above the valley, the blood-red vortex slowly reappeared. The bloody trial was over. Let's go. Without another glance at Su Qinghan behind you, you transformed into a streak of light and were the first to plunge into the vortex. Su Qinghan watched your disappearing figure, biting her lower lip, her eyes filled with indescribable complexity. Back at Qingyun sect, you were welcomed like a hero. Of course, the welcome was mainly for you. Your glorious deeds in the bloody trial had already spread through the entire sect via the disciples who had returned early. Now everyone in Qingyun sect, from the sect master and elders down to the outer disciples and menial workers, knew that Danxia Peak had produced a peerless prodigy unseen in 10,000 years. Your master Lu Chongfeng was grinning from ear to ear, walking with a spring in his step and boasting to everyone about his teaching skills. You merely smiled faintly at this. You declined the summons from the sect master and elders, claiming that you had gained insights during the trial and needed to go into seclusion to consolidate them, and then return directly to your cave dwelling. Boom. The heavy stone door closed again, shutting out all the noise of the outside world. There's no place like home. You stretched, then eagerly poured all the spoils of the trial onto the ground. Spirit stones, pills, magical artifacts, and the most important, the 9 heavens primeval soil and the thick earth spirit ginseng. Looking at the treasure piled up like a mountain, you smiled like a 200-pound child. All right, everything is ready. Time to start my great weapon refining enterprise. From the pile of spoils, you fished out an ancient-looking refining furnace. It was found in Shui Li's storage pouch of decent quality, a mid-grade magical artifact. Then, according to the 5 Qi sword canon, you carefully studied the method for refining the earthen spirit sword. Refining a life-bound magical artifact was an extremely complex and lengthy process. Not only did it require precious materials, but the refiner also had to perfectly merge their own blood essence and divine sense with the materials. Even the slightest mistake could ruin the artifact and injure the refiner. But you were full of confidence. You had the epiphany trait, which allowed you to maintain absolute calm and precise control at critical moments. You had the double divine sense trait, granting you far superior spiritual perception to handle the complex rune inscriptions during refining. You also had the effort always pays off trait, which allowed you to accumulate experience through repeated failures and ultimately succeed. Come on, let me see how hard it is to forge this life-bound flying sword. You took a deep breath, your eyes blazing with excitement. You set up the refining furnace, cast a spell, and a roaring flame sprang up inside the furnace. Then you carefully tossed a piece of auxiliary material, earth essence gold, into the furnace. The long journey of refining had begun. What you didn't know was that while you were in seclusion, the legend of you continued to ferment within the sect, and even across the entire northern cultivation world. And Su Qinghan, after returning to the sect, also chose to go into seclusion. No one knew what transformation the proud daughter of heaven, whose Tao heart had been greatly shaken during the bloody trial, would undergo after this retreat. Age 41. You began your seclusion attempting to refine your first life-bound flying sword, the earthen spirit sword. Age 42, refining weapons was far more difficult than you imagined. You failed over a dozen times just in processing the auxiliary materials, wasting a large amount of precious resources. But each failure deepened your understanding of the art of refining. Age 43, after hundreds of attempts, you finally succeeded in extracting and blending all the auxiliary materials. The next step was the most critical, incorporating the main material, the Nine Heavens primeval soil. You sat cross-legged in front of the furnace, your expression gravely serious. In the furnace fire, a lump of earth-yellow metallic liquid already formed and exuding a heavy aura was slowly rotating. You took a deep breath and opened the jade box. The handful of Nine Heavens primeval soil lay quietly inside, radiating an ancient aura that calmed the mind. Success or failure all rests on this moment. With a flash of sharp light in your eyes, you wrapped the Nine Heavens primeval soil with your divine sense and carefully cast it into the metallic liquid. Buzz! At the moment the Nine Heavens spirit soil merged, the earth-yellow metallic liquid within the furnace erupted with a dazzling radiance, the entire cauldron trembling violently, as if it might explode at any moment. An immensely profound and violent earth attribute primal force surged from the fused liquid, flooding the entire cave dwelling. Not good. It's going out of control. Your expression shifted. The Nine Heavens spirit soil was indeed a legendary divine artifact. The primal force it contained far exceeded your expectations. The auxiliary materials you had refined earlier were utterly incapable of neutralizing or containing this power. Watching the liquid teeter on the brink of berserk fury and explosion was only a matter of time. In that critical moment, the enlightenment entry activated. Your mind plunged into that ethereal transcendent state where the external world slowed and became crystalline clear. Your frantic heart, too, in an instant became as still as an ancient well. The problem lies in the imbalance of power. The spirit soil's force is too strong, the auxiliary materials too weak. Forced fusion will only lead to mutual destruction. Since fusion is impossible, then guide. In a flash of lightning, a bold idea took shape in your mind. You no longer tried to suppress the raging spirit soil force. Instead, you went against the grain and began to guide it. You mobilized your vast spiritual sense, transforming it into billions of intangible filaments, cautiously probing into the berserk liquid. Then, following the most intricate and exquisite sword embryo blueprint recorded in the 5 chi reverting to origin sword canon, you guided the spirit soil force to construct and circulate within the liquid. It was like performing the most delicate microsurgery inside a powder keg on the verge of explosion. For any other foundation establishment cultivator, even a core formation true man, it would be nothing but a distant sigh. But you, relying on the transcendent state granted by enlightenment and the formidable foundation of spiritual sense doubled stubbornly, made it happen. Time passed minute by minute. Beads of sweat formed on your forehead, and your face grew pale from the immense consumption of spiritual sense. Yet your eyes burned brighter. Under your guidance, the once violent liquid gradually stabilized. A mysterious Tao rhythm began to flow within it. Finally, after an unknown length of time, you snapped your eyes, opened your hands, forming the final sealing hand seals. Condense. You murmured. The liquid inside the furnace instantly retracted its radiance, contracting and reshaping rapidly, ultimately forming a 3-foot-long earth-yellow sword with a broad, thick blade, an unadorned ancient longsword. The sword body bore no ornate patterns, only an ancient earth character mark faintly shimmering. As the sword took shape, a feeling of blood-bound connection and heart-to-heart resonance surged through you. With a thought clang, the earth-yellow sword let out a clear, resonant chirp, leaping from the furnace like a living dragon dancing joyfully around you. You reached out and firmly grasped the hilt. In your hand it felt heavy, as if holding the weight of the entire earth. You could even sense the sword breathing. Success. My first life-bound flying sword, the Wutu sword. You gazed at the sword in your hand, eyes brimming with excitement and joy. For this day you had struggled in simulations for 25 years. You infused a stream of mana into the Wutu sword. Buzz! The sword body shuddered violently, and a thick, heavy, earth-yellow sword aura erupted from it, pressing the entire ground of your cave, dwelling down by 3 inches. Such formidable power. Your heart leaped with joy. This was only a preliminary forging, untempered, yet already so potent. If it were to form a sword array with the other 4 swords in the future, the power would be unimaginable. You fondled it for a while, then absorbed the Wutu sword into your body, beginning to nourish it with the mana in your dantian. At 44 years old, you successfully forged your first life-bound flying sword, the Wutu sword, greatly increasing your strength. At the same time, after 3 years of bitter cultivation and insights from the forging process, your cultivation base naturally advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. You felt the mana in your body, now several times larger than before, and your heart was immensely pleased. Late foundation establishment. The next step is foundation establishment perfection, then the assault on core formation. You were filled with confidence about your future. But the urgent task is still to assemble the remaining 4 swords. You stroked your chin, beginning to calculate. The materials for the remaining 4 swords were each more absurd than the last. The main material for the Gungjin sword is extraterrestrial Gungjin. The main material for the Qingmu sword is 10,000-year soul-nourishing wood. The main material for the xianxia sword is profound nether heavy water. The main material for the lihua sword is essence of Earth's core lihua. These were all legendary items rarely encountered even if sought. Relying on blind searching would take forever. I suppose I need to go out and gather information. You ended your 3-year seclusion pushing open the stone door of your cave dwelling. The first thing you did upon leaving was to visit your master Lu Changfeng. When you displayed the initially forged Wutu sword before him, your master, a core formation cultivator who had lived for centuries and weathered countless storms, completely lost his composure. He held your Wutu sword, turning it over and over for half an hour, muttering to himself, "Divine artifact. Truly a divine artifact." Then he grabbed your hand and probed your cultivation several times, finally staring at you like you were a monster unable to utter a word for a long time. You brat. What kind of freak are you? In the end, he could only let out such a sigh. You merely chuckled, attributing it all to good luck and the master's excellent guidance. Lu Changfeng no longer bothered to probe the secrets within you. He only knew that he had taken on an extraordinary disciple, and the future hope of the Qingyun sect rested on your shoulders. Speak, what trouble brings you out this time? Lu Changfeng said, calming himself. He had grown accustomed to his disciple emerging from seclusion to surprise him and then make some request. He as expected, master knows me well. You rubbed your hands, a little embarrassed. This disciple came to inquire where I might find materials for forging the other flying swords. You told Lu Changfeng about the remaining main materials. After hearing this, Lu Changfeng frowned, deeply lost in thought. Each of these items you mentioned is a treasure that could provoke even nascent soul cultivators to fight over. Obtaining them is as difficult as reaching the heavens. He sighed. As for the 10,000-year soul-nourishing wood and profound nether-heavy water, I have only seen records in ancient texts. They have not appeared in the northern domain for millennia, likely long extinct. As for the essence of Earth's core lihua, there is a trace of its aura deep within the sect's forbidden area, the Fallen Demon Valley. But that place has extremely unstable space and residual ancient demonic energy, perilous beyond compare. Even the sect master dares not venture deep. You silently noted the name Fallen Demon Valley in your heart. However, Lu Changfeng changed the subject. That extraterrestrial Gungjin you mentioned, there has recently been news of it. Oh, your eyes lit up. I heard from your third senior brother that in 3 months the grand auction, held once every century, will take place at the northern domain's largest cultivator market, Tianqing City. It is said that one of the auction's headline items is a piece of extraterrestrial Gungjin, weighing 8 liang mined from a meteorite. Tianqing City auction. Extraterrestrial Gungjin. Your heart skipped a beat. Truly, when you need a pillow, someone delivers one. Master, I must attend this auction, you said with firm determination. I knew you would say that. Lu Changfeng shook his head helplessly. But an auction of this level is attended only by the wealthy and powerful. To secure the extraterrestrial Gungjin, you'd need at least a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. A few 100,000. You gasped. Even after selling all the spoils from the blood trial and adding your savings, you had only 3,000 or 4,000. The gap was too vast. Don't worry about the money. Lu Changfeng looked at you with eyes full of affection and expectation. I've never had many hobbies in this life, just saved up some assets. I'll cover this expense. Remember to pay me back later. With that, he handed you an unremarkable storage pouch. Inside there are 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Take them and go. Remember, don't show your wealth and be careful in all things. You took the heavy storage pouch, looked at your master's face that seemed to say, "You are my everything," and felt a warmth in your heart, your nose tingling. Master. Thousands of words in the end turned into just 2. Thank you. You bowed deeply to Lu Changfeng. 3 months later, after some disguise and alteration, you became a rogue cultivator with an ordinary appearance, quietly left the Qingyun sect and arrived at the bustling Tianqing City. Standing on the crowded street teeming with cultivators, you gazed at the magnificent palace-like auction house in the distance, your eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Extraterrestrial Gungjin, I'm coming. Tianqing City, indeed the largest gathering place for cultivators in the northern domain. The streets were wide, lined with shops. Among the passing cultivators, the lowest cultivation was at the late Qi refining stage, while foundation establishment cultivators were everywhere. Occasionally one could even sense the powerful aura of a core formation grandmaster, fleeting and elusive. I walked on the street like a drop of water, merging into the ocean, utterly inconspicuous. I didn't wander around, but headed straight for the most magnificent building in the city center, the Tianqing Auction House. The guards of the auction house were all foundation establishment late-stage cultivators, each exuding a fierce aura with sharp eyes. I presented the VIP token that my third senior brother Qian Duodua had obtained through his connections. I smoothly entered the auction house and was led by a beautiful, made into a private box on the second floor. The box was ideally positioned, overlooking the entire auction hall. Through a special one-way crystal, I could clearly see the outside, while those outside could not glimpse inside the box. Tisk the life of the rich is so unpretentious. I leaned back comfortably on the soft beast leather sofa, took the spirit tea offered by the maid, and took a delightful sip. Soon the auction officially began. An old man dressed in brocade robes with a cultivation at the early core formation stage stepped onto the platform. He was the auctioneer. Without any superfluous words, after a brief introduction, he directly announced the first item on the block. A maid brought up a tray with a bottle of pills. The first item, a top-grade precious pill, the Purple Mansion Nourishing Soul Pill, which can assist foundation establishment late-stage cultivators in increasing their chances of breaking through to the core formation stage. The starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 1,000. The very first item stirred an uproar among the crowd. A pill that could increase the chance of forming a core was an irresistible temptation for any foundation establishment cultivator. 11,000. 13,000. I bid 20,000. The price began to soar. I sat in the box watching coldly. This level of pill held little appeal for me. In the end, the bottle was purchased by a foundation establishment peak cultivator who appeared to be nearing the end of his lifespan for a high price of 35,000 spirit stones. The next few items were also rare artifacts, techniques, or high-grade talismans, each triggering fierce competition. I did not make any bids throughout, merely waiting silently. With my powerful divine sense, I discreetly swept over every person present, silently noting those with deep pockets who might become my potential competitors. Finally, after 2 hours of the auction, the auctioneer cleared his throat and said in an excited tone, "Next, one of the grand finale treasures of today's auction will be presented. Here it comes." I perked up and sat upright. 2 burly men were seen carrying a large iron cage covered with a red cloth, walking onto the platform together. This item is somewhat special. It is a beast cub with the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast. The auctioneer yanked off the red cloth. Inside the cage, a strange beast the size of a calf, covered in cyan scales with a spiral horn on its head and wings on its back, was curled up in a corner staring at the surrounding humans, with golden vertical pupils full of fear and vigilance. This beast is called the Wind Thunder Qilan. When fully grown, it can reach the 4th rank, comparable to a nascent soul ancestor. It can command the power of wind and thunder with speed like lightning and boundless combat power. Most importantly, it possesses extremely high intelligence. If raised from a young age and bonded to its master, it will be utterly loyal and become the most powerful aid on your immortal path. Wind Thunder Qilan. The entire auction hall erupted. Everyone's eyes shone with greed and frenzy. A beast that could grow to the nascent soul level in the future. What a heaven-defying opportunity. If one could obtain it, it would be equivalent to having an additional nascent soul bodyguard and enforcer. Starting price 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000. Now bidding begins. 100,000. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a domineering voice came from the most prestigious box on the 3rd floor, directly doubling the price. I swept my divine sense and found that in that box sat a middle-aged man in luxurious purple robes with an unfathomable aura. Late core formation. 150,000. This Wind Thunder Qilan is claimed by the Demon Valley. A cold voice came from another box. What is the Demon Valley? The beast control manor bids 200,000. The big shots from major sects began to join the fray. The price skyrocketed at a heart-stopping pace. 250,000. 300,000. 350,000. I watched this frenzied scene, also feeling a bit stunned. Damn, these major sects are really loaded. My master's 500,000 is nothing but a drizzle compared to them. I had no interest in this Wind Thunder Qilan. Raising a beast was too troublesome and required resources. It was far more practical to cultivate on my own. In the end, the Wind Thunder Qilan was successfully purchased by the purple-robed middle-aged man at a sky-high price of 480,000 low-grade spirit stones. After that, a few more treasures were auctioned, and finally, it was time for the item I had come for. Ladies and gentlemen. The auctioneer took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Next is the final item of today's auction, the most mysterious grand finale treasure. A maid carried a jade box made of 10,000-year-old mystic ice, walking cautiously onto the platform. Even through the box, one could feel a bone-chilling sharp aura emanating from it. Inside this box lies a piece of divine metal weighing 8 taels, mined from the core of a star beyond the 9 heavens. Its hardness and sharpness are unparalleled in the world. Whether used to refine a flying sword or a life-bound treasure, it is a supreme divine material. Extraterrestrial divine gold. Starting price, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 10,000. 200,000. 250,000. 300,000. The price once again began its frenzied rise. All sword cultivators and artifact refiners had red eyes. I did not rush to bid, merely watching coldly. I noticed that most of the bidders this time were from the second-floor boxes, along with some core formation rogue cultivators in the main hall. The big shots from the major sects on the third floor seemed uninterested in this item. Good many strong competitors are gone. The price was quickly raised to 350,000. At this level, many voices began to thin out. At that moment, I finally made my move. 400,000. My calm voice rang out from the box, clearly echoing throughout the auction hall. A single bid increase of 50,000 instantly silenced the scene. Everyone turned to look at my box, wondering who the deep-pocketed person was. 420,000. An old voice came from a corner of the hall. 500,000. I did not hesitate, raising the price another notch. Hiss! The entire crowd gasped again. Who was this person? Why did he bid as if it were just a game? That early core formation rogue cultivator's face turned pale and then livid, but in the end, he sat down unwillingly. 500,000 once. 500,000 twice. The auctioneer began to strike the gavel. I was delighted, thinking I could secure it. However, at that moment, 550,000. A cold, arrogant voice came from the box next to mine. I frowned and swept my divine sense over. In the adjacent box sat a young man in a black sword robe, holding an ancient long sword in his arms, exuding a sharp sword intent. His cultivation was also at the late foundation establishment stage. Damn, where did this interloper come from? I cursed inwardly. 560,000. I did not back down and continued bidding. 600,000. The voice next door remained calm and indifferent, as if 600,000 spirit stones were just a number to him. My heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I've run into a tough opponent. This guy seemed determined to obtain the extraterrestrial divine gold as well. The 500,000 my master gave me had been exhausted. Even after digging into my own savings, I could only scrape together about 600,000 at most. 610,000. I gritted my teeth and called out my limit. This was my final trump card. If the other side raised again, I would have to give up. The entire hall held its breath, watching the duel between me and the adjacent box. In the adjacent box, there was a moment of silence. Just as I thought he was about to give up, 620,000. That cold voice rang out again. He only added 10,000. But this was the last straw that broke the camel's back. It was full of provocation and humiliation. Damn! I slammed my fist heavily onto the table in front of me. This is utterly outrageous. You were so furious you nearly flipped the table on the spot, adding merely 10,000. That was a blatant declaration that he had you cornered, that he was toying with you. This feeling of being slapped in the face with money was utterly infuriating. This esteemed Taoist, will you raise the bid? The auctioneer on the high platform asked with a broad smile. Raise. Raise my foot. Your pockets were emptier than your face. You took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rage within you. A gentleman seeks revenge. Even 10 years is not too late. Once I'm rich, I'll bury you alive with spirit stones. No more bids, you squeezed out through gritted teeth. In the end, that celestial Gingjin was successfully won by that pretentious bastard next door at a sky-high price of 620,000. You sat in your private booth, your face dark enough to drip water. After all that effort, you came back empty-handed. Damn, a bad start. Your heart was filled with utter frustration. After the auction ended, you didn't linger. You left Tianxing City directly. But just after leaving the city, you sensed several hostile divine senses locking onto you from behind. There really are those who have no fear of death. A cold, murderous intent flashed in your eyes. Just as well you had a belly full of anger to vent, and they would be the target. You deliberately flew toward a remote, chaotic stone forest outside the city. Those divine senses indeed followed. You stopped amidst the scattered boulders, turned around, and stared coldly behind you. 3 figures descended from the sky, encircling you. The leader was a burly man with a face full of brutish flesh, a Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivator. The other 2 were also Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Kid, you were quite cocky at the auction, taking a private booth all by yourself, the brute sneered. Know what's good for you. Hand over your storage pouch, and we'll give you a whole corpse, he said. They clearly took you for some fat sheep from a big family out to see the world. You looked at them and suddenly laughed. I was pretty angry before, but now that I see you, I feel much better. What do you mean? The brute frowned. It means thank you for coming all the way to deliver spirit stones to me. Before you finished speaking, the Wutu sword shot out instantly. A thick earth-yellow sword light, like a collapsing mountain range, crashed down with irresistible momentum toward the leading brute. The brute's face changed drastically. He never imagined that this seemingly Foundation Establishment mid-stage fat sheep would dare to strike first, and with such a terrifying killing move. In his haste, he raised a shield talisman to block. But his shield before the Wutu sword was as fragile as paper. Boom. A thunderous roar. The shield, along with his entire body, was crushed into a pulp of flesh by the sword light. The remaining 2 Foundation Establishment mid-stage cultivators, seeing this, were terrified out of their wits and turned to flee. But how could you give them the chance? With a thought, the Wutu sword traced a mysterious arc in the air, splitting into two and chasing after each of them. Poochie, Poochie. Two fine heads soared into the sky. After disposing of these three clueless fools, you skillfully collected their storage pouches. A sweep of your divine sense, and you grinned. Hey, pretty fat. Adds up to about 70 or 80,000 spirit stones. Not bad, better than nothing. Although you didn't get the celestial gungjin, this windfall of spirit stones eased your frustration considerably. You cleaned up the traces and prepared to return to the sect. But just as you were about to leave, an icy voice suddenly sounded behind you. Not bad skills. Startled, you spun around. On a large rock not far away, a black-clad young man had appeared standing there. He carried a sword in his arms, his face cold and stern. It was the very man who had snatched the celestial gungjin from you at the auction. Your pupils contracted and your spiritual power surged to its peak. When had this guy arrived? You hadn't sensed him at all. His strength was definitely above yours. What do you want? You asked coldly, your Wutu sword already pointing at him from afar. The black-clad young man didn't answer your question. Instead, he took out the jade box containing the celestial gungjin from his bosom and casually tossed it over. Catch. You caught the box instinctively, utterly bewildered. What? What is the meaning of this? This thing is yours now, the black-clad young man said flatly. Why? You were even more confused. Spending over 600,000 on a treasure and then giving it away. Is this guy insane? Because I sense a kindred spirit in you. The young man's eyes blazed with fervent battle intent, the essence of a pure sword cultivator. My name is Jenny. I recently wiped out a band of rogue cultivators and got a windfall. My lifelong pursuit is to challenge every powerful sword cultivator under heaven. At the auction, I could feel your determination to obtain that gungjin. The only thing that could drive such desire is the same as mine. You are cultivating a peerless sword art that requires a special divine metal to forge your life-bound flying sword. I bid for it not to humiliate you, but to see your mettle, your resolve. Now I have seen it. Your sword when you killed those men was pure and decisive. You are worthy to be my opponent. This celestial gungjin is my gift to a future rival. 3 years from now in this very place, I hope to see you wielding the sword forged from it, fighting me. With that, without waiting for your reply, his figure flickered and turned into a stunning sword rainbow, vanishing into the sky. You stood there dazed, holding the jade box, unable to react for a long time. Holy, is this for real? Your mind struggled to process. There were actually people like this in the world, spending over 600,000 just to find a worthy opponent. A madman, a complete sword maniac. You shook your head, opened the box, and looked at the divine metal radiating a bone-chilling cold. A wild grin of joy spread across your face. But, I like it. Without a moment's hesitation, you returned to Qingyun's sect and declared seclusion again. This time your goal was to forge the second life-bound flying sword, the gungjin sword. Age 48, you successfully refined the second life-bound flying sword, gungjin sword, and your strength surged again. With both swords in hand, your combat prowess was enough to dominate among early golden core cultivators. Age 49, you emerged from seclusion and, as promised, went to the chaotic stone forest for the decisive battle with Jianyi. That battle turned the sky dark and the earth dim. The sun and moon lost their light. You fought from day to night, from the ground to the sky, for 3 full days and nights. In the end, you won by a hair's breadth. Though defeated, Jianyi laughed with unbridled joy. You became kindred spirits, promising to fight again after reaching golden core. Ages 50 to 60, during these 10 years, you and Jianyi traveled the world, explored ancient ruins, challenged masters from all over, and sought the remaining 3 divine materials. Your life became incredibly vibrant. You once slew 3 flood dragons at the East Sea coast, and found the legendary mysterious dark heavy water in their lair. You once dueled a great demon saint in the 100,000 mountains of the southern wilderness, and thanks to your newly acquired purple keyword, Alien Bane, you narrowly won and traded for half a 10,000-year soul-nourishing wood from him. Alien Bane Purple Epic. Effect: increases damage against non-humans by 500, reduces damage received from non-humans by 90. Your 4 life-bound flying swords were forged one after another. Your cultivation also advanced rapidly through countless life and death battles. Age 70, you and Jianyi heard of the emergence of Earth Fire Essence in the Forbidden Zone, Demonfall Valley in the far north. Without hesitation, you went together. Demonfall Valley, a place where ancient demonic chi lingered, was infested with demonic creatures and extremely unstable in space. You fought your way through, penetrating thousands of miles. Your Alien Bane purple keyword displayed its fearsome power here. Those powerful demonic creatures that gave even golden core cultivators headaches were as fragile as paper before you. Just as you were nearing the location of the Earth Fire Essence, a sudden change occurred. The entire space of Demonfall Valley began to collapse violently. Pitch-black, bottomless spatial rifts appeared without warning all around you. You and Jianyi's faces turned stark white. Escape was already impossible. An irresistible, terrifying suction force came from a massive spatial rift. You only had time to shove Jian Yi out of the way before you were swallowed by the rift. In the last moment before your consciousness faded, you saw only Jian Yi's face twisted with grief and madness. Your body was torn to pieces by the violent spatial forces. You died. Cultivation Foundation Establishment Late Stage. Huff. Huff. Tang Xun gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat, his heart thundering wildly in his chest, as if it might leap out of his throat. The bottomless spatial rift of the Demonfall Valley, Jian Yi's face twisted with grief and madness, and the suffocating despair of being swallowed by endless darkness. All were still vivid before his eyes. Damn. Dead. He wiped the cold sweat from his face, and only after a long while did he shake off the lingering dread of death. 70 years old in the Demonfall Valley, devoured by a spatial rift. That was the outcome of his third simulated life. Though he knew death in the simulation wasn't real, the sensation was so genuine that it still left him trembling. Just then the familiar cold yet melodious prompt echoed in his mind. This simulation has ended. Simulation duration 52 years. Final evaluation: your life rose like a comet, blazing with brilliance. You had a renowned master, steadfast friends, divine arts, and treasured artifacts. You upheld righteousness, avenged grievances, and lived the dream of countless cultivators. Yet the heavens are merciless, and the path to immortality is fraught with peril. Though your talent was unparalleled, you could not escape death. Calculating rewards. Calculation complete. You have obtained the following inheritable rewards from the simulated life. 1. Traits: Xenocide, Bane, Purple, Ageless, Adonis, Green, Divine Sense, Doubled Green, and several worthless white ones. 2. Cultivation Realm Foundation Establishment Late Stage. 3. Arts Memories 5. Xianxia Sword Manual Foundation Establishment Core Formation Nascent Soul Chapters 5. Basic Sword Techniques Mastery Artifact Refining Insights Wu Earth Sword Gung Metal Sword Qing Wood Sword Xian Water Sword Travels and Experiences. Do you wish to inherit immediately? Inherit. Inherit everything, Tang Xun said without hesitation. The moment the words left his lips, a vast, overwhelming torrent of memories like a bursting river surged into his mind. The profound mysteries of the 5 Xianxia Sword Manual, the exquisite variations of the 5 basic sword techniques, the intricate experience of forging 4 lifebound flying swords, and the countless storms weathered alongside Jian Yi during their travels. Countless scenes and insights intertwined and flickered in his mind, eventually merging into his own deepest memories. Hiss! Tang Xun couldn't help but gasp, feeling his head about to burst from the immense flood of information. He quickly sat cross-legged, steadied his mind, and began to digest the colossal influx of memories. At the same time, a surge of pure, overwhelming power, far greater than his original Qi refinement 9th layer cultivation, materialized in his dantian and began transforming his body at an astonishing speed. His dantian expanded wildly, gaseous spiritual energy, rapidly liquefying into a shimmering multicolored lake of power. His meridians were widened, reinforced, and became unyieldingly tough. His divine sense, too, soared like a rocket, skyrocketing. Boom. When everything settled, Tang Xun slowly opened his eyes, a flash of 5-colored divine light flickering in his gaze. He spread his palm, and with a thought, a ball of condensed liquid like 5-element spiritual energy swirled in his hand. So this is the power of Foundation Establishment. Tang Xun felt the surging, freely flowing power within him, a look of rapture spreading across his face. It was a world apart from his previous Qi refinement cultivation. He opened his system panel. Name: Tang Xun. Spiritual Root 5 Elements Spiritual Root. Realm Foundation Establishment Late Stage. Art 5 Xianxia Sword Manual. Equip Traits: 99 Life Simulator Rainbow 5 Elements Spiritual Root Green Epiphany Purple Aura Concealment Purple Effort Brings Reward Green Xenocide Bane Purple Affable White Flora Affinity Green Divine Sense Doubled Green. Looking at this nearly luxurious panel, Tang Xun's mood was not as excited as one might expect. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Died at 70. This simulation had my best start, yet it also ended with my earliest death. He recalled the events of this simulation, his brow gradually furrowing. From stunning everyone at the Outer Sect Grand Competition to taking Lu Changfeng as his master, then dominating the blood trial, and obtaining the 9 Heavens Breath Soil. After that, he met Jian Yi, traveled the world, slew demons, and sought divine materials. Throughout the journey, everything went smoothly, and he soared high like a textbook protagonist of a satisfying story. But precisely because it was too smooth, he gradually grew complacent. He began to relish the thrill of being the center of attention, of defeating enemies with a single sword strike, and of living a life of unbridled righteousness and vengeance. He gradually forgot how cruel and dangerous this cultivation world could be. He thought that with some strength he could afford to be reckless. But reality gave him a resounding slap. An unexpected spatial collapse turned all his previous efforts to nothing. On the path of cultivation, one cannot afford a single misstep. Playing it safe and developing steadily is the true way. Tang Xun let out a long breath, his eyes regaining clarity and calm. This death was a profound lesson for him. And there's another issue. Tang Xun stroked his chin, pondering. The life-bound flying swords forged in the simulation cannot be inherited into the real world. This means that all artifacts and pills refined in the simulation, if unused, cannot be brought out. This realization immediately adjusted his future simulation strategy. It seems that in future simulations I can no longer waste time on artifact refining or alchemy. The simulator's greatest advantage is that it allows inheritance of cultivation memories and traits. So the top priority in subsequent simulations is to find every way to boost my cultivation. All pills and heavenly treasures that can enhance cultivation must be used on the spot. Only what's consumed is truly mine. Second, use the simulation to explore the locations and emergence times of various treasures, arts, and inheritances. Memorize all this intelligence, then intercept them in the real world. Third, I can initiate specialized simulations to improve my skills in the 100 arts of cultivation. For example, run a simulation dedicated solely to alchemy, honing it to perfection. Then another for formations. This way I can become a true all-rounder, a hexagon warrior. And body cultivation. Achieving physical sainthood is every man's dream. That must be arranged. After much deliberation, Tang Xun mapped out a clear, brilliant path for his future cultivation journey. His mood, previously mired in depression and lingering fear, had completely lifted, replaced by boundless excitement and anticipation. How this world is starting to get interesting. He rubbed his hands together and looked at the simulator again. Current available simulation attempts 0. Simulator cooling down, remaining time 364 days, 21 hours. A new guidance mission has been detected. Completing it will immediately refresh one simulation attempt. Guidance mission successfully break through to core formation in the real world. Core formation. Tang Xun saw the mission and pursed his lips. You want me to form a core now? Dream on. My foundation isn't even solid yet. Why would I rush into core formation? He was currently at foundation establishment late stage, seemingly just one step away from core formation. But that step was a chasm. He had no intention of gambling his immortal path just for a single simulation attempt. No rush. Take it slow. I can wait a year. I need time to consolidate my current cultivation anyway, and I might as well go ahead and grab those precious treasures in advance. A glint of cunning shone in Tang Xun's eyes. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt the unprecedented power within him. All right, now it's time to handle matters in the real world. With a thought, he activated the aura concealment trait, suppressing the foundation establishment late stage aura, which rapidly descended. But this time he didn't suppress it all the way to Qi refinement 7th layer. Qi refinement 9th layer, that should do. He disguised his cultivation as Qi refinement 9th layer. Elder Lu, I'm coming to become your disciple. Dan Xiao Peak. It was still as ethereal as ever, fragrant with the scent of alchemy. Tang Xun walked along the familiar mountain path, glancing at the countless spiritual herbs and immortal flowers he had seen countless times in his simulated memories, his heart utterly tranquil, even somewhat amused. This feeling is truly quite peculiar. It's my first time here, yet I feel as familiar as if I were returning to my own home. He muttered inwardly while making his way to the elder's cave dwelling at the summit. This time he felt no trace of nervousness or apprehension. Instead, he had a calmness akin to revisiting an old haunt. After announcing his name, soon the same herb-gathering boy he had seen in the simulation led him into the cave dwelling. A spacious hall, a blazing alchemy furnace, and an old man with a crimson Taoist robe and white hair and beard sitting cross-legged before the furnace. Everything was exactly as in the simulation. Outer disciple Tang Xun pays respects to Elder Lu. Tang Xun stepped forward, bowing respectfully with utmost humility. Although his true strength was now not far behind that of the core formation mid-stage elder before him, he still had to play the part fully. Lu Changfeng slowly opened his eyes. In his seemingly cloudy gaze, a sharp glint flashed, like lightning landing on Tang Xun. Are you Tang Xun? Lu Changfeng's voice was flat, but the pressure of a core formation grandmaster bore down upon Tang Xun like a mountain. For any ordinary Qi refining disciple, such pressure would surely make their legs weak and sweat pour. But Tang Xun seemed unaffected. He stood there with neither servility nor arrogance, his back straight as a ramrod. Edge. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Changfeng's eyes. This initial show of force, though using less than a tenth of his pressure, was not something a mere Qi refining junior could easily withstand. This youth not only endured it, but remained completely unruffled. Such a disposition alone was far beyond ordinary. Interesting. Lu Changfeng withdrew his pressure and his expression softened slightly. Raise your head. Yes. Tang Xun looked up, meeting Lu Changfeng's gaze. Lu Changfeng scrutinized him carefully. When his divine sense swept over Tang Xun's cultivation, his brows lifted slightly. Qi refining 9th layer. Not bad, not bad. No wonder you defeated that girl Su Qinghan and won the championship. Lu Changfeng nodded with satisfaction. This cultivation level was higher than he had expected. It seemed the rumors that this boy had won by trickery were untrue. Elder disciple was merely fortunate, Tang Xun said humbly. No need to be modest. In the world of cultivation, there is never mere fortune, strength is strength. Lu Changfeng waved his hand, then changed the subject. I heard you have 5-element spiritual roots. Yes, Tang Xun nodded. 5-element spiritual roots. The world calls them trash roots with excruciatingly slow cultivation speed. Yet you have reached the 9th layer of qi refining at 18. This speed is no slower than those with heavenly spiritual roots. How did you achieve this? Lu Changfeng asked the question that concerned him most. Here it comes. Tang Xun smiled inwardly, knowing the main act had begun. He cleared his throat and trotted out the speech he had rehearsed countless times in the simulation. Elder disciple happened upon a small trick by chance. Oh, do tell. Lu Changfeng's eyes showed keen interest. Disciple discovered that if the 5 elemental energies within the body form a perfect cycle of wood feeds fire, fire feeds earth, earth feeds metal, metal feeds water, water feeds wood, then the 5 types of spiritual energy complement each other, generating endlessly. Thus the cultivation speed is not as poor as the outside world claims. As he spoke, Tang Xun extended a finger, and with a thought a wisp of multicolored energy appeared at his fingertip, swiftly forming a mysterious and perfect cycle. The aura of seamless harmony and endless generation instantly captured all of Lu Changfeng's attention. 5 elements generating each other perfect harmony. Lu Changfeng's eyes lit up. He even rose, involuntarily walked up to Tang Xun and stared fixedly at the tiny energy cycle on his fingertip, his face filled with shock and disbelief. This method, it actually works. I too have deduced cultivation methods for 5-element spiritual roots, but to achieve what you have, a perfect cycle of 5 elements without conflict, the requirements for divine sense and energy control are astonishingly high. How did you do it? Lu Changfeng looked at Tang Xun as if at a monster. Disciple does not know either. Tang Xun scratched his head, putting on a simple expression of, I don't know why, but I just did it. Perhaps disciple has a talent for this. Talent? Haha, far more than just good. You are a unique genius of all ages. Lu Changfeng patted Tang Xun's shoulder excitedly, his eyes full of undisguised admiration and affection. It is precisely because of this, Tang Xun continued his performance, that my internal energy tempered by this 5-element cycle is more than 5 times more condensed and pure than that of cultivators at the same level. So in the competition, I was fortunate enough to surpass senior sister Su and the others. So that's it. Lu Changfeng suddenly understood, followed by even greater ecstasy. Energy 5 times purer than peers. What did that mean? It meant Tang Xun's true combat power far exceeded his apparent cultivation level. Prodigy. This was an unparalleled prodigy, not seen in 10,000 years. Our Qingyun sect is about to produce a true dragon. Good. Lu Changfeng paced excitedly in the hall, muttering to himself. Tang Xun saw this and nearly laughed out loud. Old man, don't get so worked up. Calm down. If you knew I'm already at the late foundation establishment stage, you'd probably have a heart attack on the spot. After a long while, Lu Changfeng calmed his excitement. He walked up to Tang Xun and spoke with unprecedented solemnity. Tang Xun, are you willing to become my disciple? Hearing these familiar words, Tang Xun's heart bloomed with joy. The script was perfectly replicated. But on his face he instantly put on an expression of flattered surprise, even some awkwardness, stammering, Become elder's disciple. Disciple is unworthy. This is too sudden. Seeing Tang Xun's inexperienced demeanor, Lu Changfeng was even more satisfied. A peerless talent, yet with such a simple and humble disposition, neither arrogant nor impatient. Such a disciple is hard to find even with a lantern. Haha, don't belittle yourself. Lu Changfeng laughed heartily. Your talent and character are more than enough to be my disciple. It is my honor to have a disciple like you. He paused, his expression turning serious. However, according to sect rules, before you successfully establish your foundation, I can only accept you as an outer disciple. When you break through to foundation establishment and become an inner disciple, I will hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony and accept you as my 7th and final personal disciple. Do you understand? Disciple understands. Whatever master decides. Tang Xun quickly nodded, thinking to himself. An outer disciple is fine, at least the title is secured. With this identity, it would be much more convenient to operate within the sect. Good. Lu Changfeng was delighted. From today on, you are my outer disciple. This is your identity token. Take it to the inner sect affairs office and choose an unoccupied peak as your new cave dwelling. From today, you are considered half an inner disciple, and your monthly allowance will be given accordingly. He handed Tang Xun a crimson jade token identical to the one in the simulation. Also, since you are now considered half my disciple, I will not stint on cultivation resources. Lu Changfeng gave Tang Xun another storage pouch. Inside are 500 low-grade spirit stones, 3 bottles of qi condensation pills, and a basic 5-element technique called 5 Elements Art. Use them for now. If you have any questions about cultivation, come to Danxiao Peak anytime. Thank you, Master. Tang Xun excitedly took the pouch and token his cry of Master, heartfelt and sincere. Free resources were not to be wasted. Lu Changfeng stroked his beard, nodding contentedly. You must be tired after the competition. Go pick a cave dwelling first, rest well, and stabilize your cultivation. Remember, guard against arrogance and impatience. The path of cultivation requires steady steps to go far. Disciple will heed Master's teachings. Tang Xun bowed again, then exited the cave dwelling under the herb boy's guidance. Walking down the mountain, feeling the fresh air and dense spiritual energy, Tang Xun's mood was incomparably light. Done. Everything went smoothly. Next he would pick a good peak, close the door, and work on his big plan. With the token given by Lu Changfeng, Tang Xun passed through without hindrance and arrived at the intersect affairs office. The registrant was a middle-aged steward who looked somewhat indolent. He had been dozing on the table, and when he saw Tang Xun enter, he only lazily lifted his eyelids. But when Tang Xun placed the crimson jade token engraved with the character Lu before him, the steward instantly sprang up from the chair as if a spring had been installed in his backside. The laziness on his face vanished, replaced by an expression of extreme enthusiasm and fawning smile. So this is the new prized disciple of Elder Lu. My apologies, my apologies. Junior brother, please have a seat and drink some tea. As he spoke, he hurriedly poured tea and water for Tang Xun, his fervor so intense that he might as well have massaged Tang Xun's feet on the spot. Tang Xun laughed inwardly at the advantages of having a backer. Without this token, the steward would probably not even bother to glance at him. Senior brother, you are too kind. Tang Xun waved his hand and said directly, my master instructed me to select a peak as my cave dwelling. No problem. Leave it to me. The steward patted his chest and assured, what requirements does junior brother have? Do you prefer a peak with abundant spiritual energy or a quiet and secluded one, or one with beautiful scenery? I want a peak with moderately abundant spiritual energy, relatively secluded, and preferably with few people around. Tang Xun stated his requirements. Peaks with extremely rich spiritual energy had long been occupied by core formation elders and true disciples, so they were not available to him. Moreover, such a conspicuous target did not align with his principle of lying low. Too remote a location was also unsuitable, as the spiritual energy would be too sparse and hinder cultivation. Thus, a moderately abundant peak in a quiet area was the most fitting for him. No problem. The steward immediately retrieved a detailed map of the intersect area from a pile of jade slips and began pointing at it. Junior brother, look at this green bamboo peak. It has ample spiritual energy, a serene environment, and is not far from the market, making it quite convenient. And this sunset glow peak boasts breathtaking scenery, especially the evening glow, which is a scenic spot of the sect. Or, this Blackstone Peak. The steward pointed at a peak in the corner of the map and said hesitantly, this peak has decent spiritual energy and is absolutely secluded with no other cave dwellings within 10 li. However, the environment is poor. The mountain is covered in black rocks, barren and lifeless. That's the one. Tang Xun's eyes lit up immediately. Secluded and undisturbed. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? As for the poor environment, that was no issue. With his spirit plant affinity, he could make even the most barren land bloom. Are you sure, junior brother? This Blackstone Peak is notorious for being a place where even birds don't visit. The steward tried to dissuade him. That's the one, thank you, senior brother. Tang Xun made the final decision. Seeing his firm stance, the steward said no more and processed the formalities, handing over the restriction token for the Blackstone Peak cave dwelling. With the token in hand, Tang Xun hurried back to his shabby outer sect cave dwelling. He bundled up his few worn-out clothes and stuffed them into his storage pouch. Then he walked to the deepest corner of the cave and carefully retrieved a handful of black soil from beneath a pile of weeds. In that soil, a few pitch-black seeds, each no larger than a fingernail and utterly inconspicuous, lay quietly. This was the mysterious seed he had dug up from his outer sect cave dwelling. Ever since obtaining it, Tang Xun had kept it by his side. Unfortunately, after all this time, the seed remained unchanged, showing no signs of sprouting. Little treasure, it's time to move you to a new home. Tang Xun carefully placed the soil along with the seeds into a jade box, then left the place where he had lived for over a decade without looking back. Blackstone Peak. As the steward had said, it was truly a barren and desolate place. The entire peak was composed of black rock, bare and devoid of even a single weed. The wind at the summit was strong, cutting like a knife against the face. Yet Tang Xun was immensely satisfied with his new home. He arrived at the peak and found the naturally formed cave dwelling. The cave was not large, but it was more than enough for a single person. He first found a sunny, wind-sheltered spot outside the cave, cleared a small patch of spirit field, and carefully transplanted the mysterious black seed along with the soil. I wonder when you will finally sprout, Tang Xun muttered, looking at the seed. He recalled from the third simulation that this seed had only sprouted when he was 20 years old. Could it be that this thing requires the passage of time to germinate? Tang Xun made some guesses, but was not certain. After doing all this, he began to handle another important matter, selling that Foundation Establishment pill. He was now at the late Foundation Establishment stage, and the Foundation Establishment pill, which was priceless to outer sect disciples, was of no use to him. Keeping it would only take up space, so it was better to exchange it for spirit stones. He did not go to the sex market, but headed straight to the largest alchemy shop in the city center, the Heart of Alchemy Pavilion. It was said that the Heart of Alchemy Pavilion had a deep background with branches across several countries, and its reputation and strength were impeccable. As he entered the shop, a chi refining attendant immediately approached. "What does senior need?" Tang Xun lowered his voice, speaking hoarsely. "Do you accept high-grade pills?" The attendant's eyes flickered, and he invited Tang Xun into the inner hall, served him spirit tea, and summoned a steady Foundation Establishment stage steward dressed in brocade. "Taoist, what kind of pill do you wish to sell?" the steward asked with a smile. Tang Xun said nothing and slid the jade box containing the Foundation Establishment pill across the table. The steward opened the lid. The moment he glanced at it, his professional smile froze. An extremely pure medicinal fragrance mixed with the Tao resonance of a great realm breakthrough instantly filled the entire room. Foundation Establishment pill. The steward's voice trembled uncontrollably, and his gaze toward Tang Xun shifted instantly from calm to extreme reverence. A person who could produce a pill of such quality could not possibly be the ordinary middle-aged wandering cultivator he appeared to be. "Name your price," Tang Xun said succinctly. "Taoist, please wait a moment." The steward immediately took out a transmission jade token and said respectfully, "This treasure is beyond my authority, and I must consult the pavilion master." Moments later, a powerful pressure descended, and an old man at the early core formation stage appeared in the inner hall. He examined the pill for a long time, then gave Tang Xun a deep look and said solemnly, "Taoist, your Foundation Establishment pill has pure medicinal power and is free of pill toxins. The Heart of Alchemy Pavilion is willing to offer 30,000 low-grade spirit stones or equivalent items in exchange." 30,000. That price was reasonable. Agreed, Tang Xun nodded. "Excellent." The old man clapped with a smile and immediately ordered someone to bring a storage pouch, which contained exactly 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The transaction complete, Tang Xun put away the spirit stones, and the jade token then turned and left without any hesitation. With a fortune in hand, he did not return immediately, but instead purchased a set of second-tier top-grade defensive formation, the Black Tortoise Mound formation, and a second-tier top-grade concealment formation, the Mirage Phantom formation, from the market. The two formations cost him nearly 10,000 spirit stones, but he did not blink. Money was meant to buy safety. Satisfied, he returned to Blackstone Peak and immediately began setting up the formations. With the blessing of the Epiphany trait, his understanding of formations far surpassed that of ordinary people. It took him less than a day to perfectly arrange both formations around his cave dwelling. The moment the formations were activated, the entire Blackstone Peak was shrouded in a faint layer of mist almost invisible to the naked eye. From the outside, it still looked like the same barren rocky peak, but anyone who tried to barge in would fall into an endless illusion. Done. Now I can finally be a peace-loving recluse. Tang Xun clapped his hands, looking at his work with a satisfied smile. With this double protection, even if a core formation cultivator passed by, unless they deliberately probed with divine, since they would not detect the anomaly of his cave. Everything was ready save for the east wind. Now he just had to wait for the simulator's cooldown to end. Tang Xun sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, consolidating the late Foundation Establishment cultivation he had just inherited. Time passed quietly in the monotonous daily cultivation. Time slipped by, and over 8 months had passed. With less than 3 months remaining until the simulator's cooldown ended, today was a special day for Tang Xun. It was his 19th birthday, which also meant that his annual opportunity to draw a trait in the real world had arrived once again. "I wonder what junk I'll get this time," Tang Xun murmured, sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, his heart brimming with anticipation. On this day last year, he had drawn the mythic grade trait Life Simulator, which had directly elevated his life from hell mode to heaven mode. Though he knew that luck of that caliber could never happen twice, he was human after all. One must always have dreams. What if another mythic trait appeared? Wouldn't he take off and ascend right there? "System, start the draw," Tang Xun silently commanded in his mind. The familiar ethereal blue wheel appeared before him once again. Current draw probabilities: white common 99, green rare 0, 9 purple epic 0, 0 89, gold legendary 0, 0 1, colored mythic 0, 0 0 1. Seeing the still abysmally low probabilities for high-quality traits, Tang Xun curled his lip. "Come on, my life-burning player. Show me a gold flash." He took a deep breath, and with his will pressed the start draw button. Whoom. The wheel began to spin, wildly multicolored lights flickering in the crude cave dwelling, casting Tang Xun's expectant face in alternating light and shadow. He unconsciously held his breath, his eyes fixed on the rapidly spinning pointer. The pointer swept across vast swaths of white areas, moving so fast, it was nearly invisible. Even a fleeting glimpse of green made Tang Xun's heart clench. Go! Rush past it, he screamed in his mind. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. The pointer, like an indefatigable runner, sprinted frantically on the white track. Finally, under Tang Xun's almost teeth-gritting gaze, the pointer's speed began to slow gradually. It trembled and struggled as if it had exhausted its last ounce of strength. It crossed the boundless white area. It didn't stop on green. It even charged through the epic purple region. Tang Xun's heart leaped into his throat. Could it be? Could it be? He dared not think further, afraid that uttering a word would dispel this hard-won luck. The pointer, with an indomitable and resolute momentum, tremblingly landed on the sun-dazzling 0.01 probability. Gold region. Whoom. The entire wheel erupted with a dazzling, blinding, golden divine light at that moment. The light was so dazzling, so magnificent, that it instantly dyed the entire cave into a golden ocean. Tang Xun's mind went blank. He stared blankly at the golden light, feeling his heart about to stop. Gold. Gold legendary. After the mythic trait, he had damn well-drawn gold again. A line of golden characters radiating an aura of nobility and extraordinariness slowly took shape before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary trait, Carefree Wandering. Trait Carefree Wandering, gold legendary function. The Tao follows nature, the mind roams the myriad realms. After equipping this trait, wherever your heart desires, that is where your body goes. You can consume a certain amount of mana to instantly teleport to any place in this world that you have personally seen with your own eyes. Cooldown: after each use there is a 30-day cooldown period. Carefree Wandering. Tang Xun murmured the name, then carefully read the trait's function description 3 times. Instant teleport. Teleport to any scene, place. Holy crap. After understanding the true meaning of this trait, Tang Xun leaped up from the stone bed, rolling around the cave ecstatically, like a madman, letting out hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. Jackpot. This time I've really hit the jackpot. He laughed until tears nearly came out. This trait was simply a bug. It was an outrageously unfair cheat. Instant teleportation. What did it mean? It meant he could ignore any distance, any restriction, and go wherever he wanted. If he couldn't win a fight, he could teleport straight home. If he discovered a treasure, he could teleport directly to claim it. This was absolutely the ultimate divine skill for home, travel, murder for treasure, and escape for survival. Moreover, the most critical point. Tang Xun's eyes glinted with extreme excitement. Places I've personally seen. Then, what about places I've seen in the simulator? Do they count? This thought, once it appeared, wildly took root and sprouted in his mind, making him tremble with excitement. If it really could. What would that mean? It meant that every place he had been to in the third simulation, the bloody trial, the East Sea Coast, the southern wildernesses, myriad mountains, the Demonfall Valley, he could teleport directly there. All the locations and times of the various heavenly treasures he had memorized. 9 heavens, divine soil. Profound, dark, heavy water. 10,000-year, soul-nourishing wood. Essence of earth core, detached fire. These divine materials, which he had spent decades and endured countless hardships to find in the simulation, couldn't he now just go and take them? Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Tang Xun felt his brain had completely short-circuited from this crazy idea. If this guess was true, the combination of Carefree Wandering and Life Simulator was simply a nuclear bomb. One provides intelligence and coordinates, the other handles precise airdrop, global free shipping. Why the hell cultivate immortality anymore? Just play with the map editor. No, I have to test it. I must test it right now. Tang Xun couldn't wait a single second longer. He immediately opened the trait panel, and without hesitation swapped out the camouflage trait Affable and Approachable for the freshly acquired Carefree Wandering. Trait replacement successful. Currently equipped traits: 99 Life, Simulator Mythic, Carefree, Wandering, Gold, 5 Elements, Spiritual Root, Green, Enlightenment, Purple Breath, Concealment, Purple Effort, Brings Harvest, Green, Eternal Youth, God, Green, Alien Bane, Purple Divine Sense, Doubled Green. Looking at this gleaming, supremely luxurious 9-piece set, Tang Xun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Where should I test it? His mind flashed through countless locations. In the end, he fixed his target on the most familiar point, the most important turning point in his third simulated life. The bloody trial ground, the Great Earth Rift. There, the main material he needed to forge his first life-bound flying sword was located. The 9 heavens, divine soil. You're the one. A glint of sharp light flashed in Tang Xun's eyes. He closed his eyes and began to carefully recall the scene of the Great Earth Rift in his mind. The dark red sky, the bottomless rift, the jagged and grotesque rocks, the blood scent permeating the air. Everything appeared vividly in his mind. Then, with a single thought, he commanded, Carefree Wandering. The moment Tang Xun silently recited xiaoyaoyu, he felt his body being enveloped by an indescribably mysterious force. The scene before him began to warp and fold. The entire world turned into a chaotic blur of shimmering colors. This feeling was completely different from the dizzying sensation of being transported by the simulator. It was more like a spatial leap. There was no discomfort at all. In fact, it was even a bit wondrous. This process lasted only a fleeting moment. The next instant, Tang Xun felt his feet land on solid ground. He slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was an eerie dark red sky with a few streaks of blood-colored clouds drifting slowly, exuding an ominous aura. The air was thick with a potent smell of blood and decay nauseating to the senses. Beneath his feet was a bottomless chasm, as if split open by a divine giant's axe. Gusts of eerie wind howled up from the chasm, causing his robes to flutter noisily. Tang Xun stared blankly at the scene before him, both familiar and strange, frozen in place. After a full 10 seconds, he abruptly raised his hand and gave himself a sharp slap. Slap. The sound was crisp and clear. The burning pain on his face told him with absolute certainty that this was not a dream. Damn it. I really did it. Tang Xun covered his face and murmured as if in a dream. Then an uncontrollable ecstasy like a volcanic eruption burst forth from the depths of his heart, compelling him to let out a long roar to the sky. The roar, like a dragon's cry, soared straight into the clouds, scattering many of the blood-colored clouds on the horizon. He had truly done it. He had truly come from his own cave dwelling in the Qingyun sect in a single step to this sealed, ancient minor world thousands of miles away, the bloody trial ground. Life simulator combined with xiaoyao yu equals invincibility. Calm down, calm down. Tang Xun took several deep breaths to forcibly calm his nearly exploding mind from excessive excitement. He swept his divine sense, taking in everything within a radius of dozens of miles. Good there was no one around. The bloody trial only opens once every 200 years. At this moment, this place was a forgotten, desolate world with no one around. That meant all the heavenly treasures and earthly rarities here were now ownerless, waiting for him to claim them. A lewd grin, utterly incompatible with the title, Eternal Youth God, appeared on Tang Xun's face. Mine, all mine. Without any hesitation, he immediately followed the route in his memory and sped toward the cave that held the xianxia. Without Su Qinghan and her group of deadweights, and without those annoying flies, he had a clear path all the way. Soon he arrived at the unremarkable cave halfway up the chasm wall. He walked in with practiced ease. Inside the cave it was still the same. Stalactites stood everywhere, damp and dark. In the third simulation, the peak second-rank demon beast, the unicorn earth dragon python, which guarded the thick earth spirit ginseng, was now coiled in the pool, snoring loudly, completely unaware of Tang Xun's entry. Tang Xun glanced at it and couldn't be bothered to act. Kill it. No need a waste of energy. His target was not that 3,000-year-old thick earth spirit ginseng. Although that thing was valuable, it was just a bonus compared to the xianxia. He walked straight to the deepest part of the cave and came to a bare stone wall. He reached out and infused a stream of pure earth element spiritual power into it. The stone wall slowly slid open on both sides, revealing a dark hidden passage. An ancient, profound aura of earth element origin, over 100 times purer than that of the thick earth spirit ginseng, rushed out from the passage. Tang Xun's breath instantly became rapid. He dashed into the passage in a few quick strides. At the end of the passage, in the small stone chamber, a fist-sized clump of ordinary-looking yellowish-brown soil was quietly floating in midair, emitting a faint yellow glow. The xianxia. Seeing this legendary divine object appear before him so defenselessly, Tang Xun's heart raced uncontrollably. He suppressed the urge to rush forward immediately, and first carefully swept his divine sense over the entire chamber, inside and out several times. After confirming there were no restrictions or dangers, he took out a jade box from his storage pouch and walked step by step cautiously toward the clump of xianxia. He reached out, gently scooping the xianxia into the jade box. In his hand it felt heavy, as if he held the entire weight of the earth. Done. Tang Xun closed the lid, affixed several sealing talismans, and then stuffed the jade box into the deepest part of his storage pouch. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. The main material for forging the Wutu sword was in hand. And so easily, so comfortably. Awesome. This feeling is just fucking awesome. Tang Xun felt like he was floating. After finishing this, he didn't rush to leave. Since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed, right? He stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with a thrifty and frugal light. This bloody trial may be a godforsaken place, but there are still plenty of good things in its nooks and crannies. He recalled that in the third simulation, when he and Jian Yi were traveling the world, they once heard a senior mention that within the bloody trial, besides the obvious heavenly treasures, there was actually a hidden cave dwelling where an ancient cultivator had passed away. That cave dwelling, though lacking any heaven-defying cultivation techniques, contained a massive amount of forging materials that the senior had amassed throughout his life. Among them were many rare ores needed for forging high-grade flying swords. Perfect, saves me from having to buy them later. Tang Xun made up his mind, identified the direction, and flew toward the location of the ancient cave dwelling in his memory. 1 month later, Tang Xun stood contentedly on the edge of the great chasm. In his storage pouch, besides the clump of Jiutian Shirong, there was now a large pile of sparkling multicolored ores. The 1-month tour of the bloody trial is a complete success. He stretched, feeling that this month had been incredibly fulfilling and joyful. Alright, the cooldown for Xiaoya Yu is over. Where to next? Tang Xun stroked his chin and began to calculate. The main material for the Gungjin sword, the Tianyi Gungjin, in the simulation was given to him by that madman named Jianyi. In reality, the auction hadn't started yet, and he had no money, so this avenue was temporarily blocked. The main material for the Lihua sword, the essence of Earth Core Lihua, was deep in the Demon Fall Valley. That place was too dangerous. The shadow of spatial collapse still loomed in his heart. For now, he didn't want to go there. Then what remained were only the main material for the xianxia sword, the Xianming Heavy Water, and the main material for the Qingmu sword, the 10,000-year soul-nurturing wood. Let's start with you. Tang Xun's gaze turned to the distant east. He closed his eyes, and the image of the East Sea coast began to appear in his mind. The boundless blue sea, the salty sea breeze, the crashing waves against the rocks, and the lair of the three-headed flood dragon hidden deep beneath the abyss. Go you. With a thought, Tang Xun's figure vanished from the spot once again. The boundless East Sea. The sea wind howled, heaving towering waves that crashed mercilessly against the dark reefs with a thunderous roar. A figure materialized without warning atop a colossal reef by the shore. It was Tang Xun, who had just been teleported from the blood trial grounds. Tisk, this seascape is far more pleasing to the eye than that bloody, ghostly place. Tang Xun took a deep breath, savoring the salt-laden freshness in the air, his mood exceedingly relaxed. Without the slightest hesitation, his divine sense spread out like a radar sweeping across the turbulent sea beneath him. During his third simulation, it was in these waters that he had joined forces with Jian-Yi to slay the three-headed flood dragon that had been ravaging the region and found the legendary Xianming Heavy Water within its lair. Soon he detected a massive and ferocious aura from a deep-sea trench nearly 10,000 zhang below. That aura brimmed with tyranny and bloodlust, far surpassing the one-horned earth dragon python from the blood trial. An earth-stage demon beast at mid-tier, comparable to a cultivator at mid-core formation. Found it. A cruel arc curled the corner of Tang Xun's mouth. Without the slightest pause, his figure flickered, and like a cannonball, he silently plunged into the icy waters. The deeper he dived, the darker the surroundings became, and the more terrifying the water pressure grew. For an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, the monstrous water pressure of this 10,000 zhang abyss would be enough to crush their physique into a puddle of flesh and blood. But Tang Xun moved through it as if taking a leisurely stroll. Soon he arrived above the bottomless trench. Below, a nest constructed from countless massive skeletons and coral came into view. At the entrance of the nest coiled a colossal beast nearly 100 zhang in length. The three-headed flood dragon, its body sheathed in jet-black scales, its three grotesque heads dozing with eyes closed. This was indeed the three-headed flood dragon. As if sensing an intruder drawing near, it suddenly flung open its 6 lantern-sized eyes, brimming with tyranny and ruthlessness. Roar! A silent bellow resonated through the deep sea, transforming into a terrifying shockwave that swept toward Tang Xun. The surrounding seawater churned violently from the force of that roar. Tang Xun floated motionless in the water, not deigning to so much as raise his eyelids at this horrifying sonic assault. He simply lifted his right hand and extended his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword seal. Annoying. He calmly spat out 2 words. Blessed by the purple epithet nemesis of alien races, an immensely condensed earth-yellow sword chi shot forth from his fingertip. In the depths of the sea, this sword chi encountered no resistance whatsoever. Rather, fueled by the dense water attribute's spiritual energy around it, it grew even heavier and more unstoppable. Earth Terra Suppression Sword. The three-headed flood dragon clearly hadn't anticipated that this seemingly frail human would dare strike first. Its central head snapped open, a fanged maw spewing a torrent of pitch-black water arrows steeped in corrosive miasma, heading straight for that earth-yellow sword chi. However, against the peerless crushing weight of the Earth Terra sword chi, this water arrow was as fragile as a stream from a child's water pistol. Boom! The sword chi effortlessly pulverized the water arrow, and its momentum unabated slammed squarely into the three-headed flood dragon's head. Bang! A muffled, thunderous impact rang out. The central head of the three-headed flood dragon was struck as though by an invisible great hammer. Its hard skull instantly caved in, and dark green blood gushed wildly from all its orifices. Roar! The agonizing pain drove the three-headed flood dragon into a complete frenzy. Its enormous body thrashed violently, stirring up monstrous currents, as the other 2 heads simultaneously opened their jaws. One head spat a bone-chilling cold, causing the seawater along its path to instantly freeze solid. The other head belched a poisonous black mist, dyeing the surrounding waters entirely dark. ice and poison, two utterly opposing forces wove together into a deathly net that descended upon Tang Xun. Interesting. A flicker of appreciation flashed in Tang Xun's eyes. This beast seemed somewhat stronger than in the simulation. But that was all. Facing this fatal assault, Tang Xun advanced rather than retreated. His left hand formed seals and strands of jade-green sword chi erupted from his fingertips, twisting like countless supple vines that swiftly ensnared and shattered the frozen sea. Azure with silken coil sword. At the same time, his right hand once again formed a sword seal and pointed forward. This time what burst from his fingertip was no longer earth-yellow sword chi, but a dazzling white sword chi of unparalleled sharpness, seemingly capable of tearing apart all things. Gunmetal armor-piercing sword. Though he had not yet refined the gunmetal sword, the sword techniques of the 5 chi returning to origin sword canon were etched into his memory. With his current cultivation at late foundation establishment, the gunmetal sword chi he condensed wielded no less formidable power. That white sword chi carved a long vacuum channel through the deep sea, disregarding the toxic black mist, and with unstoppable momentum struck with pinpoint accuracy at the vital spot of the 3-headed flood dragon. Schlick! A dull sound of blade piercing flesh rang out. The gunmetal sword chi effortlessly pierced through the 3-headed flood dragon's prized impenetrable scales and emerged from the other side of its neck. Ayo! The 3-headed flood dragon let out a piercing cry of agony, its enormous body writhing and thrashing violently, sending the entire sea into turmoil. But its life force was rapidly draining away. Moments later, its 3 massive heads drooped limply, and its colossal body slowly sank into the abyssal darkness below. A Tier 3 demon beast comparable to a mid-core formation cultivator had been slain by Tang Xun with casual ease beneath the 10,000 xianxia. Done. Let's wrap this up. Tang Xun clapped his hands, his expression entirely unfazed. He approached the enormous flood dragon corpse and deftly excavated the demon cores from all 3 heads. 3 demon cores, 1 water attribute, 1 ice attribute, and 1 poison attribute. Each of mid-tier earth-grade quality, all quite valuable. Then he systematically carved and sorted the dragon's sinews, bones, scales, and flesh, storing them all in his storage bag. These were all premium materials for refining artifacts and elixirs. Nothing could be wasted. Only after completing this did he turn his gaze toward the enormous nest built from bones. He swam inside, and in the deepest chamber of the nest, illuminated by night pearls, he spotted his target. Within a naturally formed stone basin lay a pool of liquid no larger than a wash basin. Thicker than quicksilver, its deep blue hue eerily still, yet giving the impression of unimaginable weight, as though capable of crushing the heavens themselves. Xianming heavy water. A single drop weighed as much as a mountain. It was a supreme treasure of the water element. Finally obtained. Satisfaction shimmered in Tang Xun's eyes. He retrieved a specially crafted dark iron jade vial and meticulously transferred the entire pool of Xianming heavy water into it. The primary material for refining the Xian water sword was now secured. Alright, guess I'll have to stay in this godforsaken place for another month. After stowing the Xianming heavy water, Tang Xun glanced at the pitch-black waters outside and pursed his lips. Still, he was not one to idly pass the time. Might as well take this opportunity to thoroughly search out this East Sea Dragon Palace. Forgive me, the Flood Dragon's lair. Who knows, there might be some unexpected gains. A gleam of opportunistic avarice once again sparkled in Tang Xun's eyes as he launched into a thorough carpet-style search of the enormous nest, leaving nothing untouched. A month passed in the blink of an eye. When Tang Xun reappeared on that familiar reef by the East Sea shore, his storage pouch was already stuffed to the brim. That 3-headed flood dragon, truly the local tyrant that had ruled the East Sea for centuries, had amassed a considerable collection of treasures in its lair. Various deep-sea silver, 10,000-year mystic iron, along with rare corals and pearls rarely seen in the outside world, allowed Tang Xun to make a substantial fortune. Not bad at all. This trip was worth it. Tang Xun stretched contentedly, then turned his gaze toward the distant south. Next stop, the 10,000 mountains of the southern wasteland. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, he began to recall that boundless primeval jungle filled with a raw and wild aura. Carefree wander. Light and shadows shifted, stars and constellations moved. In the next moment, Tang Xun's figure had already appeared in a primeval jungle thick with miasma and towering ancient trees. The air was thick with humidity, and heat mingled with the scents of strange plants and decaying soil. From time to time, the screeches of unknown venomous insects and beasts reached his ears, filled with danger and primal wildness. This place is as unappealing as ever. Tang Xun frowned. He disliked this humid and hot environment. Let's move. He identified the direction, and with a flicker of his form, he glided silently through the dense forest like a wisp of smoke. In the third simulation, while traveling through the southern wasteland with Jian, he had heard by chance that within the depths of the 10,000 mountains, the Tongtian ape tribe possessed a section of the ancient divine wood 10,000-year soul-nurturing tree, in the hands of their chieftain, Tang Xun Grand Sage. Back then they had expended tremendous effort just to find the territory of the Tang Xun ape tribe. Then, relying on the powerful effect of Bane of alien races, Tang Xun had fought a great battle with the Tang Xun Grand Sage, narrowly winning by half a move and thus obtained half a section of the soul nurturing tree from him. This time he knew the way and went straight to the destination. In less than half a day he arrived at the foot of a towering peak shaped like a giant ape. On the peak, countless tree houses and stone halls were built, and many tall apes covered in golden fur could be seen playing and training among them. This was the territory of the Tang Xun ape tribe, Huagua Mountain. Ahem, this mountain is opened by me, these trees are planted by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll. Tang Xun cleared his throat, channeled his full spiritual energy, and his voice like rolling thunder spread across the entire peak. His shout instantly stirred up the hornet's nest. Squeak! Squeak! Who dares to cause trouble on our Huagua Mountain? Kill him! Countless angry cries rose from the peak. Then hundreds of golden apes wielding clubs surged down the mountain like a tide surrounding Tang Xun. Leading them were two giant apes, each over 10 feet tall, with bulging muscles and massive stone clubs in hand. Their cultivation was at the peak of the second-level equivalent to late Foundation establishment. Human, you have quite the nerve daring to provoke us on Huagua Mountain, one of the giant apes roared in a deep voice. Tang Xun, seeing this commotion, remained completely unruffled. He picked his ear lazily and said, "Don't get worked up. I'm not here to fight. I want to discuss a business deal with your Grand Sage." "Meet our Grand Sage." "Who do you think you are?" another giant ape scoffed. "Our Grand Sage is not someone you can just demand to see. If you know what's good for you, kneel down, kowtow, and then get out of the 10,000 mountains, or else we'll smash you into a pulp today." "Sai, why can't you just listen?" Tang Xun sighed and shook his head. "It seems I have to speak with fists with you monkeys." Before his voice faded, his figure vanished from the spot. The next moment he appeared behind the two giant apes. Thud! Thud! Two dull sounds. Tang Xun struck with both fists, one on each, knocking the two overbearing giant apes to the ground unconscious on the spot. The surrounding ordinary apes were stunned at the sight. They could never have imagined that this seemingly frail human possessed such terrifying strength. Anyone else? Tang Xun clapped his hands, his gaze icy as it swept over every ape present. The apes trembling under his stare fled in panic, scrambling up the mountain with screeches. "Great King! Something terrible! Someone is attacking the mountain." Soon an earth-shattering roar came from the stone hall at the summit. "Who dares to act insolently on my Huagua Mountain?" Boom! A golden figure crashed down like a meteor, slamming heavily onto the ground in front of Tang Xun. The ground shook violently, and a huge crater appeared before everyone's eyes. As the dust cleared, an enormous ape 9 meters tall, clad in golden chain mail, wearing a phoenix-winged purple-gold crown and wielding a pitch-black iron staff, stood before Tang Xun. A violent, overwhelming aura emanated from him, and his fiery golden eyes fixed on Tang Xun, blazing with towering fury. He was the chieftain of the Tang Xun ape tribe, a third-level late-stage great demon, the Tang Xun Grand Sage. "Human, was it you who harmed my children?" The Tang Xun Grand Sage's voice resonated like a great bell pounding painfully against the eardrums. "It was me." Tang Xun nodded, his expression still calm and unruffled. "But I only put them to sleep for a while. I didn't strike hard." "Umph. Didn't strike hard, you say?" The Tang Xun Grand Sage laughed in fury. "Speak, what is your purpose in coming to my Huagua Mountain? If you can't give a satisfactory answer, then today you'll leave your skin here to make a seat cushion for me." "I told you I'm here to discuss business." Tang Xun shrugged. "I want the half section of 10,000-year soul nurturing tree in your possession." 10,000-year soul nurturing tree. The Tang Xun Grand Sage's eyes narrowed with wariness. "How do you know that I have such an item?" "That's not your concern." Tang Xun said. "Name your price. What will it take for you to sell it to me?" "Sell it." The Tang Xun Grand Sage sneered. "That is our tribe's heirloom treasure. Do you think it can be bought and sold at your whim?" "Human, you are dreaming. Get lost, or else my staff will show no mercy." "So no negotiation?" Tang Xun's expression gradually turned cold. "Negotiate your grandmother's leg." The Tang Xun Grand Sage lost all patience. With a roar, his pitch-black iron staff grew in the wind, turning into a giant pillar that seemed to support the heavens, and with a force that could rend the sky and earth, it came crashing down toward Tang Xun. This strike could level a mountain peak. Yet facing this devastating blow, Tang Xun simply raised a single finger. Bane of alien races, activate. An invisible force instantly enveloped the entire area. The Tang Xun Grand Sage felt that the demonic energy within his body was somehow suppressed, becoming sluggish and difficult to circulate. And this human before him, despite still being at the Foundation establishment stage, emanated an aura that sent a lethal threat straight to the depths of his soul. Ting! A crisp needle-like sound rang out. Tang Xun's seemingly slender finger landed precisely on the pillar-like iron staff. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the Tang Xun Grand Sage's incredulous gaze, his unstoppable full-force strike was effortlessly blocked by a single finger. How is this possible? Is this truly the extent of your power? Tang Xun said indifferently, gazing at the face of Tang Xun. A visage of shock and incomprehension etched upon a monkey's countenance. He pressed slightly with his fingertips. Crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out. The invincible demonic weapon of 10,000-year black iron held in Tang Xun's grasp began to shatter piece by piece from the very spot where Tang Xun's fingertip had touched it. Web-like cracks rapidly spread across the entire length of the staff. No. Tang Xun let out a piercing wail, attempting to retract the iron staff, but it was already too late. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted. The iron staff, towering like a pillar supporting the heavens, shattered completely, exploding into a myriad of metallic fragments that scattered in all directions. And Tang Xun remained standing steadfastly where he was, not even the corner of his garment stirring. With his demonic weapon destroyed, Tang Xun was struck as if by lightning. A mouthful of golden blood erupted from his lips, and his entire aura withered instantly. He staggered backward over a dozen steps and collapsed onto the ground, staring at Tang Xun with the terrified gaze reserved for ghosts. Who exactly are you? He could not comprehend why his strength had been suddenly suppressed so grievously. Yet this human before him, despite only having reached the foundation establishment stage, managed to unleash such terrifying power. This was unreasonable. This utterly defied all logic. As I have told you, I am merely an unremarkable merchant. Tang Xun took deliberate steps toward Tang Xun, who lay prostrate upon the ground. Now might we conduct our negotiations regarding that half of the 10,000-year soul nurturing wood? His voice was soft, yet to Tang Xun it reverberated like the whisper of a demon. Tang Xun fell silent. He gazed at Tang Xun, his eyes brimming with apprehension and unwillingness. Reality had proven stronger than he had been. He understood. He had struck against an immovable force today. The human before him was absolutely beyond his capacity to challenge. You wish to obtain the soul nurturing wood, very well. But you must exchange it for something of equivalent value. These were his final bottom line and dignity. Oh, Tang Xun raised an eyebrow. And what do you desire? Old son has recently been cultivating a divine ability and requires a demon ape pill to aid his breakthrough. Should you procure one demon ape pill, old son will trade you that half of the soul nurturing wood. Tang Xun declared. It was quite the audacious demand. The demon ape pill was an elite-grade elixir among third-class medicines, offering tremendous benefits even to demon cultivators at the nascent soul stage. He had presumed this request would deter Tang Xun entirely. However, upon hearing this, Tang Xun merely smiled. A demon ape pill, is that all? He pursed his lips, then casually retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch and tossed it forward. For you. Tang Xun instinctively caught the jade vial and, half in disbelief, uncorked it. An extraordinarily potent fragrance, saturated with profound Tao resonance, instantly wafted from the opening. The mere act of inhaling it made him feel as though his cultivation bottleneck, stagnant for over 100 years, showed signs of loosening. Tilting the vial to inspect its contents, he beheld a perfectly round pill the size of a dragon's eye, its entire body glowing with a dark golden hue and adorned with 9 natural medicinal patterns. It truly is a demon ape pill, and of perfect quality. Tang Xun's eyes immediately went wide. His entire frame trembled with agitation as he cradled the pill, examining it obsessively, as though it were his own father himself. This demon ape pill had been taken by Tang Xun during his sifting of the blood-colored trial forbidden land lifted casually from an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling. At the time he had deemed it useless. He never imagined it would prove so valuable today. Well, can you hand over the soul nurturing wood now? Tang Xun said impatiently. Absolutely. Certainly. Of course. Tang Xun hastily secured the demon ape pill as if it were a priceless treasure, then retrieved from his storage artifact a segment of wood merely arm-length in size, entirely black in color and radiating a gentle warm aura. 10,000-year soul nurturing wood. Tang Xun accepted the wood, swept his divine sense over it to verify its authenticity, and nodded with satisfaction. The primary material for forging the greenwood sword was finally in his possession. Pleasure doing business. Tang Xun offered a formal salute to Tang Xun before turning to depart. Hey, friend, please hold. Tang Xun suddenly called out to him. Friend. Tang Xun paused, taken aback by the address. Indeed. Tang Xun scratched his monkey face, somewhat bashfully, saying, You are not only immensely powerful, but also exceedingly generous. You are truly a second set of parents to old son. From this day forth you shall be the most honored guest of my Huagua mountain. Should you require anything, simply give the word. Witnessing his obsequious demeanor, Tang Xun's lip twitched. This monkey changed faces far too swiftly. Nevertheless, having additional friends opened additional paths. After all, Tang Xun was at least a late-stage, third-rank great demon. There might yet come a time when his usefulness would prove invaluable. Very well, Tang Xun nodded. Until our paths cross again. With that he did not linger, his figure flickered, and he vanished into the dense forest. 1 month later, Qingyun's sect Blackstone Peak, cave dwelling. Tang Xun's figure materialized from thin air. He exhaled deeply, his face wearing an expression of unmistakable exhaustion and exhilaration. Finally, I have returned. In merely 3 months, he had first ventured to the blood-colored trial, then traveled to the Eastern Sea, and finally made a trip to the southern frontier. Though the journey had been thrilling, and the gains substantial, this intense period of extensive travel still left him somewhat fatigued. He walked to the center of his cave dwelling and emptied all the spoils from this journey onto the ground. A handful of 9 heavens breathing earth radiating a profoundly heavy aura. A vial of Xianming heavy water impossibly dense. A segment of 10,000-year soul nurturing wood emitting a gentle warm radiance. Of the 5 primary materials required to forge 5 fate-bound flying swords, 3 now lay quietly before him. Only the heavenly gung metal remained, which would not appear at auction until 20 years hence. There was no immediate urgency. There remained only one final item, the essence of Earth's leaf fire hidden deep within the fallen demon valley. Ha ha ha. Gazing upon the mountain of treasures before him, Tang Xun could no longer restrain his inner jubilation and burst into unrestrained laughter. In his 3rd simulation, it had taken him fully 50 years to assemble these 4 items. And now in the real world, he had accomplished it in merely 3 months. This was the heaven-defying advantage bestowed upon him by the golden trait carefree wandering. No rush, no rush. That fallen demon valley is far too perilous. Without absolute certainty, it is best not to recklessly seek death. Tang Xun forcibly suppressed the urge to immediately venture forth for that final divine material. He carefully sealed all 3 treasures in specially crafted jade boxes and stored them in the deepest recess of his storage pouch. He did not rush to begin forging swords. Crafting fate-bound flying swords was an exceedingly time-consuming and arduous process. For now, there were more pressing matters requiring his attention. He sat cross-legged and glanced at the system panel. Simulator cooling down, remaining time 1 hour 23 minutes. Finally, is it about to arrive? An extraordinarily anticipatory light flickered in Tang Xun's eyes. He could hardly contain his eagerness to commence his 4th simulated life. This time his starting point was late-stage foundation establishment. With such an overwhelmingly favorable beginning, what heights could he achieve in the simulation? What astonishing gains awaited him? Tang Xun's heart pounded furiously at the mere thought. He closed his eyes and began adjusting his state, elevating his essence, chi, and spirit to their absolute peak. Time passed second by second. Finally, beneath Tang Xun's watchful gaze, the cold countdown timer slowly reached 0. Ding. Life simulator cooling complete. Current available simulation count 1. Here it comes. Tang Xun's eyes snapped open, brilliance exploding within them. He nearly roared the command into his mind. Initiate 4th simulated life. Life simulator activated. Generating initial template based on host's current state. Template generation complete. Name Tang Xun. Age 19. Family background registered disciple of Lu Changfeng of Qingyun sect. Spirit root 5 elements spirit root. Cultivation late foundation establishment. Technique 5 chi morning sun sword cannon. Equipped traits 99 life simulator rainbow 5 elements spirit root green carefree journey gold enlightenment purple concealment art purple diligence bears fruit green bane of foreign races purple spirit plant affinity green double divine sense green. Simulation start. Generating your initial life based on your current state. Generation complete. 19 years old, you successfully obtained 9 heavens divine soil, profound dark heavy water, 10,000 years soul nurturing wood. Your gaze fell upon the few newly acquired celestial treasures in your storage pouch, still warm to the touch. These were items you had painstakingly obtained from the real world, having run yourself ragged. A most audacious idea suddenly struck you. With a thought, you attempted to take out the jade box containing the 9 heavens divine soil from your storage pouch. Buzz. The next moment, the jade box you were so familiar with materialized in your hand out of thin air. You opened the jade box, and the clump of yellowish-brown soil, exuding a heavy, ancient aura, lay quietly inside exactly as it had in the real world. You were completely dumbfounded. Your mind at this moment had completely shut down. After a full minute, you suddenly leaped up from the ground, pacing back and forth like a madman in the narrow cave, your heart pounding violently with a wild idea. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit shit shit. You cursed incoherently, the expression on your face shifting from shock to ecstasy, and finally into a nearly frenzied excitement. This fucking works. Real-world stuff can be brought into the simulation to use. Isn't this a huge bug? A bug that could instantly make you rich and lead you to the pinnacle of life. What does this mean? It means you can sell the treasures you obtained in reality within the simulation, exchanging them for a vast amount of spirit stones. Then use these spirit stones to purchase countless elixirs, techniques, and magical artifacts to wildly boost your cultivation and strength. And after the simulation ends, the cultivation and memories can be inherited into the real world. The most crucial part is that the things you sold in the simulation will still be in your storage pouch unharmed when you return to the real world. Isn't this getting something for nothing? No, it's even more ruthless than that. It's like ruthlessly fleece the entire cultivation world. Infinite ATM. We're rich. We're really rich. You looked at the 9 heavens divine soil in your hand, almost drooling. This thing is worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. If you sold it and exchanged it for pills to boost your cultivation, wouldn't you be able to ascend like a rocket in the simulation? Just as you were trembling with excitement ready to go to the black market to fence the goods, a sudden thought struck your mind with a click. That foundation establishment pill, which you sold for 30,000 spirit stones. Your smile instantly froze on your face. Damn it. You slapped your thigh fiercely, letting out a miserable wail. Where is your regret? Why did it only start to ache now? Prodigal. You are the #1 prodigal under heaven. Your heart ached so much you felt like you had missed out on several fortunes. No, calm down, calm down. You took several deep breaths, forcing yourself to settle down. Let the past be past. One must look forward. Now that I've discovered this bug, it's not too late. There will be plenty of opportunities to make a fortune later. You consoled yourself, but your heart still bled. Selling things is just the lowest level of play. Your mind began to race, a glint of calculation shining in your eyes. Since I can bring things in to sell, then what about borrowing money? Borrow money from people in the simulation, then spend lavishly on boosting my cultivation. After the simulation ends, I inherit the cultivation, but the debt doesn't follow me. Isn't that even better than selling things? I don't even need capital. As soon as this thought emerged, it was like a wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Who to borrow from? The first person that came to your mind was your kind and amiable master, Lu Changfeng. The old man dotes on me so much, borrowing his retirement fund should be no problem, right? After all, when the simulation ends, he won't remember, and I won't have to pay it back. Hee. Then you thought of your senior brothers and sisters. The senior brother is honest and easy to talk to. The third senior brother is a money grubber. If I promise him high interest, he'll definitely take the bait. Although the second senior sister has a sharp tongue, she's not bad at heart. With a bit of persuasion, I can probably borrow a lot from her too. And fourth senior brother, fifth senior sister, sixth senior brother. The more you thought, the more excited you became, feeling a broad avenue slowly unfolding before you. Let's do it. First, secure the position of a personal disciple, then immediately start my grand plan of borrowing without repaying. You made up your mind, a brilliant and lecherous smile spreading across your face. You carefully stored away those celestial treasures, then sat cross-legged, beginning a year-long, arduous cultivation. After all, if my cultivation increases too quickly, it would be easy to notice something amiss. Time slipped away quietly amid this monotonous yet fulfilling wait. 20 years old, you cultivated diligently for a year in the outer sect, and your Tao heart grew increasingly steady. You felt that the time had come. You adjust your cultivation to the level of foundation establishment, just like a beginner. You feel the spiritual energy fluctuations you feigned slightly unstable at the initial foundation establishment stage, and nod with satisfaction. The intensity is just right. It showcases my talent without being too astonishing. Perfect. You step out of the dilapidated cave, stretch your arms under the morning sun, then mount a sword light that still wobbles a bit, heading toward the inner sect's Danxia Peak. Master, your most promising disciple is here to bring you good news. Danxia Peak, the Elder's Cave Abode. Master, your disciple Tang Xun requests an audience. A familiar voice tinged with a hint of joy comes from outside the cave abode. Tang Xun. That boy, wasn't he in seclusion? Why has he suddenly come? Has he encountered some trouble in his cultivation? Come in. Tang Xun enters the cave abode and sees Lu Changfeng's furrowed brow, guessing the reason. The old man must have failed in alchemy again. Perfect timing. This good news will cheer him up. He thinks to himself, but his face shows a respectful expression as he bows. Disciple pays respects to master. Lu Changfeng responds flatly, not even lifting his eyelids. Why aren't you in seclusion? What brings you here? Have you hit a bottleneck in your cultivation? He stops mid-sentence. Foundation establishment. He flashes instantly before Tang Xun, grabbing his wrist, and a vast divine sense rushes into Tang Xun's body, examining it meticulously. Tang Xun lets him inspect, a humble, yet proud smile on his face. Reporting to master, your disciple did not disappoint. Just a few days ago, I took the foundation establishment pill, and by fortune broke through, successfully condensing the Tao foundation. After a moment, Lu Changfeng withdraws his divine sense, standing frozen, murmuring to himself. Stable foundation, condensed spiritual power. The Tao foundation is harmonious, even carrying a hint of the 5 elements flow. He knows better than anyone the difficulty of establishing a foundation with the 5 spirit roots. Yet this disciple not only succeeded, but did so in just over a year. Looking at the quality of his Tao foundation, it's a perfect foundation found once in 10,000. Excellent. 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 Lu Changfeng suddenly roars with laughter, his voice filled with excitement and relief vibrating the entire cave abode. Ha! I knew it. I knew Lu Changfeng hadn't misjudged. What trash spirit roots. What slow cultivation. They're all jokes before my disciple. He pats Tang Xun's shoulder excitedly, the force nearly shattering his bones. Damn, old man, go easy. Another pat, and I'll really break. Tang Xun grits his teeth inwardly, but his face shows a determined expression of, Master, do your worst, I can take it. My good disciple, you've given your master a tremendous surprise. All thanks to my master's guidance, your disciple is what he is today. Tang Xun seizes the moment to flatter him. Haha, you little rascal, you sure know how to talk. Lu Changfeng is overjoyed, looking at Tang Xun with ever-increasing favor. His expression turns solemn. Since you've successfully established your foundation, the status of a nominal disciple should be changed. Tomorrow I will summon your senior brothers and sisters to hold an official apprenticeship ceremony. From now on, you Tang Xun are my true disciple. As master commands. The next morning, Tang Xun returns to Danxia Peak. In the hall of the cave abode, Lu Changfeng wears a brand new crimson ceremonial robe, his face glowing with health and vigor. By his side stand 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. The senior brothers and sisters Tang Xun had met in his previous simulation. As Tang Xun enters, 6 pairs of eyes fix on him, full of scrutiny and curiosity. Here we go, the big family reunion. Tang Xun quips inwardly, but his face breaks into a trademark, affable smile as he steps forward to bow. Lu Changfeng in high spirits introduces them one by one. Senior brother Shi Jian, as steady as a mountain, nods at him and says, if you need anything, just come to me. Tang Xun thinks to himself, senior brother, don't hide when I come to borrow money. Second senior sister Lu Ruyan in a fiery red dress, graceful and stunning, greets him with the familiar mocking tone. Oh, is this the treasure master picked up? Broke through to foundation establishment after a year in seclusion. I thought I'd have to wait 10 years or so. Tang Xun chuckles inside. Same old recipe, same old taste. Greetings, second senior sister. He bows with a smile. Your disciple is dull-witted, I forgive me for making a fool of myself. Third senior brother Qian Duodua, slightly plump with a face full of goodwill, comes over and pats his shoulder familiarly. Seventh junior brother, if you ever find a way to make money, don't forget your senior brother. I'll give you a 20% discount. Tang Xun's lips twitch. Third senior brother, rest assured. When I need to borrow something, I'll come to you first. Fourth senior brother Lin Mo, fifth senior sister Lin Yu, and sixth senior brother Zhou Tong also greet him in turn. After the formalities, Tang Xun officially becomes the 7th disciple of Danxia Peak. During the apprenticeship ceremony, Lu Changfeng and the senior brothers and sisters present him with generous gifts. High-grade artifacts, spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, a huge pile. Tang Xun gazes at the gifts overjoyed. Damn, so this is what it feels like to have a backing. Awesome. I'll be gentle with you when I borrow money later. After the ceremony, Lu Changfeng asks Tang Xun, Sunner, now that you've established your foundation, what are your plans? Do you want to continue in seclusion to stabilize your cultivation, or go to the sect's scripture library to choose a foundation establishment technique? Here it comes, the main topic. Tang Xun puts on a thoughtful expression and replies respectfully, Master, your disciple has some ideas about cultivation. Oh, Lu Changfeng looks at him with interest. Your disciple believes that on the path of cultivation techniques, companions, wealth, and location are all indispensable. While techniques are important, without sufficient resources they are but castles in the air. Your disciple wishes to learn the art of alchemy. Tang Xun declares resolutely. Alchemy. Lu Changfeng pauses, then strokes his beard and laughs heartily. Excellent. Ambitious. Our Danxia Peak lineage has always stood in the sect through the Tao of alchemy. That you have this thought brings great joy to your master. Second senior sister Lu Ruyan, however, curls her lips and mutters, alchemy isn't just talk. With the 5 spirit roots impure and mixed, what good pills can you refine? Her voice is low, but everyone present hears it clearly. Lu Changfeng shoots her a glare, then says to Tang Xun, your second senior sister may have a sharp tongue, but her talent in alchemy is the highest among your generation. From now on, she will teach you the basics of alchemy. Master, I don't want to. Lu Ruyan protests unwillingly. It's settled. Lu Changfeng declares, leaving no room for argument. Lu Ruyan can only glare at Tang Xun, pouting. Tang Xun, however, is overjoyed inside. He flashes a brilliant smile at Lu Ruyan. Then, second senior sister, I look forward to your guidance. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Tang Xun was assigned an independent courtyard halfway up Danxia Peak. The environment was serene and richly imbued with spiritual energy, far surpassing his previous residence on Haishi Peak. Early the next morning, Tang Xun arrived at the alchemy hall of Danxia Peak, brimming with energy. This was the core area of the peak, housing dozens of alchemy chambers of various sizes. The air was perpetually saturated with the dense fragrance of elixirs and medicinal herbs, a scent so invigorating that merely breathing it in refreshed the mind. His newly appointed mentor's second senior sister Lu Rian was already waiting there. Today she was again clad in a fiery red long dress that accentuated her snow-white skin and peerless beauty. Yet her pretty face still bore an expression that said, "You owe me 8 million spirit stones." She stood with arms crossed looking at him askance. "You're here." Her voice was icy, revealing no emotion. "Good morning, second senior sister Tang," Xun greeted cheerfully, deliberately ignoring her sour expression. "Humph." Lu Rian snorted and tossed him a jade slip. "This is the preliminary guide to alchemy and the 100 Herbs illustrated manual. I'll give you 3 days to memorize everything in them. In 3 days I'll test you. If you mispronounce a single word, you're out." With that, she turned and strode into her personal alchemy chamber, without looking back, slamming the stone door shut with a bang. "So arrogant," Tang Xun muttered, holding the jade slip and staring at the closed door, pursing his lips. "Isn't it just memorizing texts? When I was preparing for the college entrance exam, I memorized far more than this." He didn't mind it. He found a corner, sat cross-legged, and extended his spiritual sense into the jade slip. A torrent of information surged into his mind. The preliminary guide to alchemy detailed various basic alchemical techniques, control of heat, and the pharmacological principles of different elixirs. The 100 Herbs illustrated manual recorded the forms, properties, and growing environments of thousands of common spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. For an ordinary person, 3 months wouldn't be enough to memorize all this, let alone 3 days. But Tang Xun was no ordinary person. He possessed the white trait, good memory. Although it was only white grade, its effect was truly photographic. He never forgot anything he read. It took him only a single day to engrave every word from both jade slips into his mind, without a single error. Easy. Tang Xun stretched, feeling no pressure at all. He didn't idle away the remaining 2 days. He stealthily slipped out of Danxia Peak, disguised himself, and made his way to the bustling market at the foot of Qingyun sect. He bypassed the grand gleaming stores, and instead wound through a nondescript alley, arriving at a shabby-looking shop bearing the sign Wanbao Tower. This was one of the market's infamous black markets, specializing in shady dealings, fencing stolen goods, and acquiring treasures of dubious origin. Tang Xun entered the shop. An old man with a goatee, sharp and shrewd, immediately approached. "Customer looking to buy or sell?" "Sell," Tang Xun replied in a hoarse, disguised voice. "Oh, what treasure might you be offering?" A glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes. Tang Xun wasted no words. He took out the 10,000-year-cold jade box containing the 9 heavens fertile soil and placed it on the counter. He didn't open it immediately, but tapped the lid lightly. "Can you handle this?" The goateed old man's pupils contracted at the sight of the jade box. Anything stored in such a container was no ordinary item. His smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. "You jest, sir. Our Wanbao Tower has never encountered anything we couldn't handle. Might I have the honor of a look?" Tang Xun nodded. The old man took a deep breath and carefully lifted the lid. A profound, ancient aura, as if it could nurture all things, burst forth from the jade box, filling the small shop. The goateed old man felt his own earth-type mana surge uncontrollably. This is 9 heavens fertile soil." His voice turned shrill with shock and excitement. His eyes bulged as he stared at the unremarkable brownish-yellow soil in the box, almost drooling. In his lifetime of black market dealings, he had seen countless treasures, but a legendary divine object, like the 9 heavens fertile soil, was a first. "Well, can you handle it?" Tang Xun's voice rang out again. Yes, absolutely." The old man snapped back, nodding repeatedly. His gaze toward Tang Xun now held awe and a barely concealed greed. "Name your price." "A divine object of this level is priceless. Sir, perhaps you could name a figure." The goateed old man probed. 30,000 Tang, Xun stated flatly. "Low-grade spirit stones. Not one less, or I walk." 30,000. The old man gasped. Although the price was within his expectations, hearing it spoken still made his heart race. This was a sum that could cripple even a small sect. He stared at Tang Xun, his eyes flickering, as if calculating something. Tang Xun sneered, reading the old man's thoughts. "Don't get any ideas. Since I dared bring this here, I'm not afraid of foul play. If you doubt me, you're welcome to try." A faint but fierce, killing intent flashed from him. The goateed old man felt a chill, as if a primordial beast had set its sights on him, making every hair on his body stand on end. He had no doubt that if he uttered a single refusal, his head would be separated from his body in the next instant. "Sir, you jest. Our Wanbao Tower prides itself on integrity." He forced a smile uglier than tears. 30,000 it is. But we don't have that many spirit stones on hand at the moment. Could you allow a few days? One day, Tang Xun said. "I'll be back at this time tomorrow. If the spirit stones aren't ready, you know the consequences." With that, he closed the jade box, turned, and left the shop without looking back. Watching Tang Xun's retreating figure, the goateed old man's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a moment, he gritted his teeth, took out a communication talisman, and crushed it. 3 days later at the alchemy hall, Lu Rian appeared again. She looked at Tang Xun, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner motionless, and raised an eyebrow. Well, have you memorized it? If not, get out of here now and stop wasting my time. Tang Xun opened his eyes, stood up, and brushed the dust off his clothes. Second senior sister, you may begin the test. Oh, quite confident. Lu Rian sneered. Then I won't go easy on you. Listen carefully. What is the medicinal property of the flame-condensing herb? Under what environment does it grow? What pharmacological changes occur when combined with the crimson flame flower? She had posed an extremely tricky question involving the compound effects of two herbs. Yet Tang Xun answered without hesitation. The flame-condensing herb is warm in nature, primarily gathers fire, and aids in focusing the mind. It grows mostly 3,000 feet deep in volcanic veins, preferring dry heat. Combined with the crimson flame flower, their properties clash, causing a violent explosion. If the heat is not controlled properly, the alchemy furnace will be destroyed. Huh. Lu Rian was stunned, not expecting such a swift and accurate answer. Unconvinced, she fired off a dozen more questions, each more obscure and complex than the last. But Tang Xun remained unflappable, answering each one without a single mistake. Lu Rian was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at Tang Xun, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. How could you have answered all of them correctly? Because I memorized them all, Tang Xun said, spreading his hands with an innocent look. Lu Rian was choked silent for a long time. She felt her worldview severely shaken. Fine, you win. She finally admitted through gritted teeth. Since you've grasped the theory, you'll start learning alchemy formally from today. She tossed him a storage pouch. Inside are enough materials for 100 batches of the most basic fasting pills. When you successfully refine one batch, come find me. Then, just like last time, she fled into her own alchemy chamber. Tang Xun watched her somewhat flustered retreat, his heart brimming with joy. Little miss, you thought you could stump me. He weighed the storage pouch in his hand, then pulled out another bulging pouch from his own robe. Inside were the 30,000 low-grade spirit stones he had obtained from Wanbao Tower the day before. He fully stocked. The great alchemy endeavor begins now. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Tang Xun was assigned an independent courtyard halfway up Danxia Peak. The environment was serene and richly imbued with spiritual energy, far surpassing his previous residence on Haishi Peak. Early the next morning, Tang Xun arrived at the alchemy hall of Danxia Peak, brimming with energy. This was the core area of the peak, housing dozens of alchemy chambers of various sizes. The air was perpetually saturated with the dense fragrance of elixirs and medicinal herbs, a scent so invigorating that merely breathing it in refreshed the mind. His newly appointed mentor, second senior sister Lu Rian, was already waiting there. Today she was again clad in a fiery red long dress that accentuated her snow-white skin and peerless beauty. Yet her pretty face still bore an expression that said, "You owe me 8 million spirit stones." She stood with arms crossed, looking at him askance. "You're here." Her voice was icy, revealing no emotion. "Good morning, second senior sister," Tang Xun greeted cheerfully, deliberately ignoring her sour expression. "Humph." Lu Rian snorted and tossed him a jade slip. "This is the preliminary guide to alchemy and the 100 herbs illustrated manual. I'll give you 3 days to memorize everything in them. In 3 days I'll test you. If you mispronounce a single word, you're out." With that, she turned and strode into her personal alchemy chamber, without looking back, slamming the stone door shut with a bang. "So arrogant," Tang Xun muttered, holding the jade slip and staring at the closed door, pursing his lips. "Isn't it just memorizing texts? When I was preparing for the college entrance exam, I memorized far more than this." He didn't mind it. He found a corner, sat cross-legged, and extended his spiritual sense into the jade slip. A torrent of information surged into his mind. The preliminary guide to alchemy detailed various basic alchemical techniques, control of heat, and the pharmacological principles of different elixirs. The 100 Herbs Illustrated Manual recorded the forms, properties, and growing environments of thousands of common spiritual herbs and medicinal plants. For an ordinary person, 3 months wouldn't be enough to memorize all this, let alone 3 days. But Tang Xun was no ordinary person. He possessed the white trait, good memory. Although it was only white grade, its effect was truly photographic. He never forgot anything he read. It took him only a single day to engrave every word from both jade slips into his mind, without a single error. Easy. Tang Xun stretched, feeling no pressure at all. He didn't idle away the remaining 2 days. He stealthily slipped out of Danxia Peak, disguised himself, and made his way to the bustling market at the foot of Qingyun sect. He bypassed the grand gleaming stores, and instead wound through a nondescript alley, arriving at a shabby-looking shop bearing the sign Wanbao Tower. This was one of the market's infamous black markets, specializing in shady dealings, fencing stolen goods, and acquiring treasures of dubious origin. Tang Xun entered the shop. An old man with a goatee, sharp and shrewd, immediately approached. "Customer looking to buy or sell?" "Sell," Tang Xun replied in a hoarse, disguised voice. "Oh, what treasure might you be offering?" A glint of light flashed in the old man's eyes. Tang Xun wasted no words. He took out the 10,000-year cold jade box containing the 9 heavens fertile soil and placed it on the counter. He didn't open it immediately, but tapped the lid lightly. Can you handle this? The goateed old man's pupils contracted at the sight of the jade box. Anything stored in such a container was no ordinary item. His smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. You jest, sir. Our Wanbao Tower has never encountered anything we couldn't handle. Might I have the honor of a look? With the substantial sum of 300,000 spirit stones as a foundation, Tang Xun's confidence instantly swelled. He did not rush to start refining the 100 free portions of bigapil materials. Instead, he slipped out of Danxia Peak once again, went to the market, and spent a fortune to purchase over 1,000 portions of materials for refining bigapils. How could 100 be enough? Your little master want to play big. Returning to the alchemy chamber on Danxia Peak, Tang Xun officially began his alchemy career. He found an empty alchemy room and set up the medium-grade artifact refining furnace that he had retrieved from the spoils of the blood trial. Although this was an artifact refining furnace, using it to refine bigapils, such low-tier elixirs, was like using a cleaver to kill a chicken. He followed the steps recorded in the elementary Tao of alchemy and began operating methodically, purifying the liquid, controlling the fire, merging the medicinal power, condensing the pill. Boom. After half an hour, a muffled sound came from the furnace and a burnt smell spread through the room. The first batch failed. No panic, it's expected. Tang Xun pursed his lips, skillfully cleaned out the residue from the furnace, and then tossed in the second batch of materials. Boom. Failed again. Boom. 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 In the following days, explosions echoed one after another in the alchemy room, as lively as setting off firecrackers during the new year. Tang Xun's alchemy talent was indeed, as Lu Ruyan had said, mediocre, or even rather poor. But fortunately, he had two bug-level traits. Effort always pays off. Every failure of his was not in vain. He could clearly feel that his control over the fire and his understanding of the medicinal power were steadily improving through each failure. Enlightenment. Occasionally, a flash of insight allowed him to instantly grasp the key to failure and find the right direction. After 9 consecutive explosions on the 10th try, Tang Xun finally succeeded in condensing the pill with the help of the enlightenment trait. When he opened the furnace and saw the 3 grayish bigapils at the bottom emitting a faint medicinal fragrance, he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Holy crap! Finally succeeded. It was so hard. 1 success out of 10 tries. This success rate, though abysmally low, was already a huge improvement for Tang Xun. With the experience of the first success, the subsequent refining became a bit smoother. Although failures still dominated occasionally, he could succeed with 1 or 2 batches. 10 days later, when all 100 portions of materials given by Lu Ruyan were used up, Tang Xun had managed to refine less than 30 bigapils in total. If Lu Ruyan were to find out, she would probably be so furious that she would expel him from the sect on the spot. But Tang Xun didn't care at all, because he hadn't even started using the 1,000+ portions he had purchased himself. Money, it doesn't last long. Tang Xun looked at the spirit stones in his storage pouch, which had already shrunk in number, stroked his chin, and a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. It's time to launch my great borrow money and never repay plan. He cleaned up the alchemy room and then headed straight toward the cave dwelling of his third senior brother, Xianduoduo. Xianduoduo's cave dwelling was built magnificently, glittering with gold, and 2 huge gold ingot statues were placed at the entrance, as if afraid that others wouldn't know he was wealthy. As soon as Tang Xun arrived, Xianduoduo warmly welcomed him. Oh, 7th junior brother, what a rare guest. Come in and sit. 3rd senior brother. Tang Xun wore a simple and honest smile. This junior brother has come to ask for your help. Easy, easy. Xianduoduo patted his chest. Whatever it is, just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Well, junior brother has been learning alchemy recently, but I'm a bit short of spirit stones for buying materials. So I wanted to borrow some from you, senior brother. Tang Xun rubbed his hands with a hint of embarrassment. Borrow money. Xianduoduo's smile stiffened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. No problem. Between brothers, talking about money hurts feelings. Tell me how much. 1. 10,000. Tang Xun tentatively named a figure. 10,000. Xianduoduo's eyelids twitched, and he began to calculate in his mind. This kid is the apple of master's eye, a future core formation true person. If I build a good relationship with him, now investing 10,000 spirit stones seems not a loss. Besides, he's just a newly initiated disciple, probably won't be able to repay, and then... Tang Xun could guess what he was thinking with his toes. 3rd senior brother, don't worry, I'm not borrowing for nothing. Tang Xun quickly said. Once I've mastered alchemy, I'll sell you all the pills I refined first at a 20% discount. And this money, within 1 year, I'll repay you 11,000 principal and interest. Oh, Xianduoduo's eyes immediately lit up. Priority supply rights. That was quite a temptation. And there was interest too. Good. 7th junior brother is indeed a straightforward man. Xianduoduo immediately made the decision. For those words, this 10,000 spirit stones, I'll lend them to you. He generously handed Tang Xun a storage pouch. Thank you, 3rd senior brother. Tang Xun took the storage pouch with tears of gratitude. He the first fool has taken the bait. He was overjoyed inside. Leaving Qianduoduo's place, Tang Xun hurriedly ran to the cave dwelling of his eldest senior brother Shijian. For Shijian, Tang Xun used a different set of words. He claimed that he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and needed to purchase some auxiliary pills, but lacked spirit stones. Shijian, upon hearing this, without a word directly took out 5,000 spirit stones and pressed them into his hand, earnestly advising him that cultivation should be step by step and not rushed. Tang Xun took the spirit stones, nodding repeatedly, but thought to himself, eldest senior brother is truly an honest man. I'll come to you again next time. Having dealt with 2 senior brothers, Tang Xun's next target was his kind and amiable master. He went to Lu Chongfeng's cave dwelling again. This time he couldn't even be bothered to make up an excuse, directly saying that he wanted to buy some good things, but didn't have enough money. Lu Chongfeng looked at him, and instead of getting angry, he burst into laughter. You little rascal, quite direct. Fine, how much do you need? Master, you can just give as you see fit. Tang Xun looked obedient. Lu Chongfeng waved his hand and directly tossed him a storage pouch. Here are 20,000 spirit stones. Is that enough? If not, tell your master. Enough. Thank you, master. Tang Xun took the storage pouch, almost laughing crazily inside. Holy crap, this master is too easy to fool. He's my personal ATM. In the following years, Tang Xun began his crazy borrow money to refine pills career. He used the spirit stones borrowed from his master and senior brothers to frantically purchase alchemy materials, locking himself in the alchemy room day and night. His alchemy skill, under the boost of effort, always pays off, and enlightenment, though progressing slowly, was exceptionally solid. The success rate also gradually improved from 1 success in 10 tries to 1 success in 7 or 8 tries. The pills he refined, besides those he used for his own cultivation, were sold at low prices to his third senior brother Qianduoduo. Qianduoduo, having tasted the benefits, was also accommodating to Tang Xun, basically giving him whatever he asked for. And Tang Xun, relying on his persona of diligent cultivation and hard-working and studious, along with his silver tongue that could bring the dead back to life, borrowed from everyone on Danxia Peak, except his second senior sister Lu Rian. Of course, he never repaid a single cent of the borrowed money. Gradually, everyone realized the truth. This 7th junior brother was a bottomless pit. When borrowing, he would talk endlessly, but when it came time to repay, he would say he had encountered another bottleneck in cultivation, was short on cash, and would definitely pay next time. Over time, a peculiar sight appeared on Danxia Peak. As soon as Tang Xun stepped out of his cave dwelling, his senior brothers would turn and flee as if they had seen a ghost, afraid of being caught by him. Even his master Lu Chongfeng sometimes subconsciously covered his storage pouch when he saw him. Tang Xun didn't care at all. Run, after all this is a simulation. As long as I'm not embarrassed, you are the ones who are embarrassed. Once my cultivation level rises, you'll have to come begging me. At 25, you are still frantically borrowing money to refine pills. Your reputation on Danxia Peak has been thoroughly tarnished. Apart from your master Lu Chongfeng, who occasionally gives you some support, out of face saving, your several senior brothers now avoid you like the plague whenever they see you. Junior brother 7 is here. Run. Damn, he's knocking on my cave's formation again. I'll play dead. No way I'm opening the door. I pretended to be in seclusion yesterday, how about you? I'm smart, I just went down the mountain to the market. Listening to these whispers coming from the senior brothers' caves, your heart is calm, and you even feel a bit amused. Run. Can you really escape? As long as you're still in Qinyan sect, I have plenty of ways to find you. You have now mastered the art of blocking doors to demand debts. Spit. Visiting to borrow money to perfection. You know that senior brother Shijian goes to practice under the waterfall at the back mountain every morning. So you go there before dawn to wait for him. As soon as Shijian sees you, his face turns green. Without a word, he turns to flee. You dash forward, grab his leg, and cry bitterly, telling him that your pill refining is at a critical juncture, and you're only a few thousand spirit stones short of concocting a peerless divine pill that will bring glory to the sect. Shijian, worn down by your persistence, can only darkly toss you a few thousand spirit stones and tell you to scram. You know that third senior brother Qianduoduo sneaks off to the brothel in the market every month to listen to songs. You lie in ambush on his path. When Qianduoduo sees you, he is scared out of his wits, thinking you're here to catch him red-handed. You grin and approach him, saying you won't tell the master, but only if he sponsors you with some hush money. Qianduoduo trembles with rage, but for the sake of his innocence, he grits his teeth and hands you another large sum of spirit stones. Thus, through your relentless efforts and pestering, your pill refining enterprise continues to flourish. Of course, you don't just borrow without repaying. Every time you borrow money, you solemnly promise that once your alchemy is perfected, you will repay tenfold, 100-fold. However, no one believes you anymore. In this year's trait drawing, you obtained a new white trait. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the common grade trait, Luan Feng, He Ming Harmonious Couple. Trait Luan Feng, He Ming White. Affect your abilities in the realm of intimacy will become extremely strong. Many tricks extremely fierce. You stare at this new trait silent. You lift your head, gaze at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and let out a melancholic sigh. System, do you think I've been single too long, and pity me? I'm a proper cultivator spending every day either training or refining pills. What use is this trait to me? Should I go and communicate with my alchemy furnace? You disdainfully toss this trait into the unequipped list, not even bothering to glance at it again. You feel this is the most useless trait you have ever drawn without a doubt. Danxia Peak Alchemy Room. Lu Rian looks at the pile of first-grade pills before her, varying in quality, but astonishing in quantity, her delicate face filled with complex emotions. These are all the homework that Tang Xun has submitted to her over the past few years. This guy. She picks up a pill and examines it carefully. Although she has never given Tang Xun a kind look, she knows better than anyone how terrifying his progress in alchemy is. From blasting 9 furnaces out of 10 attempts at the beginning to now succeeding almost every 2 or 3 tries. Such speed of progress can no longer be described as genius. It's simply monstrous. Moreover, the pills he refines, though mediocre in appearance, have exceptionally pure medicinal power with almost no pill toxicity. This shows that his purification and fusion of medicinal power have reached an extremely high level. Can someone with 5-element spiritual roots really refine pills? And refine them so well? She feels that the alchemical knowledge she has built over the past decade has been thoroughly overturned by this junior brother. What leaves her even more speechless is that this guy stops at nothing for the sake of alchemy. The entire Danxia Peak is almost drained by his borrowing. Several times she wanted to rush over, grab him by the collar, and ask him if he had any shame. But every time she sees Tang Xun exhausted from all-night pill refining with dark circles under his eyes, but still bright and determined, all the scolding words she prepared are swallowed back. Forget it, let him be. It's not my money anyway. She consoles herself like this, but her heart can't help but keep an eye on that figure in the alchemy room, tirelessly working day and night. She even notices that she has been going to the alchemy room more often recently. Each time she pretends to pass by and secretly uses her divine sense to observe Tang Xun's pill refining. When she sees him succeed, she inexplicably breathes a sigh of relief. When she sees him fail, she can't help but curse him as an idiot in her heart. This strange feeling makes her feel a bit irritated and also at a loss. I must be crazy to care about that scoundrel. She shakes her head, trying to shake off these messy thoughts. Just then Tang Xun's figure appears at the entrance of the alchemy room. Seeing Lu Rian, his eyes light up immediately, and he scurries over eagerly. Lu Rian's heart skips a beat, thinking, oh no. Could this guy be daring to set his sights on me? Sure enough, the next moment Tang Xun rubs his hands together, wearing that signature simple, yet slightly ingratiating smile, and speaks. Second senior sister, he. Scram. Lu Rian shoots back without a second thought. I have no money. Hey senior sister, don't be so heartless. Tang Xun is not at all embarrassed, leaning in closer. Senior sister, listen to my explanation. I've been researching a new pill called Ning Shun Dan Spirit Concentration Pill, and I'm just missing the last few ingredients. Once I succeed, it will be hugely beneficial for the growth of our divine sense as foundation establishment cultivators. If you'll just lend me 5,000 spirit stones once I succeed, I'll offer the first one to you. I'll even give you a huge discount. No, I'll give it to you for free. He pats his chest, swearing solemnly. Lu Rian folds her arms coldly, watching his performance. Are you done? I'm done. Then scram. Come on, senior sister. Tang Xun panics and pulls out his trump card. Senior sister, you are the person I respect and admire most on Danxia Peak. In my heart, your status is even higher than the master's. Your alchemical mastery is the guiding light on my path. He begins to endlessly spew all sorts of syrupy free flattery. Lu Rian's delicate face flushes slightly from his flattery, and the ice in her heart begins to show signs of melting. Smooth talker. Although she says this, her tone has clearly softened considerably. Senior sister, just help me out. Just this once, the last time. I swear. Tang Xun raises 3 fingers, his face full of sincerity. Lu Rian looks into his eyes, which are filled with desire, and is silent for a moment. Finally, she sighs, takes out a pouch containing 5,000 spirit stones from her storage bag, and tosses it to him. Take it and get lost. This is my last savings. If you dare come to me again, I'll break your legs. Thank you, senior sister. You are truly a beautiful and kind living bodhisattva. I love you to death. Tang Xun takes the spirit stones, so excited, he almost kneels to kowtow on the spot. Having said that, he scurries into the alchemy room, afraid that Lu Rian might change her mind. Lu Rian watches his delighted back, shakes her head helplessly, but the corner of her mouth involuntarily curves into a smile she herself hasn't noticed. At 30 years old, you are still racing down the path of alchemy. Over these 10 years, relying on your silver tongue and shameless persistence, you have turned almost the entire Danxia Peak into your personal ATM. Your alchemy skill bolstered by a sea of resources advanced by leaps and bounds. From the initial Bigu pills to the later condensing Qi pills and gathering Qi pills, these first-grade and second-grade pills, you could now succeed in 1 out of 3 batches with a commendable success rate. The pills you refined were of exceptionally high quality with efficacy, far surpassing similar ones, becoming hot commodities in the market of Qingyun sect. Third senior brother Qian Duodua, by reselling your pills, raked in a fortune, his grin practically splitting his face. Of course, the money you borrowed from him also grew so much so that now whenever he sees you his heart begins to tremble. Your cultivation base, aided by the pills, steadily rose, and now you were only 1 step away from the great perfection of foundation establishment. Everything was progressing smoothly according to your plan. On your 30th birthday, you welcomed the 11th trait draw in the simulation. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and finally, amid a dazzling purple light, it came to a halt. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the epic trait, Alchemy Genius. Trait Alchemy Genius, purple function. You are a child born for the path of alchemy. Your understanding of pharmacology and mastery of heat control have reached an inconceivable level. Your success rate in alchemy will be greatly enhanced. Any alchemy formula in your hands can turn decay into magic. Holy crap! A purple trait. Alchemy Genius. You stared at the purple characters on the panel, exuding an aura of nobility, utterly stunned. Then an unparalleled ecstasy engulfed you. 10 years. A full 10 years. Do you know how I've lived through these 10 years? For alchemy, I've thrown away all dignity. I've nearly offended the entire sect. Now you've finally given me an answer. System, I love you to death. In your excitement, you hugged the alchemy furnace and gave it a kiss. Huh. With this trait, I'm going to be the alchemy god from now on. What pills wouldn't be within my grasp? Spirit stones will come rolling in. You could already envision the glorious scene of holding divine pills in one hand and embracing a mountain of spirit stones in the other, ascending to the peak of life. Without a moment's hesitation, you immediately equipped the freshly obtained purple trait. The moment the Alchemy Genius trait was equipped, you felt as if a brand new door had been opened in your mind. Previously obscure pharmacological changes and difficult-to-master details of heat control now became crystal clear, as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Countless inspirations, countless brilliant ideas constantly collided and burst forth in your mind. So, Bigu pills can be refined like this. By slightly adjusting the ratio of Qingling grass and stalactite, the efficacy can be increased by at least 30%. The formula for condensing Qi pills also has issues. If you add purple monkey flower as an auxiliary ingredient, it can not only neutralize the fire toxicity of the pill, but also make the medicinal power gentler and more enduring. I can't believe the crap I was refining before. You slapped your thigh, feeling deep contempt for your previous alchemy skills. No, I have to try it right away. You impatiently pulled out a set of ingredients for refining, gathering Qi pills from your storage pouch. Gathering Qi pills are a relatively difficult second-grade pill to refine, requiring extremely precise heat control. Previously, succeeding once in 5 attempts was considered lucky for you. But now you felt that refining it was as simple as stir-frying a plate of greens. You skillfully tossed the various herbs into the alchemy furnace according to the modified order and ratios in your mind. Purification, fusion, condensation. The entire process was smooth and fluid, executed in one go, exuding a natural beauty of the Tao. You even felt that you weren't refining pills, but engaging in an elegant artistic creation. Half an hour later, you formed hand seals and opened the furnace. A burst of alchemical fragrance, richer and purer than ever before, immediately wafted out, filling the entire alchemy room. You peered in and saw 12 perfectly round pills, long and sized, entirely emerald green, with faint alchemical halos shimmering on their surfaces, resting quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Each one was flawless like the finest jade. A full batch, and a full batch of perfect quality. I'll be damned. You stared at this furnace of divine pills, dumbfounded. I refined this. It felt unreal. The effect was too damned immediate. Just as you were marveling at your masterpiece, the stone door of the alchemy room was suddenly pushed open from outside. Tang Xun, what the hell are you up to? Why is there such a strong alchemical fragrance? Lu Rian walked in frowning. She had just been in her own alchemy room and suddenly smelled an extremely rich alchemical fragrance. She thought it might be an elder refining a high-grade pill, so she came out to check. But she found that the source of the fragrance was coming from the alchemy room of that mediocre Tang Xun. As soon as she entered, she saw the still steaming alchemy furnace and Tang Xun's expression as if he had seen a ghost. You refined this? She asked uncertainly. Huh. Oh, yeah, it seems to have succeeded. Tang Xun snapped back, scratched his head, and said with a hint of embarrassment. Just a batch of gathering Qi pills, nothing to make a fuss about. Lu Rian pouted and walked over, wanting to see what ugly fruits he had produced this time. However, when her gaze fell upon the 12 flawless pills at the bottom of the furnace, she was instantly petrified. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, her rosy lips slightly parted, forming a cute O shape. She just stood there staring blankly at the pills, motionless, as if she had turned into an exquisite statue. Sis. Senior sister. Tang Xun waved his hand in front of her eyes. Lu Rian didn't react. After a long while, she suddenly snapped back to her senses, dashed to the furnace in a single stride, and carefully picked up a gathering chi pill, holding it in her palm. She examined it over and over, even brought it to her nose, and deeply inhaled the intoxicating fragrance. Alchemical halo naturally formed, potency restrained within. Perfect. This is a perfect quality gathering chi pill. Her voice trembled with extreme shock. And a full batch. All 12 in one furnace, not a single one missing. She abruptly lifted her head and stared at Tang Xun with eyes that looked at a monster, an immortal, an alien. You refined this. Her voice was distorted. Why, yes. Tang Xun felt a bit creeped out by her gaze and shrank his neck. Is there something wrong? Did I not refine it well? I feel like there's still room for improvement. Lu Rian's heart felt as if it had been violently struck by a heavy hammer when she heard his words. Still room for improvement. How the hell do you want to improve? Do you want to refine 13 pills in one batch? She looked at Tang Xun's face, written with innocence, and suddenly felt an urge to die. She remembered the first time she had refined a perfect quality pill. Her master had praised her as a once-in-a-century alchemy prodigy. But now, compared to this monster before her, her own talent was nothing but a joke. 10 years. It only took him 10 years. He had grown from a novice who couldn't even refine bigu pills into an alchemy grandmaster who could effortlessly refine perfect quality second-grade pills. Just how did you do it? Lu Rian felt her tongue tie. I don't know either. Tang Xun shrugged, showing his trademark honest and simple smile. Maybe I suddenly had a breakthrough recently. Enlightened. Lu Rian's mouth twitched at the explanation, and she nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. You call this enlightenment? This is a meteoric rise, a direct ascension to immortality. She looked at Tang Xun's harmless face while a tempest raged within her heart, unable to find peace. Just how many secrets does this man still hide? She had originally thought he was nothing but a thick-skinned scoundrel with a bit of cleverness. But now she realized she was utterly mistaken. This was no scoundrel. This was a peerless prodigy cloaked in human skin. Senior sister, are you all right? Don't look at me like that, I'm scared. Tang Xun spoke with feigned worry as he saw her disheartened expression. I'm fine. Lu Rian took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Yet her eyes, fixed on Tang Xun, remained filled with complexity and disbelief. She paused in silence, then made a move that even surprised Tang Xun. She bowed solemnly to him. Junior brother Tang, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. I have offended you greatly. Please do not take it to heart. Her voice was no longer cold and mocking, but filled with sincerity and a subtle trace of admiration. In the world of cultivation, those who attain mastery are the teachers. In the Tao of alchemy, the skill Tang Xun displayed today had far surpassed her own. This forced her to set aside her previous prejudices and pride, and to reevaluate this junior brother who was nearly 100 years her junior. Damn, this woman has changed her ways. Tang Xun was taken aback. He hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Hey, senior sister, what are you doing? This is too much. You are my senior sister who taught me alchemy and acted as my mentor. How could I dare to blame you? His words were humble, but inside, he was overjoyed. He looks like I found another way to borrow money. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Lu Rian's face as he helped her rise. From today on, there is nothing more I can teach you. She looked at Tang Xun earnestly and said, from now on in the Tao of alchemy, let us explore and progress together. No, senior sister. Tang Xun waved his hand hastily. You will always be my senior sister. I still need your guidance in the future. He didn't want to lose such a creditor. Lu Rian felt a warmth in her heart as she looked at his sincere eyes, and her fondness for him grew. This news must be reported to master immediately. Without another word to Tang Xun, she turned and hurried toward Lu Chongfeng's cave dwelling. She could hardly wait to see the look of shock on her master's face when he learned of this. Tang Xun shrugged as he watched her rush off. Go on. Spread the word for me. It's time my reputation as an alchemy genius made waves. As expected, within half an hour the entire Danxia Peak erupted in an uproar over the news. Lu Chongfeng rushed to Tang Xun's alchemy chamber without delay. When he saw the 12 perfect-grade spirit-gathering pills with his own eyes, and then watched Tang Xun smoothly refine another batch of perfect-grade pills, his core formation master, who had lived for centuries and weathered countless storms, completely lost his composure. He clutched the divine pills, laughing and crying like a child who had obtained a beloved toy, murmuring over and over, prodigy. A prodigy. What virtue or ability do I, Lu Chongfeng, possess to accept such a prodigious disciple? The ancestral masters have blessed us. The Qingyun sect is destined to flourish, to rise greatly. Your senior brothers, upon hearing the news, also came running one after another. When they saw the legendary perfect-grade pills, they stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, their worldview shattered. Am I seeing things? Is this refined by junior brother 7? Senior brother Shijian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Holy cow! A perfect grade spirit gathering pill. One of these alone would sell for at least 10,000 spirit stones, right? A furnace produces 12 of them. That's over 100,000 spirit stones. Third senior brother Qian Duo stared at the pills, his eyes turning into the shape of spirit stones, almost drooling. Isn't he a scoundrel? How did he suddenly become a genius? Sixth senior brother Zhou Tong scratched his head in bewilderment. They looked at Tang Xun, their eyes no longer filled with avoidance and disdain, but with unparalleled shock, reverence, and a hint of fawning. Tang Xun basked in the crowd's adoring gazes, his heart ecstatic. See this? This is the power of knowledge. This is the power of skill. The reputation of a genius is so useful. He cleared his throat, put on a modest expression, and said to the crowd, "Dear senior brothers, I owe today's achievements to your years of funding and support. Without you, I would not be where I am today. Tang Xun will never forget this kindness." His words were sincere and moving. The senior brothers were all moved to tears. Junior brother 7, what are you saying? We are fellow disciples. Helping each other is only natural. Exactly. I was too narrow-minded before. I always thought you were swindling us for money, but now I see you were enduring humiliation for the cause of alchemy. I misjudged you. Junior brother 7, if you ever need anything, just say the word. Forget borrowing. I'll give it to you as a gift. They thumped their chests, speaking with grand bravado. Tang Xun was almost laughing his head off. Fools, such adorable fools. So easy to take the bait. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Since the senior brothers are so generous, I will humbly accept. Tang Xun put on a moved expression and then changed the subject. I've been researching a third-grade pill called the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. It has a remarkable effect on breaking through bottlenecks for foundation establishment cultivators. But the materials are quite expensive and I don't have enough spirit stones. Before he could finish. Enough. Say no more. Third senior brother Qian Duo interrupted him directly, pulled out a bulging pouch from his storage ring, and thrust it into Tang Xun's hand. Here are 50,000 spirit stones. Use them first, and tell me if you need more. I have 10,000 too. Senior brother Shi Jian unhesitatingly offered his savings. Even the usually quiet fourth senior brother and fifth senior sister contributed generously. Tang Xun was stunned for a moment, looking at the sudden fortune of nearly 100,000 spirit stones in his hand. Damn, these people are way too enthusiastic. I only wanted to borrow a bit more, not rob them outright. He suddenly felt that his previous tactics of blocking doors and clinging to benefactors were too small-minded. Thank you, senior brothers. Tang Xun will never forget your kindness. He bowed deeply to the crowd with feigned emotion. From that day on, Tang Xun's status on Danxiao Peak underwent a earth-shattering change. He transformed from a despised deadbeat into the alchemy prodigy of the entire Danxiao Peak, and even the whole Qingyun sect, attracting widespread attention. He was granted an independent top-tier alchemy chamber. The sect's various rare herbs were made available to him at will. His master Lu Chongfeng treated him like a son, willing to give him everything he owned. And Tang Xun, riding this wave, launched his even more frenzied alchemy enterprise. The spirit stones he borrowed grew increasingly numerous. The pills he refined reached higher and higher grades. His cultivation base, bolstered by a massive consumption of second-grade pills, advanced rapidly, soon reaching the great perfection of foundation establishment, just a step away from core formation. Of course, he still hadn't repaid a single spirit stone. His motto was the unyielding rascal's spirit. I borrowed the money by my own skill, so why should I pay it back? At 35, you had already become the undisputed #1 in the Tao of Alchemy within Qingyun sect. Your reputation had even spread beyond the sect, causing quite a stir. Countless fellow disciples, drawn by your fame, came solely to beg for a single pill from you. The pills you refined were worth a fortune and became a hard currency. Your third senior brother Qian Duo, relying on you as his golden thigh, had completely monopolized the pill market around Qingyun sect, amassing wealth rivaling a kingdom and waking up laughing in his dreams every day. Of course, he was also your biggest creditor. Over the years, the spirit stones you had borrowed from him added up to an astronomical figure. Now, whenever he saw you, his gaze would waver, fearing that you might one day disappear in a bad mood, leaving him with nothing. You merely smiled at this. Disappear? Impossible. You wouldn't leave until you had drained every last bit of value from them. In the Tao of Alchemy, there was nothing more you could learn from Lu Chongfeng. Now you spent most of your time with your second senior sister Lu Rian. Together you studied ancient pill formulas, discussed the intricacies of pharmacology, and attempted to refine pills of higher grades. To outsiders, you were a perfect match, an enviable alchemical couple. But you knew deep down that your main reason for getting close to her was still borrowing money. Because you had discovered that aside from your third senior brother Qian Duo, your second senior sister was now the most profitable person on Danxiao Peak. She was in charge of the medicinal fields and the storehouse of Danxiao Peak. All the rare herbs allocated by the sect had to pass through her hands. Senior sister, I've been researching a fourth-grade pill called the resurrection pill. It can bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh from bones. Its effects are heaven-defying. I just need a 3,000-year-old dragon blood grass. Senior sister, don't you think this formula for the ice soul mysterious pill is interesting? If we could refine it, it would be immensely beneficial for forming our golden cores. I just need a bit of cold marrow. Senior sister. In the alchemy room, you once again flashed Lu Rian your signature harmless smile. Lu Rian looked at you holding her forehead with a look of utter despair. Tang Xun, you've gone far enough, she said weakly. I've almost emptied the storehouse of all my treasures. If you keep this up, master will skin me alive. Senior sister, how can you say that? You said with a serious expression. We are contributing to the sect's alchemical cause. We are making a contribution to the prosperity of the cultivation world. What a grand undertaking. What are a few materials compared to that? You began to paint her a grand vision again, pouring on the encouragement. Enough, don't give me that. Lu Rian waved her hand impatiently. I've seen through you. You're a greedy beast that devours without spitting out bones. Only taking, never giving. She paused, then suddenly squinted at you, scanning you up and down, a playful smile curling at the corner of her lips. Tang Xun, tell me the truth. How much have you actually borrowed from Dong Xiaoping over the years? Well, I haven't really counted, you said, scratching your head and pretending to be dumb. I'll count for you. Lu Rian let out a cold laugh. Just the rare herbs you've taken from me alone converted into spirit stones amount to no less than 1 million. Adding what you've borrowed from Master and the other senior brothers, I estimate it's close to 3 million. SSS. You sucked in a sharp breath upon hearing that number. Damn, that much. I feel like I haven't spent that much. Now you are the biggest debtor in all of Qingyun's sect, Lu Rian teased. Tell me, what will you do if you can't pay it back? Well, that's easy. Your eyes twinkled and you grinned. Worst case, I'll pawn myself off to Dong Xiaoping. I'll work like a beast of burden refining pills for free for the rest of my life, never taking a single coin. Pawning yourself off to us. Lu Rian burst out laughing, her whole body trembling with mirth. She walked up to you, extended her slender fingers, lifted your chin, and whispered in your ear, with a fragrant breath, refining pills for free isn't enough, you know. For such a huge debt, you'll have to give something else, won't you? Like paying with your body. You felt as if a heavenly thunderbolt had struck your mind, leaving it a blank. As senior sister, you don't joke like that. I might take it seriously. Your voice stammered. Giggle. Seeing you so pure and flustered, Lu Rian laughed even more joyfully. She released her hand, stepped back, and gave you a charmingly disdainful glance. Look at how pathetic you are. I was just teasing you, and you're already blushing. Fine, I'll get you the dragon blood grass you want. But this is the last time. If you ever try to take from my storehouse again, I'll really make you pay with your body. With that, she swayed her graceful waist, hummed a little tune, and left in high spirits. You stood there, touching your burning cheeks, watching her captivating back, and swallowed hard. Damn, this woman is playing with fire. You felt that your heart, which had been dormant for years, had been stirred. From that day on, the atmosphere between you and Lu Rian became subtly delicate. She seemed to have gotten addicted to teasing you, deliberately saying bold and provocative words and initiating intimate physical contact. One day she'd pinch your cheek, the next she'd touch your abs, and the day after that she'd blow in your ear. You, a hot-blooded young man, couldn't withstand her provocation. More than once you almost couldn't resist the urge to transform into a wolf and take her right there. But reason told you that the time wasn't ripe yet. Hold on. I must hold on. A little impatience spoils great plans. Once I form my golden core, just wait and see how I deal with this vixen. Every day you passed through this sweet torment. The year you turned 40, you discovered an extremely obscure but heaven-defying pill from an ancient pill formula, the union pill. This pill was used to aid dual cultivation. It was said that if cultivators took this pill before engaging in dual cultivation, it would not only greatly enhance both their cultivation levels, but also nourish their souls immensely. A mischievous light gleamed in your eyes, and you immediately set about refining this divine pill. You found an excuse and borrowed all the rare materials needed for refining the union pill from Lu Rian again. Then you locked both yourself and her into the alchemy room you were both most familiar with under the pretext of joint research to conquer the difficulty. Lu Rian, unsuspecting, eagerly looked forward to seeing what astonishing pill you would refine this time. Looking at her innocent, defenseless appearance, you silently lit a candle for her in your heart. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Within the alchemy chamber, the atmosphere was solemn. A massive furnace blazed with intense heat, its flames roaring. You and Lu Rian stood on opposite sides of the furnace, both wearing expressions of utmost concentration. Junior brother, are you certain this formula is correct? Lu Rian frowned slightly as she watched the herbs you tossed into the furnace. Yin-yang passion blossom, nine-tailed dragon, sunflower dew, blood desire, demon spiders, inner core. These ingredients are extremely potent and brimming with lecherous energy. They hardly seem like the materials for a proper elixir. Though she didn't know you were refining the union pill, as a master of alchemy, she immediately recognized the peculiarity of these materials. Ahem. You coughed twice, your face betraying no embarrassment as you explained, Senior sister, you don't understand. This is called fighting poison with poison. 2 negatives make a positive. This formula comes from an ancient remnant scroll I discovered. It's called the yin-yang reversal pill. It forcibly reverses the yin and yang energies within a cultivator's body, achieving the miraculous effect of breaking down and rebuilding the Tao foundation. It's highly beneficial for breaking through the bottleneck of core formation. You spoke with a straight face, spinning complete nonsense. Yin-yang reversal pill. Lu Rian was skeptical. I've never heard of it. Naturally, this is an ancient secret passed down through the ages. If not for my extraordinary genius, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend its mysteries. You continued boasting. Lu Rian was stunned by your bravado, and though she still felt something was off, her trust in your identity as an alchemy genius ultimately kept her from questioning further. Very well. Be careful. I have a feeling that mixing these materials will lead to trouble. She warned. Don't worry, senior sister, everything is under control. You patted your chest with confidence. In truth, you were also feeling a bit uneasy. The formula for the union pill was too obscure, several of the ingredients were ones you had never worked with before. Moreover, the formula had a line of small text written in blood-red characters. This pill's properties are extremely yang and violent. The refining process is fraught with peril. The slightest mistake will result in the destruction of the pill and the death of the alchemist body and soul scattered. None but a master alchemist should attempt this. However, you weren't too concerned. What's there to fear? It's just a simulation. If I die, I die. In 18 years, I'll be a good man again. If I succeed, well. A glint of determination, success, or death, shone in your eyes as you began to carefully control the furnace fire following the steps in the formula. Time passed minute by minute. Purification fusion. The earlier steps went exceptionally smoothly. With the blessing of the alchemy genius trait, your control over the various medicinal energies reached a state of effortless mastery. Those domineering energies became as docile as lambs under your hands. Lu Ruyan watched from the side, marveling, and gradually set aside her earlier concerns. It seems I was overthinking. This guy is truly a monster when it comes to alchemy. But just as the final step, condensation, began, a sudden change occurred. When all the medicinal liquids had perfectly fused into a pill embryo the size of a dragon's eye, emitting an eerie pink glow. That pill embryo suddenly began to expand violently and uncontrollably. A surge of wild, lecherous primal energy exploded from the furnace. No, the furnace is going to explode. Your face turned pale as you tried to suppress it, but it was too late. Lu Rian's face also lost its color. Without a second thought, she summoned a protective artifact to shield the two of you. Boom! A deafening roar thundered through the narrow alchemy chamber. The mid-grade artifact furnace, like a detonated powder keg, shattered into countless fragments that shot in all directions. The already formed union pill disintegrated into a cloud of pink powder like mist, instantly filling the entire chamber. Uffed! Lu Rian's protective artifact held out for less than a second before shattering under the explosion's impact. She and Tang Xun were thrown back by the terrifying blast, slamming violently into the wall behind them. Cough, cough. You struggled to get up from the ground, feeling as if every bone in your body was about to break. Damn, I overdid it. You cursed inwardly. You had underestimated the power of the union pill. Just then you caught a strange, sweet fragrance. With a single breath, a surge of untamed heat shot up from your lower abdomen, and your blood began to boil uncontrollably. Your body grew hot. Your breathing became heavy. Your mind involuntarily filled with indescribable primal images. Damn, the powder of this pill is poisonous. You realized instantly. You turned to look at Lu Rian nearby. She had also risen from the ground. Her exquisite face was now flushed with an unnatural crimson, and her bright eyes glistened, clouded with desire and confusion. She looked at you, her red lips parted unconsciously, and her delicate tongue licked her dry lips. This inadvertent gesture struck you like the most potent aphrodisiac, snapping the thread of reason in your mind. Tang Xun. I'm so hot. Lu Rian's voice became seductive and alluring, dripping with temptation. As she spoke, she began to tear at her clothes unconsciously. The fiery red robe came apart, revealing large expanses of fair, smooth skin and the breathtaking, perfect curves. Gulp. You swallowed hard, feeling your nose grow warm. It's over. This is really over. You felt the primal force within you becoming impossible to suppress. You watched the peerless beauty ripe as a peach, walking step by step toward you, and only one thought remained in your mind. With the last shred of reason, you screamed in your mind to the system. Replace spiritual plant affinity with phoenix and harmony. Trait replacement successful. The moment it took effect, a profound knowledge filled with sly tricks and divine techniques surged into your mind. Your eyes changed instantly. No longer filled with panic and struggle, they now gleamed with aggression and the excitement of a hunter spotting prey. By now, Lu Rian had reached you. She wrapped her burning hot arms around your neck, pressing her equally scorching, fragrant body tightly against yours. Tang Xun, I feel terrible. Help me. She stood on tiptoe, bringing her luscious red lips to your mouth. Looking into her dazed eyes and feeling her rapid breathing, a wicked smile curled at the corner of your lips. Senior sister, you asked for this. You let out a low growl, unable to hold back any longer. You lowered your head and kissed her fiercely. You swept her up into your arms and strode toward the stone bed in the corner of the chamber used for rest. Today I'll show you what true skill means. The stone door slammed shut. A protracted, earth-shattering battle worthy of history books had begun. Day 1. Inside the alchemy chamber, spring colors were boundless. Under the overwhelming and domineering power of the blissful union pill, you and Lu Ruyan had completely unleashed your most primal instincts. You felt as if you were a starving wolf famished for 300 years while Lu Ruyan was the most delicious little white rabbit. The harmonious union of phoenix and dragon, white word at this moment unleashed its unfathomable mythic-level potency. You instinctively mastered countless astonishing divine techniques that could drive a woman to the heights of ecstasy. Under your storm-like assault, Lu Ruyan quickly crumbled, transitioning from initial shyness and resistance to later indulgence and compliance, ultimately becoming a pool of spring water, yielding completely to your conquest. Her cold, aloof demeanor, like an icy snow lotus, was utterly shattered and ground to pieces by you, transformed into the most enchanting moans and seductive spring scenery. You tirelessly carried on from day to night. The second day came. The pill's power showed no sign of abating. You felt as if your entire body brimmed with inexhaustible strength. And Lu Ruyan, as a foundation establishment stage female cultivator, displayed physical stamina and endurance far surpassing that of mortal women. You unlocked a variety of new positions and scenes, from the stone bed to the floor, then beside the alchemy furnace. The entire alchemy chamber became your battlefield. The third day, Lu Ruyan began to beg for mercy. No, I can't. Tang Xun, I really can't. Please, spare me. Her voice was already hoarse beyond recognition, and her beautiful eyes were filled with terror and a hint of pleading. She felt like a small boat tossed in a tempest, at any moment liable to be capsized and torn apart by the towering waves. She was now filled with immense regret. She regretted why she had provoked this demon. However, in response to her pleas, you only grinned, revealing a devilish smile. Seeing your sister begging for mercy now? Too late. You turned over and mounted her, and a new round of battle began once again. The fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day. You could no longer remember how much time had passed. All you knew was that the pill's power within you still surged endlessly, and Lu Ruyan had become completely numb. She was like a doll devoid of a soul, letting you do as you pleased, no longer even having the strength to beg. Her eyes, once filled with terror, had turned hollow and despairing. Looking at her in this state, a hint of reluctance rose in your heart. Damn, this white word is way too powerful, isn't it? If this continues, won't it actually break her? You started to panic a little, but the power of the pill had taken over and your body was completely beyond your control. You could only silently pray for Lu Ruyan in your heart. Senior sister, just hold on a little longer. It's almost over. The seventh day arrived. You felt that the pill's power within you was finally beginning to wane, and Lu Ruyan had completely fainted. You looked at her sleeping face, pale as paper, yet still bearing a trace of satisfaction and exhaustion between her brows, and let out a long sigh of relief. Holy moly, it's finally over. You felt yourself nearly collapsing from exhaustion. These 7 days and nights had been for you, as well, an arduous double test of physical strength and willpower. You looked down and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of me, still sharp as ever. From your storage pouch, you took out a blanket and gently laid it over Lu Ruyan's flawless, delicate body. Then you sat cross-legged and began to examine the gains from this dual cultivation. You were pleasantly surprised to find that after these 7 days and nights of hard work, your cultivation base had unknowingly advanced considerably. The bottleneck that had hindered you for so long, the one leading to the core formation stage, seemed to have loosened a little. Moreover, your spiritual sense had been greatly nourished, becoming more condensed and powerful than before. Damn, the blissful union pill, is this effective? This isn't just a pill, it's a cultivation cheat device. You instantly spotted a new business opportunity. What if in the future I specialize in refining this kind of pill, and then... An evil thought flashed through your mind, but it was quickly extinguished. Forget it. I'm a righteous person. I can't do something that goes against heaven's will. You shook your head, then closed your eyes and began to circulate your chi, regulating the somewhat chaotic energy in your body caused by excessive exertion. The 8th day, early morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the window of the alchemy chamber. You slowly opened your eyes, feeling refreshed and full of energy. Beside you from the stone bed came a faint rustling sound. Lu Ruyan had awakened. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes. In her eyes there was first confusion, then recollection, followed by shock, and finally boundless shame and anger, plus a hint of indescribable complexity. She abruptly sat up, pulled the blanket tightly around her body, then raised her head and glared at you with a murderous gaze. Tang Xun. She almost squeezed these 2 words out through gritted teeth. Senior sister, you're awake. You looked at her, a sunny smile on your face. Did you sleep well? Want to go again? You go to hell. Lu Rian grabbed a pillow from beside the bed and hurled it fiercely at you. You caught it easily. Senior sister, don't be angry. You see, this time we've turned misfortune into a blessing. My cultivation has improved quite a bit. Yours must have too, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Rian subconsciously examined her own body. Then she froze. She discovered that the cultivation bottleneck that had troubled her for decades had actually loosened. Moreover, her spiritual sense had become much stronger than before. This discovery instantly extinguished most of her burning anger. She looked at you with extremely complex eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Should she scold you for being shameless, or thank you? After a moment, Lu Rian finally put on her clothes. Supporting herself against the wall, she walked step by step, trembling, toward the door of the alchemy chamber. Her legs were still trembling. Each step felt like treading on cotton. When she opened the stone door and saw the bright sunlight outside, she felt as if she had been reborn into another world. She turned back, glanced at the man leaning against the wall with a roguish grin, blushed, and then fled the place without looking back, as if escaping. You felt as if your body had been hollowed out, drained of even the strength to lift a finger. Damn, this time I really went too far. You touched your nose, recalling the absurdity of the past 7 days and 7 nights, which felt like an incredibly vivid and thrilling dream. The white word Phoenix's harmonious call was simply a legend among white words. So overpowered. No, I must not linger here. A retreat formed in your heart. Although everyone in the simulation was just a tool, the thought of Lu Rian's murderous glare still made you shudder involuntarily. Moreover, your main goal in this simulation was to borrow money for alchemy and boost your cultivation. Now your cultivation had advanced, your divine sense had grown, and you had even enjoyed a top-tier dual cultivation experience for free, an absolute jackpot. Romance. This was a cultivation simulator, not a dating game. In the face of absolute power, feelings only slowed down the speed of my sword. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Since it's just a simulation, you won't suffer any real loss. Just treat it as a spring dream. You silently found a perfect excuse for your scoundrel behavior. The classic move, pull up your pants and deny everything. You crept up from the ground, dressed, and prepared to slip away. But before leaving, you hesitated, then took out a bottle of the best healing pill you had refined, the muscle-growing Jade Dew pill, and gently placed it on the table. Forget it, consider it payment. You laughed bitterly, then without looking back, you slipped out of the alchemy chamber. You didn't return to your own cave dwelling, but headed straight for your master, Lu Chongfeng's residence. To flee, you needed a plausible excuse. Master, your disciple Tang Xun requests an audience. Come in. You entered the cave and saw Lu Chongfeng contentedly sipping a cup of spiritual tea, looking in high spirits. Sooner, weren't you and your second senior sister studying a new pill formula? What brings you to my place? Lu Chongfeng asked with a smile. Your face immediately shifted to a troubled and slightly confused expression as you sighed. Master, your disciple has encountered a bottleneck. A bottleneck? Lu Chongfeng was taken aback and set down his teacup. What's the matter? In alchemy or cultivation? Both. You said with a heavy tone. Your disciple feels that after all these years cooped up in the sect, working in isolation, although I've achieved some small success in alchemy, my vision and state of mind have been severely limited. Your disciple wishes to go out and gain experience. I want to see the vast cultivation world, learn about the customs of various places, and seek new inspiration and opportunities. Perhaps only by rolling in the mundane world and tempering myself between life and death can I truly break through the bottleneck and ascend to a higher level. Your words were impassioned and resounding, almost as if you were about to recite a poem on the spot to declare your ambition. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongfeng showed not a hint of suspicion, but instead a look of immense gratification and admiration. Excellent, excellent, excellent. He said 3 good words in a row, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. To have such awareness, I am truly relieved. A cultivator's journey should never be confined to a single corner. Reading 10,000 volumes is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Go boldly. A disciple of Qingyun's sect should possess such heroic ambition to roam the world. He was evidently extremely pleased with your proactive and progressive idea. But the outside world is treacherous, far less safe than the sect. You must be careful in everything. With that, he took out a bulging bag from his storage pouch and handed it to you. Here are 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Take them for the road. When traveling, don't stint on yourself. If it's not enough, use the communication jade slip to let me know, and I'll send you more. You looked at the heavy bag of spirit stones, nearly laughing with joy. Damn, the old man is so generous. He's like a mobile ATM. Yet your face showed a look of gratitude and tears of emotion, your voice somewhat choked. Master, your kindness to your disciple I will never forget. Silly boy, what are you saying? Lu Chongfeng patted your shoulder affectionately. You are my most outstanding disciple. If I don't help you, who will? Go, and remember to send word to the sect to let us know you're safe. Yes, master. You took the 100,000 startup funds and went to say goodbye to your senior brothers. When they heard that you, their creditor, We're going on a long journey to gain experience. Every one of them looked as if it were the new year, faces beaming with heartfelt, brilliant smiles. 7th junior brother going on a journey. Good, good. Yes, yes. Young people should get out more. They spoke blessings aloud, but in their hearts they were all screaming, go. Just go. Leave and never come back. To make you leave faster and farther, they even took the initiative to pool together a generous travel allowance for you. 7th junior brother, this is a little token from your senior brother. Buy some good food on the road. Junior brother, take it, don't be polite. You looked at the extra tens of thousands of spirit stones in your hand, feeling 1,000 emotions. My popularity is just too good. Everyone is so reluctant to see me go. You accepted each one, with tears in your eyes, then bowed deeply to them. Senior brothers, when I return I will repay you double. With that under their reluctant gazes you turned and strode away gracefully. You didn't say goodbye to Lu Ruyan. First, because you didn't dare. Second, because you felt it was unnecessary. Leaving without a word. That was the ultimate art of a scoundrel. Without looking back, you left Qingyun's sect, bought a map at the market at the foot of the mountain, and then plunged into the vast, endless mountains. Finding a secluded valley rich in spiritual energy and extremely well hidden, you carved out a temporary cave dwelling and set up layer upon layer of restrictions. You looked at the nearly 200,000 spirit stones in your storage pouch, a satisfied smile spreading across your face. All right, everything is ready. Now it's time to break through to the golden core stage. 3 months after you left the sect. On this day you were in your temporary cave dwelling, eyes closed in meditation, making the final preparations to break through to the core formation stage. The sect token at your waist suddenly vibrated slightly. You extended your spiritual sense into it, and a decree personally issued by the sect master clearly appeared in your mind. Sect decree: the blood trial will commence in 1 month. All disciples of Qingyun's sect under the age of 100 and at the foundation establishment stage may register. Oh, the blood trial is opening again. You saw these familiar words, and a teasing smile curled at the corner of your mouth. You recalled the scene from your last simulation where you dominated the blood trial and seized the 9 heavens spirit soil, and also remembered your feat in the real world of effortlessly ransacking the entire blood trial. Counting the time, the ones entering this time should be Su Qinghan and her group again. You calculated in your heart. I just wonder what kind of wonderful expression they will have when they rush and excitedly only to find nothing, not even a single hair. You suddenly became interested. Since I'm free anyway, why not? Go watch a good show. After the trial officially began, with a thought you activated Carefree Stride Gold. The scene before you shifted, and the next moment you appeared on that familiar dark red land filled with the scent of blood and decay. You did not reveal yourself, but activated concealment art purple, perfectly hiding your aura. You found a hilltop with the best view, sat down comfortably like a spectator waiting for the show to begin. Before long, the space in the midair twisted and a massive blood-red vortex slowly emerged. Then streams of light flew out from the vortex like dumplings being dropped, scattering across every corner of this land. Disciples from Qingyun sect, Tianma Valley Yusho Manor. Disciples of various sects, each carrying a desire for opportunities and a vision for the future, stepped onto this perilous land. You even saw in the crowd the familiar white figure of Su Qinghan, as cold and clear as the moon. She was still the same as in the last simulation, her cultivation already at the mid-foundation establishment stage, radiating a cold sword intent that kept others at a distance. Tsk Tisk, the little girl works hard. Too bad it's a wasted trip. You shook your head, feeling a hint of pity for her. The show officially began. You saw a team of Qingyun sect disciples flying excitedly toward a valley that, according to memory, was rich in red sun grass. As a result, when they arrived, they turned the entire valley upside down, but found not a single red sun grass, not even a blade of grass. What's going on? Didn't the map say this place is a source of red sun grass? Could someone have beaten us to it? Impossible. We were the first to enter. One by one, they were dumbfounded with bewildered expressions. On the other side, a team of Tianma Valley disciples stealthily crept to a mass grave filled with extremely heavy energy. It was said that a third-grade zombie king was buried here, and inside its body a priceless corpse pill was gestating. They exhausted great effort, set up a grand formation, and finally lured that zombie king out from underground. A fierce battle ensued, darkening heaven and earth. In the end, they paid the heavy price of 3 casualties before successfully slaying that zombie king. However, when they cut open the zombie king's body ready to harvest the fruits of victory, they found it completely empty. The corpse pill that should have been there had vanished without a trace. Buffed. The leading Tianma Valley disciple was so enraged that he spewed a mouthful of old blood and fainted on the spot. Similar scenes played out continuously in every corner of the blood trial. Everyone went mad. They discovered that this ancient secret realm, legendary for being full of treasures, seemed as if someone had sifted it carefully with a sieve. Everything valuable was gone. Even the slightly older spirit herbs had been pulled up by the roots. Nothing was left. It was cleaner than a locust plague. What the hell is going on? It's haunted. This place is definitely haunted. Which damn bastard did this? So wicked. Not even leaving us a single hair. Countless cultivators roared to the sky, letting out desperate and furious cries. You sat on the hilltop watching this hilarious scene, laughing so hard that you bent over and tears almost came out. Ha ha ha. So fun. This is way more interesting than watching a play. You even saw Su Qinghan leading a few disciples to the great Earth Rift Valley you had once visited. They were obviously after that Earth Spirit ginseng. As a result, after they painstakingly defeated the guardian beast, the horned Earth Dragon Python, they found that the pool where the spirit ginseng grew had dried up with not even a waterweed inside. You saw Su Qinghan standing by the empty pool, her cold, pretty face shifting between green and white, and in the end, she could only sigh helplessly. Awesome. You felt your thoughts were smooth and your body was comfortable. This feeling of manipulating everything from behind the scenes, watching others go crazy for you, was truly amazing. A month later, you activated Carefree Stride Gold and returned to your temporary cave dwelling in the barren mountain. The chaos of the outside world had nothing to do with you. You took out from your storage bag a large pile of third-grade pills of perfect quality, personally refined by yourself. Dragon Tiger Pill, Spirit Nourishing Pill, Revitalizing Pill. Any one of these pills, if taken outside, would be enough to cause a frenzy among core formation stage cultivators. And now they would all become stepping stones for your assault on the core formation path. Come on, let me see how tough this core formation path really is. A light of unprecedented determination flashed in your eyes as you placed a Dragon Tiger Pill into your mouth. Boom. The pill dissolved upon entering your mouth, transforming into an immensely pure and violently potent torrent of medicinal power. Like a breached river, it surged wildly through your throat, coursing into your limbs and bones, ultimately converging in your Dantian Qi Si. Damn, this is too intense. You felt as if 10 volcanoes had simultaneously erupted within your body. That terrifying medicinal power madly scoured and tore at your meridians, your dantian, and every inch of your flesh. The excruciating pain nearly caused you to faint on the spot. You bit the tip of your tongue hard, using the pain to maintain the last shred of clarity, and furiously activated the 5 Qi Chaoyuan sword cannon. At the same time, the Epiphany purple attribute activated once more. Your mind instantly entered a state of ethereal mystery, as calm as an ancient well. The entire world seemed to slow down and become crystal clear. You were fully aware of every flow of the violent medicinal power within your body and every tremor of your meridians. The torrent of medicinal power, which had been rampaging like a wild horse under the blessing of the Epiphany purple state, seemed to transform into a well-trained, disciplined elite army. You began to guide this immense power not to assault the invisible bottleneck as you did during Foundation establishment. Instead, you compressed. You subjected the liquefied ocean-like 5-colored mana at the very center of your dantian to an extreme compression toward an infinitely small point. This was core formation. The process of condensing gaseous and liquid mana into a solid golden core. It was another leap in the hierarchy of life. This process was 100 times more perilous and 100 times more painful than Foundation establishment. You felt as if your dantian were a black hole, constantly collapsing inward, devouring and crushing everything, eventually condensing into that eternal, unchanging point. Time lost all meaning in that moment. You didn't know how long had passed, a day, 10 days, or a year. You mechanically continuously sent the perfect quality pills from your storage pouch into your mouth, one after another, transforming them into the purest energy to sustain this gamble. Your body repeatedly collapsed and reconstructed through the constant compression. Meridians shattered inch by inch, only to be instantly repaired by the vast medicinal power, becoming even tougher. Bones turned to powder, then recoalesced, becoming crystalline and jade-like. This process was nothing short of a brutal torture. Anyone with a slightly weaker will would have long since given up, or even suffered a mental breakdown and succumbed to inner demons. But you, relying on your extraordinary tenacity and the faith granted by the effort always pays off green attribute, managed to endure it. Just when you felt you could no longer hold on with both your spirit and flesh at their limits. Within your dantian, the once boundless lake of 5-colored mana had been compressed to a single remaining drop. And at the moment that drop was about to be devoured by that point, suddenly a vision appeared in your mind. The inner demon had arrived. Damn, an inner demon during core formation. The inner demon no longer took the form of Lu Rian. Instead, it manifested as scenes from your past life. Crowded subways, cold office buildings, the boss's reprimands, colleagues' ostracism, endless mortgages, the never-ending 996. Scenes filled with exhaustion, numbness, and despair flashed through your mind. A seductive voice whispered in your ear. Give up, Tang Xun. Why cultivate immortality? Why seek the Tao? In the end, it's all for nothing. Look at how much pain and misery you're in now. This is 10,000 times more exhausting than your past life's work. Give up. If you give up, you can return to that ordinary yet comfortable world. There's air conditioning, cola, and your favorite movies and novels. Come back. The voice, like the whisper of a demon, constantly tempted your already taut nerves. Your Tao heart, as firm as a rock, actually wavered at that moment. Yes, cultivation was too bitter. Instead of enduring this inhuman torment here, it would be better to go back and be a corporate drone, at least occasionally slacking off and playing games. Just as your will was about to be completely shattered, you suddenly remembered Wang Hao's arrogant and domineering face. You remembered Su Qinghan's condescending gaze that looked at you as if you were nothing. You remembered the days when you begged for a few fasting pills, humbly seeking favors. You remembered the 18 years you lived like a dog in this weak, eat strong cultivation world. An indescribable fury and indignation erupted like a volcano from the deepest part of your heart. Get lost. You let out an earth-shattering roar from the depths of your soul. My fate, Tang Xun, is determined by me, not by heaven. I barely escaped that damned cycle. I finally have a chance to change my destiny. And now you want me to go back. Dream on. Break from me. With that roar, the last trace of wavering in your Tao heart instantly became harder than diamond. You summoned the last shred of strength and fiercely slammed that final drop of five-colored mana into that point. Crack. A crisp, shattering sound, as if the universe was first born and chaos was breaking apart, echoed through your soul. That all-devouring point exploded in that instant. But it did not dissipate. Instead, it contracted inward violently at the moment of explosion. Ultimately, it transformed into a perfect, flawless five-colored golden core the size of a dragon's eye, exhibiting the 5 colors of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, constantly rotating and shifting. On the golden core, profound Tao patterns of the 5 elements naturally formed, radiating an immortal aura as enduring as heaven and earth, as eternal as the sun and moon. The 5-colored golden core. It was formed. The moment you succeeded in forming the golden core within 100 li radius, the winds and clouds changed color, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily converged toward the small valley, where you were forming a gigantic 5-colored spiritual energy vortex. Heaven sent auspicious signs, and the earth sprouted golden lotuses. An unprecedented wave of power so immense that it even startled you surged through your entire body. Your dantian, which had already reached its limit, expanded wildly again, its area now more than 100 times larger than before. Your divine sense also skyrocketed during this transformation, its perception range expanding tenfold, easily covering hundreds of li. Your lifespan directly soared to 500 years. The golden core stage. You had successfully leaped from a mere foundation establishment cultivator to a revered golden core true person, truly stepping onto the immortal path. You felt the 5-colored golden core spinning within your dantian, resonating with your will, sensing the surging, freely flowing Dan force within, and couldn't help but want to let out a long roar to the sky. Is this the power of the golden core? Awesome. So damn awesome. You slowly opened your eyes, a 5-colored divine light flashing in the depths of your gaze. You could even see the invisible spiritual energy particles floating in the air. The entire world in your eyes had become different. You slowly rose to your feet. The overwhelming sensation of power nearly tore through your body, as if a single punch could shake the mountains. With a flicker of thought, that 5 elements golden core flew out from your dantian. It hovered above your palm. 5-colored radiance swirled, containing a vast, yet restrained power. You could even sense that the golden core was breathing, engaging in a silent conversation with you. From today on, I am also a person with a Dan. A slight smile curled at the corner of your lips, unable to hide the joy in your heart. After retrieving the golden core, you eagerly opened the system panel. Name Tang Xun. Realm, early core formation stage. Cultivation, method, the 5 Qi Chaoyuan sword cannon. Core formation stage can equip 12 affixes. You gazed at the long list of affixes, falling into a blissful dilemma. Life simulator, color 5 elements, spirit root green. These 2 core affixes are irreplaceable, they must be locked in. Spiritual sense, doubled green, also very useful. Strong perception is always a net gain. Concealment art, purple, the ultimate disguise tool, essential for the survivalist path, must be equipped. Appearance is a man's second life. Eternal youth, green, must be equipped. Who doesn't want to stay young forever? Although I have carefree travel for teleportation, if one day my mana runs dry and I can't teleport, fleet-footed, green, can still save my life. Escape skills are never too many. As for good memory, white, that is also crucial. In the simulation, I have memorized the locations and emergence times of so many treasures. What if one day I have a brain freeze and forget? That would be a huge loss. Affix configuration complete. Currently equipped affixes, 12 life, simulator, color 5 elements, spirit root green, carefree travel gold, epiphany purple, concealment, art purple, alchemy genius purple, bane of outsiders purple, hard work pays off green, spiritual sense doubled green, eternal youth green, fleet-footed green, good memory white. Gazing at this extremely luxurious configuration of 12 affixes, the corners of your mouth lifted, and your satisfaction was evident. Perfect. Balance between offense and defense, free to advance or retreat, concealed without a trace. This is a true all-rounder. After completing the affix configuration, your heart stirred, and you activated concealment art again. The recently broken through slightly restless core formation stage aura under the suppression of concealment art suddenly contracted. Finally, it steadily settled at the peak of early foundation establishment stage without leaking a trace. Low-key is the way. Without absolute power, I am just an ordinary small foundation establishment cultivator. You looked at your own weak, cultivation-based joy, almost overflowing from your expression. Just then that familiar cold yet melodious notification sound rang in your mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have survived another year and gained one affix draw opportunity. You were slightly stunned, then understood. Another year had passed, and you were now 43 years old. Better to come at the right time than early. A slight itch in your palms stirred uncontrollable anticipation. With this fortune upon me, I will surely draw a supreme treasure. System, start the draw. That familiar blue wheel appeared again. The pointer spun and danced, finally stopping at an inconspicuous green glow. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare grade affix. 1,000 faces. Affix, 1,000 faces green. Function, you can freely change your appearance, physique, bones, and aura. Unless the other party's cultivation base or divine sense realm far exceeds yours by 2 major realms, they cannot see through your disguise. 1,000 faces. You narrowed your eyes, a sharp light flashing in your pupils. What a good thing. This is undoubtedly a divine skill tailor-made for my survivalist path. Although it was only a green affix, its practicality in your heart even surpassed some purple affixes. Freely change appearance, physique, bones, and aura. Isn't this the legendary 72 transformations technique? With this affix and the concealment art, you can become whoever you want in the future. Go wherever you want. Killing, stealing treasures, framing others. All can be manipulated at your fingertips. Not bad, not bad. This harvest, I am very satisfied. Without hesitation, you incorporated this new affix into your luxurious configuration, replacing the original fleet-footed green. After doing all this, you stood up and stretched your limbs, feeling that the world's atmosphere had completely renewed. 3 years of seclusion, it's time to go out and walk around. You stroked your chin, thoughts beginning to flow, calculating the time that heavenly external gun gold should be about to emerge. In the last simulation, you had to learn about the heavenly external gun gold from your master's mouth. But now with the simulator in hand, you are a prophet who sees through the heavenly secrets. Last time at the auction, that pretentious fellow named Jin E stole the show. Although the item still ended up in my hands, the feeling of being slapped in the face with money was truly unpleasant. This time you won't be so foolish as to go bid against others. Intercept. Must intercept. A sly gleam flashed in your eyes. This huge advantage you are sure to take. Truly, knowledge is wealth, and information asymmetry is the biggest loophole in the world. A meaningful curve lifted at the corner of your lips. This time this loophole I will exploit. No rush, let time brew a little longer. You decided to first handle some other matters, and after understanding the timing, clearly go intercept in reality. With a thought, you activated the 1,000 faces green. Your figure, appearance, and bones began to undergo wondrous changes. Moments later, a tall, rugged-faced cultivator with a full beard, looking unbridled and carefree, appeared within the cave dwelling. You then activated the breath concealment art, elevating your cultivation aura to the mid-foundation establishment stage, appearing solid in foundation, yet carrying the mixed impure aura typical of a rogue cultivator. This appearance is good. It won't draw too much attention, nor will it make me an easy target. You looked at your new face in the water mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Your purpose for this trip was to gather information. And in the entire northern domain cultivation world, the place with the most extensive news and networks was undoubtedly the large-scale cultivator markets. You decided to first scout the largest market in the northern domain, Celestial Star City. You activated the Carefree Journey Gold, recalling the magnificent architecture of Celestial Star City in your mind. Lights and shadows shifted, and the next moment you appeared in a deserted grove outside Celestial Star City. You adjusted your robes, and then swaggered toward the city gate. Celestial Star City was still as bustling and lively as ever, with crowds of cultivators coming and going. Walking along the wide streets, you felt the long-missed worldly atmosphere, and your mood became much lighter. You didn't rush to gather information. Instead, you first found a seemingly upscale restaurant and walked in. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please come in. A sharp-eyed waiter immediately greeted you with enthusiasm. Find a seat by the window and bring me the best spirit wine and the most exquisite dishes you have. You casually tossed a few spirit stones which radiated abundant spiritual energy into the waiter's hand, producing a crisp, pleasant clinking sound as a generous tip. Right away. Please wait a moment, your dishes will be served soon. Moments later, a table laden with a dazzling array of dishes and wine was set before you. You leisurely sipped the spirit wine, savoring the flavors of the delicacies while your ears subtly twitched, discreetly catching fragments of conversation from the surrounding cultivators. Taverns have always been the fastest and most extensive hubs for information exchange. Have you heard? Recently there was a strange incident in the bloody trial. A cultivator lowered his voice, speaking with a hint of mystery. What strange incident? His companion, immediately intrigued, leaned in closer. It is said that when the disciples of various sects entered the trial ground, they were all dumbfounded. Inside there was not a single rare material, or even a slightly aged spirit herb to be found. It's as if some ferocious beast had licked it completely clean. No way. That's too bizarre. I've heard that the bloody trial, whenever it opens, is a tremendous opportunity. Exactly. Everyone is buzzing about it. Some say the secret realm itself had issues, its spiritual energy dried up. Others speculate that some supreme being broke in ahead of time and emptied the entire secret realm of its treasures. Hearing this, you almost couldn't suppress your smile, nearly breaking into laughter. Ahem. You quickly raised your cup and took a sip, cleverly hiding the uncontainable smugness beneath the wine. Supreme being? Indeed, that would be me. You secretly rejoiced inwardly. This sense of accomplishment from pulling off the deception was more intoxicating than fine wine. You continued to listen intently, filtering out other scattered bits of information from the noisy crowd. After staying in Celestial Star City for several days and gathering all the necessary intelligence, you quietly left this bustling city. You set your sights on the next target, a crucial middleman. He was none other than your third senior brother Xianduo Moneymore. Although you have now reached the core formation realm, you had to admit that in terms of networking and intelligence gathering, your money-grubbing senior brother Xianduo was far superior to you. You activated Thousand Faces Green again, this time transforming into a middle-aged merchant with sharp eyes and a kind face. Then you deliberately staged an unexpected encounter at the spirit tea house Xianduo frequented. Oh, if it isn't senior brother Qian from Danxiao Peak of Qingyan sect. I've heard so much about you. It's an honor. You greeted him warmly, your face bearing the typical merchant smile of amiability, as if reuniting with an old friend. Who are you? Xianduo looked at your completely unfamiliar face with a hint of confusion. My surname is Wang, given name Fa. My ancestors ran a small business in the south. I've always heard that senior brother Qian is a renowned commercial genius and well-connected figure in the northern domain. Meeting you today, I see you truly live up to your reputation. Impressive and extraordinary. You spoke glibly, engaging in a flattering exchange of compliments, and with well-timed flattery, you quickly hit it off with Xianduo, becoming like sworn brothers reuniting after years. You thoroughly understood Xianduo's character and preferences, tailoring your words to his interests, and with just a few sentences you precisely touched the depths of his heart. Brother Wang, you are truly my kindred spirit. Come today, I'll treat you. Let's drink until we drop. Xianduo, thrilled by your flattery, felt a surge of heroic spirit. He immediately pulled you and headed straight for the most luxurious restaurant in Celestial Star City. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, you judged that the time was ripe. You casually set down your cup and asked in a calm tone, Brother Qian, I've recently heard a strange tale. I heard that at the upcoming Celestial Star City auction, a piece of heavenly outer gunmetal will appear. Although I'm in your business and know a bit about ordinary ores, I'm extremely curious about this legendary divine material. I wonder if you, with your extensive connections, could share some details to satisfy my curiosity. Heavenly outer gunmetal. Xianduo, already tipsy, let out a loud burp at the question, then lowered his voice and leaned in mysteriously. Brother Wang, you've come to the right person. Such a secret matter. Others might not know, but how could I Qian not be clear? I happen to know the seller of that gunmetal. He was incredibly lucky. Oh. How so? You asked with feigned confusion, your eyes showing a hint of curiosity. Xianduo took another hearty sip of spirit wine, then contentedly began to reveal the whole story. The story goes back 25 years. At that time, a meteor from beyond the sky, trailing a long, dazzling tail of fire, streaked across the heavens and crashed down with a thunderous roar. It landed precisely within the territory of our Qingyan sect in a mortal village called Oxtail Village. Oxtail Village. You knew that the long-awaited main event had finally arrived. That's right. It landed in the wheat field of an old farmer named Old Wang, in the village, creating a crater several zhang deep. The next morning, Old Wang went to work in the field and found a fist-sized, shimmering silver strange stone at the bottom of the crater. He was an illiterate mortal. How could he recognize such a treasure? He just thought the stone looked quite beautiful, shiny, and lovely, so he took it home, carefully cleaned it, and casually placed it on his windowsill as an ordinary decoration. Guess what happened? Xianduo paused for effect, his eyes sparkling with drunken excitement. What happened? You asked at the right moment, playing along perfectly. It sat there for a full 25 years. Xianduo slapped his thigh, his voice rising with amazement and emotion. 25 years. That was the legendary rare, heavenly outer gunmetal. It was treated as a worthless stone by an ignorant mortal left on the windowsill to endure wind and sun for 25 years. Tell me, isn't that ridiculous? Absolutely, utterly absurd. You nodded repeatedly, putting on a shocked and exaggerated expression, but inside you were silently cheering with joy. Well done. Old Wang, you are like my second parent. Until recently, Qian Duoduo paused briefly, then continued. A passing Foundation establishment rogue cultivator happened to catch sight of that gleaming stone on Old Wang's windowsill. That rogue cultivator had some discernment. He immediately saw that the object was extraordinary, but couldn't identify its true origin. So he grew a bit of greed. He tricked Old Wang with sweet words, saying he fancied this pretty stone and was willing to buy it for one low-grade spirit stone. Old Wang, who had never seen a real spirit stone in his life, heard it could be exchanged for money and agreed without a second thought. And so that piece of heavenly outer gung metal enough to shake the cultivation world and priceless was snatched up by that Foundation establishment kid for a mere low-grade spirit stone. Later that kid took the stone back to the market and had an expert appraise it. He was immediately dumbfounded. He knew well that possessing such a treasure would bring disaster. He couldn't hold on to it. So through the Wanbao Tower, he put it up for this auction. Tisk tisk, Brother Wang, sometimes fate is just so mysterious and full of twists. Qian Duoduo shook his head, lost in thought. After hearing the entire convoluted and astonishing tale, your heart was already blooming with joy, like a flower, your happiness beyond words. Brother Qian, your information is truly unparalleled. You raised your cup and praised sincerely. I admire you from the bottom of my heart to the point of utter devotion. Haha, easy easy. Qian Duodua, flattered by your praise, felt elated, believing himself to be the true king of information in the northern domain cultivation world. After chatting for a while longer, you found a suitable excuse, cupped your hands, and took your leave. Stepping out of the brightly lit restaurant, you glanced back at the ornately decorated building, a meaningful fox-like smile curling at the corner of your mouth. The news of Tianwai Gongjin has been obtained. After the simulation ends, I'll fly over directly to intercept it. Next, it's time to go meet my old friend. In your mind, the cold and arrogant face of Jian Yi appears. In the last simulation at the auction, you made me lose all face. Later, when I fought you, I was only at the Foundation establishment stage, so it wasn't a satisfying victory. This time I have already formed my golden core, and my magical power is boundless. If I don't rub you into the ground 300 times, I won't be worthy of my cultivation. After all, you are never a vengeful person. A malicious gleam flickered in your eyes as you activated the xiaoyao. Light and shadow shifted, and in the next moment you had appeared in the middle of a valley. In the center of the valley, a young man clad in black, holding a long sword in his arms, sat cross-legged, with eyes closed, quietly contemplating something. It was Jian Yi. You didn't conceal your aura. You strode over to him with arrogant swagger. Jian Yi's eyes snapped open, and those sharp sword-like pupils instantly locked onto you. Who are you? You looked at him, grinned, and said, I've come to collect a debt. Debt? Jian Yi was puzzled. He had no recollection of you in his memory. That's right. You nodded, cracked your knuckles with a series of crisp pops, and said, I'm here to collect a debt. For stealing my thunder. Today I'll show you what a golden core cultivator's loving iron fist is. Before your words faded, your figure turned into a blur, and a fist fiercely smashed toward Jian Yi's handsome face. Faced with your sudden and utterly unreasonable attack, Jian Yi was not angered. Instead, an even stronger gleam of excitement, like a worthy opponent, burst forth in his eyes. Well struck. He let out a long howl, and the ancient sword in his arms instantly unsheathed. A sword light condensed to the extreme, as if it could sever the void, shot up into the sky and met your fist head-on. Clang! A deafening clang of metal resounded throughout the entire valley. A terrifying shockwave exploded from the two of you, as the center scouring a thick layer of earth from the surrounding ground. You only felt as if your fist had struck a piece of 10,000-year-old profound iron. An incredibly sharp sword chi surged along your arm, crazily rushing into your body, wanting to wreak havoc. But you were now a golden core cultivator. The Dan Yuan power within you was immensely vast, and with a single circulation it shattered the invading sword chi into pieces. As for Jian Yi, he was even more disheveled. He was sent flying backward by the immense force of your punch, tumbling several times in the air before barely stabilizing himself and landing 100 zhang away. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and a bloodied crack had opened at his tiger's mouth. On his eternally unchanging ice-cold face, an expression of utter shock appeared for the first time. Golden core stage? Correct. You flexed your wrist, revealing a kind smile. Too bad, no prize. You gave him no chance to catch his breath and closed in again. You didn't use any magic treasures, are relying solely on the vast magical power of the golden core stage. You unleashed a storm like merciless, trampling upon him. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed continuously in the valley. Although Jian Yi's sword path was profound and his sword techniques exquisite under the absolute suppression of cultivation level, he still fell back step by step. He was sent flying by you again and again. Yet again and again he stubbornly stood up, the unyielding battle intent in his eyes growing ever stronger. Damn, is this guy an immortal cockroach? The more you fought, the more astonished you became. You realized that although you completely overwhelmed him in cultivation level, actually rubbing him into the ground, as you had imagined, was extremely difficult. His sword was too fast, too pure. Each time he could make the most precise block and counter along the path of your attack. Several times you were almost injured by his elusive sword techniques. This guy definitely cheated. 100%. In your heart you were increasingly certain of your speculation. A late Foundation establishment cultivator could exchange blows with an early Golden Core cultivator, although on the losing side, he was extremely tenacious. If this guy isn't the protagonist, you'd write your name backwards. No, I can't keep playing like this. If I continue, I'll lose all face as a Golden Core cultivator. A fierce glint flashed in your eyes. You decided to hold back no longer. Xianxia, take this move. You roared, and the 5 elemental mana within you churned wildly. You brought your fingers together like a sword and pointed forward. 5 sword chi of different colors, yet perfectly fused, burst from your fingertips, and in midair formed a profoundly mysterious miniature sword array, descending upon Xianxia's head. The embryonic form of the 5 Chi Chaoyuan sword array. Although you hadn't yet refined 5 lifebound flying swords with your current cultivation, simulating a trace of the array's charm was more than enough. When Xianxia saw the 5-colored sword array, his expression finally changed. He sensed from it a suffocating, deadly threat. He took a deep breath, pouring all his mana into the longsword in his hand. Break! He thrust his sword forward. There were no flashy effects, no earth-shattering momentum, just a simple single sword strike. But this strike seemed to condense all his essence, energy, and spirit, all his understanding of the sword path. That sword light at the moment of thrust seemed to become the only thing in heaven and earth. Boom! The sword light and the sword array collided with a thunderous impact. The entire valley trembled violently. Countless boulders rolled down from the cliffs, and dust filled the air, blotting out the sun. When all settled, you still stood firmly in place, your face slightly pale. Across from you, Xianxia knelt on one knee. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, his entire aura depressed to the extreme. He had lost. Looking at his miserable state, you felt no joy of victory. Instead, it seemed somewhat dull. Damn, I had to use my ultimate move against a late Foundation establishment cultivator. This act wasn't smooth enough. You walked over to him, looking down at him. Do you submit? Xianxia raised his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then grinned a smile of utmost brilliance and delight. Ha! Marvelous. Bloody marvelous. You looked at his masochistic demeanor, completely speechless. Madman. You shook your head, took out a bottle of healing pills from your storage pouch, and tossed it to him. Take it. Don't die. Xianxia took the pills without ceremony and swallowed them directly. Where are you going next? He looked up, his burning gaze fixed on you. Just wandering. You shrugged. Then together, Xianxia's eyes blazed with battle intent again. Just right, lately I've felt that cultivating alone is a bit boring. With a rival like you by my side, my sword can be sharpened faster. All right. You nodded. You had the same intention. You were eager to see how many secrets this fellow cheater had hidden. And so 2 cheaters, with their own ulterior motives, set off together on their journey. 2 years later, you are 45 years old. Atop a picturesque mountain peak, you and Xianxia stand shoulder to shoulder, gazing down at the vast sea of clouds beneath your feet. After these 2 years of travel and tempering, your initial core formation stage has been thoroughly stabilized. Xianxia, spurred on by your role as a training partner, has successfully broken through to the great perfection of Foundation establishment, just 1 step away from core formation. Brother Xian, I'm preparing to return to the sect. You gaze at the distant horizon, speaking calmly. Going back. A trace of reluctance flickers in Xianxia's eyes. During these 2 years of companionship, though you were always mysterious and full of unconventional moves, he felt a long-lost sense of camaraderie and joy. Yes. You nod. I've been away for so long, but it's time to go back and see. You pause, shifting your gaze to the ominous land shrouded by demonic chi in the north. Is that the Zhuamo Valley? Indeed. Xianxia's expression grows solemn. The #1 forbidden land of the northern domain. It is said that even nascent soul cultivators risk falling there. Legend has it that deep within the valley lies the essence of Earth's core fire. You speak slowly. You know of it too. Xianxia is somewhat surprised. I've heard a little. You smile. How about it? Are you interested in making a pact with me? What pact? Once we both break through to the nascent soul stage, let's come here and brave this place. Let's see just how dangerous this so-called forbidden land really is. Your eyes sparkle with confidence and boldness. In the last simulation you died here. This time you will personally make up for that regret. All right. Xianxia, hearing this, is also filled with heroic spirit. He lets out a long cry. It's a deal. And so the 2 cheaters set their future nascent soul pact. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, you find a secluded valley to prepare for your return. I've been away for 5 years, but it's time to advance my cultivation. You ponder to yourself. When I left, I claimed to be at the bottleneck of initial foundation establishment. Breaking through to mid-foundation establishment in 5 years. For a pill-refining genius like me, that shouldn't be too outrageous, right? You quickly find a perfect excuse for your progress. You activate the aura concealment art purple, perfectly suppressing and disguising your core formation aura as mid-foundation establishment, deliberately creating a false impression of solid foundation and condensed power. After doing all this, you activate Carefree Journey Gold, recalling in your mind that humble yet cozy little cave on Haishi Peak of Qingyan Sect. Light and shadow shift, stars and constellations revolve. In the next moment, you are already back in that familiar empty stone chamber. I'm back. You let out a long breath, feeling your entire body relax. Though the outside world is exciting, nothing beats the comfort of your own den. You don't rush out. Instead, you rest in the cave for a day, sweeping away all the exhaustion from 5 years of hardship, bringing yourself to peak condition. The next day, you change into a clean Qingyun sect disciple robe and step out of the cave with a refreshed spirit. You first visit your master Lu Changfeng. When you reveal your mid-foundation establishment cultivation to him, Lu Changfeng is momentarily stunned, then breaks into a gratified smile, as if he had expected no less. Good. 5 years of training and such progress. It seems your journey bore much fruit. You then present some rare spirit herbs you collected outside as a token of respect to Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng beams with joy, increasingly pleased with his thoughtful disciple. Next, you visit your fellow senior brothers. They greet you with overwhelming warmth. 7th junior brother, you're finally back. We've missed you. Let me see. Have you become even more handsome after your trip? They surround you, asking all sorts of questions, showing genuine care, never once mentioning your glorious debt-dodging history. You look at their sincere smiles and feel a surge of emotion. It seems strength is the ultimate truth. As long as you're powerful enough, even if you're a scoundrel, others will treat you like nobility. After exchanging pleasantries with your senior brothers, you find an excuse to leave. But just as you step out of the eldest senior brother's cave, you see a figure at the entrance. One you least want to see, but cannot avoid. Lu Rian. She stands quietly under a peach blossom tree, dressed in a simple, elegant moon-white gown, looking even more beautiful and moving than 5 years ago. Yet her exquisite face is shrouded in an unyielding frost. She crosses her arms, staring coldly at you, her eyes filled with complex, unreadable emotions. There is resentment, hatred, grievance, and a trace of a longing and yearning she herself cannot define. You look at her, your heart skipping a beat, your scalp tingling. Damn it, what's coming has finally come. You steel yourself and walk up to her, forcing a smile that looks uglier than tears. Say, 2nd senior sister, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Lu Rian ignores your flattery. She simply walks step by step toward you, her cold, clear eyes fixed on yours. The air seems to freeze at this moment. You can even smell the faint, familiar fragrance that clings to her. After a long silence, her icy voice, tinged with a tremor, slowly rings out. Tang Xun, where the hell have you been for the past 5 years? Here it comes, the life or death question. Your mind raced at full speed as you frantically pondered a countermeasure. Tell the truth. Say you fled just to avoid her. Then you wouldn't be leaving Danxia Peak alive today. Lie. Claim you'd ventured into some forbidden secret realm, barely escaping with your life. That sounded plausible, but what if she pushed for details, and you couldn't weave a convincing tale? Just as cold sweat began to form, you suddenly remembered your vast library of word entries. Right? You were a man with a cheat code, nothing to fear. With a thought, you started sifting through those flashy white word entries. Smacking while eating white. No, that would only make her want to beat you to death even more. Farting stinks white. Even worse. Not a way to die you'd choose. Bragging without tax white. Interesting, but not precise enough. Your eyes swept rapidly, finally locking onto a white entry you'd drawn before, but deemed useless, left to gather dust in a corner. Sweet talk white. When you lie or flatter the opposite sex, your words carry a faint, convincing magic, making the other party subconsciously more inclined to believe your nonsense. That's the one. Without hesitation, you swapped out the 1,000 faces green entry and equipped Sweet Talk white. Instantly, you felt your thoughts clearer than ever before. The excuses and lines that had been a chaotic mess in your mind automatically assembled into a perfectly flawless manipulation technique. You looked at Lu Ruyan, and your expression instantly shifted from awkward guilt to a deep, longing gaze, with just the right touch of remorse. Senior sister, your voice became low and magnetic. I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan was stunned, clearly not expecting you to start with an apology. The torrent of accusations and fury she had prepared seemed to be blocked by that single apology, leaving her feeling stifled and uncomfortable. She started to say, but you interrupted, continuing before she could finish. I know leaving without a word for 5 years must have made you angry and disappointed. You looked into her eyes with such sincerity that even you almost believed it. But senior sister, do you know how I've lived these 5 years? Not a single day passed without me thinking of you. Uff, The moment those words left your mouth, you almost gagged inwardly. Too cheesy. Too audacious. Is this even me? But the effect of the sweet talk white entry was remarkably good. The icy look in Lu Ruiyan's eyes showed a faint, barely perceptible crack. Her arms crossed over her chest, relaxed unconsciously. You're talking nonsense. Who would think of you? She turned her head away, unable to meet your gaze, but the slightly reddened tips of her ears betrayed her true feelings. It's working. Your heart surged with elation, and you pressed on. Senior sister, I didn't leave to avoid you, but for myself, and for you too. With a pained expression, you said after that day, although my cultivation greatly improved, it also made me realize the immense gap between us. You are a proud daughter of heaven, a powerhouse at the late foundation establishment stage, while I am just a nameless nobody who barely reached foundation establishment. I'm not worthy of you. Staying by your side would only make me a burden, a laughingstock in others' eyes. They would say, how could Fairy Lu Ruiyan fancy a good-for-nothing waste like me? I couldn't bear that shame, and I couldn't let you suffer any gossip or criticism because of me. So I had to leave. I swore I wouldn't come back until I made something of myself, until I reached a level where I could stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Your words, spoken with such genuine emotion, portrayed yourself as a tragic hero enduring humiliation for love, striving to improve. Lu Ruiyan was completely dumbfounded. She stood there, frozen, her mind a chaotic mess. So, was that the truth? He wasn't avoiding me, but felt inferior. He wasn't shirking responsibility, but left to strive to be worthy of me. Once this thought surfaced, it spread like wild grass, instantly consuming her entire mind. The wall of resentment and grievance that had stood for 5 years collapsed in that moment. In its place was an indescribable feeling of heartache and emotion. Then what about now? She looked at you, her voice trembling. I did not fail my mission. You straightened your back. After 5 years of bitter cultivation, I finally broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Though this cultivation is still insignificant before you, it's the limit of what I could achieve. I didn't come back asking for your forgiveness, senior sister. I just missed you too much. I only wanted to see you from afar to know if you were well, and then I would leave again to continue fighting for our future. That final "I missed you too much" was the last straw. Lu Ruiyan's eyes reddened instantly. She never imagined that this man had been carrying so much weight on his shoulders. She looked at your face etched with fatigue and hardship and felt her heart tighten painfully, as if squeezed by something. Fool, she murmured, her voice tinged with a barely audible sob. Seeing the moment was ripe, you quickly pressed on. From your storage pouch, you pulled out a delicate jade bottle you had prepared long ago. Senior sister, during this expedition, I narrowly escaped death countless times, and after countless hardships stumbled upon a few pills in an ancient cultivator's cave. You opened the jade bottle, and a refreshing fragrance of elixir immediately wafted out. This pill is called the facial youth pill. Though it has no effect on cultivation, it can preserve a woman's beauty forever. I know you are naturally beautiful and have no need for such a thing, but this is my heartfelt gift. You gently placed the jade bottle into Lu Ruiyan's hand. Lu Ruiyan looked down at the few translucent ruby-like pills in her palm and could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down like broken pearls. Facial youth pill. For any female cultivator, those 3 words held an irresistible allure, especially since you had risked your life to find it for her. You bastard. She raised her head and lightly pounded her fists against your chest, more like a coquettish gesture than a beating. Your heart was bursting with joy. Done deal. Sweet talk white plus facial youth pill, the ultimate combo, unbeatable. You seized her hand, pulled her into your embrace, and whispered softly in her ear, senior sister, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. I won't leave again. Lu Ruiyan struggled symbolically for a moment in your arms, then completely softened, burying her head in your chest and sobbing loudly. That cry contained all the grievances, longing, and fear of the past 5 years. Not far away, several passing disciples stared with wide eyes. Am I seeing things? That man, holding senior sister Ruiyan. That's senior sister Ruiyan, the famous goddess of our entire Qingyun sect. When has she ever been this close to a man? Who is that man? He looks familiar. Could it be Tang Xun, the alchemy prodigy from 5 years ago? Didn't he go on a training journey? When did he come back? Oh my god, huge news. The goddess Ruiyan is taken. You held Lu Ruiyan, letting her tears soak your robe while your mind was already scheming about what came next. The crisis had been resolved, but many follow-up issues remained. First, you had bragged a bit too much, claiming you would fight for both of your futures. But that struggle needed a concrete direction, didn't it? Second, Lu Ruiyan was clearly in a state where she had been emotionally manipulated by you at the peak of her infatuation. If you disappeared again, next time you met, she wouldn't just beat your chest. She'd probably stab you with a sword. It seems I can't escape for now. You sighed inwardly, but then thought staying might not be such a bad thing. Lu Ruiyan was at the late foundation establishment stage, a personal disciple of the elder of Danxia Peak, with ample resources and connections. Getting on good terms with her would greatly help you borrow resources in the sect later. More importantly, you glanced down at the pretty woman in your arms, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, pitiful and charming. Some wicked thought in your heart began to stir again. Last time, under the influence of the medicine, both of you were somewhat out of control, and the experience wasn't perfect. This time, if you could calmly and openly have an in-depth exchange. Ahem. You quickly extinguished that dangerous thought. Tang Xun, you're a decent person. How can you keep thinking about such nonsense? We are cultivators. We must focus on cultivation. Talking about feelings slows down the speed of drawing the sword. While conducting self-criticism in your mind, you gently patted Lu Rian's back and said softly, "All right, senior sister, stop crying. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore. Look, so many people are watching us. It's embarrassing." Hearing this, Lu Rian seemed to wake up. She suddenly broke free from your embrace, her pretty face blushing like a ripe apple. She noticed that not far away several disciples were craning their necks, staring at the two of them, as if watching a spectacle, their gossipy eyes wishing they could burn holes through her. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone cry? Get lost and go cultivate." Lu Rian glared at them with her apricot eyes and scolded. The disciples shivered in fear and scattered like birds and beasts running faster than rabbits. After dealing with the onlookers, Lu Rian turned around, looked at you somewhat embarrassedly, and whispered, I lost my composure. "It's fine." You smiled. "Even when you cry, you're beautiful." The passive effect of honeyed words white activated again. Lu Rian's face turned even redder. She gave you a reproachful glare and said slick tongue, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her pleasant mood. "Come on, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to my cave," Lu Rian said, and turned to walk toward her cave. You watched her swaying figure, rubbed your nose, and quickly followed. Lu Rian's cave was a place filled with exceptionally rich spiritual energy. Inside the cave was elegantly decorated, revealing the delicate thoughts of a girl. The air was filled with a faint fragrance the same as hers. "Have a seat. I'll pour you some tea." Lu Rian made you sit on a stone stool and then busied herself. You looked around the cave, thinking about how back then the two of you had fought in the alchemy room for 7 days and 7 nights. At the thought of that absurd and thrilling scene, you felt your body heating up. No, calm down. I must stay calm." You took a deep breath and forced yourself to focus on the matters at hand. Soon Lu Rian came over with a steaming cup of spiritual tea and placed it before you. "Tell me, what are your plans this time?" She sat opposite you, looking at you, her eyes clear again. Clearly, she had emerged from that emotional state and was now examining your relationship with rational thinking. You thought to yourself, just as I expected. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. One moment she's crying profusely, the next she's interrogating you. Fortunately, you were prepared. "Senior sister, besides wanting to see you, I have another important purpose," you said with a serious expression. "What purpose?" "To improve my cultivation," you said resolutely. "I want to catch up to you in the shortest time. I want everyone in Qingyun sect, and even the entire cultivation world, to know that I, Tang Xun, am worthy of you, Lu Rian." These words struck a chord in Lu Rian's heart. What woman wouldn't want her man to be a towering hero? "So what do you plan to do?" she asked. "Seclusion, alchemy, breaking through realms," you said solemnly. "But relying on my own strength alone may not be enough. I need your help, senior sister." "My help?" Lu Rian was puzzled. You looked at her, your gaze growing intense, and slowly pulled out an ancient jade slip from your storage pouch. "Senior sister, do you remember last time? After that accident, our cultivation levels both improved significantly." Lu Rian's face flushed crimson again. How could she forget? Those 7 days and 7 nights were the most shameful and unforgettable memory of her life. But she had to admit that after that accident, the bottleneck that had troubled her for decades had actually loosened. That was one of the reasons why, although she hated you to the bone, she never truly intended to kill you. "You? Why are you bringing this up?" she said uneasily. "Senior sister, don't misunderstand." You quickly explained. "That's not what I meant. I mean, I discovered that under certain circumstances the two of us can achieve a wonderful state of spiritual energy complementarity and soul fusion. This state is greatly beneficial to our cultivation. I've consulted countless ancient texts and finally found a cultivation method perfectly suited for us to practice together." You handed the jade slip to her. "This is Wandering Dragon and Playing Phoenix Art." Lu Rian took the jade slip and probed it with her divine sense. When she saw the name of the technique, her hand trembled, and the jade slip almost fell to the ground. The name was too straightforward, too shameful. "Senior sister, don't let the name seem a bit improper. But this is indeed a very advanced ancient dual cultivation technique," you said with a serious face. "It emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang, the union of dragon and phoenix. Practicing this method not only accelerates our spiritual energy accumulation, but also nourishes the soul and tempers the body with many benefits. Most importantly, it allows us to break through together in the shortest time." Lu Rian looked at you, her eyes flickering. She was clearly tempted. As a cultivator, nothing attracted her more than improving her cultivation, moreover with the person she liked. But, she still hesitated. "Isn't this inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate about it?" you countered. Senior sister, we are Tao companions engaging in sacred dual cultivation for a common cultivation goal. This is fundamentally different from those demonic harvesting techniques. We are pursuing the great Tao. We are pursuing immortality. We are pursuing the ability to be together forever. You once again exerted the power of honeyed words, white, turning something that sounded quite obscene into something extremely noble and lofty. Lu Rian was left dumbfounded by your theory of great Tao and immortality. It made sense. Well, all right. She bit her lip and finally made up her mind, her pretty face slightly red. Then, let's give it a try. Great. You made a mental victory gesture, but your face remained solemn, as if what you were about to do was not some adult activity, but a sacred ritual concerning the future of humanity. Senior sister, there's no time to lose. Let's start now. You took her hand and walked toward the stone bed you had been coveting for a long time. At the age of 46, you and Lu Ruyan began a life of shameless dual cultivation. It turned out that the wandering dragon and playful phoenix art was indeed a supreme dual cultivation technique. You followed the methods recorded in the art, merging your souls and circulating spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within your body, like a surging dragon, roamed freely within her body, which was like a warm ocean. Meanwhile, her spiritual energy transformed into a harmonious, colorful phoenix, entwining around you, nourishing your meridians and soul. Each dual cultivation session was a perfect feast of soul and flesh for both of you. Lu Rian, from initial shyness and restraint, gradually came to appreciate the taste, and even occasionally took the initiative to seek from you. Both of your cultivation levels were growing at a visibly rapid rate. At the age of 48, you felt that the consumption of elixirs was a bit too fast, already unable to keep up with your cultivation speed. No, I need to find a way to make money. You set your sights on the other two main materials for sword forging in your storage pouch. After all, this was just a simulation. Us selling these things wouldn't affect reality. You and Lu Rian made an excuse to go out, and then secretly slipped out of Qinyan's sect. You activated the Thousand Faces Green, and transformed into an old Taoist with white hair and beard, immortal-like and story-worthy. Then you headed straight for the largest cultivator market in the northern domain, Tianqing City. Instead of visiting ordinary shops, you directly went to the city's biggest trade guild, the Wanbao Pavilion. Taoist friend, may I help you? The steward of the Wanbao Pavilion was a shrewd-looking cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage. He looked at you, unable to discern your cultivation level, but dared not be negligent due to the expert aura you exuded. You smiled mysteriously and slowly took out a piece of wood from your storage pouch, blackened, looking like a fire poker. I have an item here that I would like your esteemed pavilion to appraise. The steward saw the fire poker, and a flicker of barely perceptible contempt crossed his face. However, his professional ethics made him accept it. Yet the moment his hand touched the wood, his expression drastically changed. A vast, soul-nourishing, strange power emanated from the wood, giving a boost to his weary soul, tired from years of handling mundane affairs. This is the 10,000-year soul-nourishing wood. The steward's voice became sharp with excessive excitement. He looked at you with eyes full of awe and fervor. The 10,000-year soul-nourishing wood. This was a legendary, priceless treasure only occasionally found in ancient ruins. For those at the nascent soul stage, or even the divinity transformation stage, this item was more precious than a supreme-grade magical artifact. Senior, the steward's address changed. Such a divine item. You really want to sell it? What else? You glanced at him lightly. Use it as a fire poker? No, Junior didn't mean that. The steward was so frightened that cold sweat broke out. Senior, please go upstairs. Our master will surely give you a satisfactory price. In the end, after a friendly negotiation, you exchanged the 10,000-year soul-nourishing wood, which you didn't know how to use in the real world, for a huge sum of 2 million low-grade spirit stones from the Wanbao Pavilion. 2 million was far more than the previous sale of 9 heavens spiritual soil. Truly a supreme treasure that could move nascent soul and divinity transformation cultivators. You held the storage pouch filled with spirit stones, your heart nearly bursting with joy. Awesome. So awesome. But on your face remained the expression of a transcendent expert, calm as a still lake, treating 2 million spirit stones as nothing. With money, the first thing you did was to go on a crazy shopping spree. Various aged spiritual herbs, rare ores, demon, beast, inner cores. As long as they were useful for alchemy, buy. Your lavish spending spree stunned the owners of several elixir shops in Tianqing City. What kind of background does this senior have? So rich. I don't know, but judging by his appearance, he must be an alchemy master. You soon became a mysterious and wealthy legend in the Tianqing City market. After buying the materials, you returned to Qinyan's sect. With ample materials and the boost of alchemy genius purple, your alchemy skills began to skyrocket at a terrifying speed. 3rd grade, 4th grade. The elixirs you refined grew in quality and efficacy. Your life together became extremely regular. By day, the cave dwelling was filled with the fragrance of elixirs, one person refining, the other guarding. By night the stone bed trembled, gently dragons and phoenixes harmonizing as clouds and rain overturned. Life was as blissful as immortals. At the age of 55 you discovered that the materials bought with 2 million spirit stones were nearly depleted again. So you once again set your sights on your beloved senior brothers. You found your third senior brother Xian. Third senior brother, I'm a bit tight on cash lately. Lend me some spirit stones. Upon hearing the word borrow, his face turned green. Seventh junior brother, it's not that I won't lend, but I'm also poor. You patted his shoulder and took out a bottle of elixir from your storage pouch. This is something I recently refined. Although it's only third grade, its effects are at least 30% better than those sold on the market. Take it as a filial offering from your little brother. Xianduoduo's eyes went wide at the elixir. He was at the late foundation establishment stage and needed such elixirs to consolidate his cultivation and break through bottlenecks. This is too kind, he said politely, but his hand honestly took the elixir. Third senior brother, since I've given you the elixir about the loan. Lend. Of course I'll lend. Since you ask, how could I refuse? How much do you need? Xianduoduo patted his chest, speaking with heroic spirit. Using the same method you've visited your senior brothers and sisters one by one. You've fully implemented the principle of to get rich first scam loans, using your high-quality refined elixirs as a door opener and collateral, successfully borrowing hundreds of thousands of heavy sums from your senior brothers. Each of them said, next time for sure, with their mouths, but their hearts were bleeding. This seventh junior brother is truly a demon. He uses our own money to buy his elixirs, then borrows our money away. But they had to lend, because the elixirs you refined were simply too effective. No one could resist the pleasure of rapidly increasing cultivation. They even hoped that you, this creditor, would live a bit longer. That way they could keep exchanging those high-quality elixirs from you. Holding the huge sum of borrowed money, you were filled with mixed emotions. My social network is just too good. Everyone is so helpful. With a clear conscience, you reinvested the money into your great alchemy career. The motto is borrow and repay, then borrowing again is easy. Yeah, right. At the age of 65, within a secluded cave mansion, spiritual energy surged so dense it seemed on the verge of solidifying. You sat cross-legged before the alchemy furnace, your expression focused, your hands moving like butterflies weaving through flowers as you continuously formed profound hand seals. The furnace blazed with fierce flames while the fragrance of refined pills filled the air. After 2 decades of devoted dedication, your alchemy skills had transformed beyond recognition. Blessed by the purple tier alchemy genius trait, you encountered virtually no bottlenecks in your progress, rising rapidly until you surpassed even your master Lu Changfeng, achieving the rank of 4th stage high-tier alchemist. As for the 5th stage that belonged to legend within the mortal realm, even major sects like Qingyun sect possessed no 5th stage pill prescriptions. Condense, you shouted, driving the final hand seal into the alchemy furnace. A clear hum resonated from the furnace as the lid sprang open and 12 pills the size of dragon eyes drifted out, their pristine white surfaces radiating a soft luminescence hovering before you. Success. Top-grade breakthrough pill. A satisfied smile spread across your face as you gazed at the furnace. Among 3rd stage pills, the breakthrough pill was the most precious of all. It could boost a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment by 30% when attempting to break through to the core formation stage. 30%, a figure that would drive any foundation establishment cultivator to madness. Yet this batch you refined stood above even the finest, each pill brimming with vast and refined medicinal power, their surfaces etched with profound alchemical patterns. You estimated this batch would increase breakthrough odds by at least 50%. With careful precision, you sealed the pills in jade bottles and turned toward the inner chamber. On the stone bed in the inner chamber, Lu Rian sat cross-legged with eyes closed, her body surrounded by swirling spiritual energy as her aura rose and fell unpredictably. After 2 decades of dual cultivation and countless pills, her cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment, leaving only a single step away from core formation. Yet this single step had proven as vast as an endless chasm, keeping her trapped for years. Senior sister, I'm back, you said softly. Lu Rian slowly opened her eyes and offered a faint, weary smile upon seeing you. How did it go? Did it fail? She nodded dejectedly. That bottleneck is too solid. I cannot break through. Don't lose heart. You stepped forward and pulled her into your embrace. The path to core formation is inherently arduous. So many prodigies have been halted at this very stage. You have already done wonderfully. But I am about to be caught up by you. Lu Rian rested against you, her voice choked with emotion. This damn competitive streak. A woman who refused to yield her entire life. These past 20 years, your rate of progress had been truly terrifying. Whether in cultivation or alchemy, you rocketed upward with reckless speed. Though outwardly you remained at mid-foundation establishment, Lu Rian understood your true combat strength far exceeded most late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. An unprecedented sense of pressure weighed on her. What expression would cross her face if she discovered you were already a core formation true person? Foolish girl. You affectionately nudged her nose. We are cultivation companions. You should support each other and advance together. Besides, who said you couldn't break through? You smiled mysteriously and presented her with the jade bottle containing the top-grade breakthrough pill. What is this? Your husband personally refined this exclusive pill for you, you said proudly. With this, senior sister will surely break through. She took the jade bottle and opened it. When she saw the 12 flawless top-grade breakthrough pills adorned with intricate alchemical patterns, she stood utterly stunned. This top-grade breakthrough pill. Her voice trembled from overwhelming shock. As a disciple of Dong Xiaopik, she understood better than anyone what this meant. It meant her forming a core would surge from merely 10% to over 60%. Tang Xun, you. She looked up at you, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears filled with deep emotion and affection. All those unspoken words ultimately dissolved into a passionate kiss. 3 days later, above Dong Xiaopik, the winds shifted and dark clouds gathered, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. Who's attempting core formation? That direction? It's senior sister Lu Ruiyan's cave mansion. The disciples of Dong Xiaopik were drawn by the phenomenal commotion, all looking up with expressions of utter astonishment. Outside the cave mansion, you stood with your hands clasped behind your back, calmly gazing upward at the enormous spiritual energy vortex. You had long since prepared everything for Lu Ruiyan. Top-grade magical treasures, recovery pills, spirit-gathering arrays. Then a thunderous roar erupted as a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged like a reversed river, flooding into the cave mansion where Lu Ruiyan resided. The spectacle far surpassed ordinary core formation attempts by many times. In the distance, Lu Changfeng and the other elders held their breath with anxiety. This core formation disturbance is far too enormous. This child Ruiyan, her foundation, is remarkably profound. Sooner. Lu Changfeng could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Go help your senior sister immediately. Don't let her be overwhelmed by the spiritual energy." You merely shook your head with calm detachment. Master, there is no need to worry. Gazing at the nearly uncontrollable spiritual energy vortex, a confident smile curved your lips. Before the words even finished echoing, 2 entirely different, yet perfectly harmonious auras erupted from within the cave mansion. A clear, piercing sword resonance shattered through the heavens as an unparalleled golden sword chi shot skyward, materializing into a colossal golden sword phantom spanning heaven and earth. With a roaring whoosh, a mass of fierce, scorchingly fire essence burst forth, condensing into a crimson flame phoenix ready to take flight. The golden sword and fire phoenix illuminated each other at the vortex's core, intertwining as they suppressed and devoured all the violent spiritual energy. The entire sky split between brilliant gold and scorching crimson. Golden and fire dual spiritual roots. An omen's manifestation. Excellent talent. Lu Changfeng trembled with excitement watching the golden sword and fire phoenix. Excellent. Wonderful. Another core formation true person will emerge from our Dong Xiaopik. As all the phenomena faded and the spiritual energy settled, a golden core the size of a dragon eye, woven with interlacing streams of gold and fire light, hung motionlessly before Lu Ruiyan. Lu Ruiyan had finally achieved core formation. The news that Lu Ruiyan had successfully formed her golden core and manifested a heavenly phenomenon spread like wildfire throughout the entire Qingyan sect. For a time, Dong Xiaopik was bustling with an endless stream of elders and disciples from other peaks coming to offer their congratulations. And as Lu Ruiyan's Dao companion, you also gained considerable fame. Have you heard? Senior sister Lu was able to successfully form her golden core, all thanks to her Dao companion named Tang Xun. Yes, I've heard that too. It said that the pill of breaking the realm Lu Ruiyan used during her tribulation was personally refined by Tang Xun. And it's even supreme grade. My heavens, a 4th-rank high-grade alchemist. He's only 60 years old. That's too monstrous. At this, you merely smiled faintly, keeping your achievements and fame hidden. Just kidding. I'm a man with a cheat. This little scene is just a drizzle. The days that followed returned to tranquility. After forming her golden core, Lu Ruiyan began seclusion to stabilize her cultivation realm. As for you, you were happy to have leisure. Each day, apart from alchemy, you studied various cultivation techniques and scriptures borrowed from senior brothers, and occasionally, you would even guide your master Lu Changfeng in his alchemy. That's right, guide. Your current alchemy mastery had completely surpassed your master's. Several times when Lu Changfeng encountered a bottleneck while refining a high-grade pill and was utterly perplexed, it was you who, casually dropping a hint, made him suddenly enlightened. This made Lu Changfeng feel both gratified and a deep sense of frustration. Alas, truly the waves behind drive on those before, and the front waves die on the shore. Lu Changfeng had made such exclamations in front of you more than once. Master, you flatter me, you would always say with a humble expression. Your disciples' modest skills are all due to your excellent guidance. Without you, how could I have achieved what I have today, eh? Your words made Lu Changfeng feel immensely pleased. Look. What it means to respect one's teacher and revere the Tao. What it means to be neither arrogant nor impatient. I, Lu Changfeng, have gained a disciple like Suner in this life. It's worth it. Now he looked at you with increasing favor, wishing he could impart all his life's knowledge. He even had the thought of letting you succeed him as the head elder of Danxia Peak. Of course, he quickly dismissed that thought. No, Suner is still young, and his cultivation is only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Giving him such a heavy burden now would affect his cultivation. I'll wait until he forms his golden core, he would say. But he had no idea that your true cultivation had long reached the peak of early golden core stage. With just a thought, you could step into the mid-golden core stage at any time. 90 years old. You had already entered the mid-golden core stage while your outward cultivation remained at mid-foundation establishment. Perhaps the heavenly Tao was jealous of your smooth sailing, for in these 45 years you had not drawn a single colored entry. On this day you were in your cave dwelling studying a rare copy of ancient forbidden seals. After decades of dual cultivation, your divine sense, empowered by the green entry spiritual sense doubled, had become extraordinarily powerful. You estimated that your current divine sense intensity was probably not inferior to that of an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator. Your powerful divine sense gave you a unique advantage when learning and comprehending techniques like formations and forbidden seals, which required large amounts of spiritual sense. You were now not only a 4th-rank high-grade alchemist, but also a 2nd-rank formation master, just as you were immersing yourself in the ocean of knowledge, unable to extricate yourself. A deafening boom suddenly came from the distant sky beyond the sect. Immediately after, the entire Qingyun sect shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. You abruptly raised your head, and your divine sense instantly spread out, probing toward the direction of the sound. There in the sky, hundreds of miles beyond the sect's mountain gate, 2 figures like deities were furiously battling. One figure was enveloped in blinding golden light, each strike causing heaven and earth to shake and the winds and clouds to change color. In his hand he seemed to hold a gigantic golden sword, and with each swing he could unleash a terrifying sword aura thousands of feet long. The other figure was shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy, his features indiscernible. He simply stood there, and around him countless ghostly figures and skeletons formed from demonic energy roared and howled. The golden sword aura, when striking the demonic energy, disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly swallowed without a trace. Nascent soul stage. It's nascent soul, old monsters fighting. Your heart sank heavily. You recognized the figure enveloped in golden light. It was the supreme elder of Qingyun sect, and the only late nascent soul grand cultivator of the righteous path in the entire northern domain, Gold Light, true lord. As for that demonic energy-ridden fellow, no need to guess. He was definitely a peerless giant of the demonic path of the same level. What was bound to come has finally come. You murmured to yourself, your gaze becoming extremely solemn. You remembered that in your second simulation it was because of these 2 old monsters' battle. And you died in the aftermath of that great battle at the age of 90. That time I was at the chi refining stage. Facing a battle of this level, I wasn't even cannon fodder, just helpless prey. But this time, you felt the surging torrent of mana within your body, and a cold sharp glint flashed in your eyes. This time I am a golden core true man. What can mere nascent soul battle aftermath do to me? Just then the prohibition on your cave-dwelling stone door was opened from outside. Lu Rian rushed in with an anxious expression. Tang Xun, something terrible. Outside. Outside. I saw it, you interrupted her, speaking calmly. Then, what do we do now? Lu Rian asked, somewhat at a loss. The earth-shattering might of the nascent soul old monsters battle was completely beyond her comprehension. Don't be afraid, you said, stepping forward, taking her cold hand and pulling her close. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Our Qingyun sect won't fall so easily. You looked at the 2 sun-like blazing spheres in the distant sky and said slowly, but these peaceful days are probably over. As you expected, the earth-shattering battle between true Lord Jingguang and the great demonic master of Tianma Valley, though ultimately inconclusive due to mutual restraint on both sides. Yet this battle was like a signal, completely igniting the powder keg of hatred that had been accumulating between the righteous and demonic paths for centuries. The Great War thus began. At first it was just small-scale skirmishes. A righteous disciple while training outside was killed by a demonic cultivator. A demonic stronghold was wiped out by a coalition of righteous forces. But soon as casualties mounted on both sides and hatred deepened, the scale of conflict escalated continuously. From brawls among chi refining disciples to duels between foundation establishment cultivators to long-range magical battles among golden core true persons. The entire northern domain cultivation world was plunged into a bloody storm. Countless minor sects were razed to the ground in this catastrophe. Countless cultivators turned to yellow earth and bleached bones. Finally, after the war had persisted for an entire year, the nascent soul-old monsters on both sides intervened once more. This time it was no longer a probe. It was a true, relentless, final decisive battle. That battle shook heaven and earth, dimmed the sun and moon. It was said that even a major spiritual vein in the northern domain was severed. In the end, after each side had lost one nascent soul-old monster, both sides finally grew weary and fearful of further fighting. A nascent soul cultivator is the stabilizing pillar of any sect. Losing even one cripples the foundation and drains vitality. If the fighting continued, both sides would likely perish together before a victor could emerge. Thus, after urgent consultations among the high-level leaders of both sides, a temporary fragile ceasefire agreement was reached. The terms were simple: nascent soul stage, and above old monsters were no longer to act lightly. However, disciples below nascent soul, golden core foundation establishment, and chi refining, could continue fighting even to the death. This was euphemistically called training and tempering for the disciples. In plain terms, it was a different way to continue the war. The blood of the younger generation would decide who would rule the northern domain cultivation world for the next few centuries. The day after the agreement was reached in the main hall of Qingyun sect, all golden core true persons and foundation establishment stewards from each peak were summoned there. Lu Ruyin, as a newly promoted golden core true person, was prominently among them. And you, as Danxia Peak's most outstanding foundation establishment disciple, were honored to receive a standing spot in the corner of the hall to listen. Sect Master True Lord Xianxia sat on the high seat, his face as dark as dripping water. I presume you all already know. The demonic scoundrels have pushed us too far. Now they even seek a decisive battle to the death with us righteous. As the leader of the righteous path in the northern domain, Qingyun sect must at this critical moment take the lead, slay demons, and defend our Tao tradition. I hereby declare that from today, Qingyun sect enters a state of war. All golden core elders shall take turns garrisoning the outpost at xianxia mountain front line. All foundation establishment and chi refining disciples will be organized into demon-slaying squads according to their cultivation and specialties, led by golden core elders to penetrate enemy territory and execute hunting and sabotage missions. This war concerns the survival of Qingyun sect and the 10,000-year destiny of the northern domain righteous path. I hope all of you will work together to overcome this crisis. Whoever achieves merits on the battlefield will be generously rewarded by the sect. Spirit stones, magical artifacts, techniques, elixirs, everything is available. But if anyone flees in battle or shrinks back in fear once discovered, they will be severely punished. At the least, cultivation will be abolished, and they will be expelled from the sect. At the worst, they will be executed on the spot, body and soul destroyed. True Lord Xianyang's voice echoed through the hall, filled with a murderous aura. The disciples below all wore grave expressions, silent as cicadas in winter. You stood in the corner listening to this impassioned pre-battle mobilization, inwardly mocking wildly. Same old recipe, same old flavor. Promises of big rewards plus threats. The leadership's PUA routine truly never changes through the ages. But this time the rewards seem quite generous. Spirit stones, magical artifacts, techniques. Quite interesting. You stroked your chin and began to scheme. Going to fight the demonic path to the death. That was impossible. Not even in a simulation. But taking this opportunity to profit from the war and also milk the sect for some benefits seemed not a bad choice. As you were pondering, Sect Master True Lord Xianyang began announcing the specific team assignments. Danxia Peak Lu Ruyin assigned to Team A3 to proceed to Liangjia Mountain Outpost immediately. Hearing Lu Ruyin's name, you instinctively looked up. She happened to be glancing in your direction, a hint of worry in her brow. You gave a slight shake of your head, offering her a reassuring look. As if, with you around, could anything happen to her. Danxia Peak Tang Xun, due to your expertise in alchemy, you are specially assigned to the logistics supply camp responsible for the production and supply of elixirs at the front line. Hearing your own assignment, you froze for a moment. Logistics. This was perfect. Wasn't this the legendary, easy money, close to home, high position, light responsibility, dream job? This sect master was truly a good leader who cared for his subordinates. Your heart was already blooming with joy, but your face wore an expression of flattered awe and trepidation as you bowed deeply toward the sect master. Disciple will not fail the sect master's high expectations. True Lord Xianyang nodded with satisfaction, his gaze lingering on you for a moment before shifting to others. And thus ended a meeting that would decide the fate of countless lives. As the crowd dispersed, Lu Ruyin hurried to your side and lowered her voice. The logistics camp is safe, but you're on your own. Be careful in everything. Don't worry. You patted her hand, your face serious. Senior sister, you must also take care on the front line. Remember, if you can't win, run. Nothing is more important than life. Once I get familiar with the logistics camp, I'll send you elixirs, plenty of them. Seeing your sincere face, Lu Ruyin felt warmth in her heart, nodded, and then left with the others. You watched her back until she disappeared through the hall door, and then the tenderness on your face gradually faded. Replacing it was an uncontrollable excitement, like a merchant seeing gold everywhere. War to others is a meat grinder. To you, Tang Xun, this was a goddamn golden opportunity for business. You followed a leading attendant disciple passing through several heavily guarded checkpoints, finally arriving at the so-called logistics and supply camp. This was a vast valley shrouded by a powerful formation. Within the valley, cave dwellings stood in clusters, and the air was thick with the rich scent of medicinal herbs and scorching fire's spiritual energy. Disciples were everywhere hurrying about. Some were carrying boxes of spirit herbs and ores, while others were inventorying freshly refined pills and magical artifacts. The entire camp was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and bustle. Senior Brother Tang, this is the alchemy department. The department head is Elder Wang. He has a fiery temper, so please be very tolerant when you see him. The leading disciple brought you to the largest cave dwelling and cautiously reminded you. Thank you for the reminder, Junior Brother. You smiled and subtly slipped him a second-grade pill. The disciple's eyes suddenly lit up, his smile becoming 10 times more sincere. He lowered his voice and added a few more key tips before taking his leave. You adjusted your robes and stepped into the cave dwelling. The interior was vast, and a wave of heat assaulted your face. Dozens of independent alchemy stone chambers lined both sides. Most of them emitted wisps of green smoke, clearly indicating that alchemists were at work. A gaunt old man with graying hair, a stern face, and clad in elder robes was pacing with his hands behind his back among the rows of furnaces. Suddenly he stopped before a disciple and kicked the furnace. Bang! Idiot! You can't even control the heat. Are you refining pills or poison? If the frontline elders take your medicine, will they be killing the enemy or themselves, eh? And you can't even get the purification steps right. Can't that blockhead of yours remember such simple pharmacology? Have you been living in vain for decades, eh? This batch is ruined again. Do you have any idea how dire the frontline situation is? Every piece of material is stained with the blood of our fellow disciples. You are murdering the sect. The old man raved, spittle flying. The berated disciples all hung their heads silent as cicadas in winter, even their breathing subdued. You observed the scene and understood. This must be the ill-tempered core formation, Elder Wang. Ahem. You cleared your throat, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully. Disciple Tang Xun reports to the logistics camp on the sect leader's orders. Elder Wang whirled around, his murky old eyes shooting a scrutinizing glare. He looked you up and down, his brows tightly furrowed. Tang Xun, the so-called genius from Danxia Peak. His tone was laden with undisguised doubt and contempt. I dare not claim that, you replied modestly. Dare not claim. Elder Wang snorted. Young as you are, with mere foundation establishment, mid-stage cultivation, your reputation is quite inflated. The sect leader sent you here saying you're to be in charge of refining third-grade pills. Boy, do you know who third-grade pills are for. Tang Xun, though already 90 years old due to the installed eternal youth green trait, his appearance remained that of an 18-year-old. I know, disciple. They are for the core formation elders on the front lines. Good that you know. Elder Wang's voice suddenly rose like a thunderclap. Core formation elders are the pillars of our Qin Yun sect. They are risking their lives on the front line. If there's even the slightest flaw in the pills they use, can you bear that responsibility? Good heavens, straight into workplace manipulation. You complained inwardly, but your face wore a serious and earnest expression. I understand, disciple. I will do my utmost and not dare to slack off in the slightest. All talk and no action. Elder Wang was not fooled by your act. He pointed to an empty alchemy chamber nearby, his voice icy. Go, there are materials for refining Peiyuan pills. I'll give you 3 hours to produce a batch for me to see. If what you produce are all low-grade waste pills, then you can get the hell over there and join those chi refining kids in making bigu pills. Peiyuan pill is a third-grade pill, a crucial medicine for core formation early-stage cultivators to restore their mana. An ordinary third-grade alchemist would be considered outstanding if they could produce 5 or 6 mid-grade pills per batch. Elder Wang's words were meant to give you a warning and dampen the arrogance of this genius. The other disciples who were alchemizing also cast glances, expecting a show. They had long heard of Tang Xun's reputation and harbored resentment. Why should a greenhorn come and be put in charge of third-grade pills? They who had toiled for over 100 years were still refining second-grade pills. Yes, disciple obeys. You didn't say another word, nodded calmly, and walked into the designated alchemy chamber under countless skeptical gazes. The stone door slowly closed. Putting on airs. A foundation establishment late-stage cultivator curled his lip and whispered to the person beside him. Just wait, within half an hour we'll hear the sound of the furnace exploding. That's right, third-grade pills are not so easy to refine. The first time I tried, I exploded the furnace over a dozen times before barely managing 1 low-grade pill. Another person chimed in, his tone dripping with the superiority of experience. Elder Wang listened to these comments without stopping them. He simply crossed his arms and stared coldly at the stone door of your alchemy chamber, his gaze also tinged with contempt. In his view, even if Tang Xun had some talent, he was at best just a beginner at the threshold of third-grade alchemy. The sect leader had probably arranged this as a favor to Lu Chongfeng to let him earn some credentials in the rear. Inside the alchemy chamber, you looked at the neatly arranged set of materials for refining Peiyuan pills, and a grin spread from ear to ear. TSK public resources are wonderful. The feeling of refining pills without spending your own money on materials is really great. This is a heavenly job. You didn't even bother to use your own furnace and directly activated the earth fire installed in the stone chamber. You stretched, then leisurely began to process the spirit herbs. Purification, extraction, fusion. Your movements were as fluid as flowing water without any hesitation. Every step was as precise as a textbook. Under the blessing of the alchemy genius purple trait, these steps that others found extremely tedious and requiring great caution were as simple as eating and drinking to you. Less than half an hour. Condense. You flicked your finger, sending a magic seal into the furnace. Woo. The furnace emitted a long, resonant hum, and an intense, almost tangible fragrance of the pill instantly filled the entire chamber. The lid automatically popped open. 12 round full pills emitting a faint cyan glow lay neatly at the bottom of the furnace like stars. Each pill faintly revealed a subtle, mysterious pattern on its surface. They were clearly top grade. Not bad, not embarrassing. You nodded with satisfaction, then made a remarkably practiced and natural move. You picked out 2 top-grade pills with the clearest patterns and best quality and tucked them into your storage pouch. One set of materials, one batch, yields 12 pills, all top-grade. I hand over 10 and keep 2 as a technical service fee. That's not too much, is it? You calculated in your mind. Not at all. Back in the day at the company, 996 was considered a blessing and the boss wouldn't even pay overtime. Now I'm exceeding my KPI, so taking a bit of performance bonus is only natural. I'm so professional. If someone more unscrupulous, they'd just claim the furnace exploded and pocket the entire set. With a clear conscience, you packed the remaining 10 Peiyuan pills into a jade bottle. Then you pushed open the stone door and walked out. Outside, Elder Wang and the other disciples were still waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. What, you're out already? Did you fail to process the materials? Kid, I'm telling you, the sect's materials are extremely precious. There's no second batch for you to waste, a disciple immediately said sarcastically. You ignored him, walked straight to Elder Wang, and handed him the jade bottle. Elder Wang, disciple has not failed the mission. The Peiyuan pills are refined. Your voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the sweltering cave. Everyone was stunned. Refined? Already? How long has it been? Less than half an hour, right? What a joke. Even a 4th-grade alchemy master couldn't refine a batch of 3rd-grade pills that fast. This kid must have failed and just scraped together some dregs to fool us. Let me see what garbage you've cooked up. Elder Wang snatched the jade bottle, his face full of disbelief and mockery. He pulled out the stopper and rudely tipped the pills into his palm. The next instant his movements froze. His murky old eyes instantly widened into round orbs staring fixedly at the 10 pills in his palm. Round, full, brimming with spiritual energy and even bearing faint pill patterns. His mouth gradually opened wide, large enough to hold an egg. The surrounding disciples also craned their necks when they saw the quality of the pills in Elder Wang's hand. SSS. A chorus of sharp intakes of breath rose and fell within the cave, piercing as if trying to suck the air dry. Top grade. Pill patterns. All top grade. My heavens. Am I seeing things? 10. A full 10 top grade Peiyuan pills. Half an hour. 10 top grade. Is this even human? The entire alchemy department fell into dead silence at that moment. Everyone stood as if petrified, staring at you with eyes that seemed to look at a monster from an ancient alchemy myth. Did you really refine this? Elder Wang's voice tightened. Having lived for over 300 years, he had seen countless alchemy prodigies, no less than 1,000 if not 800, but never had he encountered someone as absurdly talented as you. Half an hour. 1 batch of materials. 10 pills, all of supreme quality. Who would believe this if you told them? This was no mere genius. It was as if the alchemy god himself had descended to the mortal realm. Even Lu Chongfeng, the head of the Danxiao Peak, could never achieve such a feat if he were to personally refine them. In response to Elder, it was indeed refined by this disciple. You maintained that calm, untroubled demeanor as if you had merely accomplished a trivial matter. You? Elder Wang opened his mouth as if to speak, but found that all the accusations and doubts flooding his mind seemed utterly feeble in the face of this perfect batch of pills. Facts speak louder than words. This ironclad truth lay before his eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe. Ahem. He coughed dryly to mask his loss of composure, then forced his aged face into a stern expression and said in a deep voice, Not bad. Barely passable. It seems your reputation as a genius isn't entirely unfounded. You chuckled inwardly. Barely passable. Old man, your mouth is as hard as iron. Your eyes nearly popped out just now, and now you're pretending to be calm. However, you didn't call him out on it. Instead, you replied respectfully, Thank you for your praise, Elder. The surrounding disciples' gazes had completely changed. From scorn, envy, and anticipation of a spectacle, they had shifted to shock, awe, and even reverence. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. In the realm of alchemists, alchemy itself is the sole measure of power. With one batch of pills, you had thoroughly silenced everyone and firmly established your status here. What is your name? Elder Wang pointed at the Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator who had spoken sarcastically earlier, asking coldly. This disciple is Li Mao. The cultivator trembled with fear, stammering out his answer. Li Mao, is it? Elder Wang's gaze cut through his face like a blade. Did you just say that Tang Xun couldn't refine pills and would surely cause a furnace explosion? I didn't. Elder, Li Mao's face instantly turned deathly pale, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. I heard it with my own ears, and you still try to deny it. Elder Wang roared in anger. Your own alchemy skills are lacking, and instead of reflecting on yourself, you jealously slander a fellow disciple. This is a disgrace to all alchemists. From today, you are punished to guard the earth fire for 3 months. Get out. Elder, have mercy. Elder. Li Mao's face turned ashen, for guarding the earth fire was the most grueling and exhausting task. 3 months of it would leave a man roasted to the bone. But Elder Wang paid no heed to his wails, directly summoning 2 duty disciples to drag him out, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. You watched this scene unfold, your mind as clear as a mirror. That old man was not only stubborn of tongue, but also a shrewd operator. He was simultaneously reprimanding the others and subtly extending an olive branch to you. Sure enough, after dealing with that unlucky fellow, Elder Wang turned around, his expression already much softened. Tang Xun, he said, patting your shoulder, his tone turning amiable. Just now I was testing you. Good. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Our logistics camp needs talents like you. You rolled your eyes inwardly. Testing. Your face changes faster than a flipping book. Elder flatters me. This disciple was merely lucky. Don't be so modest, Elder Wang said with a hearty laugh. From today on, this grade A alchemy chamber is yours exclusively. All tasks for refining 3rd grade pills are also entrusted to you. If you need any materials, just report to the warehouse, and you'll have priority supply. If you encounter any problems, come to me anytime. This treatment was a complete 180-degree turn. The surrounding disciples watched with envy and resentment, but now no one dared utter a single superfluous word. After all, the man had refined 10 supreme-grade Peiyuan pills in half an hour, a skill they could never hope to match. With such strength, enjoying special treatment was only natural. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. You accepted the offer without hesitation. And so you officially established your roots in the alchemy department of the logistics camp. In the days that followed, you lived quite comfortably. Every day you stayed in your exclusive alchemy chamber, where a steady stream of priceless materials was delivered for you to use as you pleased. And you in turn displayed the terrifying productivity expected of an alchemy prodigy. Whether it was Peiyuan pills for restoring mana, Shengji Shugu pills for healing wounds, or Baoyuan pills for temporarily boosting combat power, they all poured out of your furnace like popping beans, batch after batch. Moreover, the quality of your pills was astoundingly high. Others would burn incense to get 3 or 4 mid-grade pills per batch. For you, the lowest grade was superior, with occasional supreme-grade pills. As for the success rate, that went without saying. You strictly adhered to the rule you had set for yourself. For every batch of pills refined, you submitted exactly 10 pills. The rest, whether 1 or 2, counted as your own handling fee. Even so, your success rate was the undisputed number 1 in the entire alchemy department. Others toiled desperately, producing at most 2 or 3 batches a day with frequent furnace explosions and wasted materials. You, however, could produce 5 or 6 batches a day with a perfect success rate. Gradually, everyone in the camp learned that a monster named Tang had arrived in the alchemy department. As for your practice of secretly keeping pills, everyone tacitly understood, and even Elder Wang turned a blind eye. After all, with your efficiency and quality, even if you kept half, your contribution would still surpass everyone else's combined. As long as the front lines were supplied with pills, who would dare offend such a master of alchemy? Once a newly arrived steward, unaware of your reputation, saw your recorded figures and thought you were embezzling. He set out to cause trouble for you. But before he could even reach your alchemy chamber, Elder Wang stopped him. Pointing a finger at his nose, Elder Wang gave him a scathing rebuke. What do you think you're doing? Tang Xun's pills. Are you worthy of questioning them? Do you know how much value he creates for the sect each day? Do you know that the elders at the front line specifically demand his pills? I tell you, in the alchemy department, Tang Xun is the rule. If you dare lay a finger on him, I'll skin you alive. The steward was thoroughly humiliated and slunk away in disgrace. From then on, no one dared to question your handling fee system. Your daily tasks were simply refining pills, collecting them, and then sorting the highest quality pills you had withheld into your storage pouch. Looking at the mountain of supreme-grade pills in your storage pouch, you were overjoyed. This isn't a war at all. It's a welfare package for me. You even began to hope that the war would drag on a little longer. This life of spending public funds, lining your own pockets, and being treated like a king, it was simply too good. Apart from refining pills, you spent your days sitting cross-legged in meditation, stabilizing your mid-core formation cultivation, and occasionally studying formation restrictions. Life was perfectly routine and fulfilling. And Lu Ruyin occasionally sent you messages from the front lines. Most of them were just to report that she was safe and incidentally to hint that she needed some high-quality pills. You never refused sending her a large stash every time. Supreme-grade pay-you-on pills, supreme-grade healing pills. After all, they were from the public stock and consumables, so you didn't feel a pinch. Lu Ruyin was deeply moved and repeatedly mentioned in her messages that after the war ended, she would definitely repay you well. You looked at the two highlighted words repay, and couldn't help but reveal a smile that only a man would understand. Hee, this little life has something to look forward to. Time swiftly passed in these leisurely days of alchemy cultivation, hoarding resources, and casually exchanging messages with senior sister. Before he knew it, another year had slipped by. His position in the logistics camp had become as stable as Mount Tai. Elder Wang now addressed him as Brother Tang, with great courtesy. The other alchemists had turned him into their idol, constantly seeking ways to learn even a fraction of his skills. He turned none away. Whenever he was in a good mood, he would casually offer them a few pointers. Old Wang, this furnace of pills has been overheated. Next time remember to lower the earth flame temperature by 30% when adding the dragon's saliva herb. Senior Brotherly, your purification technique is off. See, you should wrap the medicinal liquid with spiritual energy like this, and then. Each of his pointers struck the core of the issue, leaving them enlightened. This made the entire alchemy division admire him tremendously. Grandmaster Tang is truly noble. Not only is his alchemy divine, but he is also generous in sharing his experience. Indeed, I feel that hearing Grandmaster Tang speak is worth more than 100 years of hard practice. He listened to all this flattery without a ripple in his heart. Of course, what he taught them were just the most basic skills. The real core techniques, like how to consistently refine top-grade pills or increase the pill yield to 12. Those were things they could never learn even after 1,000 years. After all, they didn't have the alchemy genius purple cheat. One day he counted the days. This meant he could perform another trait extraction in the simulator. Sigh, I wonder what junk I'll get this time. He sighed inwardly. To be honest, he had lost all hope. He strongly suspected the simulator was deliberately targeting him, locking his luck. Whatever, something is better than nothing. Maybe I'll get a divine skill as good as harmonious union white. With this mindset, he sank his consciousness into the simulator. The familiar ancient wheel appeared before his eyes. Begin extraction, he chanted in his mind. The wheel spun rapidly, the pointer dancing among the 5 colored zones: white, green, purple, gold, and rainbow. His heart tightened with it. The wheel gradually slowed down. The pointer wobbled past the dazzling golden zone. He could even feel that tantalizing aura. But it didn't stop. On the final lap, it trembled and came to a halt on the edge between green and purple. His breath caught in his throat. Go on. Move just a little further. Even a hair's breadth. He stared wide-eyed, screaming wildly in his mind. As if answering his prayer, the pointer, with its last ounce of strength, jerked forward one more notch. With a soft click, it landed firmly on the purple zone, radiating a mysterious and noble aura. Purple. An epic trait. Holy crap. He felt his blood boil in an instant. 48 years. Do you know how I've lived these 48 years? He was so excited he nearly jumped off his cushion. A dazzling purple light burst from the wheel, coalescing into a line of ancient text in his mind. Congratulations. You have obtained the epic trait, Time Reversal Purple. Time Reversal Purple takes effect upon equipping. Mark a location. Upon activation, your body will instantly return to the marked point, but time itself does not flow backward. Please note that everything you experienced during this period, including memories, items obtained, and any bodily state, such as injuries, mana consumption, etc., will be retained. This trait can only be used once per day with a cooldown of 24 hours. He read the description 3 times carefully. Then he drew a sharp breath. This trait. Holy crap. His mind began racing. Return to the marked point. Items and memories retained. This is a damn invincible escape skill. He imagined it. Suppose he went to a dangerous place to seek treasure and got caught. What if he couldn't win? No problem. Just activate Time Reversal Purple and whoosh, back to the marked spot. The enemy would be left dumbfounded while he returned home safely with the loot. This is simply the ultimate skill for home travel, murder, and robbery. The more he thought, the more he realized how broken this trait was. Wait. Suddenly, an even bolder, crazier idea flashed through his mind like lightning. What if I combine this Time Reversal Purple with my other traits? His heartbeat began to race uncontrollably. He currently had 12 trait slots available. Carefree Journey Gold. His eyes lit up. Carefree Journey Gold, instantly teleport to any place you have seen in this world, cooldown 1 month. Thousand Faces Green, freely alter your appearance and physique. Concealment Art Purple, perfectly hide your cultivation and aura. Time Reversal Purple, return to the marked point with your loot. When these 4 traits connected in his mind, A perfectly flawless foolproof murder and robbery slick maneuver instantly formed. He felt as if he had opened a door to a new world. A door to a new world full of excitement and wealth. The corners of his mouth began to curl upward uncontrollably. Heh. Hee. Sitting on his cushion, he let out a low, sinister laugh, like an ancient demon dormant for 10,000 years. War. Seems to be getting interesting. Xianxia Mountain, a desolate valley of scattered rocks. This was the front line of conflict between the righteous and demonic paths. The air perpetually carried faint traces of blood and scorched odors, and the dark soil beneath had been soaked by the blood of countless cultivators. 5 cultivators wreathed in demonic energy were gathered around a large boulder, boasting and idly chatting. At the head was a burly man with a fierce face at the Foundation establishment late stage, exuding a formidable aura. Hanging from his waist was a bloody skull artifact that emitted a faint green glow. His name was xianxia, a squad leader of the Tianma Valley renowned for his ruthless cruelty. Ha, you haven't seen it. xianxia took a swig of strong liquor, spittle flying, and said, "Yesterday that Xingyun sect female disciple Tisk, so delicate. But she couldn't withstand a bit of fun, one black demon claw, and she was sucked dry into a corpse." The monkey-like cultivator beside him quickly flattered, "Boss is mighty. Those Xingyun sect disciples are like flowers in a greenhouse. All show and no substance. Unlike us from Tianma Valley, we've fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood." Exactly. Another cultivator, missing an arm, chimed in. "Once we breach Xingyun sect, the female disciples inside will be at our mercy. Then I'll capture a couple for cauldrons." A lewd and arrogant laughter erupted from the group, echoing harshly through the silent valley. Their mission was to patrol this area, hunting down straggling Xingyun sect disciples. Over the past few days they had succeeded several times, leaving them all a bit complacent. xianxia's laughter abruptly ceased. He sprang to his feet, staring at the valley entrance. An old man, a stooped old man leaning on a wooden staff with white hair and a deeply wrinkled face, was walking toward them, step by step, trembling. He wore coarse linen clothes devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary mortal who had wandered here by mistake. "Hey, what's an old bastard doing in this godforsaken place?" The monkey-like cultivator also noticed a cruel grin spreading across his face. "Boss, this old man is perfect for feeding my pet." The one-armed cultivator licked his lips and summoned a white bone banner. xianxia frowned, a strange feeling in his heart. How could an ordinary old man appear out of nowhere in this godforsaken place? When something is abnormal, it must be suspicious. Though arrogant, he had survived this long in such a place precisely because of his caution. "Don't move," he barked, stopping 2 subordinates who were about to charge. He squinted, carefully scrutinizing the old man. Sure enough, he was just a mortal, not a trace of spiritual energy. Perhaps he was a lost old man from a nearby village. Relieved, xianxia's tense nerves relaxed. He waved his hand impatiently, saying, "Just a mortal, don't waste time. Third, go cut him down, or we'll continue the patrol." "Got it, boss." A short, stout cultivator responded, grinning maliciously, and walked toward the old man, brandishing a ghost head blade. "Old fool, you're out of luck. In your next life, keep your eyes open and don't wander where you shouldn't." The short, stout cultivator chuckled cruelly as he walked, raising the ghost head blade high. Demonic energy surged on the blade, poised to strike. The old man finally lifted his head slowly. "That old man, of course, was you." You watched the demonic cultivator approaching you, a flash of pity in your cloudy old eyes. "Poor child, why did you have to be the first to stick your neck out? This was not the first time you had come out for a side job. Ever since you obtained the divine skill time reversal purple, you would, at the first moment the cooldown of carefree wandering gold ended, each month execute a perfect remote login. The procedure was already etched in your memory. Step 1, in the alchemy room of the logistics camp, use time reversal purple to mark the return point. Step 2, activate Thousand Faces green and concealment technique purple to disguise yourself as a harmless old mortal. Step 3, activate carefree wandering gold to precisely airdrop on a places like Xianxia Mountain, a monster spawn point frequented by demonic cultivators. Step 4, wait for the monsters to come to you. Step 5, when they are most off guard, strike with lightning speed, instantly kill them, then skillfully loot their bodies and bags. Finally, at the slightest sign of trouble, or if you sense a stronger enemy approaching, immediately activate time reversal purple and return home safely with the spoils. The entire process was smooth and flawless. You watched the ghost head blade drawing closer and felt no ripples in your heart. 1 foundation establishment, early stage, 3 middle stages, and 1 late stage. A decent lineup for this trip should net a small profit. Just as the short, stout cultivator's ghost head blade was about to split your skull, you moved. Your withered right hand, which had been holding the staff, raised slowly, yet with lightning speed, fingers together forming a sword. A faint, almost inaudible sound of air being cut rang out. A dazzling, incomparably sharp, golden sword aura burst from your fingertip, so fast that even divine sense could not track it. The 5 Chi Chaoyuan sword manual. Gung metal armor-breaking sword art. The strongest metal-attributed offensive sword art. The short stout cultivator's malicious grin was still frozen on his face. His body along with the ghost head blade was neatly split in half from the middle. Blood and entrails splattered all over the ground. Until his death he had no idea how he died. Third, the sudden scene stunned the remaining four. Especially xianxia, whose pupils contracted to pinpricks in an instant. A bone-chilling cold shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Not good. A master. Retreat. He reacted swiftly, turning, without a second thought, to transform into a wisp of black smoke and flee. But it was too late. Leaving. Your aged hoarse voice rang in their ears like a death knell. You remained standing, not even changing your posture, but your right hand still forming a sword finger, traced a gentle circle in the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For golden sword auras, as if guided by sight, shot toward 4 different directions. The 3 Foundation establishment middle-stage demonic cultivators, unable even to scream, had their hearts pierced by the sword auras, their bodies instantly exploding into a shower of blood mist. Only xianxia at the last moment summoned his skull artifact to block in front of himself. Crack. That extremely hard artifact, which had devoured the blood essence of countless cultivators, shattered like a piece of tofu before the Gung metal sword aura. The sword aura, undiminished, pierced straight through his dantian. Thud. xianxia's body crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing continuously from the corners of his mouth. He stared wide-eyed, glaring at you, this monster, still wearing the guise of an ordinary old man, his eyes filled with boundless terror and confusion. You? Who? Who are you? You did not answer his question. You simply walked slowly to him, leaning on your staff, and then under his horrified gaze crushed his head with a single stomp. After finishing all this, you skillfully began to sweep the battlefield. 5 storage pouches, not one missed. You even picked up the fragments of the shattered skull artifact. Although it was broken, the material was good. With a little reforge it might fetch some money. Plucking every feather from a passing goose was your Tang Xun's consistent fine style. Just as you finished counting the spoils and were about to call it a day and head home, your divine sense suddenly detected an extremely powerful aura approaching rapidly from afar. Core formation, late stage. More than one. Wrap it up. Without a moment's hesitation, with a thought, you immediately activated time reversal purple. The scenery before you began to warp and spin rapidly, finally dissolving into a void. The next second, you had returned to the Qingyun sect logistics camp, to the first-rank alchemy room filled with the scent of pills. You were still the 18-year-old youth sitting cross-legged on a cushion, as if you had never left. And yet you had gained 5 more storage pouches, still carrying the smell of blood. You let out a long breath, a genuine contented smile spreading across your face. Returning to the familiar alchemy room, the first thing you did was carefully inspect your condition. Excellent. Mana consumption had not reached 10%, your divine sense was intact and flawless, and not even a trace of blood clung to you. It was a nearly perfect hunt. Satisfied, you nodded and turned your attention to the 5 storage pouches. With a clattering sound, you upended the contents of all 5 pouches onto the floor, where they instantly formed a gleaming little mountain. Pills, magical artifacts, talismans, and several jade slips, recording demonic cultivation techniques. Rubbing your hands together like a pauper who had starved for 3 days, you began counting with great enthusiasm. Let me see how much these poor bastards contributed. First, you sorted through all the spirit stones. The low-grade spirit stones totaling well over 100,000. TCH, not bad. Your heart swelled with joy. These demonic brats may look like trash, but they actually have some real goods. This windfall alone exceeded the salary you had painstakingly earned from years of alchemy work in the logistics camp. Next came the pills. Most were demonic cultivator specialties, foul items reeking of blood and resentment. Blood-nourishing pills, vengeful soul pills, and the like. You naturally had no interest in using them yourself, but you had no intention of discarding them either. I can't use this garbage, but turning it into the sect might earn some contribution points. Waste not, want not. You sorted the demonic pills into categories and labeled them for disposal. As for the magical artifacts, they were even more pitiful. Aside from that skull head you had shattered with a sword strike, which was somewhat noteworthy, the rest were all battered ghost blades and bone-white banners of low-grade reeking of demonic energy. So shabby you would blush to sell them. Trash. You wrinkled your nose and tossed them into a corner, planning to sell them as scrap at the first opportunity. Finally, there were the jade slips, recording demonic cultivation techniques. Picking one up, you sank your divine sense into it. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Art Detailed Guide to Refining the 100 Ghosts Night Procession Banner Blood Spirit Scripture. All vicious methods of soul reaping and blood refining. Cruel and contrary to heavenly principles, you declared with a righteous expression, then casually stored all the jade slips away. But stones from other hills may serve to polish the jade. Understanding our enemy's techniques can only do us good. With the inventory complete, you were generally satisfied with the night operation. Though no legendary weapons had dropped, the mission had been safe and efficient, with gains accumulating steadily. At this rate, I'll be rolling in spirit stones by the time the war ends. You thought contentedly, already picturing yourself lazily rolling about on a mountain of spirit stones. Having tidied up all the loot, you transformed once more into the diligent alchemist of the logistics camp. After dawn, you stepped out of the alchemy room to collect new materials from the storeroom and continue your daily work. But the moment you opened the door, you ran straight into Elder Wang, who was strolling about with his hands clasped behind his back. "Oh, Brother Tang, you finally deigned to come out of seclusion." Upon seeing you, Elder Wang's wrinkled face bloomed like a sunflower. "Elder Wang." You smiled and returned the greeting. "I was just heading to the storeroom for materials." "No rush, no rush." Elder Wang waved his hand and leaned in mysteriously, lowering his voice. "Brother Tang, have you heard? Something big happened at the front lines again." "Oh, what happened?" You displayed just the right amount of curiosity. "Heh." Elder Wang grinned with delight. "Just last night, another patrol team from Tianma Valley was completely wiped out. Not a soul escaped. Wiped out again." Your eyes widened slightly. "You're acting impeccable. How many times this month?" "The third time." Elder Wang held up 3 bony fingers. "And the method of death is exactly the same as the previous 2. Every single one pierced through the heart by an overwhelming sword strike, without even a chance to cry out." "This." You sucked in a sharp breath, your brows furrowed precisely. "What a formidable technique. Who could be behind this? Could it be a hidden sword cultivator elder from our Qinyan sect? Who knows?" Elder Wang shook his head, yet his face wore an expression of undeniable pride. "Whoever it is, they're a hero of the righteous path. Well done. Word has it that Tianma Valley is absolutely furious. They've dispatched a late-stage nascent soul elder to take personal command, vowing to dig 3 feet underground to root out that mysterious expert." Listening to Elder Wang's gossip, you felt completely unmoved, even fighting back a laugh. "Root me out. Try catching my shadow first. By the way, Brother Tang." Having finished his gossip, Elder Wang slapped his forehead and produced a jade box from his storage pouch, handing it to you. "What's this?" You took it casually. "Haha, just a little something." Elder Wang rubbed his hands together, a slight flush on his weathered face. "I've been refining a batch of 4th grade Xiang pills lately, but for some reason, I keep failing at the final condensation stage. No matter what I do, the pills won't form. I was hoping you could take a look." You opened the jade box. Inside lay a spiritual herb entirely crimson in color, radiating intense heat. 500-year-old Jiang grass. Your eyebrows rose. This was the primary ingredient for various 4th grade fire tribute pills, and quite valuable. Old Wang must really be in desperate straits to be willing to spend such a fortune. "Elder Wang, you're far too kind." While saying this, your hands moved without hesitation, immediately closing the jade box and tucking it into your storage pouch. "We're brothers after all. Helping each other is only natural. Lead the way, let's take a look." Who wouldn't seize such an opportunity? Besides, guiding this old man through pill refinement was a monumental challenge for him, but merely a matter of speaking for you, who possessed the alchemy genius purple trait. A single exchange of words for a 500-year-old spiritual herb. This was an overwhelmingly profitable deal. Following Elder Wang, you entered his alchemy room. A thick medicinal fragrance mixed with a faint hint of scorched odor rushed toward you. Elder Wang pointed at the pill furnace, his face etched with worry. "Brother Tang, take a look. All my previous steps, purification, fusion, I followed the pill manual to the letter. But at the final stage, the pills simply refused to condense. Isn't that bizarre?" You walked up to the furnace and extended your divine sense inside, casting just a single glance. Inside, a mass of crimson liquid simmered slowly, rich with spiritual energy, yet it remained scattered like loose sand, unable to coalesce. You instantly identified the problem. "Elder Wang, when you fused the Earth Heart Fire Lotus, didn't you throw the entire plant in?" "Yes." Elder Wang nodded. "The pill manual says so. The manual is rigid, but people must adapt." You shook your head, assuming the air of a profound master. "The Earth Heart Fire Lotus possesses the most extreme yang nature, while the supporting herbs in this batch are mostly mild. By throwing it in whole, you've created violent medicinal conflict and thrown the yin-yang balance into disarray. How could the pills possibly condense?" "What?" Elder Wang's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Then what should I do?" These pills represented most of his lifetime savings. If they were ruined, it would break his heart. "Fear not." You smiled confidently. "The remedy is rather simple." Stepping over to the nearby herb shelf, you picked out an unassuming blue grass. "That's 100-year-old bingling grass." Elder Wang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Brother Tang, you're not joking, are you? I'm refining a pure yang fire pill. Adding an yin tribute herb would cause water and fire to clash and blow this furnace sky high. Ordinary alchemists would indeed cause an explosion." You smiled calmly, your eyes revealing a profound depth of understanding. "But you've forgotten the principle that extremes reverse, that isolated yang cannot generate life, and isolated yin cannot foster growth." Before he could respond, you flicked your finger. The bingling grass transformed into a slender cyan beam, striking precisely into the pill furnace. "Hiss." A faint hissing sound rose from the furnace as a wisp of white smoke emerged. Yet the catastrophic explosion you expected never came. As the white smoke dissipated, the once turbulent crimson liquid miraculously calmed, becoming remarkably docile. Immediately a wave of pure medicinal fragrance, 10 times richer than before, erupted from the furnace. Condense. You uttered a low command, and snapped your fingers, sending a spell striking the furnace body. Hum. The furnace emitted a clear resonance, and the lid shot upward. 6 dragon egg-sized pills glowing crimson, with purple radiance floated out and spun gracefully. Top-grade Xiang pills. Success. Elder Wang stared at the 6 pills, completely petrified. He looked from the pills to you, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg, unable to close it for a long time. The bottleneck that had plagued him for 3 full months had been resolved, just because you tossed in some irrelevant herb. And on top of that, 6 top-grade pills. This defied all reason. This defied the very principles of alchemy. Brother Tang. Elder Wang's voice trembled, his eyes filled with awe and bewilderment. What? What exactly? I told you, just luck. You waved your hand casually, maintaining an air of nonchalant ease. Then right in front of Elder Wang, you naturally selected the finest of the 6 pills and slipped it into your waist pouch. This one counts as my technical guidance fee. Elder Wang, no objections, right? And no objections. Of course not. Elder Wang shuddered, snapping back to reality, nodding and bowing with the deepest respect. Not just one. If Brother Tang wants all of them, I wouldn't dare object. You've saved my life today. The way he looked at you now held not a trace of the regard one shows a junior. You were nothing less than a living ancestral master of alchemy. Satisfied, you smiled and patted his shoulder. You're too kind, Elder Wang. If you encounter any unsolvable problems in the future, come find me anytime. As long as the price is right, everything is negotiable. With that, you strode out of his alchemy room with an irrepressibly carefree gait, leaving Elder Wang alone, clutching the remaining 5 Xiang pills, utterly bewildered and unable to calm his mind for a long time. In the depths of the Liangjia Mountains, a massive valley was shrouded in dense demonic qi. The Tianma Valley, the forward headquarters. Inside the main hall of the headquarters, a deathly silence reigned, the very sounds of breathing swallowed by the thick demonic qi. Over a dozen demonic cultivators with powerful auras stood on both sides, all with heads bowed, silent, as cicadas in winter, not daring to breathe aloud. At the top of the hall, on the bone throne, sat a figure. His blood-red robe was like coagulated blood. The middle-aged man's face was sinister, his eyes like 2 icy fissures. Wherever they swept, even the air crystallized with frost. This person was none other than the forward commander of the Tianma Valley, a late Golden Core elder, Xue Tuzhenren. Worthless. A bunch of trash. Xue Tuzhenren's fingers suddenly clenched. Bang. The armrest carved from the head of a Golden Core stage demon tiger exploded with a crack. 3 months. 3 whole months. 3 patrol teams, over a dozen Foundation establishment disciples vanished without a trace. You haven't even figured out whether the enemy is human or ghost. The face of our Tianma Valley has been utterly disgraced by you useless trash. His voice carried no warmth, yet it made every demonic cultivator below feel as if their souls were frozen stiff. Elder, please calm your anger. A cultivator who appeared to be a leader at the mid-Golden Core stage steeled himself and stepped forward. Your subordinate. I have thoroughly investigated the scene. The enemy's methods are extremely ruthless. Apart from an incomparably sharp metal-attributed sword aura left at the scene, there is no other clue. Metal-attributed sword aura. Xue Tuzhenren's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. That old fellow from Qingyun sect's Jinjian Peak. In reply, Elder, the Peak Lord of Jinjian Peak, Jin Yangzhenren, according to secret reports, is in secluded meditation and absolutely cannot appear at the front line. The leader paused, lowering his voice further. This matter is fraught with strangeness. We also heard from some outer disciples who barely escaped. A very absurd rumor. Speak. Xue Tuzhenren's voice was filled with brutality. They say that before each incident someone saw a mortal old man with a walking stick appearing nearby. A mortal old man. Xue Tuzhenren frowned. Nonsense. How could there be a mortal on this frontline battlefield? Even if there were, they would have been killed long ago. Yes. That's right. The leader wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. So, they all say that old man is not human, but a ghost that specifically hunts our Tianma Valley cultivators. Ghost? Xue Tuzhenren was momentarily stunned, then laughed in fury, his laughter cold and piercing. Ridiculous. We demonic cultivators defy the heavens and contend with fate for our lives. How dare a mere wandering ghost act against our Tianma Valley? Pass my order. He abruptly stood up, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. From today, all patrol teams will be changed to pairs and patrol frequency will be increased. Furthermore, each team must be equipped with soul-locking banners and soul-tracking incense. I don't care if he's a ghost or an old man. As long as he dares to appear again, use the soul-locking banner to lock him down. Even if he runs, use the soul-tracking incense to mark him. I want to see what kind of creature this pretender really is. Yes, we obey the elder's decree. The demonic cultivators in the hall responded in unison. A net spread across the sky and earth specifically targeting you was thus silently cast. At this moment you were still completely unaware of this. You continued to live your leisurely yet fulfilling days in the logistics camp. During the day you refined pills, earned some handling fees, and casually guided Elder Wong and the others, enjoying the pleasure of being revered as a patriarch. At night you sat cross-legged in meditation to stabilize your cultivation or studied the technique jade slips seized from the demonic cultivators to broaden your knowledge. Of course you also received messages from Lu Ruyan from the front line. Tang Xun, the pills you gave me last time are of such excellent quality. Our team encountered danger last time, and it was only thanks to your top-grade Peiyuan pill that we could hold out until reinforcements arrived. My teammates all say they want to find an opportunity to properly thank you, the unsung hero. By the way, there's a very interesting rumor circulating on the front line recently. They say there's a mysterious ghost grandpa who specifically hunts the patrol teams of Tianma Valley, making them all paranoid and afraid to go out alone. Isn't that funny? You looked at the content on the jade slip and couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Ghost grandpa. These demonic cultivators are quite good at giving nicknames. You replied to her message. Senior sister, take care on the front line. Don't be stingy with the pills, as I'll send you more when you run out. As for that ghost grandpa, he must be some righteous senior acting on behalf of heaven. We should cheer for him, the old man. After writing you sent the message, then looked up at the sky. It's almost the end of the month again. You stroked your chin, a glimmer of anticipation shining in your eyes. Your carefree wandering gold skills cooldown was about to finish. I wonder what gains this time will bring. You licked your lips, already planning the next farming route in your mind. You were completely unaware that a net tailored specifically for you had already been silently cast. Right now your mind was full of how to make a war profit more efficiently and safely. After all, for you, Tang Xun, there was nothing more important than making money. If there was, it would be making even more money. This night the wind was high and the moon was dark. You sat cross-legged in the alchemy chamber, sensing the golden entry xiaoyao you in your mind reignite with radiance, and a smile curled at the corners of your lips. It was time for the most thrilling monthly lottery, the blind box opening. You skillfully marked the coordinates of time reversal in the alchemy chamber. Then, activating Thousand Faces and Aura Concealment, you once again transformed into the harmless mortal old man's appearance. The next moment Xiaoyao Gold was activated. Your figure vanished from the alchemy chamber without a trace. Infeng Forest. True to its name, it was a place of eerie winds and ghostly gloom. The towering trees blotted out the sky, not even a sliver of moonlight could penetrate. From time to time the forest echoed with the shrill howls of unknown demonic beasts, sending chills down one's spine. Two Foundation Establishment mid-stage cultivators from Tianma Valley were walking back-to-back through the forest, their faces filled with vigilance. Damn it, this godforsaken place is no place for humans, one of them, a tall and thin cultivator, muttered in a low voice. You can say that again, the short fat cultivator spat. The big shots up there must have been kicked in the head by a donkey insisting on pairs. Any second-grade demonic beast that pops out of these woods would be enough to devour us both. You know nothing, the tall and thin cultivator snorted coldly. This is called prevention. Haven't you heard about that ghost grandpa in the sect lately? He specifically targets our patrols. Elder Blood Butcher personally ordered that we go in pairs and carry this thing. As he spoke, he patted the small black banner hanging at his waist. That was the soul-locking banner that Elder Blood Butcher had specially issued. What ghost grandpa? I think it's just hearsay, the short and fat cultivator scoffed, unconvinced. It must be those hypocrites from Qin Yun's sect playing tricks. If they were really that powerful, why wouldn't they have raided our headquarters? Better safe than sorry. The tall and thin cultivator was clearly more cautious. I don't want to die in a place like this without knowing how. As the two were talking, suddenly a faint rustling sound came from the darkness ahead. The sound of dry leaves being crushed underfoot. Their hearts leaped, and they instantly fell silent, each gripping their magical artifacts. Who's there? The tall and thin cultivator barked. The footsteps did not stop, instead they grew closer. A hunched figure leaning on a walking stick slowly emerged from the darkness. It was the same old man in the same coarse linen clothes. When the two demonic cultivators saw who it was, they were stunned. Old man, the short and fat cultivator couldn't believe his eyes. Immortal, the tall and thin cultivator frowned. But the next second the color drained from his face, turning as pale as paper. He remembered the rumor that had been spreading like wildfire in the camp. The old mortal man with a walking stick. The description matched perfectly down to the last detail. No, it's him. It's that ghost. The tall and thin cultivator was scared out of his wits. He let out a terrified scream, and without thinking poured all his spiritual energy into his legs and fled like crazy. Run? What a coward. It's just an old geezer. The short and fat cultivator clearly hadn't grasped the severity of the situation. He looked at his fleeing companion with contempt. In his eyes this was just a lost old man in the wilderness. He grinned viciously, raised his wolf-tooth club, and charged at you. Old fool. Whatever ghost or demon you are, take this. You looked at the stubborn fat man rushing toward you, and shook your head helplessly. Why are there always these reckless fools who refuse to believe? You lightly raised your left hand, which was not holding the walking stick, and pointed a finger at the short and fat cultivator from afar. A crimson sword chi appeared out of nowhere, and instantly enveloped the short and fat cultivator along with his wolf-tooth club. 5 Chi Chaoyuan sword cannon. Windfire ignition sword, art wood-fire dual attribute. A blood-curdling scream, not like a human voice, came from the flames. In an instant the short and fat cultivator was burned alive into a charred corpse, then reduced to a pile of ashes. Even his storage pouch did not survive. Tisk, a mistake. You clicked your tongue in regret. I didn't control the heat, well, I wasted a pouch. The tall and thin cultivator, who had already run more than 10 meters, heard the scream behind him and turned around. When he saw his companion instantly turn to ashes, he was terrified beyond measure. Using every ounce of strength, he had to run even faster. As he ran, he pulled a red talisman from his bosom, about to slap it onto himself. That was a communication talisman. Your eyes turned cold. You formed a sword seal with your fingers and pointed at his back from afar. Whoosh! A golden sword chi shot out faster than his flight and pierced through his body. The tall and thin cultivator's body stiffened. He looked down at the gaping hole in his chest the size of a bowl, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. In the end, he couldn't escape. Plop! His body fell heavily to the ground. You leisurely hobbled over on your walking stick, skillfully retrieved his storage pouch, and then picked up the soul locking banner that he had not yet used. You played with it in your hand. This thing has a strong demonic aura. Decent quality. Should fetch a good price. You put it away into your own storage pouch with satisfaction. Just as you were about to leave, you suddenly noticed a wisp of green smoke rising from beside the tall and thin cultivator's corpse, drifting in a certain direction. This is soul tracking incense. Information about this demonic secret technique immediately surfaced in your mind. It was a vicious spell used to track enemies. Once marked, no matter where you ran, you would be located. Interesting. Meanwhile, in a cave dozens of miles away, a core formation mid-stage demonic cultivator sat cross-legged, his eyes snapping open. The incense burner before him had a black stick of incense burning without fire, emitting a wisp of green smoke. Something's happening. He perked up immediately, took out a communication jade slip, and said in a deep voice, Elder Blood Butcher, the fish has taken the bait. You fix your gaze upon that wisp of smoke, which like an invisible thread meanders slowly toward the unknown ahead. Run. Why run? With the invincible trump card of temporal reversal purple at your disposal, you have no need to flee. To others, this soul tracking incense is a death warrant. But to you it is nothing less than a perfect fishing GPS tracker. A bold plan rapidly takes shape in your mind. Since you're so eager to find me, I'll play along with you. A cold smirk curls at the corner of your mouth. Instead of leaving immediately, you unhurriedly follow the trail of smoke. You are curious to see what kind of feast those fellows from Demon Valley have prepared for you. You control your pace, maintaining a steady distance from the smoke. At the same time, you unleash your divine sense in all directions, keenly alert to every slightest stir around you. With the blessing of the divine sense doubling green trait, your current spiritual perception rivals that of an early nascent soul cultivator. Within 100 li, even a mosquito's flight cannot escape your detection. Soon you discover 3 formidable auras lying in ambush in a mountain hollow about 20 li ahead. 1 mid-core formation and 2 early core formation. How's that all? A hint of disappointment stirs in your heart. You had expected Demon Valley to set up a dragon's den or tiger's lair, but they sent only these 3 misfits. Not even a late core formation cultivator. How they underestimate this ghostly old man. But on second thought, you understand. They don't know your true strength. Sending 3 core formation cultivators to capture a pretender seems more than enough in their eyes. The storage pouches of 3 core formation cultivators will be much richer than those of the Foundation establishment ones. You lick your lips, a flash of killing intent flickering in your eyes. Instead of charging directly, you quietly circle around and arrive above the mountain hollow. Concealing all your aura, you descend like a fallen leaf, landing silently on the crown of a towering tree. From here, you have a clear view of everything in the hollow. 3 demonic cultivators arranged in a triangular formation hide behind 3 large boulders, holding their breath and staring fixedly at the entrance of the hollow. The leading mid-core formation cultivator holds a compass-like artifact, its needle slowly rotating as the smoke drifts closer. He's coming. He's here. The mid-core formation cultivator watches the approaching needle, a gleam of excitement and cruelty spreading across his face. Both junior brothers, get ready. On my command, we'll activate the 3 talents blood demon array. We must capture this skulking rat in one fell swoop. Yes, senior brother. The other two early core formation cultivators respond in unison, their faces flushed with bloodlust. Perched on the tree, you watch the trio below who still believe themselves to be the hunters, and a mocking cat-and-mouse smile curls on your lips. You seem to have mistaken one thing. Who is the prey and who is the hunter remains uncertain. You do not rush to act, but patiently await the perfect moment. Soon the wisp of smoke from the soul-tracking incense drifts lazily into the hollow's entrance. The three demonic cultivators' nerves instantly tighten. They stare fixedly at the entrance, not daring to blink. Yet 1 breath passes, 2 breaths pass, 10 breaths pass. The entrance remains empty, not even a ghost in sight. Huh, what's going on? An early core formation demonic cultivator frowns involuntarily. The smoke has already entered, but where is the person? Don't panic, the leading mid-core formation cultivator says in a deep voice. He must have sensed something wrong and used some concealment technique. Everyone release your divine sense and search thoroughly. He must be nearby. Yes. The three immediately unleash their divine sense, without reservation, sweeping every inch of the hollow. But they are destined to find nothing. Under the perfect concealment of aura concealment art purple, even if an old nascent soul monster were here, they would never detect your trace unless you deliberately revealed yourself. Watching them scramble below like headless flies, you almost laugh out loud. The time is almost ripe. Just when their minds are most relaxed and irritated from failing to find a target, you make your move. Your target is the weakest cultivator, the early core formation demon standing on the far left. You pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. Your figure like a ghost drifts down from the tree crown, without a sound stirring, not even a whisper of wind. That early core formation demonic cultivator is still fully focused on probing ahead with his divine sense. He has no idea that death has already arrived behind him. You extend your right hand, fingers pressed together like a sword with golden light condensing at the tip. Without a moment's hesitation, you stab fiercely toward his back. A dull thud of a blade piercing flesh. The demon's body stiffens abruptly. He looks down at the golden glowing finger protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with boundless shock and disbelief. He tries to open his mouth to cry for help, but your gung metal sword energy has already shredded his heart and dantian in an instant. He cannot make a single sound as his life force rapidly drains away. Old 6. The other two demonic cultivators finally sense something wrong. When they turn and see the horrifying scene, their eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Who are you? The mid-core formation cultivator points at you, both shocked and furious, his voice sharp. You slowly withdraw your hand, letting the corpse thud to the ground. You do not answer his question. Instead, you turn and gaze at them with those murky, icy eyes. A grim smile spreads across your wrinkled face. Don't rush. You're next. Your voice, old and hoarse, carries a terrifying, killing intent that makes even the soul tremble. It's you, the ghost. The remaining early core formation demon, upon recognizing you, is so terrified that his soul nearly flees. With a piercing shriek, he turns to run. He has been completely shattered by your elusive methods. Coward, what are you running for? The mid-core formation cultivator roars in anger, knowing that fleeing now means certain death. The only chance to survive is to fight to the death. Blood demon disintegration. He roars, his body instantly swelling as countless blood-red demonic patterns appear on his skin. A violent bloody aura erupts from him. In an instant, he burns his own essence, blood forcibly elevating his cultivation to the peak of mid-core formation. Die. He transforms into a streak of blood light, wielding a blood-red long blade, and slashes wildly at you. Before the blade light even arrives, a thick stench of blood assaults your senses, nearly making you retch. Yet facing this desperate strike, your face shows no fear. You simply raise your right hand slowly. This time the tip of your finger gathers not golden sword energy, but a blazing crimson fire that seems capable of incinerating all things. The 5 Chi Rising Sword Cannon. Lihua Prairie Sword Art Fire Attribute. A massive flame, sword energy roars from your fingertip, carrying the momentum to burn the heavens and boil the seas, charging toward the blood-colored blade light. The blood-colored blade light, which seemed capable of tearing mountains and rivers, melted silently, like hot oil upon snow the moment it collided with the crimson flame sword aura. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a grating annihilation. The golden core mid-stage demon cultivator could only watch helplessly as his life-bound treasure twisted, softened, and finally turned into a pool of molten iron under the terrifying heat. And that crimson sword aura, having devoured the blood fiend aura within the blade light, blazed even brighter as it surged forward. No! A half-suppressed, desperate scream was squeezed from his throat. The next second, he was completely engulfed by the flames, his burning essence, blood, and soul evaporating into the void between heaven and earth. TCH. You glanced at the drifting ashes with a hint of regret. Hope the storage pouch didn't burn through. These days it's not easy to make a living. The flames dissipated and a pitch-black storage pouch landed precisely on the scorched earth unharmed. You beckoned from afar, and the pouch obediently flew into your palm. It was quite heavy. It seemed that this burning comrade had been quite well off. By now the first demon cultivator in early-stage golden core had already fled for several miles. He heard the scream behind him, but dared not look back, only wishing he had more legs as he plunged into the pitch-black, dense forest. Run. You turned around, your murky old eyes calm as a stagnant pool. Your left foot gently stamped the ground beneath you. 5 chi returning to origin sword cannon. Earth element, subduing mountain sword art. Several miles away, the fleeing demon cultivator saw the sky above him suddenly darken. He looked up in terror as a massive sword shadow formed from earth. Yellow sword chi materialized out of thin air, carrying the weighty stillness of absolute suppression as it crashed down with a thunderous impact. A soft sound. The earth rose into a fresh lone grave, burying him and his final terror alive. Thus the hunting trap laid by the Tianma Valley had become a complete joke. 3 golden core true men were completely wiped out. You deftly dug out the last storage pouch from the soil and casually pried away the unused formation disc, your movements as smooth as an old farmer who had done this 1,000 times. Job done. You clapped your hands about to count the spoils. Suddenly a terrifying pressure freezing the very soul descended from the heavens. The air turned thick as blood, every inch of space died in despairing crimson. How dare you! A thunderous roar like a bolt from the 9 heavens shook the entire mountain hollow. Under my very nose you kill, and think you can leave? A trail of blood-red light tore through the night sky, arriving in an instant, defying all distance. Waves of blood surged as a sinister figure in a blood-red robe stood in midair. Late-stage golden core perfection. The frontline commander of Tianma Valley, Blood Butcher True Man. He had finally been forced to descend personally. Blood Butcher True Man looked down, his eyes not of a living being, but like 2 abyssal fissures locked onto the stooped figure leaning on a cane below. When he saw the carnage and the 3 lifeless subordinates, the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably, and his murderous intent nearly solidified. You pretentious freak. Today I will peel off your skin and bones inch by inch. Before his words faded, he pressed down with his right hand from afar. Boom. The void collapsed. A blood-colored giant palm the size of a moo reached down from the clouds, the lines of its palm flowing with the wails of countless wronged souls, carrying the momentum to crush the very laws of existence grasping at you. Space was completely sealed off. No escape above, no refuge below. Faced with this thunderous strike that could annihilate any golden core cultivator, you stood still, not moving an inch. You didn't even lift the cane you used as a weapon. You merely raised your head slowly, your wrinkled, weathered face breaking into a grin at Blood Butcher True Man in the sky. That smile was laden with meaning. Young man, such a hot temper is bad for your health. Your hoarse voice pierced through the sonic boom of the blood palm, clearly reaching Blood Butcher True Man's ears. I'm quite satisfied with this meeting gift. Next time remember to bring more possessions. This old man's appearance fee is quite high. Blood Butcher True Man's pupils abruptly contracted to dangerous pinpoints. An indescribable absurdity accompanied by a piercing chill surged wildly from the depths of his Tao heart. Could this old bastard be insane? Talking nonsense at death's door. Die! He roared furiously, and the blood palm's descent accelerated sharply. Just as the giant palm was about to touch the corner of your robe, you willed it. Activated. Time-space reversal purple. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no ripple in space. You simply vanished abruptly and without warning into thin air, as if you had never existed. As if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion born of Blood Butcher True Man's rage. You were like a crude doodle, mercilessly erased by the laws of heaven and earth. Boom. The blood palm slammed heavily onto the empty ground. The mountain hollow collapsed, the earth sank. A terrifying palm print dozens of zhang deep was left here forever. The print was empty. Blood Butcher True Man slowly descended, standing at the edge of the palm print, his divine sense sweeping madly over the 100-mile radius like a breached dam again and again. Nothing. There was nothing. Even a nascent soul lord's teleportation would have left traces. But what had just happened defied centuries of his cultivation knowledge. The unknown was the most terrifying. This elusive ghost could come and go freely under his nose. Could it also appear behind him at any moment? A cold sweat slowly trickled down Blood Butcher True Man's temple. He looked around. This battlefield he had controlled for years now felt utterly alien, every shadow seeming to hide that mocking smile of the old man with the cane. Pass my order. Blood Butcher True Man gritted his back teeth, forcing out a few hoarse words. Full retreat. Fall back 300ly. Activate the camp's grand formation. No one is to engage without authorization. He was afraid. This merciless demon lord felt fear for the first time in his life. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun sect's logistics camp in the Grade A alchemy chamber, the space on the empty meditation cushion showed not even a ripple. Your figure appeared out of thin air, as if you had been sitting there all along, never having left. Still the 18-year-old youth with a calm expression. Only the 3 bulging new storage pouches at your waist still carrying a faint blood fiend aura prove that the heart-stopping hunt of the previous night was no mere dream. Phew. You stretched your joints, cracking crisply, dispelling the vertigo of crossing dimensions. What a pity, you muttered to yourself while counting the spoils. If I had really gone all out just now, that blood butcher might not have been impossible to keep. But there was no need. You were here to profit from war, not to gamble with your life. Deals with too much risk were off the table. You calmly sorted and cataloged all the loot. The total value of the 3 golden core true men's entire fortunes plus the unexpected 3 talent blood devil formation disc had exceeded 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was an overnight windfall. It seems this ghostly old grandpa sideline has a promising future. You patted the storage pouch with satisfaction. But I've been too conspicuous lately. Time to lie low for a while. You stood up and pushed open the alchemy chamber door. The first rays of morning sunlight warmed your face. In the distance, the logistics camp had already begun its daily bustle. You squinted, a harmless sunny smile spreading across your face. Who would have thought that this diligent alchemy-practicing, affable Qin sect disciple was the very same ghostly old grandpa who had turned the Tianma Valley upside down last night, even tarnishing the Tao heart of blood butcher true man. The legend of the ghostly old man exploded across the front lines as the Demon Valley completely withdrew 300 li. In an instant, the morale of the entire Qin sect's forward camp soared. Every disciple was enthusiastically discussing which hidden master by his own strength had frightened the blood butcher out of his wits. All sorts of speculations flew about. Some said it was the secluded ancestor of the Golden Sword Peak. Others said it was a mysterious external aid invited by the sect's higher-ups. But no one could have imagined that the creator of this legend was leisurely staying in the logistics camp, calculating how to maximize the profit from this batch of spoils. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones TSK tisk. That's much more than earning by painstakingly refining pills. Tang Xun hummed a cheerful tune, sorting and packing a batch of freshly refined fasting pills into categories. War profits were indeed the easiest to make in the world. In these past few days, the demonic path had cowered without emerging, and the consumption of pills on the front lines had plummeted, causing the entire logistics camp's atmosphere to relax. Even Elder Wang, the supervisor, whose perpetually taut face rarely relaxed, showed a rare hint of ease. Tang Xun. Elder Wang, with his hands behind his back, strolled to the entrance of the alchemy chamber, a chin slightly raised. Well done. The sect specifically praised our logistics camp, saying that the pill supply was timely and of superior quality, and that we were the unsung heroes behind the great victory. Tang Xun rolled his eyes inwardly. A hero? I'm the real hero here, all right. But on his face he wore a humble and respectful expression. This is all due to Elder Wang's excellent leadership. This disciple merely did his duty. You are teachable. Elder Wang was quite pleased with this attitude, stroking his sparse goatee. By the way, the sect has new personnel reassignments. The pressure on the front lines has eased, so they are preparing for personnel rotation. Oh, Tang Xun's heart stirred. As for me, I am also being transferred to a forward stronghold to hold the line for a while. In Elder Wang's tone there was a hint of scarcely concealed pride. The one replacing me is your Danxia Peak's core formation true person, Lu Rian. Elder Lu. Cough. Cough cough. Tang Xun nearly choked on his own saliva. Lu Rian. She's coming to the logistics camp. And she's taking Elder Wang's place, becoming my direct superior. This is damn what a surprise. Elder Wang, seeing Tang Xun's violent coughing reaction, thought he was shocked by the news, and the smugness on his face grew even stronger. What? Surprised. Although Elder Lu is newly advanced to core formation, her alchemy skills are extremely high. The sect is confident to have her oversee the logistics camp. You kid will have to be even sharper under her than you were under me, understand? Yes, this disciple understands. This disciple will definitely perform well and never cause trouble for Elder Lu. Tang Xun nodded repeatedly, his expression as sincere as could be. Inside he was overjoyed. This wasn't just a superior coming. This was clearly his own little canary. After seeing off Elder Wang, who was about to head to the front lines to make his mark, Tang Xun immediately renovated his alchemy chamber inside and out. After finishing all this, he sat down contentedly and began to eagerly await. About half a day passed. A slight commotion came from outside. Tang Xun's ears twitched. He immediately stood up, straightened his robe, put on a standard professional smile, and went out to greet. Amid the crowd of onlookers, a figure stood gracefully. The moon-white elder's robe worn on her showed no hint of age, instead it perfectly accentuated her tall figure and ethereal temperament. The moment she appeared, the entire noisy alchemy department fell silent instantly. Those alchemists who were usually slovenly stood up straight, as if injected with stimulants, their eyes burning with fervor. No kidding. Before they had to face Elder Wang's old face every day, now they had a fairy-like core formation true person. The happiness index of work had skyrocketed exponentially. Greetings, Elder Lu. Everyone bowed in unison. Tang Xun also mingled in the crowd, making a show of bowing. Lu Rian's cool gaze swept over the crowd, and finally, it precisely landed on Tang Xun. It lingered only for a moment. In her eyes there was a hint of a barely perceptible smile, but it was quickly veiled by coldness. Everyone no need for formalities. Her voice was emotionless, but exceptionally pleasant. From today onward, I will temporarily assume the role of head of the logistics alchemy department. Rules remain unchanged. Everyone performs their duties. Our rewards for merits, punishments for faults. With these few words the formalities were done. She walked straight toward the main alchemy chamber. As she passed by Tang Xun she didn't stop, but a voice transmission only the two could hear entered Tang Xun's ear. Sycophant. Tang Xun's smile grew even brighter. After Lu Rian entered the alchemy chamber the atmosphere outside became lively again. Oh, my elder Lu is so beautiful. From now on, seeing her every day, I feel like my alchemy success rate could increase by 10%. Stop dreaming. That's a core formation true person. I'm just thinking. Tang Xun ignored these hormone-driven guys and turned to follow into the alchemy chamber. Bang! The heavy stone door was casually closed by him, cutting off all sight and sound from outside. Inside the alchemy chamber Lu Rian was standing by the calming stone, examining it with interest. Oh, Grand Alchemist Tang, you really went all out to welcome this elder. Without outsiders the aura of a cold and lofty expert vanished in an instant. Of course. Tang Xun walked up to her with a serious expression. Elder Lu has just taken office. Your subordinate naturally must create the most comfortable working environment for you. Your subordinate. Lu Rian was amused by his tone, extended a jade finger, and gently poked his chest. How does that sound so awkward to me? Then, senior sister. Tang Xun took the opportunity to grab her mischievous little hand, gently pulled her into his embrace, and sat down together. That's more like it. Lu Rian was satisfied, leaning docilely in his arms, and let out a long sigh. The nerves that had been taut for so long on the front lines finally truly relaxed. You've lost weight. Tang Xun stroked her cheek, feeling a little distressed. You too. Lu Rian looked up at him. I heard that most of the pills in the logistics camp were refined by you. Before she could finish, Tang Xun silenced her with his lips. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The longing of their long separation turned into a prairie fire in this moment. The temperature inside the alchemy chamber began to spiral out of control. Wait. Lu Rian suddenly pushed him away, her pretty face flushed, breathing heavily. Here. There are still people outside. What's there to fear? Tang Xun grinned wickedly, pointing at the stone door. I've already activated the formation, it's soundproof. No one can hear. But, what if the furnace explodes? Lu Rian's eyes darted away, clearly recalling some past experience. Don't worry. Tang Xun leaned close to her ear, his warm breath making her earlobes completely red. This time we won't light the fire. As soon as he said that, he lifted Lu Rian by the waist. Lu Rian let out a startled cry and subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. Are you crazy? Tang Xun just laughed, holding her, and walked to the huge waist-high alchemy furnace. With a lift of his spiritual energy, Lu Rian, as light as a feather, slowly sat on the warm furnace lid. Senior sister, this alchemy furnace A is a treasure of the sect containing the essence of earthly fire and abundant spiritual energy. Tang Xun stood before her, looking up at her with undisguised aggression in his eyes. To dual cultivate here will surely achieve twice the result with half the effort. The Luan Feng He Ming white trait has been successfully equipped. In an instant, a scorching torrent erupted from the coccyx, surging through the limbs and finally sinking into the Dantian Sea of Qi. His spine had never been so straight. He lifted his gaze toward the exquisite figure atop the furnace lid. It must be said this second senior sister's aura was becoming increasingly alluring. That moon-white elder robe, symbolizing authority, did not create distance, but instead became the ultimate temptation. The hem of her skirt rolled up slightly due to her posture, revealing a section of calf, like congealed fat, gleaming with an ivory luster under the dark red glow of the earth fire. You? What are you looking at? Tang Xun's gaze was almost tangible, roaming over her body. The undisguised aggressiveness made Lu Rian's heart tighten. She instinctively pressed her legs together, but found the round furnace lid extremely unstable to sit on, always feeling a sense of precariousness, as if she might fall off. Look at Elder Lu's robe, truly majestic. Tang Xun stepped forward, placing his hands on the edge of the furnace lid, caging her in his arms, with that signature annoying smile on his face. Lu Rian's pretty face flushed with two patches of red. She wanted to push him away, but when her palm pressed against Tang Xun's chest, the muscles beneath felt as hard as iron. This is the alchemy chamber. Outside. There are so many disciples out there. She lowered her voice, her tone carrying 3 parts shame and anger, 7 parts panic, and a deeply hidden hint of anticipation. Tang Xun leaned down, bringing his mouth close to her ear. The warm breath drilled into her ear canal, and the beauty in his arms suddenly stiffened. Senior sister, this Jiazi-level furnace is connected to the sect's main earth fire vein. The earth fire is extremely young, and you, senior sister, are a genius with dual gold and fire spiritual roots. His hand quite mischievously slipped in along the moon-white lapel. If we dual cultivate using this supreme yang energy, not only will it stabilize Senior Sister's realm, but it will also make Senior Sister understand what it means to joyfully cultivate you. The rest of the words were all blocked in her throat, turning into several muffled whimpers. Tang Xun's movements were so practiced that it was startling. The effect of Luan Feng, He Ming, was immediate. That mischievous hand easily bypassed her spiritual energy protection as a core formation cultivator reaching straight for her softest core. Don't. Not here. Lu Rian finally managed to catch a breath, gasping heavily, her eyes shimmering, already having lost her usual aloof elder demeanor. He grabbed Lu Rian's slender waist with one hand, and with a slight exertion lifted her entire body, turned her around, and made her face away from him with her hands propped on the furnace lid. This posture. Lu Rian was mortified to the extreme, even her ears burning red. Directly in front of her was that heavy stone door. Knowing that the formation blocked everything, but that forbidden feeling of being caught at any moment still made her heart pound wildly, almost leaping out of her throat. Tang Xun, you. This is treason. Lu Rian bit her lower lip, her voice trembling. Tang Xun, while speaking unceremoniously, removed the last of the barriers. This subordinate will now make amends. Before the words faded, there was a storm. Outside the alchemy chamber. It was noon, the busiest time in the logistics camp. Dozens of alchemists came and went, the shouts of carrying herbs and the counting of pills intermingled into a cacophony. Hey, what do you think the new Elder Lu is doing inside right now? A young disciple wiped the sweat from his forehead and gestured with his chin toward the closed stone door. What else could she be doing? Handing over work, of course. The veteran beside him rolled his eyes. Elder Wang left such a mess. With Elder Lu newly appointed, shouldn't she give senior brother Tang a good lesson? That's true. I just heard some faint noise inside, like the furnace vibrating. Probably testing senior brother Tang's alchemy skills. Of course, a core formation master's test senior brother Tang is going to have a hard time. Little did they know, that so-called furnace vibration had nothing to do with alchemy. Only a door apart. The massive alchemy furnace was now undergoing the most severe test since its creation. Lu Rian felt like a small boat tossed in a storm, completely losing the ability to steer. The man behind her was like a tireless wild bull. No, even more terrifying than a wild bull. Lu Rian's fingers gripped the edge of the furnace lid tightly, her knuckles white from the strain. Her proud core formation cultivation was now completely useless, unable to exert any strength, leaving her at Tang Xun's mercy to control the rhythm. Elder Lu, weren't you just calling me a bootlicker? Tang Xun's voice was hoarse, but his movements grew even more fierce. This subordinate's bootlicking technique. Slap. A crisp sound. Are you satisfied? Lu Rian's body jerked violently, feeling as if her soul was about to leave. This bastard. She wanted to turn and glare, but Tang Xun held her waist, leaving her unable to move. This Luan Feng He Ming trait was simply a bug. Tang Xun felt like he was now a grandmaster. Senior sister, don't be distracted, circulate the technique. Tang Xun leaned over her back, sweat dripping down his cheeks onto Lu Rian's smooth back. Yes. Like that, draw the earth fire's spiritual energy. During the dual cultivation, the spiritual energy within their bodies began to merge and purify in a mystical way. But at this moment, how could she care about cultivation? All reason had been washed away by the overwhelming tide. She could only instinctively let out some embarrassing sounds. Her voice took on a sobbing tone, a genuine plea for mercy. Tang Xun chuckled, having no intention of letting her off so easily. Just a little longer, Elder Lu. Our work report is only halfway through. This absurd alchemy session lasted a full 2 hours. Not until the earth fire at the bottom of the furnace dimmed somewhat did the storm finally subside. Lu Rian collapsed limply in Tang Xun's arms, too exhausted to even lift a finger. That majestic elder robe was already in disarray, hanging messily on her body. She buried her burning cheek in Tang Xun's solid chest, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat, unable to recover from the previous storm for a long time. Too crazy. Completely insane. She had dignified core formation elder actually on the alchemy furnace. If this got out, how could she? Lu Rian continue to face the Qinyan sect? Senior sister, how do you feel? Tang Xun, on the other hand, was refreshed, even feeling a slight improvement in his cultivation. While helping Lu Rian tidy her messy hair, he asked knowingly. Lu Rian lifted her head, mustering all her strength to glare at him. But her hazy eyes were shimmering, naturally seductive, with no lethality at all, more like a playful reproach. Get lost. She gritted her teeth, squeezing out the word from between her lips. All right, I'll go pour you some tea. Tang Xun wasn't annoyed. He grinned and gave her a kiss on the cheek, then nimbly jumped off the furnace and put on his clothes. Watching that figure bustling about in the alchemy room, Lu Rian's burning cheeks couldn't help but curl up slightly at the corners of her mouth. Although this guy was a bastard. But this feeling wasn't so bad after all. She felt the much more refined spiritual energy inside her body and silently cursed in her heart. Next time, She murmured softly, her voice as faint as a mosquito. Next time change the place. This furnace lid is too hard and uncomfortable. The stone door of the alchemy chamber had become a unique sight in the logistics camp. Since Elder Lu Rian took office, an unwritten rule had been added to this door. Tang Xun enters, others are forbidden. Whenever Tang Xun walked in with a pile of jade slips or herbs, his face serious, and then casually closed the door, the alchemists outside would all exchange knowing smiles. Look, senior brother Tang is going to report on work to Elder Lu again. Yes indeed, once he reports, he won't come out for at least an hour or two. Elder Lu is really dedicated to her work, and senior brother Tang is truly hardworking. What do you know? This is called favor. In the entire logistics camp, who else gets such treatment as senior brother Tang? To receive personal guidance from a core formation true person is a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. A group of people were discussing their words filled with envy and jealousy toward Tang Xun. Little did they know that at this moment inside the alchemy chamber, the so-called personal guidance was anything but intimate. Tang Xun, get off me. This is the sect's ledger, not your cushion. Lu Rian's pretty face was flushed red as she struggled to break free from Tang Xun's embrace. She had specially changed into a neat set of tight-fitting clothes today, intending to thoroughly reorganize the logistics camp's affairs. But she had barely sat down for a quarter of an hour before being entangled by this fellow. Now she was completely encircled in Tang Xun's arms, sitting on his lap. The thick ledger recording the inflow and outflow of pills in her hand was brazenly used by him as a cushion under her bottom. Elder Lu, you are mistaken, Tang Xun said with a serious face, but his hands were roving improperly on her waist. I am helping you share your worries. You see, this ledger is cold and hard. Sitting on it for long is bad for your health. My legs are warm, soft, and elastic. They can not only relieve the fatigue of sitting for a long time, but also promote blood circulation, which is beneficial for cultivation. Isn't this for the sake of work? You're twisting things. Lu Rian was both angry and amused by his sophistry, and the strength of her struggle diminished considerably. Since that day's stove shock, this fellow had become increasingly lawless. Relying on the soundproofing array, relying on her being his direct superior, relying on the fact that she truly couldn't refuse him. This small alchemy chamber had almost become their exclusive love nest. On the alchemy furnace, the desk, the meditation cushion, and even beside the herb shelves, traces of their wantonness were left. Seeing her attitude soften, Tang Xun leaned close to her ear and whispered, "The front line is stable. Those bastards of the demon path are hiding and not coming out. We seldom have such leisure. This is called balancing work and rest, understand?" "Pa, who's balancing work and rest with you?" Lu Rian spat at him, but in the end she gave up resistance and softened her body, letting him hold her. The effects of these days of dual cultivation were tangible. She could clearly feel that her core formation early stage realm was advancing toward the middle stage at an incredible speed. And Tang Xun, this fellow, was even more of a monster. The spiritual energy within him was terrifyingly pure. Every time they dual cultivated, she could gain enormous benefits. Sometimes she even wondered who the real core formation true person was. "Senior sister, what are you thinking?" Tang Xun's hand had already skillfully slipped into her robe. "I'm thinking, what kind of monster you really are." Lu Rian closed her eyes, feeling the trembling brought by the familiar large hand, her voice slightly trembling. "Has your cultivation already surpassed mine, eh?" "How could that be?" Tang Xun chuckled softly and nibbled her earlobe. "In front of senior sister, I will always be just a foundation establishment junior brother who needs your guidance." He emphasized the word guidance, causing Lu Rian to tremble again. "Bastard." She cursed, then actively raised her head to meet his lips. The ledger fell to the ground with a thud, and the numbers inside were no longer of concern to anyone. Such days lasted for nearly a month. Tang Xun's days were unprecedented in comfort. Since second senior sister arrived, Tang Xun no longer went out to play the role of the ghostly old man, which was quite inconvenient. He originally thought that this comfortable and fulfilling life would continue indefinitely, until the war ended, or until he managed to reach the nascent soul stage here. However, the tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. Just as he and Lu Rian were in the alchemy chamber researching a new dual cultivation posture, an accident occurred. Dong, dong, dong. 3 urgent and prolonged bell tolls. Without any warning, they resounded throughout the entire Qingyun sect camp. This was the highest level of alarm. Inside the alchemy chamber, Tang Xun and Lu Rian's movements froze abruptly. The two quickly separated and tidied their robes at the fastest speed. Lu Rian's face still bore the lingering blush, but her gaze had become extremely serious. "It's the assembly bell. Something major has happened." Tang Xun reacted even faster. Almost the instant the bell rang, he released his divine sense in all directions. The next second, his expression also changed. Within the range of his divine sense, directly in front of the Qingyun sect frontline camp, an endless tide of demonic qi was surging forward like a flood bursting its banks. The concentration of that demonic chi was more than 10 times more terrifying than any previous time. At the forefront of the demonic chi, tens of thousands of demonic cultivators were riding various ferocious demonic artifacts, forming black phalanxes like dark clouds pressing down on the city, with overwhelming killing intent charging straight at the Qingyun sect camp. And behind that army there were more than a dozen auras of core formation true persons. Their numbers far exceeded those on the Qingyun sect side. Has Tianma Valley gone mad? Tang Xun's brows furrowed tightly. Are they sending out their entire force? Wasn't it just a while ago that they were holed up 300 li away, not even daring to come out? How today suddenly, as if injected with stimulant, they launched a general offensive of such scale? This is against all reason. Tang Xun. Lu Rian had already put on her Dharma robe and walked to his side, her face full of worry. What should we do? Don't panic. Tang Xun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He held Lu Rian's hand and said solemnly, "You are now the head of the logistics camp. Your task is to guard this place and organize all the alchemists to refine pills with all their might. Be sure to guarantee the supply of pills to the front line. Remember, no matter how the battle rages outside, you must not leave here even a step." The situation was not right. Very not right. This reckless fighting style of Tianma Valley didn't seem like they were trying to capture cities and territory. More like they were seeking death. What exactly did they want to do? The Qingyun sect's frontline camp had been established for years and was equipped with all manner of defensive formations. Even if the Demon Valley mobilized its entire force, a direct assault would inevitably result in heavy casualties, ending in mutual destruction. Tang Xun. Lu Rian's heart tightened as she gazed at the silent Tang Xun, instinctively grasping his hand. Don't panic. Tang Xun turned his hand to hold her cold, won the warmth from his palm, soothing the turmoil within Lu Rian's heart. Something is wrong. Tang Xun narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. This reckless attack from the Demon Valley doesn't aim to conquer territory. Rather, like what? Like they are courting death. Tang Xun spoke each word with deliberation. Lu Rian was stunned. Courting death? Who would launch such a massive assault just to die? I don't know what scheme they are brewing. Tang Xun drew a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. But now is not the time to dwell on it. He fixed his gaze on Lu Rian, his eyes turning earnest. Senior sister, listen to me. No matter how fierce the battle outside becomes, even if the sky falls, you must never leave the alchemy hall for even a step. This place is protected by the sect's core formation, the safest spot in the entire camp. Understood. Lu Rian met his unwavering gaze and nodded firmly. I understand. She knew this was not the time for sentiment. Though worried about Tang Xun, she was equally aware of her own duty. And you? She couldn't help asking. Me? Tang Xun curled his lips into a faint smile. I'm just a mere chi condensation disciple. Naturally, I'll stay in the safest place and assist Elder Lu with the chores. That was what he said, but Lu Rian caught a hidden meaning in his eyes. Before she could ponder it further, anxious shouts came from outside. Elder Lu! Elder Lu! Urgent summons from the sect. All presiding elders proceed to the assembly hall at once. Lu Rian cast one last glance at Tang Xun. Her eyes carried both worry and entrustment. Be careful. I will. Lu Rian hurried out of the alchemy chamber. Outside, the camp was already in chaos. Countless streaks of sword light rose from every direction, converging into a torrent of radiance that surged toward the front line. The alarm bells, the shouts of cultivators, and the hum of activated artifacts blended into a deafening roar. Tang Xun stood at the entrance of the alchemy chamber. He gazed at the sky stained crimson by demonic chi. He felt that behind it all lay a vast conspiracy, a scheme beyond his imagination. He disliked this loss of control. It seems I need to find a chance to go to the front line and see for myself. He murmured to himself, turned back into the alchemy chamber, and closed the stone door behind him. The next moment, he activated the Thousand Faces green technique. His figure blurred and silently transformed into that of an inconspicuous menial disciple tasked with transporting herbs. At the foot of the Two Realms mountain, a living hell had unfolded. The clamor of battle shook the heavens and earth. The brilliance of spiritual power clashed violently with the black mist of demonic energy, each collision exploding into a dazzling yet deadly firework. Severed limbs and broken weapons flew like fallen leaves whipped by a gale. Blood dyed the earth crimson, converging into viscous rivulets. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the acrid smell of scorched spiritual power, nauseating enough to make one retch. The disciples of Qingyun sect formed sword formations, stubbornly resisting the tide of demonic cultivators. These demonic cultivators had gone mad. They showed no regard for their own lives, even detonating their dantians to blast a small breach in the Qingyun sect's defensive line. This life-for-life tactic was brutally savage. Within less than an hour of battle, the Qingyun sect had already suffered hundreds of casualties. On the Demon Valley side, the fallen bodies were countless beyond measure. Blood Massacre, true person, floated expressionlessly at the rear of the demonic army. He watched the battlefield below, which churned like a meat grinder, his fists clenched tightly inside his sleeves. Just moments ago, he had once again sent a message to the sect's high command requesting a temporary halt to the offensive and a reassessment of tactics. This senseless sacrifice of lives was meaningless. Even if they managed to wear down the Qingyun sect, the Demon Valley would be crippled, requiring centuries of recovery before it could stand again. Yet the reply he received was a cold, emotionless secret order: continue the attack regardless of casualties. This is a death command. He who disobeys shall have his soul lamp extinguished. Blood massacre. True person's heart sank into an abyss. He did not understand. He simply could not comprehend it. What were the sect's high command thinking? In their eyes were the disciples fighting on the front line, nothing but expendable cannon fodder. He lifted his head and glanced at the other core formation elders beside him, their faces equally grim. They too had obviously received similar orders. From the very beginning, this war had been shrouded in an indescribable strangeness. At this moment, Tang Xun was mingling among a group of logistics disciples. He was transporting freshly refined pills to the frontline positions wearing a completely ordinary face. He had suppressed his cultivation to the qi condensation level, blending perfectly into the chaotic and noisy environment. His divine sense, however, had already spread out. Like an invisible specter, he coldly observed the bloody war. The more he watched, the deeper his confusion grew. They are performing a sacrifice. An absurd and chilling thought suddenly erupted in Tang Xun's mind. Sacrificing tens of thousands of cultivators' blood and lives. What were they after? Just then, dong. A clear, ancient bell tone, as if from the dawn of time, resounded without warning across heaven and earth. The bell seemed to come from no direction. Instead, it rang directly in the depths of everyone's soul. The moment the bell sounded, the entire battlefield, the clamor of battle, the roaring clash of spiritual power, abruptly and eerily ceased. All cultivators, both righteous and demonic, who were locked in combat, froze as if a pause button had been pressed, their movements halting as they lifted their heads in astonishment. The expressions on their faces were still frozen in the ferocity and madness of the previous second. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Then, crack! A sound like the sky itself splitting apart came from the highest peak of the two realms mountain, the main peak perpetually shrouded in mist, under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes. That towering mountain slowly split open, a massive rift midway up its slope. Dark, profound light seeped out from the fissure. Within the light, countless ancient and mysterious runes could be seen slowly swirling. An indescribable aura, vast, ancient, and boundless, swept out from the rift like a tsunami, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. In the face of this aura, both qi condensation cultivators and core formation true persons felt themselves as insignificant as specks of dust. What is that? A young Qingyun sect disciple asked, his voice trembling. No one answered him. Everyone was utterly awestruck by this miraculous sight. A secret realm? Tang Xun's pupils contracted. A startling idea exploded in his mind. He understood. Everything connected. This damned war. These dead cultivators. Their blood, their souls. It was all to open this ancient secret realm. Sacrifice. Tang Xun chewed on the word. A freezing chill instantly shot up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He looked at the massive rift that cut across the mountain range. Then he looked down at the ground, a land thoroughly soaked with blood. Countless corpses still held their pre-death postures. A truth crystal clear, yet utterly cruel, exploded in his mind. Bullshit righteous demonic war. Bullshit sect honor. From beginning to end, this was a complete fraud. A bloody ritual jointly orchestrated by the highest echelons of both the righteous and demonic sides. They used the lives of tens of thousands of low-level cultivators, only to open an ancient secret realm. No wonder the Demon Abyss Valley launched such a suicidal general assault. Because the number of dead was still not enough. The blood needed to open the secret realm was still insufficient. They needed to use a sufficiently brutal war to collect enough blood to irrigate this land, to awaken this secret realm that had slept for 10,000 years. And they, these so-called sect disciples, whether righteous or demonic, from the moment they set foot on this battlefield, they had only one identity: sacrifices. This realization branded itself like a red-hot iron onto Tang Xun's heart. He thought of the young disciples in the logistics camp who diligently refined pills every day. They fantasized about one day going to the front lines to achieve glory and honor their ancestors. He recalled the message from Lu Rian earlier. Those team members who survived because of his pills. They said they would thank him properly. He thought of the legend of the ghostly old grandpa that was so widely circulated. Those Demon Abyss Valley cultivators he had killed. They too were victims of this conspiracy. He had always thought. He was in a cruel world, but at least one with rules. Carefully, he sought survival and profit for himself. Do not kill the innocent. Do not bully the weak. He even had the leisure to play the role of a chivalrous hero who acts on behalf of heaven. He felt he was different from those demonic villains who saw human life as grass. Different from those sanctimonious hypocrites as well. But now, reality slapped him hard. Fuck your rules. Fuck your bottom line. In this world, rules are made by those who stand at the very top. And these low-level cultivators, don't even qualify to be pawns. They are just the chessboard itself. Disposable goods that can be overturned and discarded at any time. What the hell? From Tang Xun's throat came a meaningless choked sound like a wheeze. So after all this, I'm just a battery. And a disposable one at that. An uncontrollable sense of absurdity and rage exploded in his chest. Like magma erupting. Huh. He first let out a low laugh. Haha. The laughter grew louder. More and more uncontrollable. Ha ha ha. He threw back his head and laughed out loud. The laughter was hoarse and piercing, filled with endless mockery and icy fury. Beside him, the logistics disciples, equally shocked by the scene before them, were startled by his sudden, almost manic laughter. They all looked at him as if he were a madman and instinctively moved a little farther away. Tang Xun, however, paid no attention. He just laughed and laughed. Tears even streamed from the corners of his eyes from the physical strain. He laughed at himself for being too naive. He laughed at this world for being too absurd. He laughed at those lofty big shots for scheming too shrewdly. What a paragon of the righteous path. What a titan of the demonic path. For a illusory secret realm, they could calmly and contentedly take tens of thousands of living lives and use them as firewood to open the door, burning them to ashes. In their eyes, what were bonds of brotherhood? What was sect righteousness? Probably nothing more than a joke. If that's the case. Tang Xun's laughter abruptly stopped. He slowly lowered his head, raised his hand, and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. When he raised his eyes again, in those eyes that once held a hint of warmth and teasing the last trace of softness belonging to Tang Xun, the Transmigrator, also completely vanished. What remained was only a bottomless, icy darkness. Since you see me as worthless grass, then this so-called bond of brotherhood, this so-called grace of the sect, from today onward will turn to ashes along with this blood sacrifice. From now on, I, Tang Xun, live only for myself. Kill gods if they block the way, kill Buddhas if they stand in the way. Just as Tang Xun's Tao heart underwent a drastic transformation, another anomaly occurred in the sky. That massive rift, after absorbing the blood, aura, and souls of the entire battlefield, finally stabilized, forming a huge spatial gate that emitted a faint, eerie light. Immediately afterward, dozens of figures shot up into the sky simultaneously from the rear of both the righteous and demonic camps. Leading them were none other than the supreme elder of the Qingyun sect, Golden Light, True Lord, and the titan of the demon Abyss Valley. These two mortal enemies, who under normal circumstances would want to grind each other's bones to dust, now stood side by side with expressions of almost fanatical joy on their faces. Following them were the nascent soul true lords of both sects, including the Qingyun sect's sect leader, Xianxia True Lord. Then came the core formation true men, who had been summoned to gather in the main hall. The secret realm is open. The Qingyun sect leader's voice like a great bell resounded across the entire battlefield. All elders at the core formation stage and above, hear my command: follow me into the secret realm to seek immortal fortune. Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples remain in place and clean up the battlefield. Before the words even faded, he transformed into a streak of cyan light, and without looking back, charged into the spatial gate. The demon Abyss Valley also issued the same command. Those core formation true men, each one like they had been injected with stimulants, scrambled and swarmed toward the gate, as if afraid that if they were late, all the treasures inside would be snatched away by others. As for the tens of thousands of low-level disciples below, still in shock, not a single person gave them another glance. Who would care about used-up offerings? The surrounding logistics disciples stared at Tang Xun as if he were a complete madman. On this battlefield strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, everyone was utterly shaken by the miraculous rift in the secret realm. Yet this fellow could still laugh, and he laughed so loudly, so eerily. Tang Xun, however, paid no heed to the gazes of others. He had laughed enough. The bitterness of being deceived and butchered like livestock had been vented through that burst of laughter. Anger solves nothing. Only strength and profit are the truly real things in this damned world. He watched the elders who usually held themselves high and mighty now scrambling like wild dogs drawn by the scent of blood toward the spatial gate. The last shred of his sense of belonging to the sect dissipated completely. To hell with the sect. I'm not serving anymore. But leaving just like that would be too easy on those bastards. Tang Xun's gaze locked onto the spatial gate, radiating a faint, eerie light. You old bastards used tens of thousands of our lives as a tribute to pry open the door to this treasure trove. Now you want to go in and feast alone. No way. You eat the meat, at least I should get some soup, right? No soup is too little. I have to find a way to snatch a piece of meat from your bowls. A mad plan quickly took shape in his mind. Clean the battlefield. Station here. Tang Xun heard the Qingyun sect leader's sanctimonious order and couldn't help but want to laugh again. Sounds so nice. But alas, you schemed everything, yet you overlooked one small foundation establishment cultivator. A foundation establishment cultivator who is actually at core formation midstage and has a cheat. Tang Xun began to move among the crowd without a trace. His divine sense, like the most precise radar, swept rapidly over the core formation cultivators rushing toward the spatial gate. He needed to find a target, a suitable one to use as a disguise. It couldn't be too strong. A strong target would attract attention, and he couldn't mimic their behavior. The best would be someone at core formation early stage with a solitary and taciturn personality who kept to himself. That way, even if he mingled in, as long as he spoke little, he wouldn't easily be exposed. Soon a figure caught Tang Xun's eye. It was an old man in a gray robe with a gaunt face, his cultivation at core formation early stage. Amid the many splendid elders, he was utterly unremarkable. Tang Xun remembered him. He was an elder from the 100 Herbs Peak, surnamed Sun, who was usually in charge of the medicine garden. He was extremely solitary and almost never interacted with anyone. Since being conscripted to the front line, he had kept a grim face and ignored everyone. He was the perfect disguise target. That's the one. Tang Xun's mind was made up instantly. He watched Elder Sun fly into the spatial gate with the crowd and disappear. Tang Xun was not in a hurry. He knew it wasn't time yet. Most of the core formation cultivators had already entered, but there were surely high-ranking sect members guarding the entrance. Going now would be walking into a trap. He needed to wait. Wait for the right moment. Wait until everyone let their guard down. He lowered his head, pretending to be terrified, and followed the logistics disciples around him to begin cleaning the battlefield. So-called cleaning the battlefield meant, in plain terms, picking up trash. They gathered the corpses of their fellow disciples while the bodies of the demonic cultivators were piled up carelessly and burned. The air was filled with a sickening, hellish stench, a mixture of the smell of blood and the reek of burning flesh. Tang Xun, expressionless, carried the mutilated bodies of Qingyun's sect disciples to the designated spots. He saw many familiar faces. There was the junior brother who had once asked him for advice on alchemy in the logistics camp. There were disciples from the enforcement hall whom he had met a few times on patrol. They had died terribly. Their faces were frozen in resentment and confusion. Perhaps until death they didn't know why they fought or why they died. Tang Xun's heart was as hard as stone. He felt no sorrow, only a cold numbness. He knew that if he weren't strong enough, ruthless enough, then one more corpse would be lying here today. Time passed minute by minute. Half an hour later, most of the core formation cultivators had entered the secret realm. On the battlefield, only a few thousand Foundation establishment and Shi refining disciples like him were left silently cleaning up the mess. In the sky, the enormous spatial gate still hung silently. Tang Xun swept his divine sense and found that the several nascent soul lords who had been guarding the entrance were gone, presumably having entered the secret realm as well. Only 2 core formation late-stage elders remained standing like gate gods on either side of the entrance. Their expressions were also distracted, their gazes frequently drifting toward the deep entrance of the secret realm, clearly itching to go in. The opportunity had come. Tang Xun found an excuse to leave the logistics disciples and quietly slipped behind a small hill piled with demonic cultivator corpses. He confirmed no one was around. With a thought, he activated Thousand Faces Green. His form and features began to change drastically. His bones crackled, his stature shifting from upright to somewhat hunched. His youthful face became wrinkled, gaunt, and gloomy. The logistics disciple uniform turned into an ordinary gray robe. In just 3 breaths, a perfect replica of Elder Sun stood in his place. Then he activated Concealment Art Purple. He perfectly simulated his aura to match that of a core formation early-stage cultivator. He even mimicked the faint scent of medicinal herbs that came from years of dealing with plants. After doing all this, Tang Xun picked up a broken sword from the pile of corpses and made a few cuts on himself. He also smeared some bloodstains on his face. He made himself look as if he had been injured in the previous battle and had been delayed by some matter, hence arriving late. All preparations were complete. Tang Xun took a deep breath, leaned on the broken sword, and limped out from behind the mountain of corpses. He lowered his head, hunched his back, and staggered as he flew toward the spatial gate in the sky. Tang Xun flew very slowly, his posture appearing somewhat awkward. He perfectly portrayed the image of a low-level elder who had just endured a bloody battle, both physically and mentally exhausted, yet eager to secure a share of the secret realm's fortune. As expected, his appearance immediately caught the attention of the 2 gatekeeping elders. "Halt!" One of the tall, burly elders frowned and barked sternly. Tang Xun's body jolted in midair as if startled. He slowly raised his head, using the face of Elder Sun, wrinkled and stained with blood, to look at the 2 gatekeeping elders. His eyes held a trace of fear, a hint of confusion, and a barely perceptible anxiety. "Senior brothers, what is your command?" His voice was hoarse and weak, perfectly mimicking Elder Sun's usual half-dead tone. "Who are you?" The tall elder looked him up and down, his gaze filled with scrutiny. "Why are you only arriving now? Where were you hiding during the assembly in the main hall just now?" This question was extremely sharp. A single wrong answer would immediately expose him. Tang Xun sneered inwardly, but his face twisted into a smile that was uglier than tears. "Senior brother, you jest. How could I dare to desert during such a sect-wide battle?" He pointed to the wounds still oozing blood on his body, then to the battlefield below, still billowing with black smoke. Earlier, the formation point under my Baichao Peak's responsibility was ambushed by demonic cultivators. The situation was extremely critical. I fought desperately and managed to slay all those fiends, but it delayed me for a while. Look at my injuries. As he spoke, he coughed violently, as if the wounds were aggravated, his face turning pale. This explanation was half true and half false, perfectly reasonable. It explained why he was late, while also demonstrating his loyalty and bravery, leaving no room for criticism. The tall elder's suspicion indeed diminished somewhat after hearing this. After all, the battle had been chaotic with fierce fighting erupting in every area, so delays were understandable. Moreover, his cultivation at the early stage core formation was undeniable. So it's junior brother Sun from Baichao Peak. Another slightly thinner elder who clearly recognized elder Sun took the initiative to smooth things over. Junior brother Sun usually focuses on spiritual plants and herbs and is not skilled in combat. His performance in this battle is already commendable. Senior brother Zhao, in my opinion, let him enter. The tall elder nodded and was about to wave him through. Tang Xun's heart was in his throat. However, at that moment the tall elder seemed to recall something and his eyes sharpened again. Wait. He reached out and blocked Tang Xun. Where is your identity token? Tang Xun's heart skipped a beat. Damn, forgot about that. Every sect disciple has a token recording their identity. This thing he didn't have. The expression on his face instantly froze. Seeing his reaction, the tall elder's gaze immediately turned dangerous. What? Can't produce it. A powerful late-stage core formation pressure instantly locked onto Tang Xun. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Tang Xun's mind raced. What to do? Fight? No. The opponent was two late-stage core formation cultivators. Even if he revealed all his cards, he would gain nothing and only expose himself completely. Run. Even worse. Under the watchful eyes of these two, he couldn't escape. Time to gamble. A flash of determination crossed Tang Xun's eyes. Instead of panicking, he seemed angered by the pressure. A flush of humiliation rose on his withered face. What is the meaning of this, senior brother? He suddenly raised his head, straightened his hunched back, and roared in a mournful tone. My son Chang'an fought bloody battles for the sect and nearly lost my life on the front line. Yet you, instead of asking, suspect my identity. Token. He frantically began patting his body, as if furious. After groping for a while, he suddenly let out an ah, as if remembering something, his face filled with chagrin and anxiety. Damn. It must have been lost during the fight with that demon. His acting had reached a level of perfection. The perfectly calibrated anger, the grievance of being wronged, the regret over losing an important item. Layer upon layer, flawless. The two gatekeeping elders were momentarily stunned by his sudden outburst. Especially the thinner elder, whose face showed a hint of embarrassment and apology. Senior brother Zhao, look. This. The tall elder called senior brother Zhao also frowned deeply. He still had doubts, but the other's performance was too realistic. And he couldn't imagine who would be so bold as to impersonate a sect elder right under the noses of two late-stage core formation cultivators. What for? To court death? Just as he was hesitating, Tang Xun added fuel to the fire. He didn't look at the two gatekeeping elders again. Instead, he turned around and cast a desolate, heartbroken gaze at the massive spatial gate. Fine. He gave a bitter smile, his voice filled with infinite bleakness. Since senior brother doesn't trust me, then I, son Chang'an, will not go. Leave this great fortune to those you trust. I'll go back to my Baichao Peak and tend to my little patch of land. I won't be an eyesore to certain important figures here. With that, he actually flicked his sleeves and turned to leave without looking back. His receding figure was utterly lonely and desolate. This move of retreating to advance, pulling the rug from under the opponent, was absolutely brilliant. Hey, junior brother Sun, what are you doing? The thinner elder finally couldn't hold back, stepped forward and grabbed Tang Xun. Senior brother Zhao is just doing his duty, not intentionally making things difficult for you. Why must you be so reactive? He turned to the tall elder, gave him a meaningful look, and spoke with a hint of reproach. Senior brother Zhao, that's enough. Hurry up and finish this. We need to go in too, or the opportunity will be lost. With that, regardless of whether Zhao agreed, he cleared the passage. You go and don't delay the important matter. The tall elder, surnamed Zhao's face cycled through shades of green and white, his atoms apple bobbing, before finally forcing a single word through gritted teeth. Go. His voice was harsh, ground out, as if from stone. The taut string in Tang Xun's heart finally relaxed. But there was not a trace of joy on his face. He merely turned his head and gave Elder Zhao a deep, meaningful look with that weathered face belonging to Elder Sun. His gaze held no gratitude, only the stubborn defiance and cold detachment of a wronged man. He even let out a heavy humph, then slowly limping, without so much as a backward glance, stepped into the twisted, rotating spatial gate. His posture was resolute, his retreating figure proud, like a loyal minister whose heart had been broken. The two gatekeeper elders left behind exchanged glances, their faces flushing with embarrassment. Elder Zhao's face grew the color of congealed liver, wanting to curse, but unable to find the words, so he could only spit fiercely toward where Tang Xun had vanished. What trash! Through the spatial gate proved anything but pleasant. Tang Xun felt the world spinning wildly as though thrust into a rapidly churning millstone. Countless bizarre colors interwove before his eyes, space stretching into thin threads, the very concept of time growing indistinct. An overwhelming force tore at his mind, irresistible and brutal. Had his divine sense not far surpassed ordinary cultivators at his level, this alone would have shattered a typical core formation expert into madness. The force persisted for roughly a dozen breaths before suddenly releasing. Tang Xun felt his footing vanish, and the chaotic temporal current hurled him outward. Ha! He gasped heavily, steadying himself at once while scanning his surroundings with wariness. Before him stretched in primordial wilderness unseen. The sky hung heavy with gray. No sun or moon or stars graced the heavens. Only massive crystals floating overhead, emitting a soft white glow that dimly illuminated this world. Beneath his feet lay soft, damp black earth, and with each step he could feel pure spiritual energy seeping upward through his soles. Most staggering of all were the flora here. Every tree stood as a celestial pillar, its enormous canopy unfurling like a colossal umbrella that blocked the sky's light. On the ground, an unidentified fern spread its fronds wider than the house Tang Xun had inhabited in his past life. A common mushroom nearby, its cap fully opened, resembled a small hillock. The air hung thick with spiritual energy, so dense it was nearly liquid. A casual breath brought relief to every limb and bone. Yet beneath that refined energy lingered something indescribable, a desolate, deathly stillness. The entire world was terrifyingly quiet. No wind whispered, no birds called, no insects chirped. This must be a random teleportation, Tang Xun reasoned. His divine sense spread like mercury across the ground, scanning dozens of li in every direction, empty. None of the core formation cultivators who had rushed in ahead of him came into view. For him, this was the best possible outcome. With a thought, he activated Thousand Faces, the green variant, and instantly assumed an utterly ordinary face, the kind lost in a crowd and impossible to spot. Only after completing this did he finally relax and truly begin to examine this secret realm. At that moment, rumble, rumble. The earth began trembling rhythmically without warning. It was as though an unparalleled colossus was advancing in heavy footsteps toward him. Tang Xun's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, he activated the suppressing breath technique, the purple variant, and drew his presence inward to its utmost limit. In a flash, he darted behind the enormous mushroom mountain beside him, peering out with just half his head toward the sound. The next instant, he sucked in a sharp breath. He saw a person, one who reached the gray firmament overhead and stood upon the black earth below. It was a giant. Its height surpassed 1,000 zhang, its towering frame moving like a mountain range draped only in the hide of some unknown beast. With every footfall, the earth groaned in protest. Before such a figure, Tang Xun was less than an ant. Yet this colossal being's condition was dire. A massive wound tore through his chest, piercing clean through with bloodied flesh at the edges. Black blood poured forth like a waterfall, staining the earth a scorched black. The wound emanated a cold, sinister aura that made Tang Xun's heart race. The giant panted heavily, each breath ragged and labored like an old bellows. In those eyes, murky as stagnant pools, ran pain, rage, and something deeper, fear. He was fleeing for his life. But in the end, escape eluded him. Crash. His enormous body could bear the burden no longer. He staggered, then collapsed straight toward Tang Xun's direction with a thunderous impact. In that instant, the heavens seemed to shatter and the earth to split. A terrifying shockwave erupted, hurling dust into the sky and pulverizing every colossal plant within several li. The enormous mushroom where Tang Xun had hidden was crushed to powder in an instant. Had he not recognized the danger and withdrawn hundreds of zhang earlier, the aftermath alone would have dealt him serious harm. As the dust cleared, the mountain-like giant lay utterly still. His colossal form remained on the ground, radiating overwhelming pressure. Those enormous eyes had lost all light, staring vacantly at the gray sky above. The giant's demise. Tang Xun stood at a distance, speechless before this staggering scene. Such a powerful creature fallen right before his eyes. What could have inflicted wounds so grievous? His heart sank. The peril of this secret realm far exceeded his expectations. He carefully swept his divine sense back and forth 3 times over the area. Only after confirming no living presence remained did he cautiously approach the giant's corpse. Wealth comes to those who dare. With such a vast treasure trove fallen before him, it would be folly not to search it. Like a gecko, he clung to the giant's rough rock-like skin and quickly scaled up to its waist. There hung an enormously large bag stitched from similar beast hide. Tang Xun exerted tremendous effort to unfasten it. Inside, he found nothing but a peculiar stone, black as night, glowing with a soft radiance and roughly the size of a human head. Tang Xun took the stone in hand. It felt warm and smooth like jade. But the moment his fingers made contact, the black stone suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. A surging wave of emotion, vast and overwhelming yet filled with profound sorrow and despair, crashed into Tang Xun's mind like a broken dam. Countless fragmented images flashed before his eyes. He witnessed the giant hunting and laughing alongside his kin across an even vaster plain. He saw them reverently worshipping the luminous crystals in the sky. And then, the scene shifted. The sky turned dark, not the darkness of ordinary night, but an indescribable gloom that devoured all light, and hope sweeping from the horizon's edge. From that darkness poured endless shadows, ghastly things bristling with cruel bone spurs and radiating ill omens. War erupted. One by one the giants fell like wheat before a scythe, overwhelmed by the shadow horde. Their blood blackened the earth. Finally Tang Xun beheld the last sight that crossed the giant's vision, a vague figure seated upon a throne constructed from countless giant bones. That figure slowly raised its head. The figure seated upon the throne of bones slowly lifted its head. Its gaze traversed the endless river of time, colliding with Tang Xun's eyes. It was a young face. The contours of the features, the spacing between brows and eyes, even the faint, almost imperceptible smirk at the corner of the mouth. It was indistinguishable from Tang Xun's true appearance now. The only difference lay in those eyes. They held no trace of human emotion, only two blazing black flames, exuding a savage, world-devouring tyranny. Tang Xun's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively stepped back. In that instant the scene before him shattered into nothingness. No fragments sprayed, no sound erupted. The towering giants, the tide of dark creatures, and the throne built of bones all dissolved in the blink of an eye into countless tiny specks of light. The light specks faded. The desolate primeval forest, the giant ferns, and the fallen giant's corpse that had just collapsed also became transparent, twisted. Finally they returned to nothingness. Tang Xun found himself suspended in a pure darkness. Above, below, left, and right, all was void. No gravity, no sensation of air currents, even the passage of time became blurred and indistinct. Only the heavy weight in his hand reminded him that all that had passed was not an illusion. He lowered his head. In his palm the black stone taken from the giant's hide was emitting a soft, gentle glow. The light was not strong, barely illuminating a space of 3 feet around. In this boundless dark void the only radiance seemed exceptionally glaring. The stone's surface was warm and smooth as jade, far from its rough appearance. There were no traces of artificial carving, but it was covered with naturally formed textures. Each texture seemed to contain some profound truth, drawing the soul in irresistibly at a single glance. So, this is what they fought to protect. Tang Xun's fingers gently stroked the stone's surface. The figure that looked exactly like him lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Who was that? Was it the previous life of this body? Or was it some kind of warning from the future? Or perhaps, at that moment the secret realm had read his memories and deliberately created an illusion. Tang Xun narrowed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts. Now was not the time to dwell on this. Since the stone was the only reality, the answer must lie within it. He took a deep breath, steadying his breath and calming his mind. Then he mobilized his divine sense. Mighty spiritual power condensed into a thin thread, cautiously probing once more into the black stone. Boom! The moment his divine sense touched the stone's surface, a torrent of information, so vast it defied imagination, instantly shattered his mental defenses. This time it was no longer fragments of images, but countless ancient obscure golden runes imbued with an aura of vast antiquity. These runes spun, arranged, and combined in his mind at breakneck speed. Each rune weighed 1,000 jun, carrying a domineering momentum that suppressed the heavens. Tang Xun felt his head swell, his temples throbbing wildly, as if a mountain had been forcibly stuffed into his skull. Yet he did not retreat. Instead he clenched his teeth, desperately holding on to a sliver of clarity in his mind, focusing entirely on receiving this information. After an unknown length of time, the violent runes finally ceased their turmoil, coalescing deep in his mind into a scripture gleaming with golden light. Barbarian God Dragon Transformation Art. Those 5 characters, bold and sweeping, exuded a pride that dared to rival the heavens. Tang Xun quickly scanned the content of the scripture. The more he read, the quicker his breath became. This was a body tempering technique. Moreover, it was the supreme inheritance of the ancient giant race. The technique did not cultivate spiritual roots, nor did it refine the golden core. It tempered only the physical body. Using heaven and earth as a furnace and one's own flesh and blood as refined iron, it hammered and forged, breaking the limits of the human body. The entire scripture comprised 9 levels. The first level corresponded to the chi refining stage. The second level corresponded to the foundation establishment stage. And so on, progressing layer by layer. And at the 9th level, dragon transformation, the physical body's strength could rival that of a legendary Mahayana stage cultivator. Tang Xun's hands began to tremble slightly. The Mahayana stage. In this era where even the divine transformation stage had become a legend, the Mahayana stage was nothing short of divine. At the end of the scripture, there was also a record about this world. In ancient times, this world was brimming with abundant spiritual energy. The laws of the Tao, where complete cultivators were like dragons, divine transformation cultivators were everywhere, and Mahayana cultivators were as common as dogs. Later, some unknown cataclysm occurred. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth dried up, the laws of the Tao collapsed, and the upper limit of cultivators was locked. In the current cultivation world, nascent soul cultivators were already patriarchs of a region, and divine transformation cultivators had not appeared for 1,000 years. And this barbarian god-dragon transformation art followed the path of proving the Tao through brute force, not relying on spiritual energy, but plundering the essence of all things for its own use, forcibly breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth. Good stuff. Tang Xun licked his dry lips. This was not just drinking soup. This was clearly taking the entire pot. If those elders outside knew there was a technique leading directly to the Mahayana stage here, they would probably go mad on the spot. Since it has fallen into my hands, it is mine. Just as he was about to put away the black stone, suddenly a change occurred. The black stone in his hand trembled violently. Then it transformed into a streak of black light. Its speed was so fast that Tang Xun had no time to react. With a whoosh, it drilled directly into his brow. Tang Xun felt a searing pain at his brow, as if branded by a hot iron. He instinctively reached out to touch it, but found nothing. On his originally smooth brow, a faint vertical black line had appeared, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. At the same time, the surrounding dark void, which had been deathly still, began to tremble violently. Massive cracks spread across the void, like a shattered mirror. An irresistible force of repulsion pressed in from all directions. Tang Xun felt as if he was being seized by an invisible giant hand, violently hurled outward. Is this the realm's rejection? The thought had barely formed. The darkness before him rapidly receded, replaced by blinding white light. His body lost its weight. The world spun. Another place. Lu Rian slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was not the perilous secret realm fraught with danger she had anticipated, but the mist-veiled rear mountain of Danxia Peak, perpetually shrouded in vapor. The hot spring she cherished most was bubbling and steaming, with a few crimson peach blossoms drifting on the surface, gently swirling with the ripples. Soft luminous pearls were embedded in the surrounding stone walls, casting an ambiguous dim glow over the private grotto. You're back. Lu Rian felt a bit dazed. Could it all have been just a dream? She looked down at her blood-stained battle robe was gone, replaced by bare skin immersed in the warm, silky water. Her taut nerves in that moment seemed to lose their spine, completely softening. Just then the sound of light footsteps pierced through the swirling mist from behind the screen. Lu Rian instinctively tried to cover herself, but when she saw who it was, her movements froze. Senior sister, is the water temperature to your liking? The man she both hated to the bone and loved to the core was walking over, wearing a loose white robe, holding a plate of peeled spirit fruits, and smiling warmly. At this moment, Tang Xun was a far cry from his usual scoundrel demeanor, with his glib tongue and calculating eyes. His gaze was as gentle as a spring pool, enough to drown one in its depths. Tang Xun, why are you here? Lu Rian's voice was hoarse, carrying a touch of drowsiness, as if just awakened. Shouldn't you be at the logistics camp? The battle is over so naturally. I came to accompany you, senior sister. Tang Xun walked to the edge of the pool, set down the jade plate, and instead of eagerly jumping in, as usual, he crouched and gently tidied the wet strands of hair at her temple. These days have been hard on you. His fingertips were cool, tracing her burning cheek, causing a delicate tremor. From now on, let's stop refining pills and vying for power. Let's just stay here on Danxia Peak and be a pair of celestial lovers. What do you say? Under different circumstances, Lu Rian would have scolded him for lacking ambition. But here in this enclosed, warm, and secure space, every word was like honey-coated poison, precisely striking the softest, most yearning corner of her heart. That was her deepest secret hope as a woman, not as a core formation elder. You rogue. Lu Rian's eyes reddened, and she unconsciously leaned toward the pool's edge. With a splash, Tang Xun shed his robe and stepped into the pool. The warm water rose over his chest. He came behind Lu Rian, his chest pressing against her smooth back. The familiar, reassuring touch drew a contented sigh from her. Senior sister's skin is still so supple, Tang Xun murmured, his voice low and husky, his warm breath against her ear, raising goosebumps. His hands grew restless, sliding upward from her waist, his fingertips applying just the right pressure as they lingered over certain places. The water rippled, slapping against the pool walls with a blush-inducing sound. Lu Rian tilted her head back, resting against his shoulder, her eyes glazed, her face flushed crimson. This feeling of being cherished and protected nearly made her sink completely into the blissful haven. Senior sister, give yourself to me. Tang Xun's hand clasped her shoulder as he leaned forward, seemingly seeking more. Lu Rian let out a soft moan, her body going limp as water, yielding to his touch. However, just as their skin met, and their spiritual power was about to merge. Her dazed eyes suddenly sharpened. Something was wrong. Something was off. In their usual dual cultivation, whenever their bodies touched a torrent of vast and pure spiritual power would surge into her limbs like a river merging with the sea. That feeling was warm, forceful, and brimming with vitality. But now, the Tang Xun behind her, though his body was hot and his movements gentle, the aura he transmitted was inexplicably cold and viscous. Not only did it provide no spiritual power feedback, but it was like a greedy black hole silently draining her primordial essence through the contact of their skin. In just this brief moment of intimacy, the spiritual power in her chi had diminished by nearly a tenth. This was not dual cultivation. This was harvesting. You are not him. A sharp cry exploded in the sensual grotto. The tenderness in Lu Rian's eyes vanished, instantly replaced by the fierce, killing intent of a core formation cultivator. Without a moment's hesitation, she madly circulated the remaining spiritual power within her, lunging forward to break free from his embrace. At the same time, she swung her palm backward, striking hard. With a splash, the palm struck the water, sending a towering wave several feet high. The Tang Xun, who had been so full of affection, was stunned by the sudden turn. Then his gentle smile froze. The corners of his mouth began to twist upward at an eerie angle, splitting all the way to his ears. His originally clear eyes were instantly replaced by a deathly gray. A grating, eerie laugh emerged from his gaping mouth. You were already moved, so why did you have to wake up? Wouldn't it be better to sleep here forever? As his voice fell, the warm grotto around them began to distort and collapse like melting wax. The clear, hot spring instantly turned into a stinking pool of blood. The luminous pearls on the walls transformed into ghastly white human eyes. And the Tang Xun stretched and twisted like pulled noodles in the blink of an eye, becoming a faceless pitch-black shadow with only a gaping maw. Countless tentacles burst from its body like venomous snakes lunging toward Lu Rian. Beast! How dare you disturb my Dao heart? Lu Rian was both furious and humiliated. She had been lost in amorous fantasies with such a disgusting monster. This was an utter disgrace. Die! She formed hand seals, and a crisp phoenix cry resounded through the heavens. With a boom, crimson flames burst from her body. The flames coalesced into a fire phoenix, spreading its wings to fly charging into the blood pool with an aura that could incinerate the 8 wastes. A piercing scream rang out. The shadow upon contact with the Dan fire melted away like snow under the scorching sun. The blood pool boiled, the foul blood evaporating into a crimson mist. Break! Lu Rian cried out. The fire phoenix exploded. The entire space shattered under the violent energy impact. A crack sounded like the breaking of a mirror. The blood pool, the shadow, and the nauseating stench all vanished. A strong sense of weightlessness hit her again. When Lu Rian finally found solid ground, she found herself standing on a desolate, barren stretch of gravel. Above was a gray sky, below were black stones. The cold wind howled, whipping up dust that stung her face. Where was the hot spring? Where was Tang Xun? Lu Rian gasped for breath, her forehead covered in cold sweat, her face pale as paper. She quickly examined her inner self. The spiritual power in her chi had indeed decreased by 3/10. It was not a loss from the illusion, but a real, tangible depletion. That was close. Lu Rian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, still shaken. This secret realm was no blessed land at all. It could read the deepest desires of one's heart and weave them into the most perfect trap. If she had indulged in it, even if she had woken just one breath later, she would have become a dried corpse on this gravel field. Tang Xun. She would have to settle this score with the real one. Although that monster was a fake, the face it wore was undeniably Tang Xun's. Who else was to blame for this debt? The supreme elder of Qingyun's sect, Golden Light, True Lord, or rather Li Chongqing from 1,000 years ago, stood on the familiar cliff edge of Qingyun's sect. The mountain wind howled, stirring his cyan Taoist robe, the mark of a core disciple. The sunlight was perfect, neither harsh nor blinding, and it fell warmly upon his face. Even the faint scent of pine resin in the air was so vivid it threatened to bring tears to his eyes. Senior brother Chongqing, what are you daydreaming about? A soft, warm hand waved before his eyes. Li Chongqing shuddered, whipping his head around. Standing behind him was a girl in a goose-yellow dress. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, and when she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. Su Xian, the woman who had died a tragic death because he had been reckless and greedy for glory during a training expedition leading to a delayed rescue. She was the nightmare of his life. Su Xian. Li Chongqing's voice trembled. He instinctively reached out to touch her face, yet feared it might shatter like a fragile soap bubble. What's wrong? You look silly. Su Xian tilted her head and pressed a storage pouch embroidered with cloud patterns into his hand. This is the calming spirit grass you asked for. I begged Master for ages to get it. For this expedition, you're not allowed to abandon me again. The coarse texture of the storage pouch and the lingering warmth of her fingertips reached his palm. Real. All of this was real. His eyes reddened, and he pulled the girl into a fierce embrace, as if trying to fuse her into his very bones. I won't run. Not in this life. The days that followed were as smooth as a carefully woven dream. Drawing on the memories and experience of his past life, he advanced step by step, avoiding every trap and dead end. The expedition that had once cost xianxia her life was easily resolved. They became Tao companions and carved out a cave dwelling on the back mountain of Qingyun sect. Their zither and hearts were in harmony, a pair of Mandarin ducks envied, even by immortals. Yet the heavenly Tao was both fair and cruel. Li Changqing, gifted with extraordinary talent and the experience of a second cultivation, advanced like a shooting star, forming his golden core at 100 years, reaching nascent soul at 300 and becoming the youngest patriarch in the sect. But xianxia was mediocre in talent. Even as Li Changqing scoured the world for spiritual medicines and pills, even as he drained his own cultivation to wash her marrow and refine her meridians, her cultivation remained stuck at the peak of foundation establishment, unable to advance an inch. A foundation establishment cultivator's lifespan was at most 200 years. The day of parting finally arrived. It was a deep autumn evening. The maple leaves outside the cave dwelling were as red as blood. xianxia lay in Li Changqing's arms. Her once jet-black hair had turned white as snow, and her once lovely face was etched with the ravages of time. The flame of her life flickered like a dying candle, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Changqing. Her clouded eyes gazed at the still young handsome man. With a withered hand she struggled to reach up and smooth the furrow between his brows. Don't cry. Being married to you in this life. I'm so content. I'm not crying. Li Changqing held her hand, pouring his spiritual energy into her without restraint. But it was useless. The spiritual energy drained away like water into a sieve with a hole in the bottom, leaving nothing behind. Don't waste your strength. xianxia smiled, her voice as light as a fallen leaf. I'm going now. You must live well. Cultivate the great Tao. For me. See all the sights of this world. Her hand dropped. The light in her eyes went out completely. xianxia. Li Changqing held her cooling body, turning into a puppet stripped of his soul. He was now a nascent soul true lord. He could command the clouds and rain, and was revered by 10,000. Yet he could not save the one he loved most. Oh! A piercing, agonized roar shattered the countless red leaves outside the cave. Why? Why did cultivation seek immortality only to watch helplessly as everyone around you departed one by one? This cursed limit of lifespan. This damned heavenly Tao. The immense grief crystallized into the deepest obsession. He only wanted to bring her back. Do you want to save her? A voice echoed abruptly in the depths of his mind. Ancient, weathered, and carrying an irresistible allure. Who? Li Changqing jerked his head up, bloodshot eyes scanning the surroundings. Come out. Who I am doesn't matter. The voice chuckled lowly. What matters is that I have a way to bring her back. Even to break the shackles of heaven and earth and gain true eternal life. What did you say? Li Changqing's heart pounded wildly. Heaven and earth are not benevolent. All beings are but straw dogs. If you want to defy fate, you must learn to plunder. Plunder. A scripture titled Devouring Heaven Creation Art was forced into his sea of consciousness along with the voice. Every word reeked of nauseating blood. To feed on living beings, devour flesh, and blood consume souls. Kill one, seize one portion of fortune. Kill 10,000 and you could immediately achieve divine transformation and reverse yin and yang. This is a demonic art. Li Changqing murmured. Demonic. Divine. Those are just definitions of the weak. The voice dripped with temptation. Look at the woman in your arms. Is she cold? Does she want to live again? Li Changqing looked down. xianxia's body had already stiffened. As long as I can save her. The struggle in his eyes was slowly replaced by a mad, desperate resolve. As long as I can achieve immortality. He rose slowly, carefully placing xianxia's corpse into a 10,000-year ice coffin. Wait for me. He pressed a gentle kiss on the ice coffin. Turning, he walked out of the cave dwelling. Outside, hundreds of sect disciples and elders had already gathered. They had sensed the patriarch's grief and came to offer condolences. Leading them was the current sect leader, the junior brother who had once followed him, calling him senior brother. Senior brother Changqing, my sister-in-law has passed on. Please restrain your grief. The sect leader stepped forward to bow, his face full of sorrow. Li Changqing looked at this familiar face. In his eyes it was no longer a person. Junior brother. Li Changqing's lips twisted into a stiff smile. Your senior brother is bitter at heart. I wish to borrow something from you to ease my mind. Please speak, senior brother. If I have it. I want your heart's blood. With a squelch, a hand plunged into the sect leader's chest without warning. The sect leader's eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at the usually gentle-mannered senior brother. Senior brother. Li Changqing's face was expressionless. Black light surged from his palm. The devouring heaven creation art began to circulate. The sect leader's body withered visibly, his pure nascent soul cultivation and life force pouring into Li Changqing through his arm like a torrent. The sensation of fullness, the ecstasy of surging power, made Li Chongqing moan involuntarily. Exhilarating. He casually tossed aside the dried corpse, licking the blood from his fingers. The crowd exploded into chaos, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Think you can escape? Li Chongqing sneered, forming hand seals. A blood-colored grand formation enveloped the entire Qingyun sect. Slaughter. It was a one-sided massacre. Blood dyed the blue stone slabs, pooling into rivers and winding down the mountain steps. Screams, pleas for mercy, curses, rose and fell in waves. Li Chongqing turned a deaf ear. He was like a tireless reaping machine. With each life extinguished, his aura grew stronger. 3 days and 3 nights. Not a single chicken or dog remained in Qingyun sect. Li Chongqing stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood drenched in gore, like an Azura crawling from hell. Boom. A crisp sound rang out from within. The bottleneck of divine transformation that had plagued him for centuries shattered. A boundless, terrifying power that seemed to command the rules of heaven and earth flooded his entire being. I succeeded. Li Chongqing stared at his hands and burst into maniacal laughter. I succeeded. I am a divine transformation cultivator. I am a god. He stumbled back to the cave, threw himself before the ice coffin. xianxia. See, I did it. I have enough power now. I can revive you. He channeled the vast bloody energy within him, pouring it madly into xianxia's body. A miracle occurred. xianxia's withered skin became plump again, her gray hair turned jet black, and her stilled heart began to beat once more. She slowly opened her eyes. xianxia. Li Chongqing wept with joy, reaching out to embrace her. However, the moment he touched xianxia, her face split open. Not a metaphor. It truly split open. From the corner of her mouth to her ear, revealing dense shark-like fangs. Her once gentle eyes turned into 2 flickering ghostly flames. xianxia let out a bone-chilling, eerie laugh. Chongqing, your flesh smells so delicious. She bit into his neck. A searing pain shot through him. Li Chongqing tried to push her away, but found his divine transformation cultivation, supposedly capable of shaking heaven and earth, was as flimsy as paper, unable to muster any strength. Why? He stared at the monster before him in despair. Because you're a waste. The ancient voice echoed again, dripping with mockery. Power gained from devouring people is hollow. You thought you were a god. No, you're just a well-fed maggot. The scene before him began to crumble. The monster, the ice coffin, the mountain of corpses, and sea of blood, Qingyun sect, all dissolved into nothing. A golden light, true lord, who had been sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was not red, but a deathly gray. He seemed to age decades in an instant. His once upright back hunched, his aura withered to the extreme. He opened his eyes, clouded with age, filled with terror and lingering madness. Everything that had just happened was not a dream. It was the darkest, most forbidden desire deep within his heart. If such a technique truly existed, if he could really revive that person, he knew he would do it. He would truly devour the entire sect. Ha, ha, ha. Golden Light, true lord, let out a bitter laugh, the sound laced with sobs. The righteous leader of the northern domain. Supreme Elder. So, I was a complete demon all along. This landing was quite undignified. Tang Xun was slammed face first into a patch of foul, reeking mud by a tremendous force. PFF. He scrambled to sit up, spitting out black mud that tasted of rotten waterweed. What met his eyes was a desolate gray swamp that stretched into despair. There were no towering trees, no primal vitality. Only rotting deadwood reached toward the sky like the skeletal fingers of corpses. The air was thick and suffocating, every breath carrying the sour, putrid stench of long decomposed bodies. This hellish place was the polar opposite of the giant's world he had just left. Tang Xun didn't rush to move. He first touched his brow. The skin there was smooth and unblemished, but the moment his fingertips made contact, a strange, throbbing sensation stirred deep within his mind. It was as if an unsprouted seed or a closed eye lay buried beneath the skin. It was still there. It hadn't been a dream. As his consciousness sank into his sea of perception, the golden scripture of the barbarian god-dragon transformation art hovered there silently, every character radiating an arrogant pride that proclaimed, I am the greatest under heaven. Perfect, let's test its quality. Tang Xun, not caring about the filth, sat cross-legged in the mud and began circulating the technique according to the first layer's instructions. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation, no dazzling light show. As the technique ran, the surrounding gray, dead chi, which normally repelled everyone, rushed toward him like sharks scenting blood. Pain, not intense, but dense as needle pricks. The death chi bored into his pores was violently crushed and refined by the technique, and finally transformed into strands of icy energy forcibly stuffed into his muscles. It felt like someone was scrubbing his muscles with a steel wool pad. Too many impurities. The efficiency is a bit low. Tang Xun frowned and stopped the technique. Although only a few breaths had passed, he could sense that his physical body had indeed become a tiny bit tougher. This kind of enhancement didn't require cultivating a spiritual root, it purely strengthened the body by plundering energy from the environment. Plunder the essence of all things. He savored the words, a playful glint in his eyes. This technique and this place are a perfect match. Or rather, this place was originally a breeding ground prepared for practicing this very thing. He stood up and patted the mud off his backside. The swamp was not empty. On the murky water surface floated countless shattered fragments of light and shadow. They varied in size, some like shards of glass, others like fireflies flickering in and out of existence within the gray mist. Tang Xun waded through the muddy water toward the nearest cluster of light. That light was only about the size of a palm, its edges jagged like a torn corner of some image. The moment he stepped within 3 feet of it, the invisible vertical line on his brow suddenly burned. A hum. His vision was yanked away, the swamp disappeared, and in its place was a narrow perspective. In the image, a young cultivator in a black robe knelt atop a mountain of glittering spirit stones, laughing so hard that drool dripped from his chin. I'm rich. It's all mine. No one can take it. This man was a disciple of the Tianma Valley. At that moment, the guy was clutching a massive top-grade spirit stone, his expression shifting from ecstasy to ferocity until he finally opened his mouth and bit down on the stone. Crunch. It wasn't his teeth that broke. It was his head. That was no spirit stone at all, but a ghoul with a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs. The scene cut off abruptly. The moment the Tianma Valley disciple's head was bitten off, the light fragment dimmed and finally turned into pure spiritual energy, which was swallowed whole by the vertical line on Tang Xun's brow. A burp echoed in his mind. A warm current spread from his brow through his entire body, instantly erasing the stinging sensation from his earlier cultivation, leaving his spirit more refreshed than ever. Tang Xun stood there frozen for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. It was a grin even more unbridled and sinister than the Tianma Valley disciples. He had a rough idea of the situation now. The secret realm had 2 layers. Outside, those fools, whether core formation elders or nascent soul true lords, were trapped in the surface world, experiencing illusions woven from their own inner desires. Just like that unlucky Tianma Valley disciple. That was the first filter. But he, thanks to the giant's gift, or perhaps because of this eerie eye, had skipped the exam and entered the backstage administrator mode. This was the inner world, the spiritual garbage dump of all who had failed. All those who had failed and died in the illusions, their shattered souls and obsessions, had become these fragments of light floating across this swamp. For others, this was a land of death. But for Tang Xun, who possessed the barbarian god-dragon transformation art, and this strange eye, he looked at the countless fragments of light scattered across the swamp, so dense they were uncountable, and rubbed his hands together. What a load of crap about a trial. This is clearly a buffet. Fellow cultivators, enjoy your dreams slowly. I'll take your legacies without any hesitation. Tang Xun rolled up his sleeves, ignoring the disgusting mud beneath his feet, and lunged toward the nearest large cluster of light fragments, like a miser spotting a mountain of gold. Heaven's gifts not accepted will bring calamity instead. Time to feast. Tang Xun felt like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. The nauseating stench of decay around him even seemed somewhat sweet to his nostrils. He trudged through the mire, stepping unsteadily, and reached out to grab a palm-sized patch of light floating before him. It felt cool to the touch. The vertical mark on his brow burned again, and his vision was forcibly pulled into the fragment. The perspective was low, as if he were lying on the ground. Before him was a carved wooden bed with warm red silk curtains, the air thick with fragrant breezes. A normally sanctimonious enforcement elder was now kneeling naked on the floor. On the bed sat a seductive woman whose face was indistinct, holding a spiked whip in her hand. Hit me. Please hit me. The elder's face was flushed red, drool spilling all over the floor. He had none of the dignity he usually displayed when reprimanding disciples. Crack. The whip fell, tearing flesh. Yet the elder let out a low growl of pain and satisfaction, as if he had tasted the legendary ginseng fruit. Then the scene shifted. The woman's mouth suddenly split open to her ears. The whip in her hand transformed into a venomous snake, its tongue flicking, and bit the elder right on the throat. The elder's eyes bulged, the fervor not yet faded as his body began to shrivel rapidly. Even in death, his face bore that spine-chilling smile of satisfaction. The image shattered. An extremely pure spiritual energy surged into Tang Xun's mind through his brow. The barbarian god-dragon transformation art activated on its own, crushing those chaotic emotions and leaving only the purest nourishment to merge into Tang Xun's body. Crack. Tang Xun clenched his fist. His joints popped. Although it was only a negligible improvement, the feeling of growing stronger without arduous training or taking pills, just by watching a little show, was utterly addictive. Tisk, this old fellow usually seems so proper, but he sure knows how to play. Tang Xun curled his lip and casually tossed the now dull fragment into the mud. Next, he roamed like a picky customer before a shelf. The swamp was vast with countless floating light patches. Each light patch represented a soul that had sunk into illusion and died. To others this was a great horror. For Tang Xun it was a buffet. He grabbed another fragment gleaming with bloodlight. In the image, that guy was frantically punching a mirror. The person in the mirror was identical to him, with no difference in movement strength or technique. I am the strongest. I must defeat you. He roared, his fists already a bloody mess exposing white bones. But he couldn't stop. The obsession to surpass himself, magnified infinitely by the illusion, became a deadly poison. In the end he died of exhaustion, literally working himself to death before the mirror. Foolish. Tang Xun snorted coldly, unceremoniously devouring the energy, laced with resentment and anger. This energy was more substantial than the previous one. The moment it entered his body, Tang Xun felt his muscle fibers burning, tightening, tearing, and then reknitting. A faint bronze luster began to flow over his skin. This was the sign of entering the first level of the barbarian god-dragon transformation art. Again, Tang Xun, now addicted, began to run wildly through the swamp. With his left hand he grabbed a death by greed. With his right he scooped up a death by envy. All sorts of strange deaths. Some chopped their own brothers into minced meat for a fake manual, others poisoned the entire sect for an illusory position of sect leader. The deepest greed, lust, and brutality of human nature were laid bare here, without any fig leaf. Tang Xun was like a judge walking through the underworld, coldly observing these human tragedies, then raising his scythe to reap the spoils that belonged to him. As he devoured more and more light patches, the vertical mark on his brow grew clearer, even faintly tinged with purple. The changes in his body were even more astonishing. His originally frail frame, though outwardly unchanged, now concealed muscles beneath his clothes that were as hard as steel. He tried throwing a punch at a withered old tree beside him. No spiritual energy was used, just pure physical strength. Boom. A dull thud. The dead tree, thick as two men could encircle, was snapped in half, sending wood chips flying. Foundation establishment, mid-stage physique. Tang Xun withdrew his hand, blew the wood chips off his fist, and wore a satisfied smile. How long had he been in here? If he had followed normal cultivation speed just to reach this level of physical strength, he would have had to endure numerous medicinal baths and several years of hard work. Thank you for nature's gifts, and thank you for the selfless contributions of all fellow cultivators. He cupped his hands toward the void, his tone sincere, but his eyes mocking. Just as he was about to continue searching for prey, a huge mass of light in the mist not far away caught his attention. That light mass was as large as a millstone, much brighter than the surrounding fragments. Moreover, it was pulsating faintly like a beating heart. Alive! Tang Xun's eyes lit up. Those broken light patches were already dead. They were canned goods. But this one still intact meant the person inside was not dead, yet still struggling in the illusion. This was fresh food. The nutritional value was definitely higher. Tang Xun licked his lips, lightened his steps, and crept over silently. As he approached, he saw complex runes flowing over the surface of the light mass, and even from a distance he could feel the intense emotional turmoil inside. It was a mix of extreme euphoria, twisted pleasure, and deep inferiority. Tang Xun pressed his hand against the surface of the light mass. The purple light on his brow flashed. His vision pierced the barrier. The moment he saw the person inside, Tang Xun nearly burst out laughing. An old acquaintance. Wasn't this Elder Zhao, who had used his petty authority at the secret realm entrance and almost stopped him? At this moment, Elder Zhao was wearing a gaudy golden dragon robe, sitting arrogantly on a solid gold dragon throne. This seemed to be the main hall of Qingyun's sect, but it had been transformed into a palace. Below the throne, a dense crowd of people knelt. Tang Xun looked closely. Good heavens, they were all the high-ranking members of Qingyun's sect. The sect leader, the peak masters, and even several supreme elders who had been in seclusion for years. However, these big shots were now ragged, with iron chains around their necks, lying on the ground like dogs. Zhao Tianba, you will die a miserable death. The sect leader, kneeling at the front, raised his head, his face filled with grief and indignation as he cursed. That face, normally dignified, was now covered with bloodstains and humiliation, his voice hoarse as he continued to curse. Slap. A golden cup brimming with fine wine was hurled by Elder Zhao, no, by the ruler of this world, Zhao Tianba, onto the top of this sect leader's head. The golden cup shattered, and the fragrant wine mixed with blood trickled down the sect leader's hair, leaving him utterly disheveled. Shout! Zhao Tianba ground the sect leader's face with his toe, his fat face flushed with morbid excitement, his voice sharp and piercing. Old dog, try shouting one more time. You lofty geniuses, have you ever once deigned to look at me, Zhao, in the past? How about now? Aren't you all like dogs trampled under my feet? He ground his foot a few more times, seemingly reveling in the pleasure of crushing the former authority into the mud. Having vented his anger, he turned his gaze to the side. There knelt a girl in white, ethereal and aloof. Cold and pure like the moon, proud and solitary like snow. It was Su Qinghan, the former top prodigy of the outer sect, and the one Tang Xun had seen earlier. Now at the early golden core stage, Su Qinghan was still relatively decently dressed, but her expression was full of humiliation and fear. Oh, if it isn't our great genius, Su. Zhao Tianba released his foot from the sect leader, rubbed his greasy hands together, and walked up to Su Qinghan with a lecherous grin. Aren't you usually so proud? So arrogant? He extended a fat, stubby finger and roughly lifted Su Qinghan's chin, forcing her to raise her tear-streaked face. Come, give your master a smile. If you smile nicely, I'll reward you with a bone to gnaw on. Su Qinghan's body trembled violently, her teeth biting her lower lip so hard that blood seeped out. Tears burst from her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. Finally, under that absolute pressure, she forced out a smile that was even more miserable and twisted than crying. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Zhao Tianba roared with laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. It was the madness of centuries of suppression finally unleashed. It was the perverse eruption of the darkest desires in human nature satisfied at last. Outside the light orb in the marshland. Tisk, who would have thought? This old fellow always acted so official, yet inside, he was harboring such a grand drama. This is no inner demon illusion, it's nothing less than a live show of a loser's revenge fantasy. It had to be admitted Elder Zhao's imagination was quite vivid. Though cliché, it was indeed thrilling. Not only had he attained heaven-defying cultivation and become some so-called God Emperor, but he had also captured everyone he envied, hated, or secretly coveted, trampling them under his feet and humiliating them at will. This spiritual opium was more addictive than any physical pleasure. At this moment, Elder Zhao's entire soul had become deeply bound to this fabricated world, utterly lost within it, no longer able to distinguish reality from illusion. His divine soul power, amid these intense emotional fluctuations, burned ceaselessly, turning into fuel to sustain this illusion. At this rate, within a quarter of an hour, he would burn out completely, becoming nothing but a fragment in this marsh. I was planning to make a move directly, but seeing you having so much fun, I couldn't bear to interrupt. Tang Xun stroked his chin, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. Since it was a harvest, naturally one should wait until the fruit was ripest. Right now, Elder Zhao was still at the peak of his pleasure. When he was done, when the emptiness hit him, or when the illusion began to collapse, and he realized it was all fake, that despair of falling from the clouds into the mud would be the most delicious seasoning. Tang Xun simply sat down beside the light orb, settling into a comfortable position. The vertical line on his forehead glowed faintly as he continued watching with great relish this grand drama titled The Revenge of Zhao the Gatekeeper. Hit him. Yes, hit him in the face. Ouch, he even used the monkey steals peach move. Vulgar, but I like it. He watched while commenting inwardly. He completely treated it as a live broadcast. Just as Zhao Tianba was about to do something even more outrageous to that Su Qinghan, Tang Xun's brow suddenly furrowed. Not because the scene was inappropriate for minors, but because he sensed a strange fluctuation coming from deep within the marsh. The fluctuation was very faint, yet it carried a attraction that made even the barbaric god-dragon transformation art within him tremble. It was something infinitely more advanced than these residual soul fragments, or even the living person before him. Is there something good? Tang Xun immediately stood up, his gaze piercing through the layers of mist toward the very center of the marsh. As for the drama before him, which was about to reach its climax, Tang Xun's tone carried a hint of regret, like a viewer called away to work halfway through a show. Forget it, I'll let you off easy and give you a quick end. Tang Xun no longer had the patience to wait for this old fellow to collapse naturally. He reached out his fingers, forming a claw, and with a swift, decisive motion, thrust directly into the massive light orb. Uft! A soft sound, like puncturing a colorful soap bubble that had been blown to its limit. Inside the illusion, Zhao Tianba, who was just about to undress, suddenly froze. He discovered in horror that a huge hole had split open in the sky. A giant hand that blotted out the sky reached in through that hole. That hand ignored the so-called sect leader and geniuses, as well as the so-called divine art on his body. No. I am the emperor. I am a god. Who dares touch me? Zhao Tianba roared hysterically, but his voice already carried the panic of a dreamer awakening. Emperor, my ass. A cold voice resounded through heaven and earth. Then the giant hand closed. Bang! With Zhao Tianba's shrill scream abruptly cut off, the colorful light orb shattered with a sound. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no brilliant fireworks. Only a wisp of extremely pure energy mixed with specks of golden light reluctantly spilled out from the shattered illusion. That was the essence of Elder Zhao's lifelong cultivation, along with his unfinished dream of being emperor. Tang Xun was not polite. The vertical line on his forehead suddenly opened, transforming into an invisible vortex and sucked in that wisp of energy with a violent pull. Slurp. He swallowed it all, soup and solids, not a drop left. The barbaric god-dragon transformation art roared into operation. This foreign energy was instantly crushed and refined by the art, transforming into golden dragon patterns that were imperiously branded onto his limbs and bones. Crack, crack. All of Tang Xun's bones were popping, and beneath his skin, which had only been slightly robust, a brilliant golden light began to flow. Every muscle fiber seemed to be twisted into a steel cable brimming with explosive power. The amount of a late golden core stage. Not bad. Tang Xun clenched his fist, feeling the power that almost overflowed from his fingers, and smacked his lips. This was just an appetizer. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of mist, locking onto the very center of the marsh. There a light orb as dazzling as the sun. The source of the strange fluctuation. Even from a great distance one could feel the terrifying pressure. All the surrounding residual soul light spots under its radiance were like fireflies compared to the bright moon, dim and lusterless. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Tang Xun's mouth. Nascent soul. Tang Xun's gaze swept past that lifeless ashen marshland and locked directly onto the largest orb of light at its very center. It was far too conspicuous. The scattered fragments of remnant souls surrounding it were nothing compared to this, like fireflies colliding with a towering lantern. That must be the spiritual manifestation of a nascent soul cultivator. Good things are worth waiting for, but they shouldn't be left to go cold. This was a nascent soul, a precious find. Only when Tang Xun drew close did he truly feel the enormity of that luminous sphere. The shimmering halos flowing across the sphere's surface were no longer that gaudy superficial rainbow, but a profound metallic black luster. This indicated an illusion of far greater stability, far surpassing that elder Zhao, who could only ever dream of being an emperor. As Tang Xun reached out his fingertips still miles from the luminous barrier, the invisible vertical line between his brows suddenly fluttered twice. Hungry. It was more eager than Tang Xun himself. Calm down. Let's see what we're dealing with first. Tang Xun patted his forehead reassuringly, then concentrated his divine sense. A thin slit parted open at his brow, and a needle-thin filament of dark purple light pierced silently into the dense black barrier. Hiss, as if a hot blade sliced through butter. The vision cleared instantly. There was no golden splendor, nor any cliched river of wine and forest of meat. What came into view was a gray, suffocating sky that made one struggle to breathe. Suspended above this sky was a magnificent demonic temple constructed entirely of white bones. Every pillar was pieced together from countless human leg bones. Every floor tile was a skull polished to a mirror finish. And at the center of the great hall sat a throne beyond compare. It was not a chair. It was the coiled corpse of an ancient demonic dragon, still faintly trembling, as though not yet fully dead. Decent taste. Tang Xun gave the interior design a passing 7 out of 10 in his mind. Far superior to Elder Zhao's nouveau riche golden palace. It radiated a sense of, I'm wicked, but I'm wicked with style. His gaze drew closer. Upon the demonic dragon throne sat a young man in black robes, appearing no older than 20. His face was stern and sinister, with a blood-red mandala flower tattooed at the corner of his eye. Blood-withering true lord. The punishment elder of Tianma Valley, notorious for his sadistic cruelty. It was said he delighted in flaying the skin from living people to make lanterns. A complete psycho. At this moment, blood-withering true lord rested his chin on one hand, gazing indifferently down from above. Before him in the vast courtyard knelt a sea of dark figures. Tang Xun cast a glance and couldn't help but chuckle. Good heavens, every face was familiar. The sect master of Qingyun sect, the heads of each peak, and even Golden Light, true lord, the supreme elder of Qingyun sect. Now they hung like livestock, pierced through the collarbones by thick iron chains strung together one after another. Beneath them, ghastly green demonic flames slowly roasted their souls. Their cries of agony rose and fell in succession, a veritable purgatory. Interesting, Tang Xun murmured, clicking his tongue at the scene before him. This secret realm truly was a talent market. But Tang Xun soon noticed something amiss. Blood-withering true lord seated upon the throne, and appearing to dominate all, commanded absolute authority. Yet in his eyes there was not a trace of satisfaction, not a flicker of any emotion. Hollow, numb, already bored. Tang Xun frowned. This was not a good sign. Once the master of a soul lost all desire, the dream would begin to rot. This top-grade ingredient was about to spoil. If we wait any longer, this meat will go bad. Since you've grown tired of this dream, then stop dreaming. Tang Xun's voice echoed from outside the sphere, laced with mockery. Time to wake up. Your foreman's calling you to move bricks. No sooner had the words fallen than his blood began to surge. His veins roared like rivers in full flood. The man-god-dragon transformation art was driven to its absolute limit, thunder rolling beneath his sinews and flesh like a raging torrent. The vertical slit at his brow tore open wide. That faint purple fissure instantly transformed into a deep pitch-black demon eye. An indescribable terror of suction erupted from Tang Xun as its center, exploding outward all at once. It did not target the physical body but struck directly at the soul itself. The previously unbreakable black barrier faced with this brute force suction instantly warped and deformed. Inside the illusion, blood-withering true lord lost in thought had not yet grasped what was happening when the gray sky above him suddenly split open with a massive rift. Then the entire world began to collapse. The bone-built palaces, the wailing righteous cultivators, even the demonic dragon thrown beneath him, all dissolved into flowing ribbons of light in that instant. As if a bathtub plug had been pulled, every image, every substance, every glory, and every ounce of power surged frantically toward the hole in the sky. Who? On blood-withering true lord's numb face a trace of astonishment finally surfaced. He opened his mouth as though wanting to speak or summon his heaven-shaking, nascent soul cultivation to resist. Too late. In the real world, Tang Xun might have held some fear for him. But here, this was Tang Xun's domain. Get in here. Tang Xun barked, thrusting his right hand into the sphere and seizing the void. Pop. A soft sound, the sound of a world shattering. The colossal sphere collapsed inward, violently compressing, shrinking, annihilating. Blood-withering true lord never even had the chance to scream before his entire being was torn apart and crushed by that irresistible force. Whether that arrogant demon lord's dream or his pride as a nascent soul elder, everything was transformed into an unprecedented torrent of purest energy. The power was far too immense. If Elder Zhao was a cup of water, then blood-withering true lord was a waterfall. Boom! The torrent crashed savagely into his meridians. Pain, agony searing to the very marrow. Tang Xun felt as though he were a balloon being forcibly overinflated. Every blood vessel in his body bulged forth and fine beads of blood instantly wept across his skin. The man-god-dragon transformation art spun to its absolute limit, groaning as though on the verge of collapse. Damn! The force is incredible. Tang Xun gritted his teeth, his face twisting into a grotesque grimace. Yet his eyes blazed with unhinged excitement. Fortune favors the bold and the timid starve. Since I've eaten, I'll digest it all. Refine it for me. He sat cross-legged, ignoring the remnant souls circling hungrily around the energy, and forcibly suppressed the surging nascent soul essence within him. Under the relentless force of the cultivation method, the berserk energy gradually grew tame, then slowly merged into his bones, his flesh. Crack! A crisp popping sound erupted from deep within his spine. The man-god-dragon transformation art, third layer breached.